Introduction. I, Griffith, shall once again awaken the bloodline of the Dragon King, continuing in the footsteps of the conqueror Aegon, to etch the mark of fire and blood anew upon the realm of Westeros. This shall be the legendary tale of Griffith the Reclaimer, a song of ice and fire fan fiction. Prologue. The eruption of 14 colossal volcanoes painted the skies of Valyria of vivid crimson, as the earth lay shrouded in a veil of black mist. The air, searing and suffocating, was filled with the anguished cries of slaves, servants, and the Valyrians themselves. Illuminated by the flames that danced within the darkness, the roars of the fallen dragons resonated through the atmosphere. Once a glorious Valyria, now it stood at the brink of historical oblivion, as if cursed by the gods themselves. The once mighty Valyria was reduced to a mere echo of despair and lamentation. Flames, black mist, and tears of blood formed the harrowing tapestry of Valyria's demise. In an instant, the proudest city in the world was no more. The dream empire they had built crumbled into ruin, the land of eternal summer transformed into a desolate wasteland, severed by the encroaching sea. The empire of blood and fire met a fate befitting its own nature. The Valyrians reaped what they had sown. Chapter 1. Braavos. The grand entrance of a villa in the free city of Braavos slowly creaked open as a warrior stepped inside. In his grasp, he held a rope tethering a striking, silver-haired boy. The boy's cheeks were flushed, as if he had just endured a slap, his hands bound by the rope, stumbling behind the warrior. Havel's gaze shifted to the two maids standing nearby. One of them, draped in sheer fabric, reclined gracefully upon the bed. Her ebony hair cascading like a waterfall, her form exuding an elegance akin to that of a feline. She was none other than the unforgettable Lady Felicia. Havel lowered his head, swallowing hard, and spoke softly to Felicia. "Lady Felicia, you instructed me to keep an eye on this lad. He has defaulted on his debts to the Iron Bank and intended to escape by boat. This boy dares to act so recklessly he must have a death wish. But now he is firmly in my grasp and cannot flee." Lady Felicia nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. Her gaze fell upon the silver-haired boy, a flicker of helplessness passing through her eyes. Though this boy was ensnared by the debts of his mother, he remained just a child. Felicia felt a pang of sympathy for Griffith. Yet she understood that Griffith was needed by the Iron Bank, and her hand were tied. "Thank you, Officer Havel, for your diligent service to the Iron Bank." Lady Felicia commanded a maid to present 5 gold coins, placing them into Havel's hands as remuneration. She regarded the bound Griffith with gentleness. "You may call me Felicia or sister. From a very first moment I laid eyes upon you, Griffith, I was captivated by your handsome visage." With that, Felicia reached out to caress Griffith's hair and gently squeezed his cheek. Griffith silently regarded Felicia, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "And why mother borrowed money from the Iron Vault to finance my medical treatment. Yet I possess the capability to repay this debt. My late father was a mercenary leader, and his brother, Uncle Clay, has a sum of money." Felicia gazed into Griffith's expressive violet eyes and remarked, "However, with your mother's sudden illness and untimely demise, the responsibility of repaying this loan now rests upon your shoulders. The Iron Vault does not doubt your ability to repay, rather, it is your mother's unexpected passing that has rendered the recovery of the debt impossible. Nevertheless, there exists a clause in the Iron Vault's contract stipulating that if the borrower's debt is tied to the interests of relatives, the Iron Vault may pursue the borrower's family in the event of their inability to repay or in the case of death. This is the current predicament today, marks the final day of the contract. Griffith, you are left with but 2 choices. Either produce the final payment immediately or comply with the Iron Vault's directives. As for your suggestion of seeking Uncle Clay for repayment, the Iron Vault will not wait for you." Felicia continued, "The Iron Vault now requires you to settle your mother's debts. Remember, debts to the Iron Vault cannot be postponed. Griffith, though you are young, your striking looks and noble demeanor reflect your pure Valyrian lineage. A year ago, the noble Greer, residing within the black walls of the free trade city of Volantis, was an important ally of the Iron Vault in Volantis. Greer has a penchant for boys and possesses exquisite taste. He seeks a silver-haired boy with violet eyes, one of Valyrian blood. The Iron Vault has tirelessly searched for a suitable Valyrian boy, yet to no avail. Coincidentally, your mother brought you to Braavos for your treatment, incurring a debt, and now that she has passed, she can no longer repay this final obligation. Thus, the Iron Vault now requires your obedience and compliance to Sir Greer." Griffith looked sorrowfully at Felicia. Indeed, the Iron Vault never intended for me to repay this debt, did it? What they desire is not the repayment, but rather me. Isn't that so? To be offered to Greer, perhaps this was your plan from the moment my mother sought your assistance. After Griffith was led away by the maid, Mrs. Felicia sighed. Alas, who wishes to force a child? Her heart was heavy with resignation and reflection. Very well, I shall focus on my own affairs. That night, Mrs. Felicia arrived at the residence of the debt settlement officer, gently pushing open the door. Oh, is this not our Lord of the Sea's favorite socialite? I've heard that you pressured a boy into becoming, for the sake of a trivial debt. Illuminated by the wax lamp on the table, the debt minister, Chris, slowly rose and approached Mrs. Felicia, arms outstretched in an attempt to embrace her. However, she was gently pushed aside by Felicia, who rolled her eyes and cast a discontented glance at Chris. My brother indeed owes money to the Iron Vault, and I have become the mistress of Lord Sea King. But that does not grant you the right to touch me. All of this is for your Iron Vault. It compelled me to engage in such coercive acts against a child. Chris regarded Felicia with a hint of disdain, his words dripping with the meticulous nature of the Iron Vault. He emphasized, even the most trivial coin will not be tolerated as a debt by the Iron Vault. Chris pointed out coldly, regardless of gender or age, debtors who fail to repay will face tenfold consequences. The Iron Vault will resolutely reclaim its debts and impart a lesson. I trust you are well aware of this, madam. As he gazed at Felicia, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Much like your brother, Felicia, though he currently lacks the means to repay, he possesses his own worth. Chris continued with a sardonic smile. In the eyes of the Iron Vault, people can be categorized into three groups. Those who have yet to borrow from the Iron Vault. Honest and trustworthy partners who repay on time. And as for the remaining category, they're the deadbeats, devoid of any credibility regarding their debts. As for the boy you are so concerned about, Griffith, Chris indicated that there was no need for excessive worry. With a cold smirk, Chris remarked, this lad's illness is hereditary and incurable. Treating him merely keeps him temporarily distanced from the foreign crowds. Ultimately, he is destined for death, so you need not fret over this boy, Madam Felicia. This child's ancestral bloodline will be his undoing. At present, the only value he possesses is as a gift intended for our client, Greer. Upon finishing his statement, Chris's gaze shifted to the colossal statue of the Titan rising from the sea under the night sky, his thoughts seemingly wandering to a distant past. Behind him, Felicia regarded Chris's silhouette with a hint of confusion, her tone betraying her lack of understanding. How could this bloodline lead to death? Slowly turning to face Felicia, Chris's eyes sparkled with an unusual emotion. You should have some knowledge of the cataclysm of Valyria 3 centuries ago, Madam Felicia. In that forsaken land of the 14 volcanic peaks, a few remnants of the bloodline of dragon lords escaped during the calamity. All of them suffer from a peculiar affliction upon reaching a certain age. A blood parasite manifests within their veins. This malady gradually erodes their bodies until they are ultimately consumed by self-immolation, leaving behind mere bones. Chris paused momentarily, then continued, his gaze still fixed outside the window. As for why you may wonder how I am aware of such matters, you might wish to investigate the medicine her mother procured for him. Isole grass and dragon's breath grass are temporary remedies for the blood disease, because our family also suffered from this affliction. The Valyrian bloodline of the Dragon Kings, once it regresses to its ancestral roots, is doomed to perish. How profoundly ironic. This group of individuals is known as the Cursed Children, a phenomenon that has become exceedingly rare in contemporary times. Aside from those ordinary Valyrians who were unable to master dragons on the eve of the apocalyptic calamity, and the Targaryen family, who fled to Westeros, the Targaryens had previously experimented on these unique bloodlines. The Targaryens endeavored to ascertain whether those of the Dragon King's bloodline, who escaped from the 14 Peaks, still possessed the ability to command dragons. However, the outcome was entirely unforeseen by the Targaryens. Their mighty dragons exhibited an extreme aversion to these cursed children, incinerating them with dragon fire before they could approach. And now, the Targaryens in Westeros have lost the Iron Throne of Westeros. In recent years, they have been begging for the Iron Bank's assistance to reclaim their throne. If the Targaryens still had dragons, how could the rebels of Westeros ever hope to oppose them? Currently, the esteemed partner of the Iron Bank, Robert, has ascended to the throne, and we hold a profound admiration for his generous majesty. Robert, in comparison to the dragon Prince Rhaegar, is indeed far more magnanimous. I, Chris, fervently pray to the 7 gods for our esteemed Robert's health and prosperity. Upon concluding his remarks, Chris turned with a smile and said, "Madam, in a few days, we at the Iron Bank will arrange for ships. At that time, you will represent us in delivering this young man to Volantis, to our client, Lord Grell. Madam Phyllis, you must ensure that Lord Grell is satisfied, considering your contributions to our Iron Bank over the years. Moreover, the Sea Lord has expressed his contentment with your service, and upon the successful completion of this task, your brother's debt to the Iron Bank will be entirely absolved. Then good night, Master Chris, the Minister of Debt." Madam Phyllis departed the room with a smile, her steps light and graceful. Chris gazed at the enchanting silhouette of Madam Phyllis as she left, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall, her form supple as a feline. Chris licked his lips, murmuring to himself, "Poor Madam Phyllis, your charming brother, that gambler, has come seeking another loan from us at the Iron Bank. Yet this time, it is a personal loan. He truly is an incorrigible gambler." Chris could not help but envision Phyllis in bed, her petite form rolling enticingly under the sheets, stirring a sense of desire within him. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Chapter 2, Awakening. Under the guidance of Maid Dory, Griffith entered the estate of the Iron Bank's debt officer, dedicated to managing the debts of its clients. As the door closed behind Griffith, the maid departed. Before long, 2 soldiers from Braavos appeared. One soldier forcibly pried open Griffith's mouth, while the other poured a copious amount of opium poppy milk into it. With his hands bound, Griffith was unable to resist. His gaze became hazy as he began to succumb to hallucinations. The 2 soldiers anxiously observed from the side. One of them, named Diles, expressed his concern. "Valen, aren't you afraid that after giving this lad so much opium poppy milk, he might die in his dreams?" Valen, unconcerned, replied, "The master merely instructed us to make this lad addicted." He continued, "Rest assured, I possess a sense of moderation in my actions. I have a device to induce vomiting, so he won't truly perish in his dreams." In the shroud of night, the sky of Essos was cloaked in thick clouds. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierced the darkness, as if a colossal blade had cleaved the heavens apart. Diles cried out in terror, "Valen, look at the sky. That white light is heading towards us." Valen, alarmed, raised his gaze to the window, blinded by the beautiful yet dazzling white radiance. Within moments, both fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. The white light surged like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Griffith, who lay bound to the bed in a dream-laden slumber. The radiant beam penetrated Griffith's very being. In this dreamscape, Griffith encountered Eda, magnificent creature, aglow with white light and exhaling black flames. It bore no malice. Its scales shimmered with a warmth reminiscent of a soothing spring, dazzling and resplendent, overwhelming the senses. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the black flames fervently burning within, akin to a passionate heart. It harbored no ill will, and the sparks that erupted from its nostrils danced rhythmically, as if performing a spectacle for Griffith. His initial terror gradually subsided. Compelled by an irresistible urge, Griffith reached out to touch the massive, formidable creature. Yet, just as his fingertips were about to brush its scales, they radiated a warm white light, as if to convey to Griffith, "Here, you are safe." Suddenly, his mother appeared behind him, weeping as she embraced him tightly with her warm, strong hands. She softly apologized, repeating, "I'm sorry, my child. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shall never abandon you again, my child." His mother assured Griffith that he was safe here, and that she would take him home to meet his father, who had vanished at the time of his birth. Griffith felt the warmth and security of his mother's embrace. He clung to her tightly, his eyes brimming with reluctance. With a choked voice, Griffith implored, "Mother, I do not want you to leave me." The mother sensed Griffith's attachment and dependence. Gently stroking her son's head, she tenderly whispered, "Griffith, I shall always be by your side, never depart from you." Griffith's consciousness began to blur within the embrace of sleep, plunging into an abyss of endless darkness. He felt as though he were perpetually descending into the void. Zhao Yuxuan, in a state of drowsiness, slowly opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him in a daze, unable to trust his own sight. He rubbed his eyes. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? Zhao Yuxuan, a mere cog in the relentless machinery of the 996 war culture, had endured a life of struggle that evoked little sympathy. Late nights had long since become his routine, not for the sake of self-improvement through scholarly pursuits, but rather for an indulgence in various online novels, video games, or binge-watching popular series. Zhao Yuxuan's existence seemed to dance before the king of hell, persistently leaping and twirling, attempting to engage in a contest of wills. Within the fragments of his limited memory, he could only perceive the recent recollections of Griffith, whose mother lay gravely ill. She had requested Griffith to seek out his uncle, Clay, and had instructed him to uncover a letter she had concealed in the hidden compartment of her cabinet. Griffith rose, rubbing his eyes, and made his way to the window. Leaning against the window, he beheld a vast expanse outside. The sea stretched before him, shrouded in a misty vapor. In the distance, a colossal statue of a Titan loomed, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. This giant towered high into the clouds, its stone skin, weathered by time, appeared even more formidable. With a massive arm raised, sword pointed towards the heavens, it seemed to narrate the legend of its connection to the city below. Griffith found himself captivated by the grandeur of this Titan. Returning to his bed, he took a deep breath. Is this the world of the Game of Thrones? Griffith endeavored to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. It felt akin to an inexplicable dream. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open, revealing a golden-haired woman clad in maid attire. She smiled warmly at Griffith. Little Griffith appears to be recovering swiftly. I shall fetch the lady to see you. The maid turned and exited, pushing the door open to reveal a soldier clad in armor, standing at the threshold. The maid nodded to the soldier. Ensure that this young man does not escape. You know the consequences should he do so. The soldier promptly replied, Miss Dolly, rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye on him. The door gently creaked open once more, and Lady Philisa entered. Philisa regarded Griffith with a smile, saying, Griffith, it seems your health is improving well. Now, go and inform Lilia to prepare breakfast and milk for Griffith. As soon as Philisa finished speaking, Dolly, who had been attending to her, promptly departed to carry out the request. Felicia lowered her gaze and gently inquired, Griffith, are you still angry with your sister? Griffith slightly lifted his head and, upon meeting Felicia's eyes filled with concern, softly shook his head. Felicia spoke tenderly. I have heard some news regarding you, and it has caused great sorrow for your sister. I hope you can understand my position. In the coming days, I shall treat you as I would my own brother. I hope you will cooperate with the Iron Bank to complete this transaction. As the sound of Lady Felicia's departure faded, Griffith lay back on the bed, his thoughts drifting toward the tumultuous world of Game of Thrones, a realm rife with power struggles and conflict. This world is not a tranquil haven, rather. It is a tempestuous landscape where various forces intertwine, resembling an arena of noble rivalry. Those who occupy the throne come and go like the ebb and flow of water, while the steadfastness lies within the Seven Kingdoms. The common folk of Westeros are not preoccupied with who sits upon the Iron Throne, rather. Their concern lies with the lords to whom they owe their allegiance. Chapter 3 Relics. Griffith stepped out of his room, only to find two solemn soldiers closely following him, causing a tightening sensation in his chest. The soldiers gestured to Griffith, revealing that the lady had commanded them to remain at his side without fail. Taking a deep breath, he approached the lady's chamber and knocked gently on the door. Come in, a voice beckoned from within. The soldiers stood guard at the entrance as Griffith entered. With caution, Griffith inquired, Lady Felicia, I have come to seek your assistance with a small request. I wish to return home to retrieve the relics left by my mother. They are cherished memories she bestowed upon me. A flicker of tenderness crossed Lady Felicia's gaze. Oh, what manner of relics do you speak of? Griffith replied, They are some letters from my mother. I wish to keep them close, as a constant reminder of her teachings and my growth. Lady Felicia nodded thoughtfully. I see. Very well. Let Dory accompany you with the two soldiers, ensuring you can retrieve these items. Griffith offered a grateful smile. Thank you, Lady Felicia. I will manage everything accordingly. Braavos, this unique city-state of free trade, surpasses all others in its singularity. Its stature looms like a brilliant jewel amidst the sea of freedom. Comprising a series of islands at the northwestern tip of Essos, these islands glimmer like pearls scattered across the surface of the sea. Each possesses its own uniqueness, yet collectively forms this powerful city-state. The position of this city-state is extraordinarily significant, lying at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea. The southern coastline of Braavos is renowned, aptly named the Braavos Coast. This designation serves both to assert Braavos' undeniable sovereignty over these waters and to highlight its distinctive governance. Along this coastline, one can witness myriad unique vistas, bustling ports, ships cleaving through the waves, and the imposing Braavos Castle standing sentinel by the sea. These scenes epitomize the city's character, where power and wealth emanate from maritime endeavors. The ruler of this city is reverently known as the Sea King. This title is not mere happenstance. It signifies the foundational role of naval power and finance in the survival and prosperity of Braavos. The Sea King embodies not just the ruler of the seas, but also symbolizes the leadership's mastery and utilization of maritime strength. Through the might of the ocean, they uphold the city's prosperity and stability. In Braavos, it is universally acknowledged that the sea is the lifeblood of the city. Whether in trade, piracy, or military ventures, all are inexorably tied to the ocean. This is the wisdom and courage of Braavos, the reason it stands resilient upon these waters. Braavos, often referred to as the City of Secrets or the bastard daughter of Valyria. This architectural style, is it not reminiscent of the water city of Venice from a past life? Griffith mused inwardly. The villa where Felisa resided was situated on the central island of this aquatic city, while the adjacent civilian district comprised waterborne structures encircling the island. Ostensibly, Braavos opposed slavery. Yet once one incurred a debt to the Iron Bank, did they not become a financial slave to it? Griffith's gaze fell upon the black and white edifice, dedicated to the many-faced god. Recalling the faceless men from the Game of Thrones, it boasted an open sanctuary housing statues of death deities from various cultures, including the stranger from the faith of the Seven. The followers of the many-faced god believed that each death deity was an incarnation of their god. Their faith regarded death as a divine gift, the end of suffering. The assassinations carried out by the faceless men were viewed as sacred rituals, yet to Griffith, this organization had strayed far from the original purpose of venerating the many-faced god, resembling more a syndicate willing to kill for wealth. Draped in a white robe, with silver hair and violet eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, Griffith was accompanied by Dory and 2 soldiers. The docks bustled with activity. Various vessels navigating the waters, merchants from across the globe, lordly ships, distant Essos sorcerers, and nobles adorned with harpy masks mingled in the throng. As Griffith and his entourage prepared to depart by boat, a striking middle-aged nobleman suddenly caught sight of his silver hair and violet eyes, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. The nobleman hastily approached, inquiring, "My lord, I am from the Grayson family of Seagull Town in the Vale of Westeros. My forebears fought for the Targaryens during the War of Usurpation. Might you be of the Targaryen lineage?" Upon witnessing the nobleman's expression, reminiscent of the once loyalists of Westeros, Griffith felt a surge of tension, recalling his own silver hair and violet eyes. "I am not of the Targaryen family. I am merely an ordinary Valyrian," he replied, seizing the opportunity to question the nobleman further. "Pray tell, what year is it in Westeros?" This inquiry had long lingered in Griffith's mind, and now he eagerly posed the question. After a moment's pause, the nobleman responded, "It is the year 289 AC. Esteemed noble, may I inquire your name?" Griffith's melodious voice resonated as he introduced himself. "I am Griffith Ilion." The middle-aged nobleman replied, "I am called Gerald Grayson." Gerald then asked Griffith, "Pray tell, to which family in Braavos do you belong?" At this juncture, the maid Dory interjected, "Griffith is the newly adopted brother of Our Lady Felisa." Griffith engaged in a pleasant conversation with Goriel when Dolly gently cleared her throat, reminding Griffith of the time. Awkwardly, he concluded his discussion with Goriel. Before parting, Goriel smiled at Griffith and discreetly handed him a note bearing an address. "It has been truly delightful conversing with you, but I must return to the continent of Westeros today. If you require anything, whether it pertains to future plans in Westeros or a visit to Seagull Town, do not hesitate to reach out. I have a residence in Braavos, where a servant can convey messages to me." Once Goriel departed, Dolly cast a scornful glance at his retreating figure. "Griffith, do you realize that these lords and merchants from Westeros always seek ways to establish connections with the Iron Bank? They swarm around like a horde of flies, impossible to shoo away." He claimed to be of the Targaryen lineage. "Surely, you do not believe yourself to be a scion of that royal bloodline." Griffith turned coldly to regard Dolly. In his mind, he meticulously analyzed the mysterious nobleman, Goriel, with whom he had just conversed. He noted the man's slender build, seemingly in his 30s, with striking gray-green eyes and a small tuft of beard, an impressive visage that bore a hint of melancholy. Goriel was still in Seagull Town, and Griffith recalled that Littlefinger was likely serving as the treasurer there. The badge of the mockingbird on his shoulder confirmed this assumption. It seemed that Littlefinger might pose a challenge for me. With this silver-haired, violet-eyed body, if that lore-ass across the sea were to catch sight of me, he would not hesitate to obliterate me in an instant. What a predicament. It appears that Littlefinger from the Game of Thrones has now set his sights on me. Griffith pondered helplessly. Once aboard the ship, Griffith silently contemplated the events ahead. In the year 289 AC, Balon Greyjoy would instigate a rebellion. This self-proclaimed king of the Iron Islands would be defeated by Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, with his two sons meeting a tragic fate, compelling him to surrender to King Robert. Balon would offer his remaining son, Theon, as both ward and hostage to Eddard Stark. In the year 297 AC, the Game of Thrones would officially commence, plunging Westeros into utter chaos. Amidst the bustling crowd, Littlefinger furrowed his brow, observing Griffith's ship receding into the distance. He silently repeated the name to himself, a smile creeping upon his lips, tinged with a sense of amusement. Griffith? At the dock, Griffith, accompanied by two soldiers and a maid, rode away into the horizon. Before the fruit stall stood a young boy whose gaze was fixated on Griffith's silver-haired silhouette and the little finger amidst the crowd, his eyes brimming with confusion and curiosity. As Griffith's vessel gradually faded from sight, the boy's expression began to undergo a subtle transformation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes, as though he had stumbled upon something wondrous and intriguing. The entire Braavos resembled a flowing watercolor depiction of a water city, where the significance of waterways was evident at every turn. Here, the roads were, in fact, the waterways, winding and meandering through the city as streets and alleys. From dawn till dusk, various small boats traversed back and forth. Affluent tourists visiting Braavos reveled in the city's unique scenery and culture, while fishermen returning from the sea were laden with fresh catches. Amidst this bustling aquatic thoroughfare, one could also spot small vessels peddling their wares, navigating between the canals, and promoting a variety of distinctive goods to passing boats. From handcrafted artifacts to delectable snacks, from unique Braavos souvenirs to exquisite handmade items, these vendors enlivened the waterways of Braavos immeasurably. Upon Griffith's return to his former home, he was taken aback by the sight that greeted him. His residence had been turned upside down. The maid, Dolly, upon witnessing the scene, sighed in exasperation. Damn it! Has the security in Braavos deteriorated to this extent? Griffith remained silent, quietly approaching the bookshelf. Seizing the moment while Dolly was distracted, he gently opened a hidden compartment and retrieved his mother's long-cherished letter. With a soft sigh, he turned to Dolly and said, "Let us go. It seems there is nothing left for me here." Chapter 4. The letter. Griffith returned to Madame Felisa's villa, where he was escorted to Felisa's chamber. Felisa looked at Griffith, her voice laced with sorrow as she spoke. "Griffith, the jar on this table contains your mother's ashes. I retrieved it from the Black and White House. I long to assist you, but I cannot defy the will of the Iron Bank. I am truly sorry, my child." Felisa glanced at Griffith, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes before she turned and exited the room. In the dead of night, Griffith opened the letter his mother had left for him. The words within were steeped in resignation and regret. "Griffith, your lineage may harbor the blood of the Valyrian dragonlords of the 14 Peaks. Our ancestors narrowly escaped the cataclysm of doom, only to fall victim to a peculiar affliction. This ailment, known among our kin as the blood malady, manifests as minuscule blood parasites that arise as family members age. Eventually, the body succumbs to spontaneous combustion. Our forebears endeavored to find various cures, yet none could fully eradicate this curse. The ancestors discovered only two methods to combat the affliction. The first involved a temporary suppression using the ice soul flower and dragon's breath herb. The second method allowed descendants to entirely rid themselves of this ailment. While not particularly arduous, it necessitated that family members wed individuals devoid of the dragon bloodline, resulting in offspring free from the Valyrian traits. There exists a third method, albeit merely a conjecture, searching the ruins of Valyria for lost blood magic, which may hold the key to curing the blood disease. Griffith's mother hailed from the stormy lands of Westeros, while his father emerged from a fallen noble family in those same lands, serving as a knight. By the hand of fate, Griffith's parents crossed paths. Upon his birth, his silver hair and violet eyes revealed his ancestral lineage, signifying Valyrian blood. This secret intensified the warnings passed down through generations in my family, aimed at shielding you from the complications your identity could provoke. We have diligently safeguarded you, ensuring your absence from public view. At the age of 8, Griffith's father sought fortune to take us across to the eastern continent. He participated in the War of Usurpers, during which he rescued your Uncle Clay and several friends. We later settled on the eastern continent, however, in pursuit of a cure for your blood malady. Your father ventured into the ruins of Valyria in search of potential blood magic. He never returned, and your father's brother, Clay, came back to inform me that he might have perished there. After Griffith's father's demise, his mother brought him to Braavos to spend their final days together. Her initial intent was to secure a substantial loan from the Iron Bank to treat Griffith's illness, yet she helplessly watched as his condition deteriorated. Although she contemplated revealing the truth to Griffith, fear of his despair held her back. "Forgive me, Griffith. I wish for your survival," she wrote in her letter. Griffith gently closed the letter, a sense of anguish filling his heart. "I must survive, but the foremost challenge lies in how to extricate myself from the Iron Bank. Lady Phyllis has just informed me that in 10 days, a ship from the Iron Bank will arrive to take Griffith to the estate of Grell within the black walls of Volantis, where he is to serve as his ward, guarded by soldiers on a 24-hour watch. With a frail body untrained in combat and afflicted by illness, a thought began to crystallize in Griffith's mind. He understood that this path might offer a chance to escape the clutches of the Iron Bank, even at the risk of his own life. The following morning, Griffith instructed Lilia to deliver the letter to the servants of Littlefinger at his residence in Braavos. Shortly thereafter, Griffith observed Littlefinger near the window, where a raven soared high into the sky, heading towards Westeros. Griffith inwardly sighed with relief, as his suspicions were indeed confirmed. He hoped that Littlefinger would receive the message in time. King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, is situated on the eastern coast of Westeros, overlooking the Blackwater Bay. It houses the Red Keep and the Iron Throne, the seat of power. The city is encircled by walls, guarded by the City Watch, commonly referred to as the Gold Cloaks. Impoverished citizens have constructed their makeshift dwellings outside the city. King's Landing is densely populated, yet it is notably more squalid and unsightly compared to other cities. The stench of refuse emanates from within, detectable even beyond the walls. Furthermore, King's Landing serves as a significant port for the Seven Kingdoms, second only to Old Town, with a population of approximately 500,000. Within a chamber of the Red Keep, the spider, Varys, opened a letter delivered by a small bird from Braavos across the narrow sea. The letter mentioned the discovery of a boy, suspected to be a member of House Targaryen, at the docks of Braavos, aged roughly 12 to 14, with silver hair and violet eyes. His name was Griffith Illion, conversing with a nobleman from Gulltown, Sir Gerald Grayson. It also noted that Griffith had a sister named Lady Phyllis. Varys narrowed his eyes and turned towards his repository of intelligence, seeking to ascertain the identity of this Griffith, along with information about his so-called sister and the Westerosi noble. Upon meticulously examining the intelligence concerning Griffith, Varys learned that the boy had been taken by the City Watch due to debts owed to the Iron Bank and had been placed in the care of Lady Phyllis. The information regarding Lady Phyllis was particularly intriguing. She was not only the paramour of the Sea Lord, but also an assistant to the Iron Bank. Varys scrutinized the details closely, studying the ordinary noble, Sir Gerald, only to discover that the name was an alias. Promptly, he turned to examine the recent records of noble departures from Gulltown. Suddenly, Varys's eyes lit up upon discovering Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. The details of appearance, age, and travel matched perfectly, revealing that Peter currently served as the master of coin in Gulltown. Over the past few years, Littlefinger had managed to increase the town's tax revenue by nearly tenfold, thus earning the trust of Jon Arryn, the current hand of the king. Moreover, Littlefinger's use of a false name in connection with Griffith piqued Varys's curiosity. Intrigued, Varys began to ponder the implications. This was indeed a compelling opportunity. After careful contemplation, he commenced the formulation of a plan in his mind, sensing a potential advantage to be seized. For many years, King Robert has secretly dispatched assassins to hunt down the remnants of House Targaryen, even offering a bounty for their heads. Varys sees an opportunity to divert the whereabouts of the Targaryen members. Recently, a silver-haired youth with violet eyes named Griffith, who bears a striking resemblance to the late Viserys, has emerged in Braavos. He may serve as a useful scapegoat. A nefarious plot begins to take shape in Varys's mind. Through Lady Felicia, the king has covertly established contact with Viserys, Griffith, and is guiding him in Braavos to connect with those loyal to the Targaryen cause. In the meantime, Peter Baelish, a trusted confidant of the Hand of the King, is also secretly communicating with Viserys. Together, they are clandestinely devising a plan to restore the Targaryen dynasty. Varys grows increasingly exhilarated by the possibilities. This is not merely a matter of utilizing a scapegoat. It is an exceptional opportunity to drive Robert into madness. Initially, after winning the War of the Usurper and ascending to the throne, Robert's primary objective was to purge those loyal to House Targaryen prior to the conflict. However, persuaded by his brother Ned Stark and his foster father Jon Arryn, Robert opted for a more lenient approach, thus averting what could have been a far more brutal purge. Now, Varys perceives this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Those who once pledged allegiance to the Targaryens appear to be adopting a wait-and-see attitude regarding the family's future, with Dorne being the exception. Should King Robert, suspecting treachery from Jon Arryn's loyalists, descend into madness and initiate a purge against families that once supported House Targaryen. Those loyalist families might find themselves cornered and band together to retaliate. Varys recalls the intelligence he received days ago regarding the Iron Islands. Balon Greyjoy of Pike has begun urging the various Ironborn families to revive the ancient ways, a tradition that was halted 3 centuries ago due to the conquest. This ancient practice was once a symbol of prosperity for the Ironborn, but was suppressed under the iron-fisted policies of Aegon the Conqueror. The Ironborn were forced to abandon this tradition, leading lives primarily centered around fishing, trade, and mining. In Ironborn culture, the ancient ways signify the pride of Ironborn warriors in defeating their enemies. The Ironborn believe that their iron weapons inflict physical harm upon foes, serving as a form of compensation for those pillaged and slain. Varys understands that if Balon Greyjoy rekindles the traditions of the ancient ways and calls upon the Ironborn to return to their ancestral lifestyle, it will undoubtedly incite hostility from the 7 kingdoms of Westeros towards the Iron Islands. The actions of Balon Greyjoy are intolerable to King Robert. As the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, his authority cannot be challenged, and he will not idly observe the Iron Islands' bid for independence. Thus, a tempest appears to be brewing over the Iron Islands. Varys, seated in a chair, cradles a glass of summer red wine from the arbor, the crystalline liquid shimmering enticingly in the light. Lost in contemplation, Varys finds that the exquisite wine does little to alleviate his inner turmoil. The day after tomorrow marks the royal council, and he must present this intelligence to His Majesty, King Robert, with utmost caution. How should he articulate the gravity of the information while simultaneously assuaging Robert's suspicions? Chapter 5. A letter on a sunny day in Gulltown. Seagulls soared joyfully through the sky, lending the picturesque port town its name. As the primary harbor of the Vale, Gulltown has always attracted considerable attention. This bustling metropolis, one of the 5 major cities of Westeros, undoubtedly holds a significant position within the Vale. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, has just returned from a ship in Braavos. As the town's treasurer, he oversees customs operations, and his astuteness has led to a tenfold increase in Gulltown's revenue over recent years. Upon returning to his familiar domain, he is presented with a letter by a loyal servant. Recognizing the name and address, Littlefinger eagerly opens the envelope. It is a missive from the enigmatic silver-haired noble, suspected to be a member of House Targaryen, Viserys Targaryen. The letter reads, "Dear Lord Geralt Grafson, I am grateful for your family's contributions to House Targaryen during the War of Usurpation. In 10 days, I shall embark for Volantis with my sister, Phila, to meet with the noble families of the Black Wall, where we will discuss pivotal matters concerning our family's future. I have already contacted Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, who has expressed keen interest in our invitation. The situation in the Iron Islands appears to be brewing a rebellion, which causes me great concern. I now extend an invitation for you to meet with me within the Black Wall of Volantis to discuss urgent matters. Please accept my sincere regards, and I look forward to our meeting at the Black Wall in Volantis." Viserys Targaryen. Upon reading the letter, Littlefinger is filled with trepidation. Lady Phila, the mistress of the Sea Lord of Braavos, is also a key aide to the Iron Bank, her complex identity leaving one astounded. Moreover, Griffith, with his silver hair and violet eyes, undoubtedly possesses pure Valyrian blood. His features bear a striking resemblance to those of Viserys Targaryen, and his acknowledgement of being Viserys within the letter raises numerous speculations. The letter extends an invitation for me, under the pseudonym of Geralt Grafson, to meet in Volantis. The Grafson family has steadfastly supported the Targaryens during the War of Usurpers, demonstrating unwavering loyalty. Within the black walls of Volantis, each noble possesses an innate Valyrian heritage. Peter Baelish, after much contemplation, has discerned the outlines of this scheme. The Sea Lord of Braavos employs his mistress to clandestinely communicate with the Targaryen, known as Viserys under the alias of Griffith. This Targaryen Viserys is pivotal to the revival of the Targaryen dynasty. The role of the Iron Bank in this intricate affair appears equally significant. The Volantene nobility, descendants of Valyria, share the same Valyrian bloodline. They now extend an invitation to a faction on the continent of Westeros that once pledged allegiance to the House of the Dragon, uniting to orchestrate plans to reclaim the Iron Throne. The Sea Lord of Braavos serves as the orchestrator of this conspiracy, while the Iron Bank provides loans and mercenaries. Volantis offers military support, alongside the potential rebellion of the former royalists of House Targaryen at a crucial moment. Viserys has also reached out to Balon Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, seemingly preparing to launch a pincer attack on Westeros. Should King Robert lead the armies of the Seven Kingdoms to besiege the Iron Islands, and if King S. Landing lacks the royal fleet from Dragonstone, Will it rely solely on the gold cloaks of the city's garrison? King's Landing's maritime defenses are tenuous, while on land it will face the expeditionary forces from Volantis and the mercenaries hired by the Iron Bank. King's Landing is destined to fall, allowing Viserys to ascend the Iron Throne. At his command, the former royalists of House Targaryen will surely rally to his side. At that juncture, the entire realm of Westeros will be irrevocably transformed. Viserys will gather these loyalists in King's Landing, bolstered by the forces from Volantis and the mercenaries of the Iron Bank. He may choose to advance westward, confronting King Robert's weary troops, who are devoid of logistical support. Even if Viserys opts for caution and awaits the assembly of the royalist forces, the armies from Volantis and the hired legions of the Iron Bank will continuously land in King's Landing. Should Robert find himself stalemated by Viserys, the lords of Westeros will cease their hesitation and repledge their loyalty to the Targaryens. The situation for Robert Baratheon will become increasingly dire, leading inevitably to his downfall. This scenario is nothing short of a nightmare, chilling to contemplate. This plan is indeed insidious, causing even Petyr Baelish considerable distress. Unfortunately for me, Petyr knows of this scheme, and I shall thwart its successful execution. It is imperative to prevent Viserys from realizing his ambitions. Although chaos is an integral part of ascending the ladder of power, the current state of Westeros is ill-suited for such turmoil. Conversely, Petyr Baelish intended to seize this opportunity. He aimed to utilize this Viserys as a springboard to ascend to a higher status, while concurrently accumulating his own power. For Petyr, betraying Viserys and transforming him into a mere stepping stone for his own elevation undoubtedly represented the most advantageous strategy. Petyr promptly set pen to paper, composing a letter and instructing the household servant to employ the swiftest raven in the residence. He dispatched both Griffith's missive and his own to his liege lord, the Duke John Arryn of the Eyrie, who presently served as the Prime Minister. The Iron Islands, situated at the entrance of Ironman Bay, lie within the Sunset Sea on the western part of the continent of Westeros. Their unique geographical positioning grants direct access eastward to the Trident River and the Neck, penetrating deep into the heart of Westeros. This archipelago comprises 31 islands, among which are several renowned ones, such as Pike, Great Wyke, Old Wyke, Harlaw, Saltcliffe, Black Tide, and Oakenshield. Under the pallid morning sky, the ancient fortress of Pike, perched upon the cliffs above the sea, stands out prominently. This castle, weathered by millennia of storms, is cloaked in dark moss, and the erosion of the rocks has rendered the ropes and bridges that once supported the cliffs precarious. It is perpetually surrounded by brackish seawater. Within the castle, the towers, walls, bridges, and overhangs are all composed of the same dark stone as the islands themselves. The massive keeps, including the Great Hall, the Kitchen Keep, and the Blood Keep, each occupy their own small island. Tall towers and outer buildings are topped with grass roofs formed from cut sod, interconnected by enclosed, arched passages. For greater distances, long, swaying wooden rope bridges serve as connections. In preparation for the forthcoming banquet at the port of Pike, Balon Greyjoy has already received responses from the Ironborn nobility, all affirming their timely arrival. He then instructed his attendants, ensure that everything is prepared. The feast is about to commence. Chapter 6. The Rogue the Red Keep of King's Landing, a magnificent edifice constructed of pale red stone, narrates the history and grandeur of this fortress. Within its walls stand 7 towering iron-roofed drum towers, steadfast as the guardians of the Red Keep. The thick and sturdy walls are adorned with battlements and crenellations, providing excellent vantage points for archers. Behind these walls lie numerous small courtyards, archways, corridors, barracks, cellars, and granaries. These facilities offer convenience for daily life, while enhancing the potential for defense. At the heart of the Red Keep resides the Iron Throne, symbolizing the epicenter of power over King's Landing. The sacred wood grove within the Red Keep spans 2 acres, filled with elm, cypress, and black poplar trees, overlooking the Blackwater River. Unlike the desolate sacred groves of the north, the heart tree of the Red Keep is a grand oak, its trunk entwined with bramble vines, its canopy resembling a vast green umbrella that shields against the glaring sun. Beneath the oak, dragon's breath blooms with dark red flowers, exuding a subtle fragrance. The tall and slightly portly King Robert Baratheon sat regally upon his throne. His queen, Cersei Lannister, radiant and alluring, possessed the Lannister family's signature golden curls and emerald green eyes. She was slender, her skin fair and captivating. Cersei held her beautiful 2-year-old daughter, Myrcella, as she settled beside him. Behind her stood a white-cloaked Kingsguard. This was Cersei's brother, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. Jaime, this handsome figure in white, gazed intently at his sister. Meanwhile, 3-year-old Prince Tommen frolicked joyously in the weirwood grove, closely followed by his attendants. Maidservants bustled about, carrying an array of sumptuous dishes in preparation for the king's luncheon. A nearby attendant presented Robert with his favorite summer wine, a silky liquid imbued with a subtle grape fragrance and sweetness. Robert turned to Cersei, who sat beside him with their daughter, and inquired with curiosity, "Where's Joffrey? Is he not with you?" Cersei's gaze met Robert's, revealing an indescribable complexity in her expression. "Joffrey told me he has a surprise for you." Just then, a Lannister servant rushed forward to report, "Your Majesty, His Highness Prince Joffrey has arrived." Joffrey approached, his golden hair and fair complexion accentuating his handsomeness, his green eyes sparkling with excitement as he bore a charming smile. Robert looked quizzically at his 6-year-old son, who held a cloth bundle, seemingly concealing something within. With eager anticipation, Joffrey addressed Robert. "Father, you often tell me that as your firstborn, I should embody the courage of a warrior, showing no mercy to enemies and generosity to friends." With that proclamation, Joffrey unveiled the cloth, revealing the lifeless body of a kitten. The sight stunned Robert, Cersei, and Jaime alike. Joffrey, exhilarated, waved the tiny corpse as if showcasing a trophy to his father. Enraged, Robert sprang to his feet, bellowing, "Joffrey, by the 7 hells, what have you done?" Upon hearing his father's furious roar, Joffrey trembled like a quail, unable to utter a word, while the maidservants and attendants in the weirwood grove bowed their heads in submission. "What is the meaning of this?" Robert demanded angrily, directing his ire at Joffrey's attendant. "Your Majesty, the attendant stammered, his eyes wide with fear, observing Cersei's disapproving glance from behind Robert. He seemed to understand the unspoken warning and prostrated himself, silenced. Fury blazed within Robert as he drew his royal sword, its tip aimed threateningly at the attendant. Poised to strike, the attendant, panicking, cried out in desperation, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" It was Prince Joffrey who commanded us to capture a pregnant cat. With his sword, he brutally sliced open the cat's belly, demanding that we extract the unborn kittens within. He proclaimed this gruesome act a surprise for Your Majesty, hoping it would earn the prince your favor. Upon hearing this, King Robert's anger surged, and he turned to his son, Joffrey. Robert noticed Joffrey cowering in a corner, trembling and weeping like a quail, which only fueled Robert's rage further. He approached and struck Joffrey twice across the face, causing 2 of the prince's milk teeth to fly from his mouth. Realizing his actions had been excessively rash, Robert began to calm himself. Seeing this, Cersei set down Princess Myrcella and rushed to Joffrey's side, cradling the wailing boy in her arms. With a gaze filled with hatred, she glared at Robert and unleashed a roar akin to that of a lioness. "Robert, you ineffectual man, my poor son has committed no wrongdoing. He is the king's heir and may act as he pleases. I curse you to descend into the 7 layers of hell after your death." Prince Tommen and Princess Myrcella, witnessing the exchange between their parents, were frightened into tears. King Robert, regaining his composure, intended to comfort Joffrey and teach him that such behavior was unacceptable. However, Cersei's curse and the children's cries disturbed his thoughts, reigniting the fury within him. Meanwhile, the Kingsguard Jaime, observing Robert's furious expression, rushed forward in an attempt to restrain him. With his lips twitching in anger, Robert sneered, "What is this? Does the regicide wish to unsheath his sword, the one meant to slay the Mad King? Are you planning to fulfill your oath as a Kingsguard by killing the king?" Jaime, upon hearing this, was suddenly enveloped in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He watched as Robert pressed his sword closely to his body, the tip nearly grazing his skin. Taking a deep breath, Jaime chose to close his eyes, a surge of fatalistic resolve washing over him. He hoped that his death might calm the king and spare his sister from harm. At that moment, the atmosphere grew palpably tense, and everyone held their breath in anticipation. Just then, a flustered aide from the Prime Minister burst into the sacred grove. Sensing the unusual tension within, the aide anxiously addressed Robert, "Your Majesty, the afternoon council meeting has commenced. The Prime Minister and the ministers are awaiting your presence. If there is any trouble here, I shall return to inform the Prime Minister and cancel today's meeting." Robert took a moment to collect himself, recalling the important discussions regarding the selection of the Chancellor of Finance and the potential rebellion of Balon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands scheduled for that afternoon. He resolved to set aside the troubling matters at hand and attend the council meeting. As he walked away, a mixture of resignation and sorrow overtook him, and he lamented, "Thank the 7 gods. I found myself wed to a malevolent woman, cursed and vindictive, who bore me a cold-blooded firstborn. One who was both a coward and devoid of responsibility." Cersei, cradling the weeping Joffrey, fixed her hate-filled gaze upon Robert's retreating figure, her eyes seething with resentment until he vanished from sight. Subsequently, she directed her lifeless stare towards the attendant who had followed Joffrey and betrayed him. Chapter 7. The Small Council. Robert entered the chamber of the Small Council, where his foster father, Prime Minister Jon Arryn, was seated. Jon, in his 50s, possessed a hawkish nose and striking blue eyes framed by golden hair, though flecks of white had begun to appear. Robert's younger brother, Stannis Baratheon, the Minister of the Navy and Prince of Dragonstone, was around 30, with dark, tousled hair, broad shoulders, and a physique hardened by the sun. His expression taut and his skin weathered. The Minister of Justice, Duke Hoster Tully, aged in his 60s, bore blue eyes and thinning white hair. His body, ravaged by injuries from the War of Usurpers, was frail and ailing. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, an elderly eunuch with a rotund figure, a bald head, and a distinct scent of powder, observed quietly. Maester Pycelle, dispatched from the Citadel to assist the king, had a bald pate speckled with age spots, with sparse white strands adorning his forehead. The Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Barristan Selmy, known as the Fearless, was tall, with blue eyes that many found to emanate an aura of sorrow. Barristan was widely regarded as one of the greatest knights in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. The final vacant seat at the council was that of the Master of Coin. Renly Baratheon, Robert's loyal steward, had been elevated from commoner to court noble following the victory in the War of Usurpers, receiving the title of Ser. Just days prior, Renly had passed away due to illness. As Robert settled into the Iron Throne, Prime Minister Jon commenced the proceedings of the Small Council. A hint of sorrow flickered in Robert's eyes as he regarded his former foster father, Jon, softly remarking, "Old Jon, I have heard of your wife Lysa's recent miscarriage. May the Seven guide you in this time of grief." Jon's expression shifted, as if he felt the weight of profound sorrow. He replied, "Your Majesty, this may well be the fate that Lysa and I must endure. I carry deep remorse, knowing I have failed her. May the Seven bless my unfortunate daughter, Lysa." Duke Hoster Tully's countenance reflected a deep sadness, as though he were lost in recollection. The meeting continued as Jon, regaining his composure, steered the discourse towards the day's most pressing matters. He mentioned that Balon Greyjoy of Pike in the Iron Islands was leading his kin in a resurgence of ancient practices, thereby breaching the long-standing agreements between the Seven Kingdoms and the Iron Islands. Prime Minister Jon has just received the latest news conveyed by a raven. The Ironborn have begun to stir. Yesterday, a merchant ship from the west was unfortunately plundered by them. Prime Minister Jon proposed that we should take decisive action against the threat posed by the Iron Islands. He suggested notifying the Northern Guardian, Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell, and commanding him to summon the White Harbor Fleet and the Northern armies to march south to Dragonstone to join the Royal Fleet. Simultaneously, the fleet and army from Gulltown will also proceed south to assemble at Dragonstone. Once these fleets are gathered, they will set sail from Dragonstone to meet the Lannister fleet at Lannisport in the west. Once assembled, they will directly march north to assault the Iron Islands. After articulating his strategy, Prime Minister Jon inquired of Robert and the ministers for their thoughts on his proposal. At this moment, Maester Pycelle raised a question, inquiring whether it might be plausible to engage in peaceful negotiations with the Ironborn in pursuit of a more robust resolution to the conflict. After a moment of contemplation, Prime Minister Jon responded, "The Ironborn are inclined to respect the strong rather than engage with the weak. I believe that if we attempt to negotiate with them, they may interpret our goodwill as a sign of weakness. Therefore, I consider that the most direct and effective approach might be to demonstrate our strength and resolve." The Minister of Justice, Duke Horace Tully, expressed his agreement with Prime Minister Jon's proposal. The royal fleet at Dragonstone is prepared, and the Minister of Naval Affairs, Stannis, raised no objections. The captain of the Kingsguard, Barristan Selmy, affirmed that the king's will is his own. Meanwhile, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, remained silent. When discussing the Iron Islands and the loathsome Balon Greyjoy, King Robert appeared quite incensed. After ascending to the throne, Robert had summoned Balon to the Red Keep in King's Landing, but Balon had audaciously declined, citing illness as his excuse. "I know that Balon disrespects me, but that is of no consequence." Robert stated that this time, in the conflict with the Iron Islands, he would crush that wretched squid underfoot. Without hesitation, Robert expressed his agreement with the proposal. Prime Minister Jon proceeded to elaborate on the next agenda item, the selection of the Chancellor of Finance. He paused briefly, surveying the vacant positions in the room, and then he solemnly recommended his vassal, Peter Baelish, a financial officer from Gulltown. Jon explained that Peter's years of diligent effort in Gulltown had resulted in a tenfold increase in tax revenue. John believed that Peter's capabilities were more than sufficient for the role of Chancellor of Finance. In support of this recommendation, Prime Minister John also distributed Peter's credentials to the ministers and His Majesty. Upon hearing Peter Baelish's name, Minister of Justice, Duke Horace Tully, recalled the former ward. Duke Horace acknowledged that Peter was impeccable in ability, but he harbored reservations regarding Peter Baelish's character. This assessment piqued the interest of the Minister of Naval Affairs, Stannis. Stannis expressed his opposition to Peter's appointment as the Minister of Finance. He was astonished that the affable Duke Horst would regard Peter's character so unfavorably. Stannis feared that if this man were to assume such a significant role, he would corrupt the moral fabric of the nation and wreak havoc upon it. Balliston, the captain of the King's Guard, raised a question, intrigued as to why the normally benevolent Duke Horst held such a dim view of his former ward, Peter Baelish. In response to Balliston's inquiry, Duke Horst fell silent. After a moment, he cast a knowing glance at Prime Minister John and sighed softly before beginning to elucidate. Peter is a gifted individual, intelligent and cunning. These qualities shine brightly within him. However, he possesses certain traits that cause me concern. Horst paused, seemingly lost in contemplation of the indefinable qualities embodied by Peter Baelish. I do not entirely dismiss Peter's character. I merely understand that his disposition and actions, if he were to become the Minister of Finance, could pose potential risks to the realm. Duke Horst concluded. At this juncture, the Grand Maester Pycelle expressed his respect for the king's opinion. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, regarded Prime Minister John with a peculiar gaze, refraining from voicing any opinion of his own. After meticulously reviewing Peter Baelish's credentials, King Robert erupted into a hearty laugh, reminiscing about the past and referring to Peter by his moniker, Littlefinger. Peter, as a ward, had developed affections for Duke Horst's daughter, Catelyn Tully. He had once dueled for love against the late Brandon Stark, Ned Stark's elder brother, and was bested in that contest. Following Brandon's demise, Ned ascended to his brother's position and married Catelyn, truly a twist of fate. Robert expressed understanding that everyone harbors minor flaws. He was willing to extend his tolerance to those with capability. After considering the sentiments of the assembled ministers and the king, Prime Minister John articulated his own stance. Peter Baelish is my vassal, and I understand the concerns of the ministers. To ensure the stability of the realm, I shall closely monitor Peter Baelish's every move in conjunction with your majesty. Should he engage in any actions detrimental to the kingdom, as his liege lord, I shall intervene personally. Just as Robert was about to acquiesce to the Prime Minister's recommendation of Peter Baelish for the position of Minister of Finance, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, interjected, Your Majesty, please hold. Chapter 8. Conflict during the court meeting. Varys, who had remained taciturn until now, unexpectedly spoke out, halting King Robert's appointment. Robert furrowed his brow, glancing at Varys, puzzled as to why this eunuch would interrupt his decision at such a critical moment. As the former Master of Whisperers during the reign of the Mad King, Varys would not have dared to offend Robert without compelling cause. Although Robert was in a foul mood today, he could only suppress his anger and patiently await Varys's explanation in the presence of the spymaster, who had served the royal family for many years. Varys took a deep breath, his gaze unwavering as he addressed King Robert, slowly articulating, Your Majesty, I bring forth a grave accusation. It concerns the current hand of the king, Prime Minister John's subordinate, Peter Baelish, the treasurer of Gulltown. He has been secretly communicating with the remnants of House Targaryen in Braavos, specifically with Viserys Targaryen. To my knowledge, they are conspiring to usurp the Iron Throne. The ministers present in the council chamber were taken aback by this revelation, their shock palpable. Prime Minister John's eyes widened in disbelief. King Robert, astonished, inquired, Varys, what evidence do you possess? In response to the king's query, Varys produced a letter and handed it to the monarch. Your Majesty, please review this correspondence. It is a message from my contacts in Braavos, delivered by a little bird. After perusing the letter, the king turned to his prime minister, his voice strained with suppressed fury. John, take a look at this. He then passed the letter to John. Upon reading it, John's complexion drained of color, and he stuttered in disbelief, this. The letter was subsequently circulated among all the attending ministers, inciting a wave of uproar. Internally, Robert felt a profound disappointment as he glared coldly at John. When I ascended the throne and ended the war, I should have thoroughly purged these loyalists to the dragon family. It was you, John, along with my brother Ned, who implored me to exercise a king's mercy. Now, John, look at these loyalists who still yearn for the Targaryens. Do they comprehend my clemency towards them? They are clandestinely plotting, gnawing at my iron throne like maggots spawned from a dragon. Robert continued to roar in anger. Now, the Sea King of Braavos, along with the Iron Bank, is conspiring with Viserys Targaryen. This conspiracy aims to overthrow the rule of the Iron Throne, seeking to ally with those loyalists who still harbor affection for the Targaryen dynasty. Varys, send your little birds across the sea to contact the assassins and mercenaries of the East. Regardless of the cost in golden dragons, I, Robert, demand to see the head of that wretched spawn, even if it means severing ties with the Sea King of Braavos and the Iron Bank. After addressing Jon and Varys, Robert turned to the assembled ministers, declaring, Duke Hoster, guardian of the Riverlands, you must immediately reach out to your family in the Riverlands, instructing them to fortify Riverrun and prepare for war. After all, prior to the War of Usurpation, the Riverlands, alongside the Reach and Dorne, harbored the most loyalists to House Targaryen. Robert continued, elaborating on his directives. As Chancellor Pycelle, you are to dispatch ravens to contact Ned Stark, the Warden of the North, Tywin Lannister, the Warden of the West, and Renly Baratheon of Storm's End. Instruct them to closely monitor the loyalist families that once served House Targaryen. Should any suspicious activities arise, execute them without mercy and strip them of their lands. As for you, Prime Minister Jon, it would be prudent for you to remain in the Tower of the Hand for the time being. King Robert shook his head in disappointment. Furthermore, Varys, you are to lead the King's Guard along with 300 gold cloaks from King's Landing aboard the royal flagship to seize Petyr Baelish in Gulltown, along with all the nobles there, and bring them back to King's Landing for rigorous interrogation to ascertain the truth of the matter. Stannis, my brother, you must immediately issue a call to arms to my forces in the Crownlands, Storm's End, and Dragonstone, summoning them to King's Landing. I, Robert, have resolved to take decisive action and will no longer show mercy. The king's roar echoed throughout the hall. Upon hearing Robert's wrathful outburst, Varys bowed his head in silence, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, betraying a barely contained amusement. In the sudden downpour, within the Tower of the Hand at the Red Keep of King's Landing, Maester Cormon, a scholar of House Arryn, served as the assistant to the Prime Minister. He had just finished reading 2 letters from Petyr Baelish in Gulltown and another from Griffith. A sudden shock gripped Cormon's heart. He hurriedly set off to the council chamber, eager to deliver these letters to the Prime Minister. Upon his breathless arrival at the chamber, he was met with the king's furious roar, reverberating like thunder amidst a storm, shaking the very hall. Cormon's heart tightened. Outside the council chamber, 2 soldiers from House Baratheon, clad in ornate armor adorned with the golden stag sigil, stood guard, their presence imposing and dignified. They barred the anxious Cormon's path, as he was drawn in by the king's thunderous voice from within, which seemed to brim with accusations against Petyr Baelish for betraying the realm. Even expressing disappointment in his own lord, Prime Minister Jon, Cormon understood that the truth of the matter was far from what was being proclaimed. In a state of desperation, he resolved to push through, exclaiming, Your Grace, the truth is not as you believe. His voice resonated in the vast hall, stirring the air like the chime of a bell. All eyes within the chamber turned towards Cormon at the entrance. He cautiously stepped inside, witnessing King Robert's grim countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he sought to incinerate all that opposed him. Meanwhile, his lord, Prime Minister Jon, appeared pale and silent. Seeing this scene, Cormon summoned his courage and approached the king, presenting the 2 letters. Upon perusing the correspondence from Baelish and Griffith, King Robert's demeanor shifted dramatically, alternating between relief and seething rage. Ultimately, after reading the letter, Robert turned his gaze toward Prime Minister Jon, his expression gradually relaxing. King Robert apologized to Prime Minister Jon, saying, I sincerely apologize, Jon. I misjudged you. He then handed 2 letters to Prime Minister Jon for his perusal. Upon reading the correspondence from Petyr Baelish and Griff, Jon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and remarked, This Viserys is undoubtedly a formidable character. If we follow his scheme, we shall inevitably walk into his trap step by step. Meanwhile, the other ministers in the royal council looked on, bewildered. When Jon presented the letters to them, they were astonished by the intricacy of Viserys Targaryen's plan and were grateful for the unwavering loyalty of Petyr Baelish, who had uncovered this scheme. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon examining the letter, Varys sensed something amiss. How could Griff admit to being Viserys? Moreover, this Griff had connections with the Iron Islands, Volantis, and Braavos. The plan was tightly woven. Could it be that the Viserys I saw on the eastern continent was merely a decoy? This is troubling. Griff might truly be the real Prince Viserys. Alas, his plans have been exposed. Chapter 9. The Flaw in the Red Keep's Royal Council. Prime Minister Jon appeared remarkably composed as he coldly articulated, We now comprehend this scheme, and unraveling it is quite simple. We merely need to eliminate Viserys to resolve this issue once and for all. With a keen glance sweeping over the ministers and the king, Jon continued, regrettably. He is too arrogant. The Viserys in this letter has already informed us of his departure from Braavos to Volantis. Hearing this, King Robert could not suppress a hearty laugh. He regarded Prime Minister Jon with approval, saying, "Old Jon, it seems you are no longer as rigid as before. You used to place too much emphasis on honor. Yet at this critical moment, you have displayed the necessary decisiveness. This wretched spawn of the dragon deserves to be cast into the depths of hell." Jon maintained his calm demeanor as he continued, "Viserys, as a pivotal figure among the various factions, indeed serves as a binding agent, maintaining the interests and balance among them. However, once Viserys is dead, this equilibrium will undoubtedly shatter, causing all conspiracies and plans to collapse. Those schemes and power struggles will lose all significance." Upon discovering the flaw regarding the timing of Viserys' departure from Braavos, everyone present understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to seize this moment. It may require decisive action to truly resolve the matter. King Robert turned to Varys and Stannis, his tone grave, and instructed, "Varys, you shall find those skilled assassins on the eastern continent and have them lay an ambush at the port of Volantis to eliminate Viserys upon his arrival. And you, Stannis, my brother, that enigmatic smuggler acquaintance of yours, the one known as the Onion Knight, ought to be commissioned to expend substantial sums to contact those pirates. Have them positioned along the periphery of the waters near Volantis, and upon the sighting of the Braavos vessels mentioned in Viserys' missive, they are to be immediately besieged. Furthermore, inform them that I am prepared to offer an additional bounty of 100,000 golden dragons for the head of this wretched spawn. Naturally, should the head prove elusive, the mere confirmation of his demise will still warrant a reward of 50,000 golden dragons." Observing the hesitance in Stannis' demeanor, King Robert gently patted his shoulder. "My dear brother, we are of one family." The confident Prime Minister Jon continued, "For the moment, let us set aside matters concerning the Iron Islands' autonomy and command the North to protect Duke Eddard Stark, leading 10,000 troops from the north, along with the fleet from White Harbor, to march southward directly towards King's Landing. Simultaneously, the fleet from the Vale must first convene at Dragonstone with the Royal Navy. And once we receive news of Viserys' demise, we shall proceed with our original plan to act against the Iron Islands. Additionally, we must notify the defenders of the Stormlands and Duke Lancel Lannister of Storms and to mobilize the forces of the Stormlands, establishing a base at Stonehelm and fortifying the area around Summerhall to guard against any movements from Prince Dorne. At this pivotal moment, we must ensure the stability of the southern regions of King's Landing, guarding against potential threats from Dorne. Concurrently, we must inform the Westerlands Protector, Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock, to fortify the area from Ironwood to the Red Lakes, remaining vigilant against the reach of House Tyrell from the Reach. The Riverlands and Dorne once constituted the most formidable loyalist faction of the Targaryen family, and we must not underestimate this." Prime Minister Jon respectfully addressed the Lord Chancellor. "Duke Horst, esteemed Duke Horst, I implore you to return to the Riverlands to hold your station, as the situation there requires your oversight." Jon then turned to Robert. "From the Vale, I shall summon 3,000 knights to defend King's Landing. As for the nobles of the Crownlands, I shall entrust Ser Barristan to relay the message and require the Crownland lords to muster their troops to King's Landing. This is a deployment I have considered with great care. I wonder, Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on this?" King Robert nodded in agreement. "Prime Minister, your considerations are exceedingly thorough. I trust your strategy will safeguard the realm. Let it be executed as you envision. On the Iron Islands of Westeros, as night descended and a storm loomed, the tumultuous waves surrounding Pike Island thundered like war drums, resonating in the hearts of all. On this extraordinary night, the harbor of Kingsport was filled with the vessels of the iron-born nobility. They gathered here to partake in the grand feast hosted by Balon Greyjoy. The castle of House Greyjoy proudly displayed its golden kraken banner upon its walls. That is the family crest of House Greyjoy, a symbol of nobility among the ironborn. The common ironborn of Pike Island gather at the periphery of the castle in Kingsport, their faces etched with anticipation. Within the castle, a grand feast is fervently underway. Seated at the head of the table is Balon Greyjoy, a man of towering stature and resolute countenance. His deep black eyes gleaming with a sharp light that betrays his obstinate and fearless nature. Balon, an ardent adherent of the old way, is presently enraptured by the fragrance of wine, relishing the sight of ironborn jousting in the hall. Beside him sit the ironborn nobles from various islands of the Iron Islands, clad in armor and intently observing the fierce contests unfolding before them. As the bloody tournament draws to a close, Balon rises abruptly. Today he must deliver a proclamation to restore the old way. He exclaims, 300 years ago, The conqueror Aegon rode across the sea on his dragon. Though we Ironborn were defeated, we remain proud. Yet, we harbor no resentment towards House Targaryen, for they are the lineage of the conqueror, wielding formidable power. We respect and abide by the edicts set forth by Aegon, refraining from challenging the order of the Seven Kingdoms, and we shall not raid their ships. Our plunder will only be conducted in the waters of the East Continent to sustain our livelihoods. Furthermore, Aegon decreed that each of our islands must have a church dedicated to the Seven, and the Old Town's church has even dispatched a bishop. The rules and agreements established by Aegon are adhered to by all Ironborn. However, 6 years ago, House Targaryen fell into decline. Now, the Iron Throne is occupied by the usurper Robert Baratheon. Therefore, I, Balon, assert that we have fulfilled our pact and oath with House Targaryen. At this moment, we Ironborn must reclaim the honor of the old way. In other words, we shall revive our might, conquer Westeros anew, making the men of the continent our thralls, and the women our salt wives. The Ironborn in the hall erupt with fervent cheers in response to Balon's grandiloquent declarations. Their spirits soaring. Under the gaze of the assembly, Balon claps his hands, summoning a figure shrouded in black cloth to approach him. When Balon unveils the cloth, a collective gasp reverberates through the hall. It is the Bishop of the Seven, tasked with preserving the faith of the Iron Islands. The bishop, astonished to see his captor is the leader of the Iron Islands, is filled with disbelief. Balon then draws forth his sharp dagger, brandishing it towards the bishop's throat. A profound silence envelopes the hall, interrupted only by the bishop's raspy breaths echoing in the stillness. The noble Ironborn gaze at Balon with a profound mixture of awe and respect. After a moment, Balon raises the bishop's severed head, proclaiming to the nobles of the Iron Islands, from this day forth, any Ironborn who continues to worship the Seven shall see their men reduced to slavery and their women relegated to the status of salt wives. From this day forth, we shall wholeheartedly return to the worship of the drowned god. The roar of Balon reverberated through the hall, fervent as the beat of war drums. The Ironborn responded in unison, a singular phrase echoing throughout the chamber. The dead do not perish. They shall rise again, with even greater fervor. However, as the fervor reached its zenith, a voice suddenly cried out, Balon, Iron King. The noblemen of the Ironborn joined in, chanting the praises of our Iron King. Long live the Iron King. Witnessing this scene, Balon broke into a grin. Chapter 10. Rescue in the inky darkness of Braavos. The colossal titan stood guard at the harbor's entrance, one hand wielding a sword pointed skyward, the other raised high with a torch, its flames roaring fiercely, illuminating the vessels in the surrounding waters. It seemed to proclaim to the world that Braavos stood resolute, never to fall. Griffith stood before the window, his gaze fixed upon the distant titan, drawn to the flickering flames of the torch. Lilia, the maid, silently lingered behind him. Lilia beheld Griffith, his silver hair and violet eyes radiating like the sun. His handsome features appeared as if chiseled by divine hands, captivating all who dared to look. Within her heart, Lilia understood the gravity of the situation. This dashing youth, manipulated by the Iron Vault, was destined to be cast away, turned into someone else's plaything. A wave of sorrow washed over her for Griffith's plight. At that moment, Griffith stood at the window, burdened with heavy thoughts. If that person were not Littlefinger, his plans would amount to naught but flirtations thrown to the blind. Should the scheme succeed, however, the revelations within the letter would alert Robert on the Iron Throne, prompting him to dispatch more men with even more ruthless methods to hunt down what he perceived to be Viserys. Thus, with only this ship from the Iron Vault of Braavos and a mere handful of mercenaries aboard, how could Griffith possibly elude the treacherous waters? Feeling as though he was courting his own demise, Griffith was engulfed in confusion. Tomorrow marked the day of departure. What in the world should he do? He contemplated the window, considering a daring escape, yet he knew his frail body was unfit for such endeavors. Moreover, it was still night in Braavos, and he was ensconced in this maritime city. Even if he could locate a vessel, escape would be futile, for Braavos boasted a navy renowned throughout the realm. He felt as though he were trapped in a watery prison. Griffith grimaced at the thought. 2 soldiers stood guard outside the door and within the room. A maid kept watch over him. How could he possibly flee? Suddenly, Griffith felt his blood ignite, heat coursing through his veins. This cursed illness had struck again. In an instant, he collapsed backward, and Lilia, noticing his distress, rushed forward to assess the situation. Alarmed, she discovered his rising temperature and hurried off to seek Lady Felisa. After a while, Griffith gradually regained consciousness, finding himself lying in a bathtub filled with ice. He noticed Lady Phyllis holding a potion, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at him. Griffith, you must have fallen ill. This medicine, concocted from ice spirit grass and dragon breath grass, will alleviate your pain, she said, bewildered. Griffith looked at Lady Phyllis and inquired, Lady Phyllis, how did you come to know that this remedy could temporarily cure my ailment? With a huff, she rolled her eyes and replied, Please, am I an imbecile? Your mother borrowed money from the Iron Bank solely to procure these 2 ingredients from the apothecary in Braavos. A simple inquiry would suffice. Feeling foolish for his question, Griffith turned away in silence, choosing to ignore Lady Phyllis, seemingly in a sulk. Phyllis regarded the 14-year-old boy before her, his silver hair glimmering enchantingly. Suddenly, she felt a slight flush on her cheeks, a sensation that left her somewhat flustered. Making an effort to avoid looking at Griffith, she placed the medicine on the table in his room, preparing to leave. As she reached the door, she paused momentarily and softly said, Griffith, we depart tomorrow. I hope you will be ready. Remember to take the medicine. By the time Phyllis turned to leave, Griffith had already averted his gaze, his eyes complexly fixed on her retreating figure, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. In a dusty room of a Braavos inn, a dozen armored mercenaries gathered, the atmosphere weighed down by tension. Leader Clay, are you truly resolved to proceed this way? If the Iron Bank discovers this, you will be hunted, one of the mercenaries cautioned. The leader, Clay, appeared to be in his 40s, with graying hair, a medium build, and an ordinary visage marked by a scar. He responded gravely, I promised Griffith's father, Cole, that I would protect his only son. Cole saved my life, as well as those of some present here. How could I forget such a debt of gratitude? One of the mercenaries voiced his confusion. But Griffith's only obligation is a debt to the Iron Bank. Perhaps we could financially assist him in settling it. However, Clay shook his head in resignation. I have sought information extensively. The news is that Griffith suggested I, Clay, assist him in repaying this debt, but the Iron Bank has refused. It seems they intend to present Griffith as a gift to the noble Valenties in pursuit of collaboration. Perhaps a year ago, when Griffith's mother left with him, I should have intervened. At that moment, Clay emerged from the room carrying a chest, a culmination of his savings over the years. He generously distributed it among the assembled mercenaries. The plan is quite straightforward. I have bribed the official responsible for dispatching tasks at the Iron Bank, leading him to believe that our sole intention is to secure this assignment. I have successfully taken on the mission of transporting Griffith. Once the ship departs from Braavos and reaches Volantis, we shall intervene to rescue Griffith. After this endeavor, we will part ways. Should the Iron Bank pursue the matter, I shall be the one they seek, as their leader. You will take your share of the spoils and return to Westeros, while I will abscond with Griffith. Upon concluding his words, Clay stepped out of the door, gazing at the night sky over Braavos, a sense of melancholy enveloping him as memories of his former brother, Cole, surfaced in his mind. In the distant western lands of Westeros, an hour before dawn, the sky appeared gray and veiled in mist. At Lannisport, the Iron Island's formidable fleet of hundreds of warships emerged slowly through the fog. The Iron King Balon, aboard the flagship, glinted with a savage gleam in his eyes as he issued his commands. To strike first is to seize the advantage. We shall obliterate the naval forces of the West anchored in the harbor. Thus, the fleet of the Ironborn launched a fierce assault on Lannisport, transforming the once vibrant port into a scene of hellish chaos. The Ironborn disembarked, indulging in rampant destruction and pillaging without restraint. After a thorough looting, they departed with the captured men, women, and children, along with vast treasures of gold and silver, leaving the entire port engulfed in flames. The Lannister fleet, unable to salvage what they could, watched helplessly as their vessels succumbed to the conflagration. After their plundering, the Ironborn returned leisurely to the Iron Islands, with Balon wearing a triumphant smile. Not only had they dismantled their long-standing adversary's fleet, but they had also inflicted a merciless blow upon them. The Lannister fleet had suffered unprecedented devastation. Henceforth, the Iron Islands would face no threats in the western seas of Westeros. Chapter 11. Departure. The morning sea breeze was poetic and picturesque, gently caressing the sunlit land of Braavos. On this radiant day, Felisa arrived at Griffith's door. She found him alone on the bed, lost in despondence. Approaching him, Felisa offered comfort. Griffith, I shall accompany you to Volantis. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Griffith lifted his gaze to Felisa and replied softly, It is nothing, my lady. I simply wish for you to help me return my mother's ashes to the fields of Dorne in Westeros, allowing her to rest in her homeland's fertile soil. This was once her residence. After speaking, Griffith handed Felisa a note, prompting her to instruct her maid, Lilia, to fulfill this request. Felisa Griffith, along with the maid Dolly and 6 soldiers, set forth towards the harbor of Braavos. Throughout their journey, Both Felisa and Griffith remained silent, each seemingly lost in their own contemplations. Until Griffith arrived at the port, a small boy accidentally bumped into him, causing the child to fall before him. Griffith promptly approached to assist the boy in getting up, who expressed his gratitude by saying, "Thank you, handsome sir." At that moment, Griffith felt a faint sensation in his hand, as if he were holding a slip of paper. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled at the boy and advised, "Be more careful next time." Before the iron vault of the ships at the port, Dolly introduced Mrs. Phyllis to the mercenary leader, Red, along with his 12 subordinates. Coupled with the 6 soldiers brought by the lady, their armed force totaled 18, in addition to 30 sailors and the captain. This assembly was nearly sufficient to confront a minor band of pirates. Just before boarding the vessel, Griffith inadvertently noticed the mercenary Rhett winking at him, a gesture that left him somewhat bewildered. This Griffith, having traversed time, retained only fragmented memories of his predecessor's demise a few days prior and scattered recollections of his mother. As the journey commenced, Griffith gazed at the receding Braavos, his heart awash with intricate emotions. He returned to his quarters, where soldiers were vigilantly stationed at the door. Below deck, the mercenaries were engaged in hushed discussions, one of whom proposed that the moment was ripe to rescue Griffith. Another mercenary concurred, asserting that with only 2 women, 6 soldiers, and the sailors dispatched by the Iron Vault, their 13 could easily seize control. However, Cray firmly shook his head. "We have only just departed from Braavos. This area remains perilously close to it. If we act now, Braavos may swiftly respond. Moreover, their naval power is formidable, and escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, we must adhere to our original plan and wait until we approach Volantis before we strike. By then, we will be far from Braavos, and even if they react, it will be too late for them to intervene." Consequently, the mercenaries continued deliberating their forthcoming strategy. As night fell, the sea whispered in silence while Griffith sat alone in his chamber. He opened the note handed to him earlier that day by the small boy. It read, "Your Highness, please ensure your safety. Usurper Robert will send assassins after you. I have arranged for assistance at the outer seas of Volantis to facilitate your rescue." Upon reading the note, Griffith understood the implications. This was likely the work of the enigmatic Varys, the spider who orchestrated events from the shadows. It seemed that Griffith's plan was indeed unfolding successfully, step by step. Now, he could only hope that Varys's arrangements would outmatch Robert's designs. At that moment, the door creaked open gently, and Phyllis quietly entered the room. Felicia observed Griffith, his demeanor tense as he lowered his head, murmuring softly to himself. With a pang of sympathy, she approached him and gently cradled his head against her chest, soothingly stroking his silvery long hair. "Do not worry, there will be a solution," she whispered tenderly. However, lost in his thoughts, Griffith suddenly found himself enveloped by 2 large rabbits, rendering him nearly breathless. Realizing the implication, his face flushed instantly as he pushed Felicia away. As she stepped back, Felicia beheld Griffith's exquisite, sculpted features, his deep violet eyes shimmering with an enchanting light. With a playful smile, she teased, "Do you need your sister's company tonight, Griffith?" Yet, blushing, Griffith raised his gaze, silently regarding Felicia, his eyes a tapestry of complex emotions. Felicia, observing the silence in his eyes, felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. "Rest well, Griffith," she said softly, her voice tinged with melancholy. With a resigned sigh, she turned and left the room. Griffith watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of conflicted feelings. He hesitated, pondering whether to disclose the dangers of the voyage to Felicia, urging her to flee this land of turmoil. Yet, he feared that revealing such news might incite her betrayal, leading her to return him to the iron vaults of Braavos. Alone in his chamber, Griffith contemplated in the night, the ocean's breath echoing like a long sigh. The afternoon sun in Westeros blazed fiercely, scorching the entirety of King's Landing, transforming the city into a colossal steamer. Within the Red Keep's war room, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, was apologizing to Prime Minister Jon. Previously, a miscommunication had nearly cost the Prime Minister King Robert's trust. However, Jon, with a benevolent smile, reassured Varys, "There is no need for remorse. As long as you remain loyal to His Majesty Robert, I shall be content." At that moment, King Robert interjected, inquiring, "Have you gathered intelligence regarding that bastard's departure?" Varys immediately turned to Robert, stating, "Your Majesty, I am fully aware of Viserys' movements. The latest intelligence confirms that he embarked on his journey yesterday morning." Varys then glanced at the Master of Ships, Stannis Baratheon, with the attention of the room upon him. Stannis declared, "Your Majesty, I have arranged for my subordinate, the Onion Knight, to collaborate with the pirate Captain Salador San. They have strategically positioned themselves in the waters surrounding Volantis, awaiting Viserys' arrival. Prime Minister Jon responded, "It would be preferable for Viserys to meet his demise at the hands of pirates, rather than succumb to the assassins we have stationed in the port of Volantis. Thus, Braavos and Volantis may regard this as an unfortunate incident, with no connection to the demise of Viserys." King Robert expressed his satisfaction upon hearing Prime Minister Jon's statement. "We resolve to execute this plan to decisively eliminate this bastard. The Seven Kingdoms are currently facing trying times. We must unite to confront the challenges ahead." Furthermore, regarding the reward for Peter Baelish, the treasurer of White Harbor, Robert decided to appoint Baelish as the Chancellor of the realm and bestow upon him the Duchy of Harrenhal in the Riverlands. "As for the original family of Harrenhal, the whores, I shall punish them for their choice to side with the usurpers during the War of the Usurper, stripping them of their ancestral lands." No one opposed Robert's proposal among the Prime Minister and the Council. Thus Baelish's appointment as Chancellor and Duke of Harrenhal was smoothly passed. Chapter 12. The Night's Dream in the waters near Volantis on the eastern continent. Aboard a ship, Salado listened as his dear friend, Ser Onion, recounted his nightly dreams. "You know, in my childhood dreams, I longed to become a respected knight or lord clad in white armor. When I eagerly confided this dream to my beloved pirate father, he jested with a light-hearted tone. 'Damn it, Salado, with your dark appearance, like obsidian against the night sky, you stand out. You need not fixate on becoming a knight on a white steed. We are the knights of the sea, ever yearning for freedom and courage. We do not exploit the poor like those hypocritical nobles. We toil with our own hands to seize wealth. Look at our crew. Who among them does not hail from humble beginnings? I labor alongside them, striving together to create prosperity. Is our endeavor not more noble than those so-called knights?" Ser Davos rolled his eyes at Salado's teasing. "That is a fallacy. Robbing others is simply theft. Pirates should not adorn themselves as knights of the sea, nor claim to be self-made men." Salado smiled in response. "Davos, do you label me a pirate? Were you not once a smuggler yourself?" Davos fell silent for a moment, letting out a deep sigh as if reminiscing. "Indeed, I was once a smuggler, driven by necessity. You know I have 7 children to support. But upon meeting Lord Stannis, I embraced his ideals. He has been my guiding light. Without Lord Stannis, my life may have remained a muddled existence. To follow Lord Stannis, I have paid the price for my past sins." With that, Davos raised his left hand, drawing Salado's attention. The 4 fingers of Davos's left hand had been severed at the first joint. This was the handiwork of Lord Stannis himself, who had chosen a butcher's knife for the task, executing it with remarkable precision. Salladhor appeared somewhat discontented, grumbling loudly at Davos. "You are truly a madman. That so-called Lord Stannis of yours, during the War of the Usurper, encircled at Dragonstone for an entire year. It was you, Davos, the Onion Knight, who navigated a small vessel laden with onions and pickled fish to break through the blockade of the Dragonstone fleet and deliver life-saving supplies to Stannis. And what was the result? Stannis demands that you pay the price for your past as a smuggler, severing your 4 fingers. I see you have truly lost your mind to acquiesce to such a foolish request." Salladhor continued, "I feel for you, Davos. I have always regarded you as my dear friend, not as a fool." Upon hearing his friend Salladhor's complaints, Davos smiled and patted Salladhor's shoulder in gratitude. "Salladhor, you shall always remain my friend. Yet I choose to follow Lord Stannis' ideals, for I believe it embodies the very essence of knightly virtue." Sensing that the Onion Knight was about to launch into another philosophical discourse, Salladhor hastily interjected, "Enough. Enough. Let us change the subject. Based on my years of sailing experience, that lad's ship should arrive within a day or 2. Davos, are you certain that the head of that boy is worth the bounty of 100,000 golden dragons placed by Robert?" Davos nodded, his tone resolute. "I am certain. His head is valued at 100,000 golden dragons. Even if we cannot procure his head, confirmation of his demise would still yield 50,000 golden dragons." Upon hearing Davos's affirmation, Salladhor remarked, "To be honest, I am not particularly concerned about the money. My wealth is already substantial. I propose a different request. Why not ask King Robert if he would allow his queen, the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms, Cersei, to spend a night with me?" Davos, taken aback by Salladhor's audacity, could not help but laugh in disbelief. "Salladhor, you truly are bold. If our sovereign were to overhear such a suggestion, I fear the royal fleet of Dragonstone would scour the seas in search of you. Do refrain from uttering such nonsense. I worry for your safety." Upon hearing Davos's concern, Salladhor reassured him, "Fear not, I shall heed your advice, for you are my friend." With that, the 2 men stood upon the ship, gazing into the vast expanse of the ocean before them. Behind their vessel, 4 ships could be discerned closely following. The hunt was about to commence. Awaken, awaken, Griffith. A voice stirred Griffith from the darkness, and he sat up alert, vigilance coursing through him. Believing that someone had come to assassinate him, Griffiths exhaled in relief upon recognizing the visitor, Felicia. She explained, Griffiths, you need not harbor any mistrust towards me. Now, don this black cloak and hat. I have prepared a small boat for you. Row away from here and never return to Braavos. Take this bag of money with you. Griffiths accepted the heavy bag, his heart a tumult of emotions. He inquired, Felicia, what about you? If I leave, your mission will fail, and you will surely face punishment upon returning to the Iron Bank. Felicia smiled gently and replied, do not worry about me. Since I was 17, I have had to submit to the Sea King for the sake of my indebted father. For over a decade, I have known no youth of my own. Do you recall, Griffiths, the moment we first met? I once told you how fond I was of you. That first encounter ignited a spark in me, perhaps because I still held on to the fervor of youth. You need not fret over my fate. Should I fail this task, I will simply return to Braavos and serve as the Sea King's mistress for life. Before Felicia could continue, Griffiths pressed a kiss to her forehead and said, Thank you. Thank you, Felicia. Her smile broadened at his gesture. Dear boy, you must leave now. Do not return to Braavos. The soldiers and maids outside are my trusted allies. They will pretend not to see you. You must hurry. Griffiths thought it imperative to convey an urgent message to Felicia. Otherwise, they might find themselves in peril. He looked at her with urgency. Felicia, command the ship to return to Braavos immediately. Hurry, or it may be too late. Someone is plotting against me. Upon hearing this, Felicia's heart brimmed with confusion. She gazed at Griffiths, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Chapter 13. The Hunt Below Deck. In the mercenaries' quarters, Clay calmly outlined the plan. In recent days, we have observed their movements and discovered that only one soldier stands guard at Griffith's door at night, while the other 5 retire to their rooms to rest. The primary duty of these 6 soldiers is to watch over Griffiths, while we mercenaries are responsible for the ship's defense. Now that we have entered the waters of Volantis in the early hours, we can commence our operation. Clay's strategy involves first subduing the 5 soldiers resting in their rooms, and then befriending the guard at Griffith's door to approach and capture him. Once this step is accomplished, the remaining sailors and those 2 women pose little threat. Should they resist, we shall not hesitate to eliminate them. If they do not, we will allow them to depart in a small boat. This is our plan. Everyone, prepare for action. Upon hearing Cray's words, the mercenaries in the room donned their leather armor and took up their weapons. As Cray prepared to lead the mercenaries back to the deck, heading towards the rooms near Griffith, a mercenary suddenly spotted 5 ships approaching their vessel across the sea, their red sails instilling a sense of foreboding. Cray quickly glanced over, gritting his teeth as he uttered, Damn it, it's pirates. Cray was well aware of the pirates' habits. The presence of red sails typically signified a ruthless assault, leaving no survivors. He hastily alerted the ship's captain and all the sailors to accelerate and flee. Davos stood beside Salado, silently observing his command. He placed his trust in Salado, having once been a smuggler himself and possessing some knowledge of maritime ambushes, yet he recognized that in this arena, he must defer to his pirate companion. Salado watched the fleeing silhouette of the Braavos ship, a smirk curling upon his lips. No matter how vigilant these individuals were, they had been detected at dawn, and now their ship was hastily trying to evade pursuit. He unfolded a maritime map, his gaze fixated on a specific location. He notified the other vessels and dispatched small boats to pursue them, forcing them toward the waters of the Valyrian Peninsula. Salado decisively instructed his crew, pointing to the map's Valyrian Peninsula, specifically the northern waters. The winds there were decidedly against them. Should they sail into the wind, their sails would be rendered ineffective, compelling them to rely on the rowers. In such circumstances, our small boats would easily catch up to them. With a gleam of triumph, Salado declared that once the small boats initiated a boarding action, they would lack the manpower to maintain control of their ship. At that moment, our 5 larger vessels would surely overpower them with ease. Even if they chose to enter the treacherous waters of Valyrian, we need not be concerned. We would merely follow at a distance, for the bizarre marine environment there would not sustain them for long. They would either emerge to face our blades, or perish within. Observing Salado's smug demeanor, Davos finally broke his silence, speaking slowly, Salado, do you know? The esteemed Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone wishes above all to capture Viserys and return him to the 7 kingdoms for trial before all the nobles. However, King Robert desires nothing less than his immediate execution upon discovery. Therefore, I implore you, Salado, to assist me in capturing Viserys alive, should the opportunity arise, and deliver him to me. I shall return him to Lord Stannis. For this endeavor, the remuneration from King Robert will be matched by Lord Stannis himself. Salado gazed at the Onion Knight, Davos, and with a playful tone remarked, Davos, if you were to return with a living Viserys to Lord Stannis, would he then insist that I, having once been a pirate, must first seek him out for punishment before he grants me my due? Upon hearing his friend's words, Davos felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Noticing this, Salado quickly interjected, I was merely jesting, Davos, do not take offense. I have faith in you. You are a man of integrity, and I, Salado, cherish the companionship of honest souls like you. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over Salado, and he turned gravely. Illuminated by the dim moonlight, in the distance, he perceived a fleet of ships swiftly approaching, seemingly in pursuit of them. With a heavy heart, Salado declared, alas, that could be the navy of Volantis. The captain, resigned, addressed the crew, explaining that the pirate vessels behind them were forcing them toward the perilous waters of Valyria. Any attempt to veer off course would result in being overtaken by the smaller ships. Griffith followed the captain's gaze towards the pursuing vessels, observing their speed increase, knowing they would be upon them within minutes. Beside him, Felicia anxiously urged the captain, we must accelerate our speed to evade them. The captain offered a wry smile, responding, Madam, our sailboat is navigating against the wind, and our craft is larger, facing greater water resistance. Moreover, with only 30 sailors aboard, no matter how earnestly they row below deck, we remain outpaced by the pirates. Thus, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. The only recourse is to consider jettisoning some cargo to enhance our speed. However, the mercenary leader, Clur, shook his head, addressing Griffiths and the captain. There is no need to discard our supplies. Even if we did, it would not suffice to evade their wrath. My counsel is to conserve our sailors' energy, let them rest. Inform them that the pirate ships have raised their red sails. They should comprehend the implications. We must arm ourselves and prepare to confront these marauders head-on. Clur surveyed the rapidly closing vessels, each manned by only 5 or 6 individuals. Turning to the soldiers and mercenaries, he assessed, with 19 soldiers alongside 30 sailors, we should be capable of fending off these smaller pirate ships. The captain, however, expressed his concern. What troubles me most is the possibility of being ensnared by these smaller vessels. If 5 pirate ships were to close in from behind, our doom would be assured. Our sole objective now must be to dismantle these smaller boats before that occurs. As the clouds above churned ominously, a torrential downpour commenced, and the sea began to roil violently. Griffiths fixed his gaze on the horizon, where the land of Valyria loomed, an infernal realm, its crimson sky impossible to ignore. At this moment, the ship of Braavos gradually came to a halt at the edge of the misty sea surrounding the Valyria Peninsula, with only the wind at sea propelling the waves. Chapter 14. Grounded Salado's expression fluctuated as he gazed at Davos, his tone dark and foreboding. Onion Knight Davos Seworth, your intelligence is flawed. Can you enlighten me as to why it is not the fleet of Volantis pursuing us, but rather the naval forces of Pentos? This is indeed Volantis waters. How is it that the cursed fleet of Pentos has appeared here? Are they not afraid of provoking a war with Volantis? The Onion Knight Davos replied helplessly, Salado, my friend, I too am perplexed as to why the fleet of Pentos is on our tail. Our intelligence has indeed failed us this time. However, before retreating, it seems Salado wishes to cause a bit of trouble for the ship of Braavos. Salado commanded the remaining 4 pirate ships to prepare their crossbows. The 5 pirate vessels unleashed a barrage of crossbow bolts toward the ship of Braavos. Yet the opposing pirates refrained from boarding. Upon witnessing this, the captain of Braavos promptly instructed the sailors on deck to swiftly start the ship's engines, urging them to maneuver to evade capture. On the surface of the sea, the pirate ships continued their relentless assault with crossbows, while Braavos' vessel deftly dodged their attacks. Suddenly, it appeared that Braavos' ship had struck a hidden reef. Observing this, Salado ordered his men to cease fire and instructed the pirates to keep a watchful eye on Braavos' ship while still remaining alert to the advancing fleet of Pentos. Captain, our ship has run aground, a sailor from below decks reported. The captain responded with resignation. Then let us steer toward the misty sea of Valyria Peninsula. We must find land to dock and devise a plan to repair the ship. Those pirates are still on our tail. We have no time to waste. If we do not depart soon, the ship will sink. Salado watched as Braavos' ship sailed toward the misty waters. Davos, your task should be nearing completion. The misty sea is one of the most perilous waters in the world. With their ship aground, they are likely doomed within its depths. Davos, prepare to return and report. Remember to collect our bounty from that damned Robert. It is time for us to withdraw. As the fleet of Pentos arrived, the pirates had already commenced their retreat. A soldier reported that Braavos' ship had likely been driven into the misty sea by the pirates. The commander surveyed the vapor-laden expanse ahead. a fog enveloping the entirety of the misty sea, his expression grim. The naval commander of Pentos then issued orders to his subordinate vessels. We retreat back to Pentos. The misty sea of Valyria Peninsula has been shrouded in vapor since the cataclysmic eruption of the 14 volcanic peaks 5 centuries ago, which devastated the entire peninsula. The continuous release of steam from beneath the volcanic depths has enveloped the misty sea in a thick shroud of fog. The persistent rainfall and high temperatures have only intensified this mist, as if the entire sea were cloaked in a dense veil of clouds. The ship of Braavos navigated through the dense fog, with temperatures lingering between 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, causing immense discomfort to the crew. The mercenary leader, Cray, inquired of Captain Braavos how much longer it would take to reach the shores of Valyria. The captain, peering at an ancient maritime map, speculated their current location before dispatching several sailors in a small boat, tethered to the larger vessel, to venture into the mist in search of a suitable landing spot. However, the hold of the ship was persistently leaking due to contact with submerged hazards. The water seeping in from the Valyrian Sea was approximately 40 degrees Celsius, and no sailor dared to attempt repairs under such perilous conditions. Captain Braavos felt an acute urgency to find land, otherwise the ship risked sinking due to the relentless influx of water. Within the cabin, Phyllis sighed as she gazed at Griffith. Griffith, Dolly is dead, she lamented. She had perished when the ship collided violently with a reef, throwing her against a cabinet. Griffith turned to observe the blood-red sky through the misty window, sighed deeply, and, with his back to Phyllis, murmured, My existence is, in truth, no different from death. Coming here may serve a purpose. I shall seek the blood magic within the ruins of Valyria to cure my affliction, much like my father's sacrificed for my ailment. Phyllis, smiling gently at Griffith, replied, I shall accompany you, Griffith, until the very end. Hearing her words, Griffith turned to meet her gaze and said, Thank you, Phyllis. I promise you, we shall not perish here. Meanwhile, Cray and the captain continued to converse, watching the returning sailors from the small boat, who were shouting and pointing towards a vaguely discernible location within the fog. The ship had finally reached the northeastern coastal lands of the Valyrian Peninsula, prompting the crew to disembark and establish a camp on the desolate beach. They surveyed the barren peninsula, where the air was thick with the scent of sulfur, and the sky perpetually stained crimson, obscuring the sun and moon. In such an environment, distinguishing between day and night became a formidable challenge, as the fog over the sea remained unyielding, engendering a sense of impending uncertainty. The inhabitants of the beach began to stir, and Cray, accompanied by Phyllis and Griffith, commenced a headcount of the survivors. Only 11 sailors remained, with Phyllis being the sole woman. The combined number of mercenaries and soldiers amounted to merely 9, all of whom had met their demise due to crossbow shots that struck them after the ship ran aground. As for the supplies aboard, there was barely enough to sustain them for 5 more days. The medicines you need for your recovery have been rendered useless by seawater, Griffith noted. In these 5 days, we must repair the damaged vessel, otherwise, we shall all meet our end here. Cray looked at Griffith, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Griffith, it seems you have forgotten who I am. I am your father's brother, Clay. I remember having seen you when you were a child. I have come here this time solely to rescue you. Griffith silently reflected on the Uncle Clay his mother once mentioned, feeling a profound sense of emotion. He confided in Clay his resolve to delve into the ruins of Valyria in search of the blood magic that could cure his ailment. Clay regarded Griffith with a contemplative gaze, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. Griffith, the air here is laden with sulfur. We cannot venture too deep. However, I shall accompany you to explore the ruins. Hearing their conversation, Phyllis felt a wave of concern for both Griffith and Clay. After Clay assigned tasks to the group on the beach, he advised Griffith to rest well in preparation for the adventures that awaited them, seeking that mysterious blood magic capable of healing his affliction. Chapter 15. The ruins. The night sky was awash with a crimson hue, a tapestry of various shades and tones interwoven, from vivid red to deep crimson, from fervent to somber, creating an arresting visual spectacle. Upon the land of Valyria, it appeared as if the very earth were ablaze. Griffith descended from his quarters on the ship and approached the campfire on the beach. He found Clay resting quietly by the fire, eyes closed in meditation. Griffith approached, and upon noticing him, Clay casually inquired, Griffith, why have you not yet sought rest? We set forth tomorrow to search the ruins. What brings you to me at this hour? A question had long lingered in Griffith's mind, prompting him to draw near to Clay and ask, Uncle Clay, what kind of man was my father, who disappeared into the ruins of Valyria in search of a cure for his blood disease? Clay, taken aback by the query, seemed to momentarily drift into recollection. To me, your father was a savior, he replied. To your mother, he was a man of responsibility. And to you? He is a father who perished in pursuit of a remedy for your ailment within the ruins of Valyria. A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Clay's eyes as he murmured, Your father and I were once part of the Kingsguard of Westeros, loyal to Prince Rhaegar before the War of Usurpation. Prince Rhaegar was a man of great charisma. But alas, Clay gazed at Griffith with a melancholic expression, adding, This is a regret that haunts me and your late father throughout his life. Given the opportunity, I shall recount that chapter of history to you in due time. Listening to Uncle Clay's words, Griffith fell into deep contemplation. The following day, Griffith and Clay departed from their encampment on the beach, preparing to venture into the ruins of Valyria. The land here lay cracked and barren, akin to exposed rock and gravel, seemingly narrating the erosion it had endured. In the harsh environment, even the sound of the wind took on a desolate tone, as if foreboding some ominous omen. They pressed onward, and suddenly, Clay appeared to have discerned something. Someone is following us. Griffith turned his head and found Felisa smiling gently behind them. Griffith, Felisa. He hesitated, yet Felisa cheerfully declared, Griffith, I know you wish to survive. You must seek the ruins. I fear for your safety. I promise to assist you, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing Felisa's words, Griffith ceased to resist. He sensed a stirring in his veins, as if foretelling something. Guided by an instinct deep within, he proceeded in that direction. Thus, the trio traversed the desolate, fire-scorched land. The acrid scent of sulfur filled the air, inducing a growing discomfort, and their faces gradually paled. What was that? Felisa pointed toward a direction, and all three discerned a hint of darkness amidst the hazy mist ahead. Taking a deep breath, they advanced, discovering a terrain akin to molten lava, with viscous earth flowing and jagged rocks laid bare to the air. The atmosphere reeked of sulfur, a remnant of a once thriving city now reduced to ruins in the cataclysm of the apocalypse. Crumbling edifices and charred earth surrounded them, an expanse of desolation. Yet, amid this bleak panorama, they beheld the towering Black Tower of Valyria, the Blood Witch's spire. This tower might harbor the forsaken blood magic of Valyria. They could not let this opportunity slip away. The three hastened toward the city, despite the oppressive and suffocating environment. As they approached the city gates, they noted the once pristine monument had been blackened by smoke, yet the inscription carved upon it read Aquita, the name of the city, in Valyrian. Both Felisa and Griffith, having studied Valyrian, understood it well. They wasted no time. Clay urged them urgently to enter the city quickly. They could not endure for long in this sulfur-laden air. However, the most probable hope, the Blood Witch's tower, loomed before them. Though their bodies were weary and breathless, they resolved to press on for this potential opportunity. The trio nervously ventured into the city, their gazes drifting among the charred corpses lining the streets, an eerie melancholy permeating the air. Some of the burnt remains clutched their necks, seemingly struggling for one last breath, while others appeared to embrace their anguish's end, their weapons and beloved partners accompanying them on their path to liberation. In this hellish city, the myriad expressions of those on the brink of death evoked an indescribable dread. With each step, their pace quickened, and they remained silent, eyes fixed upon the formidable Black Tower. Suddenly, Felisa noticed Griffith had halted at the back of the group, motionless as if frozen in time, like a statue. Griffith? Griffith? Felicia anxiously called out Griffith's name as she beheld him before her, his body rigid and trembling uncontrollably. Griffith's fists were tightly clenched, veins bulging, and the expression of agony on his face was heart-wrenching. This is bad, Clay. Griffith's blood disease has flared up again. You must come and save him. Tears streamed down Felicia's cheeks as she watched Griffith struggle in pain. His body temperature was rising, and the blood disease was once again ravaging him. The oppressive heat was unbearably cruel to Griffith. He could not endure much longer. You support Griffith, and I will carry him. Cough, cough. Hurry. Clay rushed over, extending a steady hand to catch Griffith, and they both hurriedly made their way into the Black Tower. Upon entering, Clay looked up to see the tower soaring into the clouds. Felicia quickly began searching for any text related to Valyrian blood magic within the tower. Meanwhile, Clay, bearing Griffith's weight, struggled to ascend. They began their search layer by layer within the tower. After a prolonged search, Felicia suddenly shouted with excitement, "Look, I found something." Clay turned to see Felicia, who had been so worried about Griffith, now wearing a smile. "Look here, this is the manuscript of the blood sorcerer," Felicia exclaimed to Clay. It detailed the origins of the blood disease and the consequences faced by the Dragon King family of Valyrian after altering their blood with blood magic. Notably, it mentioned that 8 years before the cataclysm, the first generation of the blood disease in Valyrian was contagious, but only to those within the Dragon King family who had already modified their blood using blood magic. Furthermore, ordinary Valyrian citizens or common folk were immune to the disease. As Felicia continued reading, a bittersweet smile appeared on her face, and she added, "And the solution lies in blood transfusion. It requires a ritual to be performed in conjunction with the dragon blood pool. The blood within the pool is infused with dragon blood, ensuring that those who undergo the transfusion retain their ability to command dragons. During the ritual at the dragon blood pool, the offering will present their blood while reciting the incantation of blood magic to activate the spell. The dragon blood pool is located at the very top of the Black Tower." Chapter 16. The end is also a beginning. The two brought the unconscious Griffith to the pinnacle of the Black Tower, and the sight within the chamber made them shudder. A Valyrian steel sword hung upon the wall, and a dragon egg lay conspicuously upon the table. Before them was the dragon blood pool they had long sought. It was a pool of blood, steaming with high temperatures, its contents nearly depleted, yet the wave of heat was undeniable. The temperature was exceedingly high, and the air was thick with steam. It had not been utilized since the destruction of Valyrian 500 years prior. Clay cautiously lowered Griffith into the dragon blood pool. His gaze shifted to Felicia, the dark-haired woman, gentle as a cat. Felicia turned around, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She addressed Clay, saying, "Clay, when Griffith awakens, please tell him that I died for him." Felicia yearned for Griffith to break free from the shadows of his past and embark on a new life, hoping that he would find more moments of joy in his future. Clay gazed at her, nodded, and then turned to leave the chamber of the dragon's blood pool. He stood guard outside, silently protecting all that transpired within. Felicia shed her garments, caressing the dragon egg that lay upon the table. She sensed that the egg had seemingly perished. Speaking to herself, she recounted, "In the ancient Valyrian myths, dragons are depicted as mysterious creations of blood magic. Their very existence embodies a profound and potent sorcery." She continued, "Griffith, this may be the gift I bestow upon you. I do not fear death, but I would rather you carry my blood to foresee and embrace the future that belongs to you. Let my blood flow within you, like a molten prophecy, revealing the path of your destiny." With those words, Felicia cradled the lifeless dragon egg and slowly approached the dragon's blood pool. She placed the egg gently into the pool and then embraced Griffith tightly. She felt the alarming rise in temperature from his blood affliction. Knowing there was no time to waste, she commenced the ritual of blood magic. With a dagger, she slit Griffith's throat, blood gushing forth. Felicia murmured, "My blood. I sacrifice for my love, peace, and suffocation, as the sins remain." As Felicia recited her blood incantation, the blood within the dragon's blood pool began to convulse violently, as if summoned by an unseen force. Upon completing the ritual, Felicia carefully drew the dagger across her own neck. Watching her crimson blood flow toward Griffith, her gaze transformed into one of tranquility and resolve. Felicia cast a final glance at Griffith as he sank into the dragon's blood pool. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. The room was filled with the essence of boiling blood, and the temperature in the pool escalated, igniting everything flammable within the chamber. Felicia's lifeless body began to dissolve in the searing liquid, reminiscent of the most exquisite porcelain succumbing to the ravages of heat. Unconscious, Griffith awakened amidst the chaos, finding himself in an empty, blood-tinted pool. Before him lay a dragon egg, and opposite him stood a solitary skeleton. Griffith gazed at the bones, suddenly overwhelmed by an ineffable heartache, as if struck by a profound resonance. In a daze, he emerged from the blood pool, the room still ablaze from the ritual of blood magic. Yet, he felt no sensation of the flames that surrounded him. Griffith discovered the Valyrian steel sword hanging on the wall of the room. He grasped the sword and, along with the dragon egg, exited the chamber, only to find Clay leaning against the door, his pallid complexion betraying his exhaustion. Clay seemed to sense the movement, opening his eyes to silently regard the emotionally turbulent Griffith. Noticing the evident improvement in Griffith's condition, Clay remained quiet for a moment before revealing, "Felicia cannot endure the sulfur-laden air of the ruins. She awaits us outside. I brought you to the Black Tower, where I uncovered a blood magic ritual that could cure your ailment. I initiated the ritual and saved you. Let's not linger. We must depart this desolate place." Upon leaving the ruins, however, they found no trace of Felicia. Doubts gnawed at Griffith's mind as he fixed a determined gaze upon Clay. "Uncle Clay, you do not comprehend Valyrian, so how could you know of the blood magic ritual? Is Felicia—" But before he could finish, Clay suddenly collapsed. Griffith's heart tightened, as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Images of the Black Tower, the blood pool, and skeletal remains flashed before his eyes, causing him to kneel in anguish, tears streaming down his face. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, hoisting Clay back to the camp. The camp's inhabitants fell into silence upon their return, acutely aware that Felisa had followed them out but had not returned. When Clay awakened in the cabin, he found Griffith seated before him, tears flowing from his violet eyes, stirring sorrow within Clay. With a heavy sigh, Clay revealed the truth of the matter. Griffith, upon hearing the grim reality, seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Yet, upon learning the truth, he appeared soulless, sitting in stillness, neither grieving nor rejoicing. In the bustling city of King's Landing, there existed a squalid slum known as the Flea Bottom, a grim patch concealed within the urban splendor. Should an ordinary person venture into this area without adequate protection, they would likely vanish amidst the chaotic alleys. In this shadowy environment, Varys, flanked by 4 guards, made his way to an inn within the Flea Bottom. As Varys entered the room, he caught a glimpse of someone hastily departing, leaving behind a letter from Governor Pantos on the table. Varys scrutinized the words within the letter, his mind swirling with questions. The letter mentioned that Griffith was an impostor posing as the late Prince Viserys. Why would Griffith assume the identity of the former prince? Plagued by confusion, Varys wrestled with the enigma, yet the mystery remained unsolved, leaving his heart heavy with doubt and bewilderment. Within the residence of the prince in King's Landing, Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone received the Onion Knight, Davos, who had returned from the sea. Davos reported that the ship, Varys, had encountered a reef off Braavos and had been driven into the Smoke Sea by pirates. He believed that Varys had tragically perished. Stannis listened attentively to Davos's account and then commended him, saying, "Davos, you have executed this task admirably. Furthermore, do not concern yourself with the moniker of Onion Knight or smuggler that the world bestows upon you. In my eyes, you have atoned for your past transgressions. Many fall short of your courage to seek redemption for their former misdeeds. To me, you are a man of responsibility, Sir Davos. Now, you may retire and rest. I must report this matter to His Majesty King Robert in the Red Keep." Griffith sat alone by a fire on the beach, his gaze quietly lifted toward the blood-red Valyrian sky. Memories of the past days spent with Felicia flooded his mind, each moment now transformed into fragmented recollections. Felicia had sacrificed herself for Griffith, trading her life for his. He silently observed the flickering flames of the fire, a wave of sorrow swelling within him. Griffith closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the grief, yet tears betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks. Chapter 17. The Wicked Child, 2. Inside the Red Keep of King's Landing, Cersei entertained her 3 children in their chamber, enveloped in a joyful ambience. Joffrey, in a fit of cruelty, snatched Tommen's toy and smashed it to the ground, further humiliating his younger brother by smearing cake across Tommen's face. The 6-year-old Joffrey, wielding a toy sword, mocked his sobbing 3-year-old brother, deriding him for playing with dolls, which he deemed fitting only for girls, contrasting sharply with his own brave demeanor. Meanwhile, Queen Cersei held the little Princess Myrcella, observing her bickering sons, and cautioned, "Little Joffrey, do not quarrel with your brother. Cease your antics." She then summoned a maidservant, gesturing for her to assist Tommen in cleaning his face. The maid approached cautiously, politely addressing Joffrey, "Prince Joffrey, might you step aside? I need to clean Prince Tommen's face." However, Joffrey erupted in rage, bellowing, "Who do you call prince? I am the king's eldest son. In this kingdom, there is but one prince." He pointed accusingly at the maid, shouting, "You should address Tommen as your highness. How dare you? How dare you?" Startled by Joffrey's outburst, the maid quickly knelt, bowing her head. Cersei, observing quietly from the side, did not intervene. "Joffrey commanded you. Raise your head." The maid cautiously lifted her head, while Joffrey commanded her to strike her own face repeatedly until he was satisfied. The room was filled with a relentless sound of slaps. Outside the door, the Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, observed the ashen face of King Robert. Jaime hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, Joffrey is still but a child, and some of his actions are misguided. I believe he is merely lacking proper guidance during his growth." Understanding the gravity of the situation, he added, "Joffrey is, after all, your son. I empathize with your feelings, but I urge you not to be overly harsh." As Robert listened to Jaime's words, his thoughts drifted to the detrimental influence Cersei had on their son. He gazed at Joffrey through the door, filled with disappointment and rage. Robert had intended to educate his wayward offspring, but upon arriving, he was met with such a scene. "Look at how your sister Cersei raises her children. Observe Joffrey's current behavior. He is nothing short of a scoundrel." Robert's fury erupted like a volcano, and he was incensed by Cersei's indulgence of their son, believing she was systematically dismantling the Baratheon dynasty. Robert lamented that his heir was devoid of responsibility, cold-hearted, and a bully, leaving him utterly disillusioned. With that, he pushed open the door, preparing to enter. Meanwhile, Jaime, contemplating the king's wrath, thought, "To me, Joffrey is merely a pawn in the game. Why should I concern myself with him? Everyone has their choices, as long as Cersei, my sister, remains unharmed. Inside the room, King Robert glared at Joffrey, who cowered behind Cersei. Sensing his father's impending rage, Joffrey swiftly hid behind her. Cersei, holding their cherished daughter Myrcella, rose and mockingly addressed Robert. What is it? Your Majesty? Are you about to showcase your talent for disciplining children again? When Joffrey scolds the maid, must you intervene? Was your last beating not enough to humiliate him? At Cersei's words, Robert's fury ignited anew. Noting that Cersei still cradled their beloved daughter Myrcella, he suppressed his anger and stormed away. Cersei, like a triumphant hen, seemed to have successfully shielded her chick. Before the Iron Throne, King Robert fidgeted restlessly, overwhelmed by fatigue and helplessness. He looked down at his hand, Jon, and quietly remarked, I overthrew the mad King Aerys II, yet now I find myself raising an Aerys III. Jon, seeking to console him, replied, Joffrey is only 6 years old. He still has the opportunity for redemption. If you lack the time to guide him, perhaps consider sending him to the north, to be raised by Ned. Given Ned's character and reputation throughout the Seven Kingdoms, I believe Joffrey would thrive under his care, ultimately becoming a wise king. Robert sighed heavily in response. I hope so. I shall speak with Ned. Robert's words were tinged with a hint of self-deprecation and resignation. As a king, he recognized his own imperfections. He continued, I am not particularly adept at reigning as a king, but I understand the virtues that one should embody. Otherwise, akin to that Targaryen bastard who stole my beloved Lyanna, my one true love, one would be lost. With palpable anger, Robert recounted the transgressions of the Targaryen lineage. My parents perished for that Targaryen scion, seeking a woman of pure Valyrian blood on the eastern continent for his queen. On their journey, their ship met with a tempest and was dashed against the rocks, leading to their demise. The memories of the Targaryens seemed to have left deep scars upon Robert's heart. Prime Minister Jon observed the king's gradually calming demeanor and gently reminded him, Robert, after all these years, have you not let it go? Upon hearing this, a flicker of resolve crossed Robert's eyes. I cannot let go. Though that bastard is dead, my hatred for him persists, undiminished even in the depths of the seven hells. His brother still schemes, intent on reclaiming the throne. As the saying goes, a bastard born of a dragon is inherently wicked. Jon refrained from further persuasion, standing quietly by, respecting and understanding the king's sentiments. Your Majesty, Prince Stannis, the Minister of the Sea, requests an audience, a soldier at the Iron Throne announced breathlessly, his face alight with excitement. My good brother must be bringing favorable news. Sitting upon the Iron Throne, Robert felt a surge of joy welling within him. Upon Stannis' entrance, he provided a detailed report on the progress of the mission. Robert listened intently, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Once the report was concluded, Robert declared jubilantly, Then that wretched spawn is likely dead. Turning to Jon, he asked, Are you pleased by this news as well? Jon furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. What if Viserys is not dead? At this query, Robert paused momentarily before responding with a chuckle. Not dead? Excellent. Once I resolve the matters of the Iron Islands, I shall personally lead a campaign to the eastern continent to capture that wretch. I will crush him into oblivion. Jon, still perplexed, continued, During this operation, a fleet from Pentos appeared unexpectedly behind the pirates in the Volantis Sea. This raises suspicions regarding a potential alliance between Pentos and Viserys. I believe it prudent to send intelligence agents for a thorough investigation. Robert dismissed Jon's concerns with a smile, responding nonchalantly, whether that wretch is alive or dead remains uncertain. However, the success of his plans is now a foregone conclusion. Jon, your worries are valid. I will instruct Varys to conduct a personal inquiry in Pentos. Chapter 18. Dragon Valyrian Ruins. By day, Griffiths engaged in various tasks with the others at the beach encampment. As night fell, Griffith sat quietly beside the campfire on the beach, alone, immersed in the sensation of Phyllis's blood coursing through his veins, as if it were a reminder that he was not solitary in his existence. In Clay's eyes, Griffith bore the weight of his internal struggles and torment alone. Over the past few days, Clay had kept a vigilant watch over Griffith, fully aware that only Griffith could confront and resolve his turmoil. Tomorrow, our ship will be repaired, the captain informed Clay, expressing gratitude despite their allegiance to the Iron Bank. We will dock at Volantis, and you shall transfer to another vessel bound for different cities. He continued, As for Griffith and Phyllis, we shall report that they met their demise at the hands of pirates and ran aground on a reef. Rest assured, my crew will act according to my directives. Upon hearing this, Clay smiled at the captain, saying, Thank you, Captain. He then approached Griffith by the fire, taking a seat beside him. The flickering flames illuminated Griffith's face, and Clay sought to perceive what lay deep within his soul. "Griffith, have you truly come to terms with it?" Clay gently inquired. In the glow of the fire, Griffith's visage appeared more haggard, yet his eyes revealed a sense of liberation and acceptance. Griffith slightly opened his eyes and nodded softly. "Yes, I believe I have finally discovered the answer," he murmured, his voice faint yet imbued with determination and relief. Clay exhaled in relief upon hearing Griffith's response. Then Griffith smiled and added, "Though Phyllis's passing has brought me pain, she wished to see me embark on a new chapter of my life." Clay gazed at the smiling Griffith and remarked, "You have grown, Griffith." In King's Landing, outside the gates of the Great Dragonstone, Prime Minister Jon beheld the arrival of those from the north, led by the stalwart Eddard Stark, who rode alongside 20 knights. Weary yet resolute. Upon spotting Jon, Ned dismounted his steed and expressed, "My Lord Jon, it has been 6 years. I scarcely recognized how aged you have become. You have borne much for the realm." Jon, with a glimmer of joy in his eyes, replied, No matter, Ned. Come, let us hasten to see Robert. He has awaited you for quite some time." Following Jon into the Red Keep, Ned entered the Iron Throne Room, where nobles from the court and various lords gathered to extend their welcome. The room was flanked by soldiers, to the left, clad in green bearing the sigil of the stag, and to the right, adorned in red marked with the golden lion. Observing this, Ned furrowed his brow in concern. King Robert sat upon the Iron Throne, and upon seeing Ned, he erupted into hearty laughter, descending from his seat. He approached Ned with open arms, embracing him warmly, exclaiming, "Ned, who would have thought that after all these years, we would stand united once more?" At that moment, Queen Cersei also rose from her seat to engage in polite conversation with Ned. King Robert invited Ned to the council chamber, where he expressed his desire for Ned to become Joffrey's guardian. He recounted Joffrey's misdeeds, hoping Ned could guide the boy towards a better path. Although initially reluctant to involve himself in such matters, Ned eventually acquiesced upon witnessing the weary countenance of King Robert. Subsequently, Robert presented 2 letters for Ned's perusal. Upon reading them, a look of incredulity washed over Ned's face. The Master of Whisperers, Peter Baelish, was summoned to vouch for the letter's authenticity. Upon seeing Baelish, Ned's expression shifted slightly. After listening to Baelish's account, Ned contemplated for a long while before declaring, "This plan is indeed feasible." Robert chuckled in response. "Regardless of the plan's current state, that wretched child is likely dead. Whether it succeeds or fails is of no consequence now." In response, Ned mentioned that his forces were stationed near Harrenhal, and the fleet from White Harbor had already gathered at Dragonstone. Just then, Queen Cersei burst into the council chamber. She glared at Robert, shouting, "Joffrey is my child. You cannot give him to another as a ward. Not unless I am dead." Without hesitation, Robert strode forward and struck Cersei across the face. She fled the room in tears. Ned and Prime Minister Jon exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting concern as they observed the Lannister guards at the door. Meanwhile, Baelish stood to the side, smiling as he observed the unfolding drama. Shortly thereafter, an enraged King Robert announced the initiation of a campaign against the Iron Islands. Griffith gently caressed a white dragon egg, feeling its subtle pulsations as if it conveyed a fervent essence. He sensed that a slumbering soul resided within. Turning to Clay, he smiled and said, "Uncle Clay, this dragon egg is alive." Griffith felt a pang of guilt as he recalled the blood magic ritual that Felisa had performed for him. After her life force had extinguished, it seemed that the egg had begun to awaken. Griffith stroked the egg once more, his gaze filled with curiosity and anticipation. He turned to Clay, noticing his pale complexion, yet he remained steadfastly by Griffith's side. Griffith softly inquired, "Uncle Clay, has my bloodline awakened?" Clay scrutinized Griffith's form, noting that his silver hair had transformed into a shimmering golden hue. The pale lavender eyes transformed into a deep, pure shade of purple. Griffith's handsome visage became imbued with an air of mystery and otherworldliness. After a moment of silence, Clay sighed and said, "Griffith, you must conceal yourself well now. This dragon egg and this Valyrian steel sword must be hidden with utmost care. If outsiders learn of these, I fear." After a prolonged silence in the room, Clay inquired, "Have you decided on a name for your Valyrian steel sword?" Griffith gazed at the sword in his hand, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "Bloodfire. This sword shall be named Bloodfire." Upon hearing this name, Clay could not suppress a cough. Concerned, Griffith asked, "Uncle Clay, is it the remnants from our last exploration of the ruins that trouble you?" Clay managed a bittersweet smile, his voice tinged with sorrow as he said, "Alas, my time may be short, yet before it runs out, I, Clay, will do everything in my power to pave the way for you, Griffith. I shall take you to Riss, where I once knew a band of mercenaries. There, I, Clay, will personally instruct you in the arts of combat. Moreover, Griffith, with a living dragon egg and the blood of a dragon king coursing through your veins, you possess the most precious treasure. I cannot foresee the heights of your future accomplishments, but undoubtedly, you shall surpass my imagination. Chapter 19, The Battle of the Lorne River, Part 1, 7 years later. In the year 296 of the age of Aegon, a decisive battle that would shake the eastern continent erupted by the banks of the Lorne River. A force of 20,000 from Riss clashed with 30,000 from Braavos, along with their mercenary cohorts, in a struggle for control over the lower reaches of the Lorne River, which spanned the entire eastern continent. The Braavos army stood ready along the entire front, boasting a numerical advantage, as their formations slowly unfurled. In contrast, the Riss forces established a defensive line, prepared to counter any potential assault. On the battlefield, the conflict commenced with an exchange of arrows between the archers of Riss and those of Braavos, as arrows soared through the air like a torrential downpour, overwhelming the senses. Soon after, the infantry and mercenary knights of Braavos charged against the formations of the Riss army, under the leadership of the Braavos commander. The atmosphere at the front grew tense as the Braavos infantry and knights engaged the Riss forces in direct confrontation. However, in the face of the formidable spears wielded by the Riss soldiers, the initial assault from Braavos resulted only in a heap of fallen steeds and lifeless bodies. Nonetheless, the shield wall of the Riss army remained unyielding as the soldiers began to shout, "Braavosi, begone! Leave the Lorne River." Shortly thereafter, the left flank of Braavos' mercenary corps came into contact with the shield wall of the Riss army's left side. Unprepared for the might of Riss' formidable defense, the mercenaries were swiftly plunged into chaos at the moment of engagement. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly fraught with tension. This situation has caused a significant upheaval within the Braavos' left-wing auxiliary forces. Amidst the chaos, unsettling reports of the death of General Kvenlek, the commander of the Braavos army, emerged, undoubtedly exacerbating the tension. However, the more pressing concern was that some soldiers from the left flank of the Riss army began to lose control, pursuing the fleeing Braavos mercenaries. On the right flank of the Riss army, under the command of General Daferlin, the troops stood ready, prepared to launch a pincer attack in conjunction with the left-wing forces of Riss. At a critical moment, General Kvenlek mounted his steed, removed his helmet, and delivered an inspiring speech to the entire Braavos army, dispelling the rumors of his demise. Under the leadership of General Kvenlek, the cavalry and mercenary knights of Braavos launched a counterattack, encircling the disorganized Riss infantry, who were exposed on the open battlefield. The Braavos cavalry and mercenaries swiftly defeated and slaughtered these wayward Riss soldiers. Recognizing the Riss soldiers' tendency for reckless pursuit, General Kvenlek adeptly exploited this knowledge. He commanded the mercenary knights and Braavos cavalry to alternate between feigned attacks and retreats, luring the Riss soldiers away from their positions to pursue. Consequently, the defensive shield wall of the Riss front line weakened. The Braavos cavalry and mercenaries seized these opportunities, launching ferocious assaults and pretending to flee. Each time a portion of the Riss soldiers ventured out to chase the seemingly defeated enemy, they fell into traps and were annihilated. As night approached, the Braavos army resolved to take a decisive gamble. They ceased their attacks and began to regroup for a final charge. On the battlefield by the banks of the Ron River, both sides had been locked in combat for 7 hours, with the Riss army's defenses nearing collapse. Repeated charges from the infantry, cavalry, and mercenaries of Braavos rendered the Riss defense exceedingly tenuous. Now, the Riss defense was filled with low-morale slave soldiers. Nonetheless, General Kvenlek of Braavos began to worry. With nightfall approaching, his fatigued legions and mercenaries also required rest. He understood that control of the lower Ron River remained in the hands of the Riss navy, and once the Braavos army began to recuperate, they would become prey for the Riss forces. Thus, the Braavos army decided to take the ultimate risk and execute a final charge. The archers and crossbowmen of Braavos were ordered to the front lines, and General Kvenlek adjusted their angle of fire. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the unarmored slave soldiers in the rear of the Riss army, inflicting substantial casualties among their reserve forces. This adjustment by General Kvenlek placed immense pressure on the Riss army, forcing them to remain static along the entire front. Upon witnessing the control of the battlefield fall into the hands of the commander Kvenlek of the Bloodfire, he decisively commanded his forces and mercenaries to employ a strategy of alternating tactics. The combination of archery and cavalry charges acted like two sharp double-edged swords, cleaving through the ranks of the Riss army and inflicting substantial damage. On one front, the cavalry and mercenary knights of Bloodfire executed relentless maneuvers and charges, while the archers unleashed a torrential rain of arrows upon the Riss forces, leaving them defenseless. Meanwhile, Commander Quinn strategically ordered the infantry and mercenaries of Braavos to remain stationary, biding their time for the Riss army to reveal a weakness. Eventually, signs of fatigue began to manifest within the Riss ranks, prompting the Braavos forces and mercenaries to launch a coordinated assault. The Riss army was overwhelmed by a flurry of swords and a relentless barrage of arrows. The numbers within the Riss forces dwindled rapidly, surpassing even the count of survivors. Those Riss soldiers who had sustained only minor injuries found themselves trapped in the chaotic formation, unable to move. Under the vigorous onslaught of the Braavos forces and mercenaries, both the left and right flanks of the Riss army crumbled entirely. The Braavos forces intentionally directed the surviving soldiers from the Riss flanks towards the center, creating an encirclement. As the final charge was sounded by the Braavos, they leveraged their numerical superiority to progressively compress the Riss army into the core of the battlefield. Prince Ivan, with a heavy heart, had to concede that the fate of the Riss in this war was sealed. The Riss army was completely surrounded by the Braavos, and the situation was dire. The wounded commander of the left flank, Maslingith, delivered this sorrowful proclamation to Prince Ivan O'Moran of Riss. However, the young prince was evidently unwilling to relinquish all that Riss had painstakingly accumulated by the banks of the Lorne River over the years. Gazing at the tightening noose of encirclement, he paled yet remained resolute, stating, "We cannot retreat to the fleet by the Lorne River. Once I signal a retreat, the Braavos will utterly crush us. The entire Riss army on the eastern continent will be annihilated." Within the increasingly constricting encirclement, the soldiers of the Riss army began to feel helpless and terrified. They understood that the outcome of this war was nearly impossible to alter, and they would soon confront the harsh reality ahead. Chapter 20. The Battle of the Lorne River, Part 2, Eastern Continent, Essos. Lorne River. As the Braavos forces completed the encirclement of the Riss army, Commander Quinlike ordered the deployment of all reserve troops, preparing to completely dismantle the besieged Riss army before nightfall. At this critical juncture, a formidable contingent of mercenary cavalry, approximately 400 strong, suddenly emerged from the rear of the Braavos army, charging relentlessly towards them. The commander of Braavos, Quinlech, witnessed this unforeseen development from behind his troops. He was acutely aware that after a day of fierce combat, the cavalry and mercenaries of Braavos were weary and incapable of forming an effective defensive formation. Quinlech swiftly commanded his loyal knights to intercept the advancing mercenary cavalry. He understood that if his knights could successfully halt this relentless force, the infantry of Braavos could engage in close combat, utilizing their formations to annihilate the enemy. Conversely, should they fail to obstruct this mysterious cavalry, the already exhausted Braavos army would face utter devastation from the rear, especially with the encircled forces of the Riss army poised to capitalize on a breakdown in their defenses. The mercenary cavalry surged forward like a rejuvenated battalion, their charge potent enough to obliterate any resistance. If they breached the rear defenses of Braavos, the consequences would be dire indeed. Quinlech, cognizant of the fleeting nature of opportunity, recognized the necessity for immediate action. He ordered his infantry to advance urgently and engage in close combat, while simultaneously adjusting their formations to draw the mercenary cavalry into a trap. Amidst the fierce assault from Quinlech's knights and infantry, the mercenary cavalry pressed on, indifferent to casualties, their sights set firmly on Quinlech's standard. From a distance, Quinlech beheld a knight clad in white armor, a white cloak billowing behind, charging towards him with an air of invincibility, a lance held firmly under one arm. In that instant, Quinlech was impaled by the knight's lance, the force driving him from his mount and pinning him to the ground. The white-clad knight dismounted, steadied himself, and seized Quinlech by the hair, lifting him effortlessly. In his final moments, Quinlech gazed into the eyes of his assailant, witnessing a profound intent to kill reflected in those striking violet orbs, which stood out vividly beneath the white helm. The knight then unsheathed a razor-sharp sword and, with a single stroke, severed Quinlech's head from his body. The Braavos soldiers, witnessing this harrowing scene, were left in profound shock, their eyes drawn to the deep, murderous intent that shimmered in the violet gaze of the knight hidden beneath the white helm. Subsequently, the knight clad in white raised the severed head of the commander of Braavos, commanding the cavalry by his side to present their lances, which impaled the head of Quinlech upon their tips. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Holding the lance aloft with Quinlech's head facing the heavens, the White Knight, under the protection of his cavalry, surged through the ranks of Braavos from the rear. The head of the Braavos commander, like a flag, fluttered in the air as the knight galloped forth. Witnessing this scene on the battlefield behind them, the Bloodfire's army, already weary from a day of combat, felt an overwhelming psychological pressure crashing down upon their defenses like a landslide. As they beheld the White Knight pass by, brandishing the head on his lance, their formation collapsed instantaneously. This was their commander Lake, the leader who had once led them valiantly into battle, now reduced to nothing more than a severed head. Such a sight undoubtedly inflicted a profound psychological blow upon the entire Bloodfire's army. Though the battle raged on, the morale of the Bloodfire's forces had already suffered a devastating blow. The troops at the rear of Bloodfire crumbled like a dam giving way, as countless soldiers along the front lines began to shout in despair that their commander had fallen. This news spread like wildfire amidst a tempest. Meanwhile, the vanguard of Bloodfire, encircling the army of Lays, was astonished by the terrified cries emanating from the rear. They were horrified to realize that their rear had completely collapsed, with the Bloodfire soldiers retreating in disarray like a shattered wave. Prince Ivan O'Morlan of Lays, ensconced within the encirclement, keenly perceived the turmoil within the Bloodfire's ranks. He heard the sound of despair rising above the Bloodfire's troops, a wailing cry of hopelessness. Prince Ivan could not ascertain whether this heralded the arrival of reinforcements, but he knew that it represented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn the tide. He immediately commanded the remaining Lays forces within the encirclement to cease their defense and launch a full-scale assault. Prince Ivan roared, "The commander of Bloodfire has perished. Our reinforcements have arrived. This is our sole chance. Counterattack." Upon hearing his words, the Lays forces within the encirclement regrouped their offensive, their spirits soaring anew. They charged fiercely against the Bloodfire's vanguard that had besieged them. Prince Ivan himself was uncertain whether this was indeed the arrival of reinforcements or a ruse orchestrated by the commander of Bloodfire. Yet, he had no other choice but to take a leap of faith. In an instant, a fierce melee erupted between the Lays forces and the Bloodfire's vanguard. Blood and fury intertwined, as if the very battlefield would be consumed in flames. The entire front line of the Bloodfire's army witnessed the fierce counteroffensive launched by the Lays forces within the encirclement. Simultaneously, news of enemy reinforcements closing in and the death of the commander reached the rear. At this moment, the frontline troops of the Braavos army found their defenses collapsing under the fierce cavalry charges of the approaching enemy reinforcements. Chaos ensued among the Braavos forces, as morale plummeted and the command structure disintegrated. In the face of such turmoil, the leaders at the front were rendered helpless. The meticulously crafted strategies they had devised became utterly futile, and the once disciplined military order disintegrated. Soldiers began to flee in a panic, fear and despair permeating the ranks. As the curtain fell on this battle, the Braavos army had completely lost its fighting spirit. Their rout resembled sand sculptures swept away by a tempest, and the impending collapse of the Braavos forces seemed inevitable. The once valiant soldiers of Braavos now scattered in terror and helplessness. The entire army resembled a frenzied wild dog, retreating in disarray. Their steps were frantic and chaotic, their eyes filled with confusion and dread. Braavos soldiers abandoned their weapons and gear, driven solely by the desire to escape this realm of fear and despair. Chapter 21. After the battle on the expansive plain, the Braavos army was in disarray, while the Lys forces, too weary to pursue, opted to withdraw. Prince Ivan O'Morlan was acutely aware of the outcome of this conflict. Victory belonged to Lys. As dusk fell, a knight clad in white emerged before the Lys army, brandishing the severed head of Braavos commander, Lek. He had evidently just led a surprise assault, securing this triumph for the Lys forces. The soldiers of Lys recognized that it was this white-clad knight and his order who had successfully ambushed the rear of the Braavos army. His appearance undoubtedly heralded victory for Lys. As the White Knight approached Prince Ivan, the latter gestured for the soldiers to part and allow the knight to advance. Upon reaching the prince, the knight cast the head of the Braavos commander at Ivan's feet and removed his helmet. The sight of his visage astonished the Lys soldiers. He was a Valyrian, the king of light, praised be the goddess. His silver-gold hair danced lightly in the breeze, and his deep purple eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance, his extraordinary handsomeness rendering him impossible to ignore. "Griffiths, indeed it is you. My gratitude knows no bounds. Your contributions in this war have undeniably brought victory to the Lys army," Prince Ivan expressed warmly. However, Commander Daferlin interjected, "Prince Ivan, you must know that this knight, Griffiths, had departed from the army with the mercenary cavalry before the battle. His actions contravened the principles of mercenaries. He accepted our payment, yet refused to follow our command. The mercenary company he led demonstrated remarkable prowess on the battlefield, yet his decisions merit our contemplation." Griffith cast a disdainful glance at Daferlin. He then turned to Prince Ivan and remarked, I harbored doubts about General Davlarin's battle strategy even before the conflict commenced. I feared it might place my men in peril on the field. In order to maximize our chances of victory, I resolved to lead the mercenary cavalry away from the battlefield and await the opportune moment. At that moment, Davlarin, seething with anger, inquired of Griffith, what if the Braavos forces do not commit all their reserves to encircle the Rhys army during their final assault? What then, Griffith? In response to Davlarin's challenge, Griffith offered a faint smile and replied, if the Braavos forces choose such a course, I shall not lead my men into battle. That would be tantamount to guiding them to their demise. Prince Ivan, observing General Davlarin's fury, interjected swiftly, in this war, a victory for Rhys is all that matters. Dav, your ire is unwarranted. Look, Griffith has secured our triumph. Whatever he does is justified. The victor possesses the right to remain unscathed by reproach. This is an eternal truth. Remember this, Dav. Upon hearing Prince Ivan's words, Dav's expression softened slightly, though traces of envy lingered in his gaze as he fixed his eyes upon Griffith. Prince Ivan then turned to Griffith, smiling, I shall convey your merits to the city council. With this decisive victory secured, it is likely that the city of Rhys will honor us with a triumphant welcome akin to that of Valyria. I sincerely invite you to join me in this celebration. With earnestness, Prince Ivan continued, Griffith, you have led the mercenary company to victory after victory along the banks of the Lorne River. Have you ever contemplated leading your cavalry to join our ranks in Rhys? Griffith paused momentarily before responding. I regret to inform you, Prince Ivan, that my mercenary brethren each possess unique backgrounds and histories. Among them are bastards of noble birth from Westeros, those without claims to inheritance, as well as bastards from the noble families of the free cities. They currently have no inclination to join Rhys. Prince Ivan nodded in understanding as he listened to Griffith's response. Very well, Griffith, your performance in this battle was indeed commendable. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Upon his steady return on horseback, Griffith entered the mercenary camp. His arrival illuminated the encampment like the blazing sun, prompting the mercenaries within to bow their heads in respect. After gathering the mercenaries, Griffith, with a gentle smile, addressed them, I founded this mercenary company because I believe you are not merely my subordinates or my deputy. You are my brothers. People often claim that bastards are the products of desire and deceit, their blood tainted with debauchery and betrayal. Yet in my eyes, you are my brothers with whom I share life and death. The war has come to a close, and soon the rewards from the Rhys side will be distributed. Our mercenary band shall return to Rhys for a well-deserved respite. Enjoy your holidays, everyone. Griffith's words elicited cheers from the gathered mercenaries. Having said this, he leisurely made his way back to his tent. Inside the tent, Griffith gently caressed the Valyrian steel sword, Bloodfire, in his hands. The flickering flames upon the blade seemed to reflect the determination in his eyes. As he felt the flow of blood within his veins, Griffith softly murmured, as if confiding in Phyllis. Phyllis, do you see? This is me, a new life. Suddenly, Griffith sensed an unusual presence. It seemed someone was standing silently at the entrance of the tent. With a smile, he beckoned, come in. Jorah Mormont, a character Griffith was already acquainted with from the original work A Game of Thrones, hesitated for a moment before stepping into the tent. Griffith understood well that Jorah Mormont had come to him, the commander, seeking funds, simply to redeem his beloved. However, Griffith was intrigued to see how this honest man would respond. The hesitation at the tent's entrance seemed to render Jorah Mormont somewhat tongue-tied. Yet, upon Griffith's invitation to enter, he had no choice but to speak candidly. Commander, I wish to borrow money, but not for other purposes. I merely seek to redeem my love. I need this sum, and I promise that once I have rescued her, I will return it to you immediately, along with the rewards from this war. Griffith regarded Jorah Mormont with a knowing gaze, pondering, is it worth it? He continued, you must understand that the woman does not love you. Her affection is solely for herself. Even if you redeem her, you are merely squandering your time. She will soon betray you again, abandon you. Griffith's words undoubtedly plunged Jorah Mormont into deep contemplation. However, he stared at Griffith resolutely and replied, I love her, and that will never change. Griffith found the earnest gaze of this honest man discomforting and said, speak, how much do you need? I shall lend it. Chapter 22. The Triumph Rhys, affectionately dubbed Lovely Rhys, is one of the 9 free trading city-states. Situated on the southwestern part of the Essos continent, it is a city built upon rocky islands. Surrounded by tempestuous seas, this island city exudes an air of mystery and peril. Located on the southern coast of the eastern continent, Rhys lies southeast of Tyros and west of Volantis. The city has a deeply intertwined relationship with the slave trade. with the number of slaves outnumbering the free citizens of Rhys threefold, particularly in the realm of bed slaves and the brothel industry. The city has cultivated numerous exquisite young boys and beautiful female slaves. In the eastern continent, it enjoys a splendid reputation. The renowned perfumed garden of the brothels attracts countless tourists and pleasure seekers. The agricultural industry of Rhys primarily focuses on the production of red and white wines, complemented by abundant natural resources that provide a solid foundation for handicrafts. The handicrafts of Rhys are remarkably advanced, yielding exquisite tapestries, enchanting perfumes, and finely crafted long daggers. The Alchemist Guild here is exceptionally distinguished, having developed deadly toxins such as the Tears of Rhys and the Strangler, which instill terror in all who hear of them. The financial sector of Rhys is also highly developed, with local banks having once surpassed the Iron Vault, establishing themselves as one of the significant financial centers on the continent. The people of Rhys possess striking blue eyes, platinum curls, and smooth alabaster skin, a legacy of Rhys being a former fief of Valyria. This land is home to a considerable number of descendants of Valyrian bloodlines. At the city gates of Rhys, a vibrant scene unfolds as Prince Ivan graciously accepts garlands bestowed by flower girls. While greeting the throngs of enthusiastic onlookers gathered before him, he casts a smile toward Griffiths beside him. Prince Ivan warmly remarks to Griffiths, "The triumphal parade is about to commence. We shall ride side by side into the city square, where I will advocate for the rewards you rightfully deserve from the governor and princes of the council." "Thank you, Prince Ivan. I am immensely grateful for the years spent fighting alongside you," Griffiths replies with a smile. As the parade begins, Griffiths and the prince lead the procession on horseback, followed by a disciplined array of soldiers and mercenaries. Among them, the captured Braavosians are shackled and escorted, joining the ranks. The crowd of Rhys fervently calls out Prince Ivan's name. From the windows lining the streets, the young women of Rhys lean out, showering flowers into the air as if to welcome the returning heroes. In the midst of the crowd, a noblewoman of Rhys inquires of her companion, "Who is that white knight riding alongside Prince Ivan?" Her friend responds, "It seems that this white knight personally beheaded the commander of Braavos on the battlefield." The Braavosians now refer to him as the executioner of the Lorne River. While riding, Prince Ivan glances at Griffiths with a smile, asking, "This is a triumphal parade. You need not be so heavily armored." Griffiths replies coolly, "I prefer not to draw attention with my Valyrian appearance. There are many eyes in the city of Rhys, and numerous spies are placed throughout, which makes me wary of trouble." Prince Ivan nods in understanding. "Griffiths, your considerations are astute. Working alongside you instills a sense of reassurance." As the formidable army gradually enters the city square, the center is arranged as a broad stage, preparing for the victory celebration in honor of Rhys. Enthusiastic citizens gather around, eagerly anticipating this momentous occasion. The governors of Rhys resigned one after another, paying their respects to Prince Ivan. Standing behind the prince, Griffith's eyes were half closed, as if everything happening around him was of no concern. Subsequently, Prince Ivan honored the warriors under Griffith's command, followed by a ceremony of offering captives. A few ordinary soldiers from Braavos were chosen to serve as sacrifices to the Lord of Light and other deities. Griffith observed the proceedings with keen interest, pondering to himself, "Is this not a cult, committing acts of murder in the name of faith?" Soon after, Prince Ivan extolled the merits of Griffith's mercenary company for securing control of the lower reaches of the Lorne River for Rhys, acknowledging the pivotal role played by Griffith's warriors in this conflict. Upon hearing Prince Ivan's commendation, the governors and princes on stage began to privately discuss appropriate rewards for Griffith and his company, deliberating on the most effective means of recognition. At that moment, the governor of Rhys prepared to announce the rewards for Griffith's mercenary band. A prince interjected, stating, "Your Excellency, Governor, Prince Ivan, I have received reports concerning this group of mercenaries disobeying orders on the battlefield and acting independently. They have contravened the principles of mercenaries. Although they have made significant contributions in this war, I believe this can be viewed as a means to atone for their misdeeds, thus absolving them of accountability while nullifying the rewards for this conflict." Prince Ivan's expression darkened as he glared at the eloquent Prince Tregor Morlan on stage. Tregor was his brother, overseeing trade in Rhys, and his influence in the council was formidable. Prince Tregor Morlan continued, "Then let us summon those who wish to accuse this group of mercenaries." General Daferlin, who commanded the right flank of the Rhys army during the Battle of the Lorne River, would recount the actions of Griffith's mercenary band in this war. Once General Daferlin was brought to the stage, he gazed at Griffith with palpable envy. He then altered his account of the mercenaries' conduct during the war, as well as Griffith's remarks post-conflict. Dayferlin asserted that Griffith, as the leader of the mercenaries, had led his men away from the battlefield, a grave violation of mercenary principles. Although Rhys ultimately triumphed in the war, Dayferlin contended that had Griffith's mercenaries not abandoned the field, Rhys would have been able to defeat the Braavosi forces head-on, resulting in far fewer casualties. Thus, General Dayferlin insisted that accountability for the mercenary leader, Griffith, must be enforced, and the rewards allocated to the mercenaries after this conflict should also be rescinded. The governors and princes on stage erupted in astonishment upon hearing Dayferlin's words, hesitantly casting their glances between Princes Ivan and Tregor Morland. After a moment of silence, Governor Rhys turned to Griffith and inquired about General Devrathlin's accusations against him. Griffith glanced back at the mercenaries behind him, who felt insulted, and waved his hand to signal for silence. He then removed his helmet and calmly gazed at Governor Rhys. "I have nothing to say, nor do I wish to explain," Griffith declared nonchalantly. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon Devrathlin with a smile and proclaimed, "However, I beseech the gods above for arbitration. I request a trial by combat against General Devrathlin." Upon hearing this, the crowd in the city square gasped in awe at Griffith's silvery golden hair and violet eyes, murmuring in admiration of this pure-blooded Valyrian's distinctiveness. Chapter 23. Trial by Combat. The announcement of Griffith's demand for a trial by combat sparked fervent discussions among the officials on the platform, including the governor and the prince. In light of this dispute, they deemed it more reasonable for the will of the gods to adjudicate. The people of Rhys held complex beliefs, with the majority venerating the light King R'hllor, while a portion of the locals revered the love deity. At that moment, Governor Rhys turned his gaze toward Devrathlin. If Devrathlin could withdraw the accusations, the combat could be averted. General Devrathlin, who had served in the Lorne River Army, was evidently familiar with Griffith. His expression grew solemn as he weighed the pros and cons. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was abuzz with excitement, chanting, "Combat! Combat! Let the gods determine who is right." As they anticipated a thrilling duel, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Devrathlin ultimately accepted the challenge. The spectators gradually dispersed, leaving the two duelists standing in the square, poised to prove their innocence before the divine. Clad in white armor, Griffith stood beside Devrathlin, who donned black armor, as they approached the center of the square, awaiting the governor's declaration. Governor Rhys inquired one last time, "Devrathlin, will you now withdraw your accusations? Otherwise, once the combat commences, it will be a fight to the death. Of course, you may choose to surrender, but that would be tantamount to blaspheming the gods." Devrathlin steadfastly regarded his opponent, resolutely opting to proceed with the combat. He noticed Griffith's gaze, which held an intriguing glint, igniting Devrathlin's ire, prompting him to launch the first attack. His two-handed sword swung ferociously toward Griffith with the ferocity of a beast. Griffith reacted swiftly, evading to the side. At that moment, Devrathlin's form lunged forward, his sword striking the ground where Griffith had stood moments before. With his body leaning forward and his head slightly inclined, Devrathlin's sword had embedded itself into the earth. As Griffith swiftly thrust his Valyrian steel blade, Bloodfire, towards Devrathlin's heart, as David found himself unable to evade. He instinctively raised his left hand to block Griffith's fiery blade aimed at his heart, only to suffer a wound from the steel sword. Griffith relentlessly swung again, offering David no respite. With his right hand gripping a two-handed sword, David attempted to defend himself, but the weapon was swiftly knocked from his grasp by Griffith's fierce strike. With a firm grip on the bloodied blade, Griffith targeted David's heart once more. Following the piercing blow, David collapsed, his strength ebbing away, astonishment etched across his face. Griffith, composed, approached David from behind and, with a swift motion, severed his head. The headless corpse gushed forth blood, staining Griffith's silver-gold hair. The crowd in the city square fell into a stunned silence before erupting into fervent cheers for Griffith, as if this triumphant event had reached its zenith. Governor Cray, recognizing the contest had concluded, announced the dismissal of charges against Griffith, declaring him blameless, and reaffirmed the rewards for Griffith's mercenary companions. The contest drew to a close amidst the jubilant clamor of the people. While Griffith and his band of mercenaries departed from the throng, Griffith returned to his residence in Rhys. After a year's absence, the servants gaped in astonishment at the blood that marred his once pristine silver-gold hair. He pushed open the door to Uncle Cray's chamber and approached the bedside. Finding Cray lying there, eyes closed, though not yet 50, he appeared remarkably aged. Upon hearing the disturbance, Cray opened his eyes, and, upon recognizing Griffith, a glimmer of relief flickered in his gaze. Yet, when Cray beheld the blood staining Griffith's hair, he sighed heavily. "Griffith, from whence comes the blood upon you?" Cray inquired. Griffith chuckled softly, replying, "Merely the blood of a fool. He challenged me to combat and met his demise." Cray scrutinized Griffith, his tone somber. "I have heard of the Battle of the Lorne River. You, Griffith, have earned the title of the Lorne River's executioner among the Braavosi, a most formidable reputation. Over the years, as I have witnessed your ascent to such heights, I cannot shake the feeling that you are no longer the Griffith I once knew." Griffith smiled in response. "Uncle Cray, you have always held a significant place in my heart. Without your meticulous guidance and unwavering companionship, I might not have achieved what I have today." Cray regarded Griffith thoughtfully, his voice low. "Recently, rumors have spread that sailors have glimpsed your elegant white dragon form amidst the scorching depths of summer seas. And even the free cities and sorcerers are in search of this dragon. You must exercise caution. The power of a dragon is not to be trifled with." Griffith replied with a smile, "If they seek their demise, I shall not be concerned. My bloodline allows the dragon to commune with my spirit, much like the Targaryen's lineage can weave prophetic dragon dreams. I can sense its current location. It is soaring through the boundless sky, filled with unparalleled joy. I can also convey my emotions to it." With a hint of bittersweetness in his smile, Cray looked at Griffiths and said, "Griffiths, I can feel that my time is running out, perhaps within the next few days." Griffiths gazed at Cray with sorrow in his eyes and replied, "I will accompany you through these final moments." Outside the opulent residence of the trade prince in the bustling city of Riss, Jorah Mormont stood silently at the door, his eyes filled with sorrow as he gazed at his wife, Lynesse. Lynesse stood quietly at the entrance, her beauty and grace rendered pale and powerless in this moment. Jorah took Lynesse's hand, looking deeply into her eyes, and pleaded, "Lynesse, I, Jorah, understand that our path has come to an end, but I cannot accept your departure. I am willing to do anything to salvage our marriage. I, Jorah, am prepared to face any consequences." Lynesse met Jorah Mormont's gaze with unwavering resolve and stated, "Jorah, you know that once, perhaps I loved you deeply. For you, I was willing to forsake a life of comfort in the wealthy town of Old Town in the south to accompany you to the remote Bear Island. However, what I now desire is a life you cannot provide. There is no need for us to continue this entanglement." Lynesse added, "Choosing to become the concubine of Prince Trigger was a decision made with great deliberation, a choice I embraced willingly. The affection Prince Trigger has shown me has illuminated the possibility of a life I yearn for. Jorah, you are a good man, and I hope you find a woman in the future who can accompany you, understand you, and bring you happiness." Jorah had always believed that his wife was taken by the trade prince due to debts, but the unveiling of the truth shattered his world, completely dismantled by the very Lynesse he cherished. Once a hero of the conquest of the Iron Islands, Jorah was esteemed by King Robert and his lord, Ned Stark. To ensure Jorah could inherit the title of Bear Island, his father chose to serve as a night's watchman at the wall. Jorah had once fought valiantly at the tournament in the Westerlands, striving to win the championship to crown his beloved Lynesse with the garland symbolizing love and beauty. Thus, Lynesse married Jorah, their love blazing like a fierce flame, illuminating Jorah's life. However, to maintain Lynesse's lavish lifestyle, Jorah secretly engaged with slave traders, selling wildlings to the eastern continent. This clandestine endeavor was discovered by his lord, Ned Stark, who intended to travel to Bear Island to announce Jorah's crimes. Yet, upon receiving the news, Jorah took Lynesse to the eastern continent of Riss. Now, Jorah, filled with sorrow, left Lynesse behind, wandering the streets alone. A boy suddenly approached Jorah Mormont, informing him that someone was looking for him. Chapter 24. Departure. The sun shone brightly, seagulls soared above, and the air was infused with a refreshing scent. This was the renowned Rose Beach, located just outside the city of Riss. The origin of the beach's name is intrinsically linked to a pair of lovers. The couple from Liss frequently visited this place to express their affection for one another. At this moment, two figures meander leisurely along the shore. One is the commander, Griffith, whose graceful demeanor is complemented by his shimmering silver-golden locks, catching the sunlight, while his deep, enchanting violet eyes draw one in. The other is the vice commander of the Griffin Clinton Mercenary Corps, a handsome middle-aged man. Griffith and Griffin are strolling along Rose Beach, engaged in conversation about the forthcoming mercenary mission to the disputed lands to fight for Tylos. The Mercenary Corps has received a letter from the Grand Duke of Tylos, offering them a new direction. "The Grand Duke of Tylos has presented our Mercenary Corps with an opportunity," Griffith remarked with a smile. "What should our next steps be?" inquired the vice commander, Griffin. "We need to further investigate the specifics of the disputed territory," Griffith pondered before continuing, "and then devise an appropriate strategy and action plan." Griffin furrowed his brow in response. "It seems we are destined to confront Mel?" Mill has already hired the Golden Corps to fight for them, and should we venture into the disputed lands, we are bound to encounter them. Currently, our mercenary corps comprises merely over 400 light cavalry and a little more than 100 logistical personnel, totaling around 500. In contrast, the Golden Corps boasts 500 heavy knights, 500 knight attendants, and a plethora of archers, infantry, and war elephants, amounting to a total of 10,000 men, making it difficult for our mercenary corps to compete. Rest assured, Griffin, we are not a band seeking demise, Griffith continued. Our primary mission is to coordinate with the Tylos army's movements. In about half a month, we shall set forth to Tylos to discuss employment matters with the Grand Duke. For now, Griffin, please proceed to recruit mercenaries and lists as the situation permits. I trust you will have no issues in the recruitment, and there is no need to seek mounted mercenaries. Rather, we should focus on recruiting more infantry and archers. Griffith added, by the way, the costs for recruiting mercenaries will be deducted from the funds stored in our core public account. The rewards granted to us by the governor of Lys are quite substantial. And over the years we have fought for Lys, our entire core funds have been deposited in the Lys bank, totaling approximately 90,000 gold coins. After the war, we will distribute bonuses and compensation to the mercenaries, leaving us with around 50,000 coins. With this amount, the recruitment costs will be entirely manageable, Griffin said with a smile. However, the time frame of half a month is indeed somewhat tight. I believe that after completing the recruitment in Lys, we might also venture to Tylos to enlist additional personnel. Speaking of Tylos, Griffin mentioned his own connection there, revealing that he has an illegitimate son whom he refers to as Little Griffin, who takes his mother's surname. Young Griffin possesses commendable skills in horseback riding, marksmanship, and swordsmanship. He is recommended by Griffith to serve as your attendant. Griffith, with a smile, graciously accepted this proposal. Upon hearing the leader Griffith's response, Vice Captain Griffin Clinton offered his respects and departed to fulfill the tasks assigned by the leader. Griffith, with a calm gaze, watched the retreating figure of Vice Captain Griffin, pondering whether to address him as Sir John Clinton or Vice Captain Griffin Clinton. Upon returning from the beach, Griffith entered his residence to find Prince Ivan awaiting him, bearing an air of slight guilt. He spoke. Griffith, regarding the incident at the recent triumphal ceremony, my brother Trig extends his deepest apologies on behalf of your mercenary group. This visit serves as Trig's official apology. Rest assured, I, Ivan, have brought Trig sincere regret. With a light tap of his hand, Ivan summoned a servant who promptly brought forth a chest. As the chest opened, a dazzling array of gold coins glimmered, numbering approximately 10,000. Griffith, gazing at the coins, replied with a smile, Prince Ivan, I, Griffith, am not one to harbor grudges. I understand why Prince Trig acted against our mercenary group. All of this is now behind us. I have acknowledged Prince Trig's sincerity. Shortly, our mercenary group will depart from Rys to Talos. I kindly ask you to convey my regards to Prince Trig, Griffith continued. Prince Ivan, filled with gratitude, responded, Griffith, it was indeed Prince Trig's initial fault. Your magnanimity brings me great comfort, and I sincerely thank you. As their conversation progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. After Prince Ivan's departure, Griffith remained at the doorway, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a figure entered the room. It was Jorah Mormont. With an apologetic gaze, Jorah addressed Captain Griffith, Captain, I deeply regret that my personal matters have caused our entire mercenary group to incur Prince Trig's ire at the triumphal ceremony. Were it not for your victory in the tournament, the rewards for the mercenary group might have evaporated, and worse still, you risked your life in the process. For this, I feel profound remorse. It is my personal failing towards everyone in the mercenary group. Griffith, feeling a slight ache in his head, replied, You are a noble knight. Yet you have chosen a path that has led to your ruin. Do you intend to depart? Jorah Mormont, with a complex expression, took a deep breath and said to Griffith, Yes, I have decided to leave the mercenary group. Griffith regarded Jorah Mormont with a deep gaze and replied, Leaving may be for the best. Perhaps a new environment will help you forget the past. But where do you intend to go? Jorah Mormont, somewhat ashamed, confessed, I once lived for Linneys, but now, I wish to live for myself and fulfill my familial responsibilities. I yearn to explore the various realms of the Eastern continent. I deeply apologize, Commander Griffith, but I can no longer remain with the mercenary band. With that, Jorah retrieved a large pouch of gold coins from his bag and handed it to Griffith. This is the money you lent me before, Commander Griffith. I return it to you now. Griffith smiled and waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for repayment. Jorah Mormont, keep this money as a parting gift from me, Griffith. I hope we can meet again, Jorah Mormont. Jorah was momentarily taken aback, yet upon seeing the resolute gaze of Griffith, he chose not to insist on returning the coins. Jorah expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Griffith. Working alongside you has undoubtedly been a rare bright spot in this otherwise bleak chapter of my life." At that moment, Griffith regarded Jorah with profound significance. Chapter 25. Intelligence. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, 10-year-old Tommen, with a heart burdened by torment, concealed himself deep within its confines. In Tommen's chamber, he gazed vacantly at Joffrey, deeply wounded by Joffrey's scorn and derision. Prince Joffrey, merely 13 years of age, already exuded the arrogance befitting a ruler. Joffrey looked disdainfully at Tommen, declaring, "My dear brother Tommen, look at your physique, so corpulent, akin to a pig. You are nothing but a bookish dullard. The sight of you at my coronation would be an affront to our Baratheon lineage." Despite his inner turmoil, Tommen could only respond helplessly, "Yes, Joffrey brother. I will heed your words." Tommen understood that in this household, he was like an invisible specter, unnoticed and uncared for. His father, Robert, paid him no mind, while his mother, Cersei, favored her eldest, Joffrey. The only one who showed kindness to Tommen was his sister, Princess Myrcella. Joffrey continued to mock Tommen. "Look at you, indulging in cream cakes daily, idly passing your time, consumed by either food or books. You are truly worthless." The brother whom Tommen once idolized had become his waking nightmare. At that moment, 9-year-old Princess Myrcella entered the room, gently persuading, "Joffrey brother, cease your torment of Tommen brother. You know the consequences you would face if father, King Robert, were informed of this." Since the War of the Five Kings, King Robert had often failed to return home at night, either seeking a lover or engaging in tournaments and hunts, seldom gracing the Red Keep with his presence. It seemed he sought to numb himself through these distractions, evading the troubling issues that plagued him. Upon hearing Myrcella's words, Joffrey halted his bullying of Tommen and turned to exit the room. He understood that if Myrcella were to divulge the truth to King Robert, he would face severe repercussions. Joffrey dared not lay a hand on Myrcella, for such an act would undoubtedly incur the wrath of their mother, Queen Cersei, and their father, King Robert. Would make it abundantly clear what it meant to be a Baratheon, to face the inferno of rage. Tommen gazed at his sister Mysera, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Mysera comforted Tommen, saying, "Tommen, you are my brother, and I understand that you are not favored at home. Joffrey often bullies you in the absence of Father Robert. Do not worry, dear brother Tommen. If Joffrey troubles you again, just tell me, and I shall swiftly come to your aid to drive him away." Mysera confidently patted her small chest and declared, "Rest assured, Tommen, I, Mysera, will certainly protect you." Hearing this, a flicker of determination sparkled in Tommen's eyes. He knew that with his sister Mysera by his side, he was not alone. In the Grand Hall of the Red Keep, Prime Minister Jon appeared particularly aged, presiding over the meeting with a steady tone. Beside Jon sat a cadre of influential ministers, the Minister of the Sea, Prince Stannis, who commanded the royal fleet of Dragonstone; the Minister of Finance, Peter Baelish, Duke of Harrenhal, adept at calculating every nuance of the kingdom's treasury; the Minister of Justice, the young and handsome Lord Lancel, who guarded the realm with a carefree demeanor. The venerable maester from the Citadel, Maester Pylus, known for his vast knowledge, was also present. Last but not least, the indispensable master of whisperers, Varys the Spider, who perpetually brought the latest intelligence. Regrettably, the captain of the King's Guard, Barristan, was absent, having accompanied King Robert on a hunting expedition. Prime Minister Jon reflected on the realm he governed, likening it to a tattered old cloak in need of constant mending. He found himself perpetually cleaning up the messes left in the wake of King Robert, striving to maintain the kingdom's tranquility, serving merely as a diligent cobbler. In the council meeting that day, the sole agenda was the Iron Throne's pressing debt of over 2.4 million golden dragons owed to Tywin Lannister, Duke of Casterly Rock, for loans secured against the Iron Bank and the guardianship of the Westerlands. Minister of the Sea Stannis was the first to voice his opinion, asserting that this sum must be repaid, as it pertained to the integrity of the Iron Throne. The Minister of Justice, Lancel, casually proposed two solutions. Firstly, Lancel suggested persuading Lord Tywin's son, Kingsguard Jaime Lannister, to forsake the honor of the White Cloak and return to the West to inherit his family's legacy. This would surely satisfy Lord Tywin, postponing any demands for repayment or interest for several years, much to Prime Minister Jon's likely approval. The second solution involved granting the positions of Prime Minister and Hand of the King to Lord Tywin in exchange for greater financial support, while admitting that no immediate strategy existed for addressing the debt to the Iron Bank. Peter Baelish, the Minister of Finance, proposed a method of currency reform, suggesting the reminting of the golden dragon coins, reducing their weight from 65 grams to 55 grams, while declaring the newly minted coins would hold the same value as their predecessors. This initiative will extract a portion of wealth from the grassroots populace, while the silver coins will undergo a similar treatment. The Grand Maester, Pycelle, expressed his approval of this plan. However, the Minister of Marine Affairs, Stannis, vehemently opposed the proposal, deeming Peter's scheme as detrimental to the nation. Varys, on the other hand, admitted his limited understanding of this currency issue, suggesting that Prime Minister Jon should make the final decision. Renly, however, endorsed the proposal. Faced with this plan, Prime Minister Jon furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Peter Baelish further elucidated that this plan was merely a stopgap measure in light of the nation's economic hardships, promising that the original value would be restored once the economy improved. Ultimately, Prime Minister Jon acquiesced to the advice of the Chancellor of Finance, Peter Baelish. Prince Stannis was incensed by this outcome and stormed out of the meeting. That evening, in the Red Keep, within Varys' chamber, a missive from Lys lay quietly upon his desk. The intelligence revealed that Jorah Mormont had been hired as a spy to approach Prince Viserys of House Targaryen. Additionally, the report detailed the emergence of a peculiar figure in the city of Lys, a man with silver-gold hair and violet eyes, strikingly handsome, named Griffith, who had participated in the Battle of the Mander and was dubbed the Butcher of the Mander. Upon seeing this name, Varys' eyes widened with shock, murmuring, "Griffith? Is he not dead after 7 years?" Doubt clouded Varys' mind, especially as the letter mentioned that John Clinton had allied himself with Griffith, rising to the position of vice-captain within the mercenary band. This led Varys to ponder whether he could leverage Griffith and Prince Viserys in a similar manner, potentially using both to further the king's agenda. Varys resolved to find a suitable moment to contact John Clinton and discuss the next steps in their strategy. Chapter 26. Remembrance. In a serene estate on the outskirts of Lys, Griffith's mercenary band was engaged in an extraordinary exhibition of martial prowess. This estate had been secured by Griffith and his company, serving as their training ground and arena for duels. At this moment, within the meticulously arranged combat arena, Griffith was embroiled in an intense contest with several mercenaries from his band. The surrounding trees swayed gently in the breeze, as if applauding the fierce confrontation. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the arena floor, accentuating every mark of battle. The air was thick with the sense of dust and sweat, mingling with an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. Amidst the fervent ambience, Griffith was engaged in a thrilling spar with a robust mercenary known as Black Iron, whose true name was Day Irwin. Day, a towering figure of immense strength, bore a tragic lineage. His father, an unknown Dothraki, violated his mother on the night of the Dothraki invasion of the town of Lazarene, leading to his birth. Day's mother, who silently sacrificed for him throughout his childhood, ultimately succumbed to her suffering. Carrying the weight of painful memories, Day traversed the eastern continent in search of solace and growth. In Rhys, Day encountered the mercenary band founded by Griffith and Clay. Upon first meeting Griffith, Day was struck by an innate aura of superiority. Griffith exuded elegance and charm. This impression compelled Day to join Griffith's mercenary company, taking on the role of a personal guard. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was tense and heavy. Day, wielding a pair of finely forged double-handed swords, cautiously advanced, the tips of his blades trembling as if searching for a flaw in his opponent's defense. After numerous sparring sessions with Griffith, Day had become well acquainted with Griffith's combat style, fully aware of his penchant for launching counterattacks from unexpected angles. The instant an opponent displayed any hint of vulnerability, Griffith would unleash a merciless counterstrike. With a sly glimmer in his eyes, Griffith observed Day, knowing that Day had deciphered his tactics, placing them both in a delicate dance of offense and defense. Their footwork was light yet firm, as the dynamics of attack and defense continuously shifted. During the duel, Day skillfully maneuvered his double-handed swords, keeping them aligned with his head. Utilizing the advantage of his longer blades, he directed the tips toward Griffith's head, persistently probing for openings. Day scrutinized Griffith's reactions, searching for any potential weaknesses. Suddenly, Griffith feigned a forward advance. Seizing the moment, Day believed he had found an opportunity and transformed his feigned attack into a genuine strike, swiftly launching his swords toward Griffith's head with fierce intent. However, Griffith deftly employed a retreating motion, effortlessly evading Day's assault. As Day retracted his swords, Griffith swiftly countered, his blade striking like lightning, poised firmly against Day's throat. With a smile, Griffith remarked, "You have lost, Day, but do not despair. Our contest was fair." With that, both men sheathed their swords. The surrounding mercenaries erupted in cheers for their leader, Griffith, whose swordsmanship and charismatic presence had earned their respect. Day gazed at Griffith with admiration, stating, "Captain, your swordplay remains unrivaled. It is a pity that the Eastern continent lacks tournaments. With your prowess, you would undoubtedly earn greater honors." Griffith smiled in response, "Day? You flatter me. However, we are soon bound for Telosai, where a task has been commissioned to our mercenary band. We shall depart shortly." Subsequently, Griffith summoned the mid-level officers of the mercenary group gathered in the manor to convey this significant news. He delivered the message with a serious yet confident demeanor, urging everyone to prepare for the forthcoming opportunity. As the meeting concluded, only Captain Griffith and Vice Captain Griffin remained in the room. Griffin gazed at Griffith, determination gleaming in his eyes, and spoke. "Captain, have you ever contemplated serving the True Dragon family?" Griffith turned to Griffin, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he replied, "What? The True Dragon family? Griffin, are you jesting?" Griffin nodded, stating, "Recently, I received a letter of employment from the Targaryen family, who wish for our mercenary group to serve them. The Targaryens have promised that, given your Valyrian bloodline, they will treat you as they once did the Valyrian family." Griffith smiled and shook his head, saying, "However, Griffin, I believe you should inform the Targaryens that our mercenary group currently has no intention of accepting their offer." Griffin attempted to say more, but was interrupted by Griffith, who fixed his gaze on Griffin with an unmistakable firmness. "Who is the captain, you or I?" Suddenly, amidst the hurried footsteps outside, a servant from the city of Rhys rushed to the manor, anxiety etched across his face as he informed Griffith of the dire situation regarding Clay. Upon hearing this news, Griffith's previously calm demeanor transformed into one of palpable concern. Donning his black cloak, he swiftly returned to his residence in Rhys. Upon entering the room, he found Clay pale and leaning against the bed. Upon seeing Griffith, a faint smile appeared on Clay's wan face as he remarked, "Griffith, it brings me great joy to see you before I depart this world. It is unfortunate, however, that I shall not witness your future brilliance." Griffith smiled in response. "Uncle Clay, had it not been for you and Felicia saving me all those years ago, I might not have become the person I am today." Clay gazed steadily at Griffith, imparting solemnly, "Griffith, you must remember to keep your white dragon concealed until you possess a formidable force. Do not allow it to be known as yours. You are vulnerable, and those lurking in the shadows will seek to take your life, especially the Iron Throne of Westeros. They will stop at nothing to eliminate you upon discovering you have a dragon." Griffith replied with a smile, "Uncle Clay, I am well aware of this. Over the years, I have been diligently amassing my strength." Hearing this, Clay's expression relaxed somewhat. The room fell silent for a moment, and the weakened Clay fixed his gaze upon Griffith before suddenly speaking. "Griffith, do you remember when you inquired about your father and my past before the ruins of Valyria?" He continued, "That is a tale from long ago, and I shall now recount it." Slowly, Clay began to share his memories. Chapter 27, The Battle of the Trident, Part 1. In the autumn of 283 AC, Clay and Griffith's father remained loyal retainers by the side of Prince Rhaegar. On that fateful afternoon, the silver-haired and violet-eyed Prince Rhaegar, leading a formidable force of 40,000 loyalist troops, prepared to cross the Green Fork of the Trident River, a site later known as Ruby Beach. Just as the loyalist army reached the midpoint of their crossing, they were unexpectedly besieged by the rebel forces commanded by Robert Baratheon. With his resounding voice, Robert orchestrated the assault, as 35,000 insurgents advanced stealthily from the rear, launching a surprise attack on the loyalists. Like a tide of darkness, the rebels closed in silently, plunging Rhaegar's forces into chaos amidst the crossing. The loyalist army found itself in dire straits on the battlefield, unable to maintain cohesion. Their morale shattered. Prince Lewin Martell of Dorne, an elite member of the Mad King's Kingsguard, led his contingent of 1,000 mixed infantry who had not yet crossed the river. Recognizing the dire consequences of failing to engage Robert's insurgents, Lewin swiftly directed his forces to strike the left flank of Robert's cavalry, the most potent unit under his command. The leader of Robert's left flank, the Earl of Storm's End, Ser Cone Carbre, an aging yet formidable knight, noted that Dorne's infantry remained resolute, charging toward his cavalry with unwavering determination. At that moment, the distance between the Dorne infantry and Robert's cavalry had narrowed to a mere 100 meters, creating an urgent situation. Seeing the impending threat, Cone dismounted, grasped his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, the Lady of Loneliness, and let out a fierce roar as he charged toward Prince Lewin. The prince deftly sidestepped the ferocious blow, then swiftly advanced, aiming for Cone's throat. Cone, quick to react, tilted his head aside to evade the lethal strike. Seizing Lewin's sword with his left hand while wielding the Lady of Loneliness in his right, launching a fierce counterattack. In response, Lewin decisively relinquished his weapon, executing a roll to evade the impending strike. Seizing the opportunity, Cohn lunged forward with the Lady of Loneliness. However, Lewin, spotting a weakness, snatched a discarded spear from the battlefield and thrust it mercilessly into the gap in Cohn's armor, piercing his throat. Simultaneously, Lewin attempted to grasp the Lady of Loneliness with his left hand, but Cohn, with his right hand still gripping the sword, clutched his throat with his left. Gasping for breath, Cohn staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face as he succumbed to the battlefield's defeat. With a heavy thud, he collapsed, convulsing. Nearby, the Storm's End Knights, witnessing the fall of their commander, hastily dragged Cohn Carbre's lifeless body to safety. Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Lewin endured a grievous injury, losing 4 fingers on his left hand to the sharp edge of the Lady of Loneliness, leaving him in agony. The morale of the Dornish army surged dramatically upon witnessing the death of the rebel left flank commander, Count Cohen Corbray, at the hands of Prince Lewin. In stark contrast, the forces of the Vale were engulfed in panic, their left flank's defenses teetering on the brink of collapse under the advancing Dornish troops. In the midst of Robert's army, his center was locked in a stalemate with the loyalist forces commanded by the recovering Rhaegar, while the right flank was bolstered by his brother, Ned Stark, leading the northern army to a position of dominance. Yet, Robert's greatest concern lay with his left flank. Should the Vale's knights falter, the battle would be irrevocably lost. Observing the precarious situation, Prince Rhaegar dispatched Sir Bollistan Selmy, captain of the Kingsguard, with a contingent of over 300 reserves to aid the beleaguered loyalist forces on the left. Robert, anxious at Rhaegar's reinforcement of the left flank, swiftly summoned 500 men from the reserves, including 200 knights from the Riverlands, entrusting them to Duke Hoster Tully of Riverrun, commanding him to intercept Bollistan's reinforcements. Among this contingent was the formidable knight, Jason Mallister, the Count of Seaguard, distinguished by his deep blue-gray eyes and gaunt yet sharp features, with high cheekbones. Clad in indigo armor adorned with silver plates, his helmet bore the vivid wings of a falcon. As Bollistan advanced to support the loyalist left, he was intercepted by Hoster Tully's forces. Given the proximity of the left flank to Robert's position, his army's reinforcements arrived with greater swiftness than those of the loyalists. Hoster Tully decisively ordered Jason to lead his 200 knights to swiftly reinforce Robert's left flank, stabilizing the line of the Vale Knights. Hoster understood the critical nature of this maneuver for the battle's outcome. Meanwhile, he and the remaining Riverlands nobles, along with his 500 loyal soldiers, needed to delay Bollistan's advance. Sensing the urgency, Bollistan's eyes betrayed his anxiety as he led his troops into a charge against the dwindling force of Hoster Tully. However, Hoster did not waver. He maintained his composure, directing his troops with calm authority. On the left flank, the Vale Knights found themselves in dire straits, their commander's sudden demise plunging them into disarray. The Dornish heavy infantry, wielding their formidable two-handed axes, ensnared the Vale Knights before they could launch their charge. With the support of Dornish light infantry spear assaults, the Vale Knights' armor appeared alarmingly vulnerable against the axes, forcing them into a disadvantageous close-quarters combat. In a fleeting moment, the left flank of the Vale Knights teetered on the edge of collapse, soldiers and knights alike beginning to flee. Prince Lewin, pale and gasping, observed the turmoil among his soldiers and guards, who were clearly suffering. Yet, at that critical juncture, from the rear of the Vale Knights, Sir Lyn, wielding the ancestral sword Lady Whisper, led the last 200 knights of his family's guard into the fray. They strode forth with unwavering determination, fueled by intense hatred. Sir Lyn bellowed, "For my father, I shall slay you today." The fury emanating from Sir Lyn instilled terror among Prince Laven's guards, who attempted to intervene but found themselves ensnared by Sir Lyn's retinue of knights. Witnessing the extreme animosity in Sir Lyn's eyes, Prince Laven was caught off guard by the swiftness of the blade that cleaved through the air, leaving him no time to evade. The entirety of his left arm was severed by the Lady of Silence, causing Prince Laven to tumble in agony, while his right-hand spear pierced through Lyn's right side. Yet, despite the grievous wound, fueled by hatred, Lyn endured. Regrettably, he mused, why did it not strike the left side instead? Just then, a battle cry erupted from the rear as the Dornish forces launched a surprise attack, led by Jason Mallister and the Knights of the Riverlands. This unforeseen turn compelled Prince Laven to glance back instinctively. In that moment, the Lady of Silence pierced through his chest directly, as Sir Lyn stood behind him, wielding the blade with both hands. Standing still, with the sword embedded in his chest, Prince Laven bowed his head, blood spilling from his lips as he murmured, "My niece Elia, forgive me, I can no longer protect your beloved Rhaegar." Ultimately, Prince Laven closed his eyes, Upon witnessing his vengeance fulfilled, Sir Lynn succumbed to unconsciousness. The cries of "The prince is dead! The prince is dead!" reverberated across the left flank of the Dornish forces. The turmoil from the Riverlands ambush, the counterattack by the Vale Knights, and the demise of Prince Laven sent the Dornish army into disarray. They endeavored to restore order. Yet the Vale Knights had already stabilized their formation and commenced their counteroffensive. Prince Laven's guards attempted to retrieve their prince's body, but were met with failure. Chapter 28. The Battle of the Trident, Part 2. Following the death of Prince Laven, the left flank of the Dornish army, under the command of the Kingsguard Sir Jon Darry, steadfastly held the line against the relentless onslaught of the Vale Knights. Amidst this fierce battle, Count Jason led the Knights of the Riverlands, striving repeatedly to disrupt the Dornish rear. On the left flank, the Dornish forces, under Sir Jon Darry's leadership, formed a resilient defense, unyielding to the Vale Knights' assaults. Simultaneously, Count Jason and his knights roamed the battlefield, seeking a breach, yet they could not dismantle the Dornish line. Jason began to realize that unless he could eliminate Sir Jon Darry, the commander of the Dornish forces, the Dornish front would remain unbreakable. Thus, he resolved to lead his band of 200 knights in a decisive strike. With formidable prowess, Count Jason was akin to a keen blade, charging across the battlefield with his knights like a tempest, directly targeting Sir Jon Darry. On the battlefield, Jason wielded a spear, standing resolute against the sword of Sir Jon Darry's, the Iron Guard. Jon's gaze was unwavering as the two prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Sir Jon Darry's, with his agile frame and formidable swordsmanship, confronted Jason, whose spear stood as a formidable barrier against his opponent's onslaught. With a fierce roar, Jason charged at Sir Jon Darry's, thrusting his spear directly at his foe's heart. Sir Jon swiftly parried the attack, the clash of their weapons resonating like thunder in the air. Regaining his composure, Jon retreated slightly and readied himself for another strike. He swung his sword, aiming for Jason's throat. However, Jason deftly maneuvered his spear to deflect the blade and, with a calculated push, forced Jon to retreat. Jon launched another offensive. Yet Jason had seized the initiative, exploiting the agility and aggressiveness of his spear to target Jon's vulnerabilities. Jon, more steadfast, executed each of his strikes with precision and power. As the battle escalated, Jason ultimately landed a heavy blow atop Jon's head with his spear, sending the sword clattering to the ground. Jon collapsed, breathless, as Jason swiftly followed up with a thrust aimed at Jon's chest. "This is war," murmured Count Jason. "Forgive me." White Cloak. He then drew his sword and decisively severed the head of Sir Jon Darry's. With the death of Sir Jon and Prince Lewin, the commanders of the Dornish army, the morale of their forces began to crumble. Soldiers fled in disarray. Robb observed that the forces in the left valley exhibited tenacious resistance, stabilizing their position, while the Dornish loyalists began to falter. Bolstered by this, Robb sought to inspire the troops on the central front, searching for the whereabouts of the enemy. Rhaegar. Prince Rhaegar, acutely aware of the stalemate in the central front, noted the disintegration of his left flank while his right fell into disadvantage. Realizing that the only chance for victory lay in a desperate, all-out assault, he committed all reserves to the central front, intending to vanquish Robb before the left flank of the Dornish forces completely collapsed. Thus, Prince Rhaegar led all loyalist reserves and his own personal guard into the fray. At that moment, Robb spotted Rhaegar, adorned in a dragon-emblazoned helm and black armor studded with rubies, charging into battle on horseback. This sight ignited Robb's fighting spirit, his antlered helm glimmering under the sun, as he gallantly surged towards Prince Rhaegar. Robb swore to defeat the bastard who had brought him such humiliation, eagerly anticipating the duel that would restore his honor. On the riverbank, as Rhaegar witnessed Robb's charge, he immediately responded, spurring his steed towards Robb. The two horses galloped over the gravel of the riverbank, drawing nearer, as Rhaegar, harnessing the momentum of his magnificent mount, thrust his lance fiercely toward Robb. The formidable impact sent Robert tumbling from his steed. Fortunately, the terrain of the riverbank cushioned the blow. Otherwise, on the open plain, Robert's injuries would undoubtedly have been far more severe. Dislodged from his mount by Rhaegar's lance, Robert coughed up blood, yet the fury in his eyes burned even brighter. Observing that Robert was still alive, Rhaegar decisively launched a second charge. This time, the lance had shattered in the previous collision, and Rhaegar brandished his sword as he charged towards Robert. In that instant, Robert reacted swiftly. He bent low, wielding his mace with his right hand while raising his shield with his left, delivering a fierce blow to the legs of Rhaegar's horse. At that moment, Rhaegar's sword failed to strike Robert, while Robert's mace shattered Rhaegar's horse's leg, causing the prince to topple from his mount. However, Rhaegar sustained no significant injury. Subsequently, Robert swung his mace and charged furiously toward Rhaegar, shouting, "Rhaegar, you bastard, die!" Rhaegar remained composed, raising his shield to defend against Robert's onslaught while striking at Robert's thigh with his sword. Though Robert's thigh was protected by armor, Rhaegar's powerful sword still struck with enough force to rattle the lower armor, inflicting considerable pain upon Robert. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar swiftly struck Robert's head with his shield. Following this flurry of actions, Rhaegar began to gain the upper hand. Under Rhaegar's relentless assault, the wounded Robert felt his strength waning. Robert's armor was sturdy, yet Rhaegar's swordplay was sharp, piercing through the cracks in the armor, leaving 5 or 6 wounds that made Robert's body tremble. Despite the craftsmanship of Robert's armor, Rhaegar's blade could not penetrate deeply into Robert's flesh, yet the injuries flowed like a slow stream, intensifying Robert's agony. In a fit of rage, Robert bellowed, "You bastard! You have sullied my betrothed, Lyanna. Where have you hidden her?" Rhaegar remained silent for a moment before breaking the stillness. "Lyanna does not love you, Robert. You know this in your heart. Stop deluding yourself." At this, Robert, enraged, swung his mace at Rhaegar, but Rhaegar effortlessly parried with his sword, the clash of their weapons resonating loudly in the air. Then, taking advantage of Robert's diminished strength, Rhaegar thrust his sword again. The tip pierced once more through the seams of Robert's armor, inflicting further harm. Rhaegar continued calmly, "Perhaps, Robert, you are unaware that Lyanna chose to follow me willingly. Our meeting was a twist of fate. Robert, if you lead them to surrender, I assure you that I will only take your life afterwards. As for the others, should they surrender, this insurrection shall not be pursued further. I shall not hold your family accountable. Much of the blame lies with my father, and part of it is our personal conflict. When this matter concludes, I will ensure my father steps down. I desire no more innocent lives lost due to our grievances. This is not my wish, nor do I relish such senseless slaughter." However, upon hearing this, Robert did not calm down. Instead, his fury reached its zenith as he swung his mace towards Rhaegar. In response, Rhaegar raised his sword to defend himself. This time, the sheer force of Robert's blow shattered Rhaegar's sword into fragments. Gazing at the wound upon his chest and the shards of his once great weapon tumbling around him, the splinters of the ruby embedded in his armor scattered in all directions. Rhaegar's eyes were filled with shock and agony as he coughed up blood, collapsing weakly to the ground. Kneeling there, Rhaegar was overwhelmed with regret and helplessness. He silently closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past and Lyanna's smile. Finally, he whispered softly, "Lyanna, Lyanna," as if his very soul was being carried away. Chapter 29. Conspiracy with the fall of Prince Rhaegar upon the battlefield. The collapse of the royalist forces ensued like a cascade of dominoes. Cleo and Cole, loyal retainers of Rhaegar, bore the remnants of their once proud guard as they fled from this infernal realm. When we, the beleaguered retainers of Prince Rhaegar, stumbled into King's Landing, the Lannister army loomed ominously, and the situation remained unclear. Just as we approached the city gates, whom do you suppose we encountered? It was none other than Jon Cunnington, who had been ousted by the Mad King after his defeat at the Battle of the Bells. There he was, hurrying out of King's Landing with an infant in tow, a figure once dear to Prince Rhaegar. The sight of Jon Cunnington departing the city with a child aroused our suspicions. At that moment, your father, Cole, surmised that Jon Cunnington, unwed and fleeing with an infant, might be doing so because the child was, indeed, Rhaegar's. This conjecture played a pivotal role in our decision to enter King's Landing. As fate would have it, a few nights later, the Lannisters cunningly deceived the city into opening its gates, leading to the slaughter of all nobles and soldiers loyal to House Targaryen. Your father, Cole, was proven correct. We had returned to Dragonstone, and soon set sail for the eastern continent. Now, this Sir Jon Cunnington has transformed into Griffin Cunnington, serving as the vice commander in your mercenary company, Griffith. After hearing Cleo's account, Griffith pondered thoughtfully. I have heard Griffin mention you. He suggested to me whether I would pledge allegiance to House Targaryen. According to Griffin, he has an illegitimate son named young Griffin. I suspect this Griffin may be Aegon. Yet, for his own reasons, Griffith declined Griffin's proposal. Cleo, with weary eyes, fixed his gaze on Griffith and asked, "So, Griffith, what are your true intentions?" Griffith regarded Cleo quietly, responding in a calm tone, "Uncle, do you wish for me, Griffith, to swear fealty to the current House Targaryen?" After a prolonged silence, Cleo met Griffith's gaze and finally spoke. "Griffith, you will not pledge yourself to the Targaryens. I know what lies within your heart. Your feelings towards Felicia's death seem to stem more from guilt than from emotion, do they not?" Griffith gazed at Clay, his eyes reflecting surprise. After a moment of silence, he softly replied, "Uncle, how do you know?" Clay managed a weak smile and responded, "You have never been able to let go of Felicia's death. That day on the ruins of the beach, when I looked into your eyes, Griffith, I perceived a profound confusion and unease about the future. Yet, when you gazed upon that dragon egg, what I saw was a burning ambition, as if you were determined to incinerate any obstacles in your path. You understand what I mean, do you not? Your current actions are merely paving the way for yourself. Griffith calmly responded to Clay's revelation, saying, I, Griffith, shall not pledge my loyalty to anyone and will resolutely forge my own path. I will eliminate, step by step, every hindrance that stands before me. Clay's face was as pale as parchment, but a faint smile graced his lips as he looked at Griffith and said, eliminate Viserys and young Aegon of House Targaryen. Without them, you may then marry Daenerys, the last female heir of House Targaryen. Griffith, puzzled, inquired, Uncle, have you not always been loyal to House Targaryen? Clay replied with a wan smile, my loyalty has always been to Prince Rhaegar, but he is no longer with us. I have never truly been loyal to House Targaryen. Now, you possess the blood of dragons and the Dragon King, but Griffith, you lack identity and legitimacy. If you can successfully remove Viserys and young Aegon, and then marry Daenerys, you will gain both. Thus, you can ascend upon the shoulders of House Targaryen and merely await the changes within the Seven Kingdoms, following the steps of Aegon the Conqueror to conquer the realm once again. Upon hearing Clay's words, Griffith fell into silence. Clay suddenly said, allow me to rest. I am nearing the end of my journey. With that, Clay closed his eyes. Griffith quietly departed the room, leaving Clay alone, the flicker of life within him seemingly dimming. The night was tranquil, the moonlight casting gentle shadows upon the residents in the free city of Pentos. At a table, three mysterious figures sat together, whispering in conspiratorial tones. John Clinton, draped in a black cloak, spoke steadily. Griffith appears to have his own agenda. He has rejected my proposal. Varys furrowed his brow and thoughtfully remarked, the mystery of the impostor Viserys from 7 years ago continues to elude my understanding of Griffith. This Griffith seems to possess an unsettling knowledge, a sense of peril that is frightening. Perhaps we cannot control him. I propose that once Griffith ventures to the disputed lands, we inform the Golden Company to take action. The governor of Pentos, Illyrio, a shrewd merchant, interjected, I concur with Varys' assessment. This individual may indeed be beyond our control. It is advisable to notify the Golden Company to eliminate him once Griffith heads to the disputed lands. Governor Pentos inquired, what are your thoughts on the letters concerning Prince Doran Martell? Would you recommend that Viserys wed the Dornish princess Arianne Martell? Varys responded, I wholeheartedly endorse this union. Firstly, it is imperative that we forge a marriage between Viserys and the Dornish princess, as this will establish a closer bond between Dorne and House Targaryen. Simultaneously, we shall wed Princess Daenerys to Khal Drogo of the Dothraki in exchange for his formidable army. Following the demise of Griff, John Connington shall lead the mercenary company left by Griff in conjunction with the Golden Company, with our unwavering objective being to support Aegon in his rightful ascension to the throne. The situation in King's Landing is poised for a significant upheaval, at which point we must act swiftly to assist House Targaryen in reclaiming its sovereignty. Upon Varys' conclusion, both parties expressed their agreement. In the silent graveyard outside of Lys, Griff stood alone before his uncle's tombstone, softly murmuring to himself, burdened by a profound sense of melancholy. From this moment forth, I shall truly be a man without support. Dear uncle, as Griff surveyed his surroundings, the eerie yet solemn graveyard accentuated his solitude. At the docks, Prince Aemon of Lys personally came to bid farewell, smiling as he extended his blessings to Griff. Mr. Griff, I wish you a safe journey to Tyrosh and eagerly await your triumphant return. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for your assistance and support over the years. The victories we have achieved in this war are in no small part due to your contributions. I also lament the loss of your uncle. In this farewell, Griff smiled as he replied to Prince Aemon, Your Highness, thank you for your care and support. Your generous aid will forever be etched in our hearts. May your life be as warm and radiant as the sun upon the sea. Chapter 30. Good News in Pentos. The residence of Governor Illyrio. The governor, a slightly portly yet sprightly man, entered the courtyard. Within, two beautiful and mixed-race handmaidens from Lys attended to Viserys Targaryen. One handmaiden offered him a ripe grape, while the other gently massaged his thigh. The arrival of Governor Illyrio did not disrupt the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere. When Illyrio made his entrance, Viserys cast him a disdainful glance, a hint of contempt gracing his features as he remarked, Do you not realize that I possess the blood of true dragons? Yet I am mocked daily by those of lesser lineage? They perceive me merely as a fool begging for the Iron Throne. Upon uttering these words, Viserys seemed agitated, striking one of the nearby handmaidens. The two maidens' expressions shifted, but they promptly bowed their heads and retreated. Viserys' emotions appeared to have been ignited. As he rose to confront Illyrio, "You constantly advise me to endure. Tell me, you are preparing the plans for our restoration, yet where is this plan? Why must you keep secrets from me?" Governor Illyrio smiled faintly, his gaze revealing understanding and sympathy. He gently patted Viserys' shoulder and spoke in a soothing tone, "Your Majesty, please trust us. The plan for restoration is steadily unfolding. Your courage, wisdom, and strength are the hopes and driving forces of our endeavor. We are acutely aware of your confusion and unease regarding our plans, and for that, we sincerely apologize." Illyrio's words gradually calmed Viserys' frayed emotions. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Viserys' mind, and he excitedly exclaimed to Governor Illyrio, "Did you know? Sailors are whispering tales of a great white dragon appearing at the edge of the summer sea. It must be true. This is a divine revelation for our house Targaryen." "Indeed, I comprehend your sentiments, Your Majesty," Illyrio replied. Viserys' excitement escalated as he declared, "As the rightful heir of the true dragon's bloodline, I bear the responsibility to tame this enigmatic dragon. I shall ride this magnificent beast to resurrect the glorious conquests of my ancestor Aegon, conquering the Seven Kingdoms just as he did. However, once I possess this dragon, my reign shall starkly contrast that of my forebear. It shall no longer be characterized by mercy and forgiveness, but rather by iron will and decisive action. Those traitors will be burnt to ashes, one by one." Viserys' thoughts became consumed by the impending journey of blood and fire. In his fantasies, he envisioned wielding the power of flame to eternally ensnare the souls of those who had betrayed House Targaryen and their homeland. "Those who once turned against the Targaryens would tremble before me, consumed by the fury of my wrath." Imagining their terror and despair filled Viserys with a profound sense of satisfaction and triumph. "Yes, as you wish, Your Majesty. Your will is my command. I shall immediately dispatch someone to seek out that white dragon, and you shall be the first to know upon any news." Governor Illyrio respectfully bowed, observing the exhilarated Viserys. Illyrio smiled and said, "Your Majesty, there are several more exhilarating tidings I wish to share." Upon hearing Illyrio's forthcoming good news, a joyful expression graced Viserys' face. He humbly remarked, "Speak, my humble chancellor. You bring joy to Your Majesty, Governor Illyrio. Once I reclaim my throne, you shall be the hand of the king in the Seven Kingdoms." With a smile, Illyrio replied, "Your Majesty, the first piece of good news is that Prince Dorne's daughter, Arianne Martell, is willing to enter into wedlock with you. If you marry her, when we launch our counteroffensive against the continent of Westeros, Prince Dorne shall muster all his forces to assist you in vanquishing those traitors." "Dorne?" Viserys scoffed disdainfully. "Our Targaryen bloodline is pure. I intend to wed my sister Daenerys to preserve our lineage's sanctity." The governor of Illyrio cautiously advised, "Your Majesty, should you decline this marriage, it is highly probable that Prince Dorne will not intervene. For the restoration of House Targaryen, you must endure humiliation and sacrifice a portion of your dignity." Viserys pondered for a moment, then solemnly nodded. "You are correct, Governor Illyrio. This affront is a necessary path for a king, and I am willing to make this sacrifice. As long as it serves the purpose of restoring our kingdom and reviving our family, I, Viserys, will stop at nothing to achieve this goal." Seeing that Viserys had been successfully persuaded, Illyrio's face beamed with delight as he smiled broadly. "Your Majesty, I bear another splendid piece of news. If you agree, I, Illyrio, can assure you that the resurgence of House Targaryen is imminent." Viserys was moved by Illyrio's promise. He excitedly shook the governor's shoulders, causing his chubby cheeks to quiver. With enthusiasm, Viserys exclaimed, "Quickly inform Your Majesty, esteemed Prime Minister, my dear Prime Minister. Your Majesty is eagerly awaiting this exhilarating news from you." Observing the fervent Viserys before him, Illyrio smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, the second piece of good news is that the mightiest horse lord among the Dothraki, called Drogo, will grant you an elite force of 10,000 warriors to aid in your restoration." However, Viserys noticed a hint of hesitation in Illyrio's demeanor and quickly pressed, "Governor, what troubles you? Speak swiftly. I absolve you of any transgression. Whatever Khal Drogo desires, I, Viserys, shall grant without hesitation, if he provides me with 10,000 warriors. Once I reclaim my kingdom, I shall surely elevate him to a prince of the Seven Kingdoms." Illyrio hesitated slightly, his tone laden with subtlety. "Your Majesty, Khal Drogo of the Dothraki wishes to wed your sister. If you consent to this union, he will bestow upon you a formidable army of 10,000. Upon hearing Illyrio's words, Viserys' face flushed crimson. Enraged, he bellowed, "That wretched scoundrel! That insignificant nobody dares to tarnish the bloodline of House Targaryen? How dare he? Illyrio, I command you to sever the head of that miscreant at once. I must see his head before me. The governor quickly interjected, Your Majesty, that is utterly unfeasible. Khal Drogo is a formidable warrior among the Dothraki, commanding a legion of 40,000 cavalry. Consider, Your Majesty, for the sake of restoring our kingdom, you are willing to sacrifice yourself to marry the Princess of Dorne. Your sister, being of House Targaryen as well, must also sacrifice for the family, aiding us in the noble pursuit of restoration. After listening to Illyrio's words, Viserys' expression and demeanor shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a resolute nod. You are indeed correct, Governor Illyrio. My sister must make a sacrifice for the Targaryen family, even if it means selling her to the pleasure houses of Lys. As long as the Targaryens can restore their kingdom, I, Viserys, will accept it. In a lavish chamber of Governor Illyrio's residence, Princess Daenerys sat at her vanity, her silvery golden hair cascading down her shoulders. From behind, a maid named Kellyan, hailing from Tyrosh, approached gently to arrange her flowing locks. Kellyan marveled, Your Highness, your hair is truly breathtaking. Turning her head with a radiant smile, Daenerys replied, Kellyan, I am grateful for your kind words. Your high praise honors me immensely. Though petite in stature, Daenerys possessed unparalleled beauty. Her violet eyes sparkled with a luminous brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Suddenly, an excited voice echoed from outside, Dany. It was her brother Viserys, who entered the room with exuberance. His face beamed with joy, and his eyes glimmered with excitement as he exclaimed, Sister, you look ethereal today. Approaching her side, he tenderly caressed Daenerys' waterfall of hair, its silky strands shimmering like stars in the night sky. He brought a lock of her hair to his nose, inhaling deeply as if to savor every ounce of its exquisite fragrance. In that moment, Daenerys gazed at her confident and fervent brother. A wave of dread surged within her. Her body trembled slightly as she lowered her gaze, attempting to conceal the panic in her eyes. Viserys, filled with enthusiasm, grasped Daenerys' hand, his eyes brimming with determination and hope. Sister, I need your assistance now more than ever. For the future of our family, you must make a significant decision. Daenerys looked into her brother's eyes. A blend of fear and resolve reflected within her. She nodded gently, her voice quivering. Brother, I will heed your call. Whatever you ask of me, I shall endeavor to accomplish. Viserys gazed at her with anticipation, his heart swelling with satisfaction at her response. With an unyielding tone, he declared, Dany, my beloved sister, you must agree to one crucial matter. Marry the Khal of the Dothraki, Drogo. He has promised that should he successfully wed you, he will bestow upon me a formidable force of 10,000 warriors, which will be pivotal to my reclamation of the throne. Upon hearing Viserys' words, tears welled in Daenerys' eyes as she implored him not to abandon her. Memories flooded back to the time spent in Braavos at the House of the Undying, when, after the death of Ser Willem, Viserys had carried young Daenerys away from their home, filled with terror. She vividly remembered that he had sworn never to forsake her. With tears welling in her eyes, Daenerys' voice trembled as she implored, Brother, why have you changed over these years? You promised me you would never abandon me. I am truly terrified now. I need you. I beg you. Brother, do not forsake me. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Viserys' expression momentarily faltered before turning cold. In a low, stern voice, he replied, Are you defying your brother? Without me, you would have long since faded into obscurity, Daenerys. Sister, are you attempting to awaken the wrath of the dragon sleeping within me? Tears streaming down her face and her body trembling, Daenerys wept. I do not dare to disobey your commands, but I truly do not wish to marry that barbarian. I beg you, brother. Witnessing Daenerys' continued resistance to his orders, Viserys' countenance darkened. He seized her shoulders, disappointment and anger evident in his gaze, and struck her forcefully across the face. His voice, laden with an undeniable authority, rang out, You must comply. You have no choice. Daenerys, as your brother, I have sacrificed everything for the Iron Throne of our family. You, Daenerys Targaryen, as a woman of House Targaryen, must sacrifice yourself for the family. Do not defy my will any longer, or the wrath of the sleeping dragon will ignite upon you, and I cannot guarantee the consequences. Covering her face, Daenerys responded softly through her tears, trembling, Brother, I promise you, I will comply. At her response, a flicker of comfort crossed Viserys' face, and he moved closer to Daenerys, gently stroking her hair, whispering tenderly, Dear sister, you need only heed your brother's words. I assure you, once I regain the throne, I will bring you home. We shall never part again. We will live a life of happiness together. At the docks of Pentos, Captain Griffith disembarked from the ship and immediately spotted his second-in-command, Griffin, accompanied by a young man awaiting his arrival. As soon as Griffin saw Griffith step off the vessel, he hurried forward to greet him. "Captain, we have made significant progress in recruiting mercenaries in Tyrosh. Along with those recruited in Lys, our total has now reached 500 men. Here are the detailed expenses for your review." With that, Griffin handed Griffith a piece of parchment. Griffith perused the document quietly, while the young man beside him silently observed Griffith's handsome features, his silver-gold hair, and those deep violet eyes, as well as the sword, seemingly of Valyrian steel, strapped to Griffith's belt. He thought to himself, "This is Griffith, as my uncle Griffin mentioned. Everything about Griffith in the future belongs to me. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him." Griffin enthusiastically introduced the young man to Captain Griffith, saying, "Captain Griffith, this is my illegitimate son, young Griffin, whom I mentioned before." Little Griffin gazed at Griffith, who looked back at him. He shyly lowered his head, simultaneously offering Griffith a warm smile. Griffith, in turn, smiled at the young lad, who appeared to be around 15 years of age. His violet eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his blue hair danced in the breeze, presenting a delicate countenance that could hardly conceal his striking handsomeness. Little Griffin timidly extended his hand and, in an admiring tone, declared, "My Lord Griffith, I aspire to become your attendant. I am well aware of your illustrious achievements. The Braavosians refer to you as the Butcher of the Lorne River. I yearn to be by your side, to learn from you, and to advance together." Griffith gently patted little Griffin's hand, nodding with a smile, thereby accepting his request. Little Griffin, filled with exuberance, beamed with joy and anticipation. Chapter 32. Value Talorsi, a majestic and bustling fortress city, stands as one of the 9 free trade city-states. Perched upon a vast island at the northern tip of the Stone Steps archipelago, this city gleams like a brilliant jewel, encircled by formidable high walls. The inner walls of Talorsi are composed of a fusion of black dragon stone, which is both hard and smooth, resembling gems sculpted by time. Narrating the unique history of this city. As the sun sets, the golden rays illuminate the black inner walls, casting a dazzling glow that captivates the beholder. At the harbor, a towering blood tower rises majestically. This edifice has witnessed the prosperity and vicissitudes of Talorsi. Its mottled red exterior appears stained with the blood of the sea, imparting an aura of mystery and solemnity. In the heart of Talorsi, a grand black castle stands as a symbol of the city and the residence of the ruling lord. Much like Lys, Talorsi boasts a distinctive brothel culture. The people of Talorsi revel in noise, extravagance, and greed, adorning their lives with vibrant colors. Living as if each day were a resplendent rainbow, they channel this fervor into all facets of life, including architecture, fashion, and customs. The rulers of Talorsi are known as the Great Lords, and their electoral process is rife with threats and bribery. A notion seemingly accepted by the Talorsians. How could a candidate unversed in the art of corruption be deemed worthy to govern their city? As for belief, the people of Talorsi lack an official religion. However, the streets and rivers are lined with numerous temples and shrines dedicated to various deities. Within the black castle of Talorsi, Griffith, clad in armor, placed one hand gently over his chest, bowing slightly while smiling at the Great Lord. "My lord, your will is the desire of our mercenary band." The Great Lord, with green hair and deep blue eyes, was flanked by 8 immaculate guardians. Gazing at Griffith, the Great Lord suddenly broke into a cruel smile and remarked, "Griffith, I have heard that during the Battle of the Lorne River, you personally decapitated the commander of Braavos. They call you the Butcher of the Lorne River. Yet, in my eyes, that may be an exaggeration. Come, let me assess your worth." With that, the Great Lord lightly clapped his hands. Before Griffith, 5 innocents emerged from the shadows within the hall. With a smile, Griffith unsheathed his sword and addressed the sovereign. "Is this what you desire me to demonstrate my worth?" The sovereign replied, "Without value, there is no meaning to existence." However, before the sovereign's words could fully resonate, Griffith had already pivoted without hesitation, striking directly at the nearest innocent. The Valyrian steel sword danced in his grasp, swiftly delivering the innocent to the embrace of death. Witnessing this scene, admiration and satisfaction flickered in the sovereign's eyes. The 4 remaining innocents remained expressionless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, their coordinated movements denying Griffith any opportunity for retaliation. He could only retreat while observing their actions, seeking a flaw in their formation. Griffith discerned their seamless cooperation, each one covering the other, armed with long spears that left him no avenue to exploit. These 4 innocents operated like a finely tuned machine, each motion executed with precision, leaving no openings for counterattack. Their eyes reflected no emotion, only the cold execution of tactical prowess, instilling in Griffith a profound sense of threat. At that moment, one innocent advanced a few steps, revealing a gap behind him. If Griffith could strike swiftly, the other three would be unable to shield this innocent in time. Seizing the opportunity, Griffith swung his Valyrian steel sword with fervor, aiming for the neck of the exposed innocent. The strike landed with the force of thunder, and the innocent fell, blood gushing forth. The remaining three innocents stared at Griffith with impassive expressions, their long spears standing like a forest of cold steel. Griffith rolled backward, deftly evading the thrusts of their spears, while simultaneously snatching a long spear from the lifeless innocent on the ground. As the three innocents charged towards him, he hurled the spear with great force, pinning one of them to the ground. The other two, undeterred by this display, continued their advance, their spears pointed directly at Griffith. With quick reflexes, he severed the spearhead of one and then struck the other on the head with the hilt of his sword. Yet, that innocent, resilient as iron, pressed forward despite the pain. Fortunately, Griffith's finely crafted armor absorbed the blow, sustaining only a minor injury. In that fleeting moment, Griffith seized the chance, beheading the tenacious innocent. The last remaining innocent, witnessing the fall of his companion and the severed spear, chose to strike Griffith with a fierce blow. However, Griffith skillfully evaded, watching as this fearless innocent charged at him. In that instant, with cold resolve, Griffith swung his sword towards the innocent's throat. In a heartbeat, the innocent's head fell, blood spraying forth. Subsequently, Griffith turned to the sovereign, furrowing his brow as he calmly inquired, "Your Grace, what is my value at present?" The sovereign gazed intently at Griffith and suddenly clapped his hands twice, instructing his attendants to bring forth 5 chests. The chests, wide open, brimmed with gold coins, roughly estimated to total around 50,000. The sovereign spoke softly, "This is the remuneration for your mercenary company. The forces of Mill have already summoned the Golden Legion, and our army in the disputed lands has suffered significant losses. We will be reallocating troops from the city-state of Tyros to engage in another decisive battle against Mill and the Golden Legion. Griffith, you shall lead the mercenary company there, and it is imperative that you support the Tyros army in securing victory in this confrontation. Do you have confidence in this task?" Griffith pondered briefly before responding. "I am not entirely familiar with the current situation in the disputed lands, but I shall do my utmost." The sovereign smiled, waving his hand dismissively. "Proceed as you see fit, Griffith. Should your mercenary company assist the Tyros army in triumphing in this decisive battle, I shall reward you generously. As for your current contingent of 3,000 assorted mercenaries, I hold no lofty expectations." "Very well, Griffith, you may take your leave." Chapter 33. The incident meanwhile. In the disputed lands, beneath the howling wolf mountains, the commander of the Golden Legion, Heir had received word of a significant development. The Griffith Mercenary Company was poised to accept a contract from Tyros and was preparing to venture into the contested territory. Blackbark, the archery commander of the Golden Legion, remarked in a relaxed tone regarding the situation, "It seems likely that Griffith is marching to his doom. The Tyros forces in the disputed lands have already been utterly shattered." Lansinomer, the intelligence officer of the Golden Legion, responded with unwavering confidence, "Rest assured, we have a firm grasp on Griffith's movements. We possess the capability to anticipate his actions and extinguish them before they can flourish." Upon hearing the responses from his comrades, Harris Treclon fixed his gaze upon the golden banner and murmured, "Gold above, cold iron below." The flag seemed to animate before his eyes, its 4 skulls at the top swaying gently in the breeze, whispering tales of its legendary past. Within the mercenary camp, Griffith removed his heavy armor, meticulously tending to his wounds. With the awakening of his bloodline, Griffith's injuries healed at an extraordinary pace. Outside, his deputy, Griffin, entered and, upon seeing Griffith's injuries, expressed his concern. "Commander, did you encounter a conflict with the sovereign regarding the situation in the disputed lands, leading to your injury?" Griffith, his expression grave, recounted the impending war, stating that the sovereign intended to once again dispatch the Tyros army to the disputed lands for a decisive confrontation against Mill. Hearing this, Griffin furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "How should we respond? The main forces of Tyros are preparing to engage in battle once more, and all we can rely on are these few hundred well-trained elite cavalrymen. Though the newly recruited mercenaries are numerous, they are as fickle as reeds in the wind. Should the tide of battle turn against them, they would readily choose to flee." Griffith spoke in a grave tone, "None of this poses a problem. I possess strategies to counteract it. After all, we have only just entered this war, and we have yet to face defeat." Within the mist-laden city of King's Landing, Prince Stannis discovered a mysterious letter at the threshold of his residence. The contents of the letter unveiled a shocking secret, revealing that the children of King Robert, Stannis' elder brother, were not his own flesh and blood, but rather the offspring of Queen Cersei Lannister and her brother, Ser Jaime Lannister. This revelation caused Stannis to furrow his brow in distress. He began to recall that the three children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, were all golden-haired, akin to their mother Cersei and Jaime, while he, Stannis, along with Robert and the Baratheon lineage, bore dark hair. This stark contrast filled Stannis with dread. Amidst his profound anxiety, Stannis resolved to consult with Prime Minister Jon Arryn regarding this matter. He recognized Arryn's respect for the truth and his cautious approach to the wielding of power. Upon learning of this news, Jon Arryn was equally astonished. He promptly sought out Maester Pylus for relevant texts, hoping to uncover clues within the pages. They began to meticulously examine the genealogy and history of the major noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, endeavoring to trace the origins of this secret. They discovered that the Baratheon lineage, despite intermarriage, consistently produced dark-haired descendants, a testament to their robust lineage. This discovery kindled a glimmer of hope in Stannis, who immediately urged Jon Arryn to report this matter to King Robert without delay. After a moment of contemplation, Jon Arryn responded, "We must locate Robert's illegitimate children from these past years. When we present them to him, we shall possess both witnesses and evidence." Stannis expressed his concern. "Currently, the Red Keep is swarming with Lannister soldiers. I shall return to Dragonstone to prepare the army. Once this matter is brought to light by you, Prime Minister, I will lead the royal fleet of Dragonstone back to King's Landing for protection." Jon Arryn regarded Stannis intently and nodded in agreement. To ensure absolute certainty, Jon Arryn promptly commenced preparations, deciding to send his son, Robert Arryn, to Stannis as an adopted son. This decision would safeguard Robert Arryn from the perilous maelstrom. In the Prime Minister's chamber, Lysa Tully cradled her 6-year-old son, Robert Arryn, gently patting his back as she tenderly fed him milk. Upon entering the room and witnessing this scene, Jon Arryn spoke. "Lysa, my wife, I have something of import to discuss with you." Lysa cast a glance at Jon, a flicker of resentment in her eyes, yet she replied, "What is it, my Lord Prime Minister? Please, do go on." Jon Arryn furrowed his brow and solemnly stated, "Little Robert, my son, will be departing from us for a time to become the ward of Prince Stannis." Upon hearing these words, Lysa let out a shriek akin to that of an enraged lioness. "Jon, little Robert is my sole son, and he is also your only child. There is no place he could go. Little Robert cannot be separated from his mother, unless you kill me." Startled by the voices of his parents, little Robert began to cry. Jon looked at Lysa and the child, letting out a helpless sigh. "I am doing this for our child's well-being. King's Landing is perilous at present." Lysa, upon hearing this, grew even angrier. What calamity is about to befall King's Landing? Can you, a Prime Minister, not protect your own wife and child? Jon hesitated, ultimately managing a bitter smile as he replied, "In the coming days, I will send someone to take little Robert to Stannis." Lysa, infuriated, retorted, "You shall not take my child, unless you first kill me." With that, she clutched little Robert tightly, fearing Jon might indeed harm the child. Jon remained silent, simply departing the room. As night fell over King's Landing, within the grand halls of the Great September of Baelor, the venerable High Septon, seated upon his high-backed chair, revealed a countenance steeped in profound perplexity. The High Septon, with utmost gravity, inquired, "Prime Minister Jon, are you certain that Queen Cersei and her brother Ser Jaime have committed incest and produced 3 offspring, and not the children of King Robert?" Jon's gaze dimmed, and he sighed deeply before responding. "High Septon, I cannot say for certain, but I possess evidence. Right here in my hands. I must locate the bastards of King Robert, and once the truth is ascertained, I shall present my findings to the king. Until then, I hope to secure the support of the faith of the Seven." As he spoke, Jon retrieved a tattered tome from his bosom and presented it to the High Septon. It was a genealogical account titled The Lineages and Histories of the Major Nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, within which the section regarding House Baratheon indicated that the descendants of House Valyrian possessed dark hair, their tresses akin to silk, and their stock was robust. The Prime Minister's expression was fraught with anxiety, his voice quivering as he stated, "I require the support of the faith of the Seven. Should this truth come to light, it would create a scandal of monumental proportions for the realm. If the Lannister family instigates a rebellion, I hope the Church will incite its followers to denounce them and thwart their uprising. However, if the Lannisters choose to remain silent and privately address this matter with King Robert, I implore you, High Septon, to keep this secret, as it pertains to the king's reputation." After a moment of contemplation, The High Septon smiled and replied, "Fear not, Prime Minister John. In the teachings of the Seven, incest is indeed a grave sin. The faith of the Seven shall lend its full support to King Robert. Should the Lannister family make any untoward moves, I shall represent the church in issuing a stern condemnation." At that moment, a rotund bishop clad in white stealthily concealed himself at the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. Chapter 34. Prologue. In the low-hanging, somber atmosphere of the sky, raindrops fell incessantly, creating a rhythmic patter. In the contested lands, at the port of White Harbor, the mercenary company led by Griffith disembarked alongside the reinforcements from Tyrosh. The vice commander, Griffin, was methodically directing the mercenaries to disembark, while Griffith was being escorted by an officer from Tylosai towards the commander of the reinforcements, Trelosai. Trier, a robust and keen-eyed veteran of Tylosai, awaited the arrival of the reinforcements at the harbor. As Griffith approached, he solemnly conveyed the news that the mercenary group had arrived. Trier nodded, his gaze revealing a sense of appreciation, and remarked, "Welcome, Griffith, the executioner of the Lorne River. We must discuss the situation in the contested territory. Please accompany me to the main camp." Within the camp, Trier and Griffith engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the current state of affairs in the disputed land. In the last decisive battle, Tylosai had suffered a loss of 10,000 men. However, the Grand Duke was dispatching another 10,000 reinforcements, which, combined with Griffith's mercenary group, would undoubtedly bolster their strength. Nevertheless, the Golden Brigade and the militiamen had already set their sights on the impregnable Iron Wall fortress. Should they capture it, Tylosai would find itself defenseless in the contested territory. Trier expressed his deep concern, noting that if they chose to strike now, the morale of the entire legion might falter. Yet, if the Iron Wall fortress fell, Tylosai's position in the contested territory would descend into an irretrievable disaster, and the Grand Duke would be unable to bear the ensuing consequences. The most favorable outcome would be for the fortress to withstand the assault while the militiamen and the Golden Brigade abandoned their plans to attack. Griffith responded, "The current situation is abundantly clear. The militiamen and the Golden Brigade are evidently employing a strategy of besieging the Iron Wall fortress while simultaneously attempting to lure us into a confrontation. They are aware that we await reinforcements, and they wish to engage us in battle now. Thus, our choices at this moment are to either confront them or watch the Iron Wall fortress slip from our grasp. Presently, we have no alternative strategies. The intentions and actions of our adversaries are unmistakably evident. We cannot evade this reality." Commander Trier was deeply troubled. Fully aware of the situation, the Tylosai reinforcements had yet to arrive, leaving them with a meager force of approximately 8,000. Remnants from the previous battle against the militiamen and the Golden Brigade. Coupled with his own mercenary group, their total strength amounted to roughly 11,000. In contrast, the militiamen and the Golden Brigade together boasted around 20,000 troops, with morale significantly surpassing theirs. This dire predicament was undeniably burdensome. After a moment of contemplation, Griffith blinked and remarked, "Perhaps we must seek miracles on the battlefield." Trier responded with a wry smile, "You are correct, until the final moment. Who can truly ascertain the victor? Then let us return and prepare, Griffith." As Griffith exited the main camp, his gaze swept over the entire military encampment. The majority of the soldiers appeared somewhat dejected, a clear indication that morale was at a low ebb. Beside him, the attendant, Little Griffin, gazed at Griffith with a questioning look and said, "My Lord Griffith, given our current situation, it seems that victory in this battle is quite unlikely. The Tylosian army, in its present state, will likely crumble before the united forces of the Golden Company and the Meletas." Griffith nodded in agreement. "The Meletas have keenly discerned our intentions. They evidently aim to force us into a decisive confrontation through this battle, or else watch as we helplessly lose a strategic stronghold." Having spoken, Griffith instructed Little Griffin to notify Griffin to commence preparations for the mercenaries' readiness. Outside the whale port, his bodyguard, Day, inquired of Lord Griffith, "Shouldn't we inform Vice Commander Griffin before we set out with the cavalry?" Griffith, mounted on his steed, sighed as he looked at Day and replied, "Day, as my bodyguard, do you not yet perceive the situation within the mercenary company?" Day scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. "If you have something to say, my lord, please do so directly. I am but a simple man and cannot contemplate such complexities." At this moment, Mills Ally, Griffith's bodyguard, interjected, "Day, it seems you have yet to fully grasp Lord Griffith's intent. Currently, Griffin has taken command of the newly recruited 3,000 mercenaries and is gradually establishing his own power base within the company. However, why has the Lord entrusted these 3,000 men to Griffin's management?" Griffith smiled as he responded to Mills, Griffin has many secrets behind him. I have invested in Griffin to recruit these 3,000 ragtag mercenaries precisely to observe how many loyal followers he can rally to command this group. It appears Griffin is indeed a capable individual, with quite a number of trusted allies. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I am eager to see how Griffin will wield his influence moving forward. Bodyguard Mills questioned. My Lord Griffith, are you not concerned about nurturing a potential threat? Griffith chuckled at Mills' remark and replied, Fear not. I have my own measures in place to deal with Griffin. From the moment he began to approach me, I have kept a watchful eye on him. The cavalry has always been firmly under my control. By allowing Griffin to recruit these 3,000 mercenaries, I aim to draw out the forces he has behind him. Griffin, a man from Westeros, how is it that his trusted followers among these 3,000 mercenaries also hail from Westeros? With that, Griffith mounted his horse and departed from Whaleport with his cavalry. In a lavish yet eerie courtyard in King's Landing, Lisa had just concluded an intimate conversation with Peter Baelish, her eyes still somewhat dazed. She bitterly confided in Baelish that her elderly husband, the current Prime Minister Jon, intended to offer their son, young Robert, as an adopted son to Prince Stannis. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise crossed Peter Baelish's eyes, and he eagerly pressed Lisa for further details. Recently, Jon has been consumed by an obsessive fervor, as Lisa recounted. Since Stannis sought Jon 2 days ago, he has been ensnared as if by a spell, spending each day in his study, poring over various tomes concerning noble bloodlines, repeatedly murmuring about the resilience of lineage. Upon hearing this, Peter felt an unsettling premonition stir within him. Littlefinger promptly summoned the relevant parties to closely monitor every move of Prime Minister Jon. Lisa grasped Peter's hand tightly, beseeching him to ensure that her child, young Robert, would not be separated from her side. Chapter 35. Night raid. Under the cover of night and amidst the rain, the village of Golden Flower, lying outside the Iron Wall, appeared enigmatic and desolate. The villagers had long since fled in panic, leaving behind an empty hamlet. Ser Wilco of the Golden Company, accompanied by a dozen of his men, found refuge in one of the deserted houses. Rain splashed upon the once bustling cobblestone paths, which seemed to lament the prosperity of yesteryears, now rendered lonely and forlorn. Those villagers who had chosen to remain now served as grim markers, pinned by the roadside, warning others of the lurking dangers and oppressive silence. The anguished cries of a woman echoed from within the room, sending chills down one's spine. Sergeant, it is quite late, and we are still wandering outside. Is this wise? A subordinate expressed his concern. Wilco glanced at him, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and retorted, What worries you? The remnants of Tyrosh are still awaiting reinforcements at Whalesport. Their forces are utterly exhausted and devoid of combat capability. He shot a sidelong glance at his subordinate, his smile unwavering. Just ensure that those young lads do not kill the village maidens. They are to be brought back for the company to enjoy. Could you perhaps bring me some amusement? Upon hearing this, Wilco turned with curiosity, only to be taken aback as he realized his head had already soared into the air. Before him stood a strikingly handsome man with silver hair and violet eyes, brandishing a sword aimed at his decapitated body. Soldiers behind the man surged into the room, unleashing a bloody massacre. Ultimately, only one survivor remained, along with a few village maidens. What is your name? Griffith inquired courteously of the sole survivor from the Golden Company, a man named Tastingvich. Tasting, a flicker of tension crossing his face, quickly responded, I am Tastingvich. Might I ask, my lord, what questions you require me to answer? Griffith picked up a map, smiling at Tastingvich, and said, then, please reveal to me the precise location of the Golden Company's encampment. Tasting swiftly indicated the camp's position on the map. Griffith nodded and further asked, also, what is the signal for the scouts at the camp during the night? Tasting hesitated for a moment before quietly responding. He will ask, did you bring back any wine? You shall reply, bonfire feast, and that will suffice. Griffith gestured to several young women nearby, commanding his subordinates to bind Tustin and entrust him to their care. Tustin, glaring at the village girls whose eyes brimmed with animosity, furiously directed his anger at Griffith, exclaiming, you deceiver, you have betrayed me. You promised you would not kill me. To this, Griffith replied, Tustin, I have not slain you. I trust these young women will take good care of you. He then instructed, Mills, you and your men should don the armor of those Golden Company mercenaries. As the rain intensified, a voice from a reconnaissance cavalry sergeant echoed from across the road. Have you returned with the wine? Mills responded, it's a bonfire feast, brother. Are we ready to depart? The sergeant inquired with perplexity, which sergeant led you out? Why have you returned so late? Mills chuckled, replying, we followed Sergeant Will. raiding a village on the outskirts. Look at my brothers, it's frigid out here. Have a drink to warm yourselves. With that, Mills offered a pouch of wine. The reconnaissance sergeant hesitated, but, noticing that Mills was accompanied by only 6 men, voiced his concerns. Why hasn't he Sergeant Will returned yet? Why are there only 6 of you? Mills smiled, saying, there are still a few village girls in the village. Sergeant Will and some of his men are still occupied. Fear not. Sergeant Will assured me that after the revelry, he would return with those girls to entertain the brothers. The sergeant, no longer suspicious, began to savor the red wine. Mills continued, let the brothers on watch come out for a drink as well. In such heavy rain, it must be cold hiding in the woods. The sergeant nodded and whistled. Shortly thereafter, 2 concealed sentinels emerged from the forest, leading their horses. As Mills handed them wine, he simultaneously drew his sword. In that moment of surprise, Mills' disguised mercenaries surged forth, striking down the reconnaissance sergeant and his companion in a flurry of blows, leaving them sprawled in a pool of blood. On that stormy night, within the encampment of the Golden Company, mercenaries who had been peacefully slumbering were abruptly awakened by the thunderous sound of galloping hooves, a cacophony that shattered the tranquility of the camp like a torrential downpour. Tents collapsed under the sudden onslaught, and the once serene encampment was violently disrupted by the charging cavalry. Amidst the chaos, the darkness entwined with the rain created a blurred tableau, as the mercenaries of the Golden Company found themselves in a state of panic, as if engulfed by shadows. Griffith, leading the cavalry, rampaged through the camp unimpeded, and the atmosphere of terror began to permeate the encampment. Some mid-ranking officers within the Golden Company attempted to rally their comrades, yet they were swiftly overwhelmed by Griffith's cavalry, plunging the entire camp into disarray. In the obscurity, the mercenaries could not discern friend from foe, and scenes of fratricide began to unfold. The commander of the Golden Company, Harry, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately ordered the assembly horn to be sounded, striving to gather those mercenaries who had not yet succumbed to complete chaos. Meanwhile, Harry dispatched his subordinates to summon the Milland army, hoping for their swift assistance in quelling the chaos. He was acutely aware that the Golden Company had descended into a state of internecine strife, unable to regain control by their own means. Concurrently, Griffith, leading the cavalry, witnessed the tumultuous scene within the Golden Company's camp. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he decisively commanded his men to sound the retreat. The torrential rain poured down, mingling with the cacophony of battle cries echoing throughout the encampment. Commander Harry stood at the edge of the camp, gazing upon the disorderly state of the Golden Company, filled with a profound sense of distress. He understood that this internal conflict would exact a tremendous toll on the Golden Company, and could only pray for the Milland army to arrive post-haste to aid him in restoring order. At dawn, Commander Harry stood before the ruins of the camp. His gaze met with devastation. His soldiers meticulously counted the survivors, regrettably discovering that the majority of last night's casualties were the result of friendly fire. A harrowing price that weighed heavily upon him, with approximately 2,000 lives lost or injured. Faced with such a grim reality, Commander Harry could not help but cover his face with his hands. To prevent a recurrence of such events, he swiftly reinforced the defensive measures within the Golden Company. Chapter 36. Pre-battle at King's Landing. Peter Baelish gently kissed Lisa, his eyes brimming with tenderness and resolve. His words flowed like a melodious tune, stirring the heart. Lisa, let us act together to eliminate the nuisance that is Jon. Once we achieve our goal, young Robert shall be freed. We can then be openly united, free from the threat of anyone sending Robert away to become another ward. At that time, you shall take Robert back to the Eyrie, while I, Peter, will diligently support him until our reunion. Our future shall be forever intertwined. Peter's gaze sparkled with unwavering determination, as if to assure Lisa that they would face whatever came together. Lisa fervently returned Peter's kiss, her eyes shimmering with passionate emotion. She softly replied, my dear, I have known since childhood that you are my one true love. Alas, my wretched father, Hoster Tully, cruelly shattered our union by marrying me off to an old man, forcing me to confront his decaying body each day. Yet, all of this is but a nightmare, for my heart truly belongs to you. You are right. Jon seeks to take my only child, young Robert. I must eliminate him, my love. What is your plan? Tell me. Peter smiled as he produced a vial from his sleeve, containing the tears of bliss. He tenderly handed it to Lisa, saying, Lisa, this shall be our solution. Meanwhile, in the Queen's chambers at the Red Keep, the portly white-cloaked High Septon, Maegor, recounted the overheard conversation in detail to Queen Cersei. Queen Cersei and her brother Ser Jaime stood quietly by, their faces as pale as parchment. Within Cersei's heart raged a tempest of anxiety, akin to a turbulent sea. Our secret has been uncovered. What shall we do? Yet Sir Jaime calmly assessed the situation, declaring, Cersei, do not fret. I shall personally lead the Lannister soldiers to assassinate Prime Minister Jon. Should our plot be revealed, I shall bear full responsibility. At that moment, Cersei erupted with fierce determination, shaking her head in refusal. No, that is insufficient. We must strike first. Maester Qyburn, you must devise a way to eliminate the High Septon. Once he is dead, the position will be yours, and our Lannister family shall bear the expenses of the vacancy. As for Prime Minister Jon, our family's soldiers currently occupy the Red Keep. We shall behead him on his way to the Royal Council. Regarding Robert, should he become aware of our plans, we will imprison him, allowing him to succumb to a sudden illness. We will then support young Joffrey's ascension to the throne. However, Jaime voiced his concerns. This course of action is indeed perilous. Should we falter, our entire family could descend into irreparable ruin. Cersei's eyes gleamed with resolute fervor as she fervently replied, We possess no alternative. If Jon and the High Septon do not perish, our 3 children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, are doomed. Jaime, we can no longer hesitate. We must take decisive action. Maester Qyburn listened intently to the Queen's commands, fully aware that fortune favors the bold. At Whale Harbor, the morning sun illuminated the bustling port. Alive with activity, vessels from Tyrosh arrived in a steady stream, laden with supplies and reinforcements, gliding in from the dawn. In the command tent, Tyrion smiled and nodded at Griffith, proclaiming, Griffith, I shall report your commendable efforts to the Lord. You have performed admirably. My demoralized troops have begun to regain their spirit upon hearing your news. Griffith responded with a smile. The outcome of battle is not solely determined by a single ambush. It is the unfolding of the final confrontation that truly matters. We may not hold the advantage in direct conflict, and while our surprise tactics can alleviate some pressure, the main forces of the Golden Company remain intact. We have merely depleted a portion of their infantry. Tyrion spoke with renewed confidence. Indeed, the morale of the troops has markedly improved since a few days ago. Tomorrow, you shall lead your mercenaries alongside my Tyroshi army to confront the Meereenese at the Iron Wall. Be thoroughly prepared. As Griffin saw Griffith emerge from the tent, he rushed forward, exclaiming, Commander, congratulations on your successful raid against the Golden Company 2 nights ago. I have already taken your instructions to heart and prepared our mercenaries for battle. Griffith smiled at Griffin, saying, Tomorrow, we shall accompany the Tyroshi army to the Iron Wall. In our most favorable scenario, we would stand face to face against one another. However, given the current strength of our military, it seems unlikely that we can initiate a decisive battle. After Griffith bid farewell to Griffin, young Griffin lingered nearby, while Griffith's attendant gazed at him with an innocent expression, as if awaiting something. Young Griffin spoke up, Commander, why wasn't I allowed to accompany you during the ambush on the Golden Company last time? Is it because my abilities are still insufficient? Griffith responded with a smile, Young Griffin, there is no need for you to worry about that. The last mission was indeed perilous, and had anything happened to you, Vice Commander Griffin would have been deeply saddened. Moreover, your skills are quite commendable. However, I wish for you to understand that your primary responsibility on the battlefield is to ensure my safety, so do not take unnecessary risks. As for the upcoming decisive battle, I will take you along, and you shall stand by my side as my personal guard, understood? Hearing this, young Griffin replied with excitement, Thank you, Commander. I will do my utmost to become an excellent guard. As night fell, the entire port of Whale Harbor was shrouded in thick mist, resembling a mysterious veil. Within this enchanting atmosphere, Vice Commander Griffin focused intently on composing a letter in his chamber, each word and sentence infused with his careful contemplation and meticulous planning. The letter detailed the movements of the Tyrosian army and the mercenary group, informing that they would set forth tomorrow towards Ironwall Fortress. The specific numbers were accurately recorded in the letter, so that the brothers of the Golden Company could prepare accordingly. Additionally, the 3,000 mercenaries led by Griffin would serve as a crucial force in this decisive battle. After finishing the letter, Griffin entrusted it to a raven, which soared into the night sky, carrying his expectations towards Ironwall Fortress. Outside the room, Griffith's personal guard, Mills, witnessed the entire scene from the shadows, watching the raven fly towards Ironwall Fortress. Chapter 37. Unblinking eyes. King's Landing on a sunny day, with bright sunlight bathing the city in a warm golden glow. Prime Minister Jon had confirmed after thorough investigation that the 3 children born to Queen Cersei were not the biological offspring of King Robert, but rather the result of the incestuous union between Jaime Lannister and Cersei Lannister. This shocking revelation weighed heavily on Prime Minister Jon, prompting him to take decisive action today, to ensure the matter was handled appropriately. He had commissioned Bachelor Common yesterday to inform King Robert and insisted that he must come to the Great September of Baelor this afternoon for an important discussion. After instructing his servants to prepare the horses, Prime Minister Jon prepared to leave the Red Keep to escort Robert's illegitimate son to the Great September of Baelor. As Jon rode out of the Red Keep's gates with the Bachelor and 4 soldiers, Kingsguard Jaime Lannister watched from atop the walls of the Red Keep. Jaime had initially intended to strike against Jon within the confines of the Red Keep, but, seeing Jon venture towards the heart of King's Landing, he appeared to have devised a more cunning plan. Jaime intended to have an assassin from House Lannister masquerade as a commoner in King's Landing, inciting chaos in the streets to facilitate the assassination of Prime Minister Jon within the city, thereby deftly evading any suspicion. However, as Prime Minister Jon emerged from the gates of the Red Keep, he suddenly tumbled from his horse, succumbing to unconsciousness. At once, Bachelor Keeman, who was by Jon's side, called upon 4 loyal guards of House Arryn to swiftly transport the Prime Minister back to the Tower of the Prime Minister for medical attention. Simultaneously, Bachelor Keeman sought out Archmaester Pycelle for assistance. Lying on the ground, Prime Minister Jon appeared pallid and remained in a state of unconsciousness. Jaime was engulfed in doubt and hesitation, uncertain whether to risk taking action. At that moment, upon hearing that Bachelor Keeman was seeking Archmaester Pycelle, a faint smile crossed Jaime's face. He promptly descended from the city walls, accompanied by Lannister guards, to aid in the transport of Prime Minister Jon back to the tower. Inside the tower, Jon lay unconscious upon the bed. Bachelor Keeman anxiously inquired of Archmaester Pycelle about the nature of Jon's ailment. Archmaester Pycelle was about to respond, but caught sight of Jaime, who stood behind Bachelor Keeman, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance and shaking his head. Understanding the unspoken message, Pycelle knew how to proceed. He replied to Bachelor Keeman, suggesting that it might be a recurrence of the Prime Minister's gastric affliction. Pycelle urged Keeman to hasten to his chambers for a remedy for the stomach ailment, while he remained vigilant over Jon's condition. Once Keeman departed, only the unconscious Jon and the 2 men, Jaime and Archmaester Pycelle, were left in the room. Jaime leaned in and whispered to Pycelle, "Prime Minister Jon must die today." His eyes revealed a resolute and merciless intent. Though his voice was quiet, it exuded an undeniable determination. With that, Jaime exited the tower, eager not to linger. He was acutely aware that King Robert would rush back upon hearing the news, and Jaime wished to avoid any association with untoward actions. Archmaester Pycelle remained alone in the room, attending to Prime Minister Jon, perplexed by Keeman's earlier remarks about Jon's vibrant health that morning, only for his condition to suddenly deteriorate. Pycelle suspected foul play orchestrated by Jaime and Cersei, yet he had long pledged his allegiance to House Lannister. Since the objective was Jon's demise, executing it became a straightforward affair, and Pycelle resolved to adhere to his usual methods of treatment. Suddenly, Prime Minister Jon began to stir from his stupor. Appearing exceedingly weak and pallid, he gazed feebly at Archmaester Pycelle, who remained steadfast in his care. Jon was acutely aware of his precarious health and suspected that he may have been poisoned, fearing he might not survive until King Robert's arrival. Recognizing that his time was limited, Jon resolved to entrust his final words to the reliable Archmaester Pycelle. Prime Minister Jon struggled to articulate the clandestine truth regarding King Robert's 3 offspring. Confiding in Pycelle and instructing the Grand Maester to relay this revelation to the king after his demise. In a state of shock, Pycelle promptly vowed to convey this last wish to King Robert. As Maester Cresson returned with the necessary remedy, Prime Minister Jon lapsed back into unconsciousness. Under the pretext of treating the Prime Minister, Pycelle forcibly ushered Cresson out of the chamber. Subsequently, the Grand Maester prepared a purgative for Jon using the available medication. In the afternoon, sunlight flooded the room as Lisa hurried in with young Robert, the air thick with an indescribable stench. Prime Minister Jon lay in bed, pallid and unresponsive, the room in disarray. At that moment, King Robert burst into the room, and upon witnessing the scene, he exclaimed, "By the 7, is this the 7th circle of hell? Pycelle, what on earth is happening here?" Cautiously, Grand Maester Pycelle replied, "The Prime Minister has suffered a sudden ailment, exhibiting symptoms akin to gastrointestinal distress. I have administered medication, but its efficacy appears lacking." Suddenly, Prime Minister Jon stirred, and Pycelle's spirits plummeted. Jon's frail body was weak, yet his gaze bore into Pycelle with intensity, suggesting discontent with Pycelle's adherence to his wishes. The Grand Maester lowered his head in silence. King Robert observed Jon, sensing that he had something to communicate. With great effort, Jon finally managed to utter, "Robert, strong, resilient." It seemed Jon wished to continue, but his strength waned. The last vestiges of his energy were spent in a fervent stare at Robert, who contemplated the implications of Jon's words. Suddenly, Lady Lisa, in tears, interjected, "Jon, my husband once remarked that young Robert Arryn bears a striking resemblance to him. Hence Jon believes Robert is strong and resilient." Hearing Lisa's words, King Robert found a semblance of truth and responded, "Old Jon, is that what you mean?" Upon hearing Robert and Lisa's remarks, it appeared Jon could no longer persist. Then, his eyes remained wide open in death, as if whispering a final secret. Meanwhile, in the Archbishop's chambers at the Great September of Baelor, the Archbishop, having finished his lunch, was suddenly besieged by an inexplicable sensation. His hands instinctively clutched his throat, facial muscles twitching, turning a shade of purple. Veins bulged as he struggled for breath. Yet all efforts were in vain. Minutes later, his body stiffened, the breath of life ebbing away, reminiscent of a choking agony. Chapter 38. The ambush within the walls of King's Landing. The populace buzzed with discourse, the focal point being the recently deceased Prime Minister Jon. A vivid account of the heartbreaking tragedy unfolds, asserting that the Prime Minister endured immense suffering in his final moments, with the entire room allegedly permeated by an unbearable stench. It is said that Prime Minister Jon succumbed to acute gastric illness. A voice interjects with lament, noting Jon's silent dedication to the kingdom's affairs for over a decade, contributing significantly to its prosperity. Now that the Prime Minister has departed, we ought to proceed to the cathedral to pay our respects and express our condolences. Within the Red Keep of King's Landing, Jaime tightly embraces Cersei, relishing the joyous chimes of the bells from the Great September of Baelor resonating outside. The melodious toll reverberates throughout the city, a testament to the king's profound respect for the Prime Minister. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jaime inquires, "Cersei, did you orchestrate Jon's poisoning?" Cersei, taken aback by the question, shakes her head and clarifies, "No, Jaime, I did not poison him. I always believed it was you." Jon surrounded himself with loyal confidants. "I could find no means to administer poison." After a moment of silence, Jaime chuckles softly, "Cersei, let not your thoughts wander so. Perhaps Jon's health simply failed him." Hearing this, Cersei smiles and kisses Jaime. "Indeed, let us not dwell on this matter. Perhaps it is merely the old man's comeuppance." Jaime nods, cradling Cersei as they approach the bedside. In the Great September of Baelor, King Robert observes the silent sisters meticulously tending to Jon's remains. Puzzled, he turns to Bishop Wade, inquiring why the High Septon is not presiding over the rites. Bishop Wade replies with a smile, "Your Majesty, due to the High Septon's ill health, I have taken it upon myself to manage the arrangements for Prime Minister Jon." Just then, a commotion erupts outside the Great September, prompting King Robert to curiously ask the gold-cloaked commander, Ser Jorah, about the disturbance. Ser Jorah explains that the citizens of King's Landing have gathered to pay their respects to Prime Minister Jon. Understanding the situation, King Robert instructs Ser Jorah to position several astute gold cloaks to guard Jon's body, ensuring it remains unscathed. King Robert then gazes at his younger brother, Lord Stannis, who is vigilantly guarding the Duke of Storm's End, and questions, "Renly, I am curious, where is our brother Stannis? Why has he not come to attend the Prime Minister's funeral?" Upon hearing Robert's words, Renly hesitates. However, out of respect for his family and elder brother, Renly decides to report what he knows. "Brother, Stannis has returned to Dragonstone, seemingly rallying the troops there to eradicate the pirates near the island. However, I am not privy to the specifics." At this revelation, King Robert's demeanor shifts to one of furious indignation. Robert requested Renly to write a letter to Stannis, urging him to personally present himself before the Iron Throne for clarification. Once the king's anger had subsided, Robert turned to his younger brother Renly, his tone gradually regaining composure. "Renly, who do you believe is the most suitable candidate to serve as the next hand of the king in our realm?" At that moment, Renly calmly analyzed the potential candidates for the position. He suggested that Robert should consider Eddard Stark as the next hand of the king for their kingdom. Renly's reasoning was compelling. He reminded Robert that, following the death of Jon, there were indeed few trustworthy individuals remaining by his side. While Duke Hoster Tully of the Riverlands still held some prestige, he was now bedridden, and his influence had significantly waned. As for Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westerlands, their power in King's Landing had grown excessively formidable, which, if left unchecked, could pose a threat to the stability of the realm. The candidates from the Vale and Dorne were not suitable for the position of hand. After listening, Robert expressed his strong agreement, stating, "Renly, your suggestion is most astute. I had the same intention and was planning to journey to Winterfell to invite Eddard Stark to come south and assume the responsibilities of the hand, managing the affairs of the realm." Renly then turned his gaze to Robert, asserting, "Only your brother Eddard Stark possesses the requisite prestige and is the optimal choice for hand among the Seven Kingdoms. Amidst the discussions in the hall, Robert's attention shifted to Jon's wife Lisa and their son, Robert Arryn. In his heart, Robert was convinced that Jon's dying words referred to his only son, little Robert Arryn. As he gazed upon the frail form of the boy, Robert felt a deeper sense of Jon's concern for his child in his final moments. After much contemplation, Robert proposed to Lady Lisa that they send little Robert to Casterly Rock to become the ward of Lord Tywin. He hoped that Tywin would nurture the boy with his vast experience and wisdom. After a moment of reflection, Lady Lisa indicated that she would consider this proposal. In the camp of the commander of the disputed lands, Commander Havlon was taken aback by Captain Harry's steadfast confirmation regarding the authenticity of the letter, leading to surprise concerning the insider within the Tyroshi army. Within the camp of the Melita forces surrounding the Iron Wall, Commander Havlon smiled at Harry, commending his insight. You truly have an eye for opportunity. Should he turn against them during a crucial battle, the Tyroshi forces would undoubtedly crumble. Shall we consider a direct assault? Harry inquired, studying the map. Indeed, why wait for the Tyroshi to confront us? Havlon replied with a smile. Based on the information you provided, we now possess the precise timing of the Tyroshi army's departure. We can lead our forces to launch a direct assault, compelling the Tyroshi to engage in battle at this very moment. Given the current state of the Tyroshi forces, they cannot endure for long. The leader of the Golden Company, Harry, smiled and remarked, I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming battle. As the Telesai army advanced eastward, Griffith, authorized by Tyrell, was entrusted with commanding the rear flank of the Telesai troops. Throughout the journey, Griffith maintained a silence, seemingly in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a stir arose from the front ranks of the Telesai forces. Chapter 39. The defeat at midday. The sun poured its scorching rays upon the vast expanse of the plains. A skirmish ensued between the Telesai army, the Mill army, and the Golden Company. The Telesai forces numbered a total of 11,000, while the combined might of the Mill and the Golden Company reached 18,000. On the battlefield of the Telesai, the initially orderly ranks began to reveal signs of disarray. Faced with the unexpected clash, confusion and dread filled the hearts of the Telesai soldiers. Nevertheless, under the firm command of General Tyrell, the Telesai forces managed to maintain their formation, albeit with great difficulty. In the Mill army's flank, General Havrin, after listening to Captain Harry's account, pondered deeply and offered his observations and assessments regarding the Telesai forces. Captain Harry believed that the morale of the Telesai army was waning, their supplies were inadequate, and advocated for a cautious approach, suggesting they remain on standby to see if the enemy would retreat on their own. However, Harry's views did not find favor with General Havrin, who rebuked him sternly. General Havrin expressed his dissatisfaction with Captain Harry's timidity, emphasizing that decisions in warfare require decisiveness and courage, and that hesitation could lead to missed opportunities. He urged an immediate assault while the Telesai's morale was low. After careful consideration, General Havrin made a decisive choice. He commanded the Mill Heavy Cavalry, led by Sergeant Benad Birain and comprising 400 armored knights, to launch a fierce attack on the vulnerable right flank of the Telesai forces. Havrin hoped that this maneuver would disperse the Telesai archers on the right, creating an opening for the ensuing battle. Simultaneously, Sir Franklin Fuwa would lead 500 mounted attendants of the Golden Company in harassment operations, coordinating with the Mill archers to disrupt the left flank of the Telesai army. This strategy would exert pressure on both sides of the Telesai forces, compelling them to disperse their troops and thus weaken their center. To further intensify the pressure, Havrin ordered Captain Harry to lead 500 heavy knights of the Golden Company to maneuver around the flank of the Telesai army. Havrin's intention was to keep the Telesai forces acutely aware of the threat looming behind them, preventing them from concentrating on the frontal assault. Meanwhile, the remaining infantry of the Mill army and the Golden Company would maintain their prior formation, launching a full frontal assault on the Telesai forces. Their mission was to ensure the continuity of the attack, while providing steadfast support for the charging heavy cavalry of the Mill and the Golden Company. As the commander of the Mill army, Hariel prepared to unleash a series of powerful strikes. The opposing Tyrosian forces seized the initiative, placing Mill's left wing in a precarious position. On the left flank, Griffith, mounted on his galloping steed, led his cavalry into a fierce assault. Like a tempest, Griffith's cavalry surged toward the Golden Regiment's attendant horsemen, swiftly disrupting their orderly formation. The cavalry charged through like a knife through bamboo, overwhelming the attendants and throwing Mill's archers into disarray. Faced with the dual pressure of Griffith's cavalry and Tyrosian archers, Mill's left-wing archers found themselves gradually losing ground in the clash. This unforeseen turn of events caught the Mill army off guard. What was once perceived as a manageable plan now appeared increasingly futile. In light of this situation, Hariel had to swiftly recalibrate his strategy. Otherwise, the entire Mill army risked descending into a deeper quagmire. On the battlefield, observing the unfolding circumstances, Hariel decisively raised his banner and commanded the leader of the Golden Regiment, Sir Hal, to lead his heavily armored knights against the reckless and advancing cavalry of Griffith. Upon noticing the enemy's unusual maneuvers, Griffith promptly ordered his cavalry to retreat to the left flank of the Tyrosian forces to safeguard their position. Meanwhile, Sir Hal of the Golden Regiment, recognizing the shift, immediately directed his knights to closely monitor Griffith's cavalry. "My Lord Griffith," reported one of his aides, "the young Griffin did not charge alongside us. He has instead joined the infantry mercenary regiment led by Deputy Commander Griffin. His attendant, Day, has informed us of this matter." Griffith replied nonchalantly, "As for young Griffin, if he seeks his own demise, what concern is it of mine? He has only himself to blame." On the right flank, under the command of the heavily armored cavalry leader, Benaid, the Mill heavy cavalry charged forth like a tempest toward the right wing of the Tyrosian forces. In response, the Tyrosian archers unleashed a torrential barrage of arrows, a relentless downpour that struck the Mill heavy cavalry with a cacophony of sharp sounds. The hardened arrows collided with the armor of the Mill knights, some shattering upon impact, while others ricocheted off, inflicting minimal damage. Undeterred, the Mill heavy cavalry surged into the dense line of light infantry and archers that composed the Tyrosian right flank, causing chaos and disrupting their formation. In the midst of the fierce combat, Tyrosian Commander Trell surveyed his troops, noting that Griffith's infantry mercenary regiment, under the leadership of Deputy Commander Griffin and young Griffin, remained silently stationed at the rear flank of the Tyrosian forces, showing no signs of movement. Trier was beset by an unsettling premonition. However, due to the exigencies of the battlefield, he found himself unable to act. In response to the imminent collapse of the right flank, General Tyrosh decisively dispatched the mere 200 elite knights at his disposal to support the right wing of the Tyrosh army. With the aid of Trier's loyal knights, the right flank of the Tyrosh forces became akin to a horde of porcupines armed with steel quills, as both sides clashed fiercely, each striving fervently to advance. The formations of soldiers, resembling spikes protruding from their ironclad armor, incessantly jabbed at the enemy, producing a crisp symphony of clashing steel. The heavy thuds of fallen soldiers and the anguished cries of the severely wounded amidst the chaos painted a harrowing tableau of visceral combat. Griffiths, leading his cavalry unit, arrived just in time, charging like a tempest toward the right flank of the Mill infantry, instantly shattering the already disordered lines. Ultimately, Benaid realized that the morale of the Mill forces had completely disintegrated, and he sounded the retreat for the right flank of the Mill army. At that moment, Captain Harry of the Golden Company witnessed Griffiths leading his cavalry to aid the beleaguered right flank of the Tyrosh forces. However, Captain Harry chose not to pursue Griffith's cavalry, believing that the absence of Griffith's cavalry presented a fortuitous opportunity. He resolved to lead his 500 heavily armored knights to circumvent the battlefield and launch an assault on General Trier's position in the center with the support of the Mill center forces. Seeing this, Griffin, the deputy commander of the Tyrosh army's rear, also led a contingent of mercenary infantry to join forces with the Golden Company's heavy cavalry to encircle the Tyrosh center. Consequently, the entire Tyrosh center was besieged from both sides, leading to its swift disintegration. General Trier was slain by the Golden Company's heavy cavalry, causing the Tyrosh center to disband in utter chaos. Chapter 40. The Demon Dragon. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted rapidly. The Tyrosh center was in disarray, and upon witnessing this collapse, some troops on the left flank chose surrender, while others fled. Griffiths and his comrades observed the disintegration of the Tyrosh center and left flank. The anxious knight Mills implored Griffiths, "My Lord Griffiths, we have lost. We must flee, for time is running out." Yet Griffiths, with calm composure, replied, "We have not lost. We have yet to win. It has finally arrived." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the clouds above, resonating with such force that it seemed to shake the very earth. The sound pierced the heavens, striking deep into the hearts of all present, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. In terror, the people on the battlefield looked up, and there, emerging from the clouds, was a colossal white dragon, its length exceeding 40 meters. With astonishing speed, the dragon descended upon the center of the battlefield, exhaling a torrent of raging flames, as if intent on incinerating the entire central theater of war. On the ground, the Mill army, the Knights of the Golden Legion, and the mercenaries were instantly transformed into wisps of white smoke beneath the searing flames. Harry, the commander of the Golden Legion, was reduced to charred bones in the face of the fierce dragon fire. The dragon wielded flames as its weapon, ruthlessly obliterating everything in its path. In the midst of the battlefield, a colossal white dragon slowly descended, its towering form reminiscent of a small hill, exuding an imposing aura. Its intense dragon fire surged forth like the blazing sun, scorching the air around it into a searing distortion. The soldiers of Mill, the Golden Legion, and the mercenaries, witnessing this shocking spectacle, were seized by terror, trembling as they fled, too fearful to approach the mighty dragon, wherever the dragon's flames reached. Even the air appeared to be charred, releasing a pungent smell of burning. Beside Griffin, little Griffin suddenly dashed into the battlefield, his eyes glimmering with excitement and a thirst for adventure, eager to draw closer to the immense white dragon. Cautiously, he approached the dragon step by step, and upon nearing it, he began to sing an ancient melody in High Valyrian, a song meant to tame dragons. The melody was soft and melodious, imbued with a certain enchantment that captivated all who heard it. Little Griffin endeavored to approach the dragon slowly through his song, attempting to soothe this formidable creature. Meanwhile, Griffith, stationed on the right wing, observed the scene with a cold gaze, a cruel smile etched upon his face. As little Griffin's song grew nearer, the white dragon seemed to be drawn to the enchanting melody, slowly raising its head as if to listen to the exquisite tune. Encouraged by this response, little Griffin pressed on, determined not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The white dragon gazed serenely at the approaching Griffin, whose song flowed like a gentle spring. Yet within the softness of the dragon's gaze lay an imperceptible turbulence. Suddenly, the dragon's emotions surged like a tempest. It glared fiercely at little Griffin and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. In that instant, little Griffin let out a heart-wrenching scream, his form gradually blurring in the inferno, ultimately reduced to a cloud of ash. From a distance, the vice commander, Griffith, witnessed this tragic sight, his heart wrenched in agony as he cried out, "Little Aegon!" The white dragon then soared through the air, its maw spewing forth scorching flames, akin to the fiery sun, directed towards the dense cluster of Mill troops and the Golden Legion. In an instant, chaos erupted among the Mill army and the soldiers of the Golden Legion, who began to scatter in panic, like leaves swept away by a tempest, desperately attempting to escape this hellish battlefield. Waves of heat rolled in with the flames, warping the surrounding air as despair filled the terrified eyes of the soldiers. The Mill troops and the Golden Legion soldiers raced desperately, seeking refuge. Yet the dragon's flames pursued them relentlessly, closing in like a harbinger of death. Confronted with the unforeseen predicament, Commander Haverland of the Mill forces decisively commanded the archers at his side to unleash their arrows upon the colossal, white dragon soaring above. The dragon, despite being struck by the arrows, seemed impervious, its skin akin to steel, each impact resonating with a sharp, metallic clang. Infuriated by the assault from below, the dragon's eyes blazed with a ferocious fire. In an instant, it amassed a formidable power, unleashing torrents of flames from its maw, the inferno swirling through the sky like a rampaging beast, turning the entire vicinity into a blazing inferno. Below, Commander Haverland appeared minuscule amidst the flames. Before he could react, he was consumed by the fire, reduced to a charred corpse. Griffith ordered his retainers to sound the rallying horn, and in that moment, the disarrayed ranks of the Tolosai army began to regroup around him. The dragon circled overhead, wreaking havoc upon the Mill forces and the Golden Company. At this juncture, the battlefield had irrevocably tilted, the Mill army and the Golden Company crumbling into chaos. The soldiers of the Golden Company and the Mill troops scattered like lost sheep across the battlefield, fleeing in disarray. They no longer heeded their commanders, having realized that the immense dragon targeted only those who were clustered together. Though once valiant, the soldiers of both the Golden Company and the Mill forces felt an overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness in the face of such a calamity. Their comrades fell around them, death and fear spreading like a plague among their ranks. The white dragon ascended gracefully, soaring high and gradually disappearing into the azure sky. After its departure, the battlefield fell into a brief, profound silence, a silence laden with shock. The once tumultuous arena of conflict became eerily quiet, littered with shattered shields and broken blades, as if narrating the tale of this brutal clash. The air was thick with the acrid sense of blood and flames, instilling a chilling dread. Apart from the whinnies of warhorses and the anguished cries of the scorched, no other sounds remained. Before the regrouped Tolosai forces led by Griffith, The soldiers of Mill and the Golden Company, along with the mercenaries, who once dared to resist, now stood powerless. Scattered soldiers fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. As the Golden Company, the mercenary infantry, and the Mill forces became mere prey for Griffith's relentless harvest. The battlefield was strewn with the kneeling figures of Mill and Golden Company soldiers, their hearts filled with despair and terror. Regarding the updates, due to prior commitments, I shall release 2 chapters tomorrow, totaling 4 chapters. Chapter 41. Night conversations. As night enveloped Griffith's encampment, the wails of prisoners echoed ominously in the solemn darkness. Within the tent, Griffith's retainers stood at attention, their gazes fixed upon him, while the Tolosi commanders awaited his instructions. Griffith sat resolutely at the center of the tent, his gaze seemingly lost in contemplation. He spoke solemnly to the awaiting assembly, instructing them to select the high-ranking officers from the Golden Company among the prisoners, as well as all the traitorous mercenaries, and gather them in one place. As for the Militian captives and their commanders, they were to remain. The tent fell into a tense silence, illuminated only by the flickering flames that cast solemn expressions upon the faces of those present. One of his guards stepped forward, whispering, "My Lord Griffith, how shall we deal with these captives?" Griffith's response was cold and unyielding. "If we are to make an example, then prepare for their execution. First, let us select them and await my further orders." The generals of Tylos, upon hearing this, anxiously inquired about Griffith's next move. Griffith smiled faintly, declaring, "The army shall return to Whale Harbor. As for the Militian captives, they will be handed over to the Duke of Tylos upon our arrival at Whale Harbor, serving as leverage in negotiations." Outside the tent, guards Day and Mills escorted Deputy Commander Griffin within. Griffin's arms were bound, yet his gaze remained fixed on Griffith, betraying neither fear nor submission. Inside the tent, Griffith gestured for the guards and the Tylos generals to depart. Silence enveloped the space, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind and the anguished cries of the captives. In that moment, the air thickened with tension. Griffin's eyes blazed with fury, riveted on Griffith across from him. The questions and hatred swirling within Griffin surged like turbulent waves, finally spilling forth. "That white dragon, does it belong to you?" This inquiry had long festered in Griffin's mind as he sought to unravel the enigma and discover the truth. Griffith maintained his tranquil demeanor in response, elegantly reclining in his chair as he regarded Griffin. With succinct clarity, he answered with a simple, "Yes." Upon hearing this revelation, Griffin felt as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer, an immense weight pressing upon his chest, rendering him breathless. The shocking truth hit him like a thunderclap, leaving him in disbelief and unwilling to accept it. Griffin's inner world crumbled in an instant, consumed by confusion and hatred, intertwined like a tempestuous sea that refused to calm. Taking a deep breath, Griffin endeavored to confront this harsh reality with a semblance of rationality. He began to recall everything he knew about Griffith, attempting to decipher the true motives behind his actions. However, Griffith's demeanor remained inscrutable, his intentions shrouded in a veil of mist, leaving Griffin perplexed as to what Griffith truly desired. Griffith watched Griffin, lost in thought, with a serene smile, his tone casual, as if recounting an ordinary tale. "Sir John Clinton," he began, "once a dear friend of Prince Rhaegar, is now the power behind the Targaryen family." John Clinton inhaled sharply in astonishment, glaring at Griffith with a mix of surprise and skepticism in his voice. "How do you know I am John Clinton? What else do you know?" Griffith, with a playful smile, regarded John Clinton and continued, "There is also that little Griffin, who was incinerated by my dragon. Perhaps he should be referred to as young Aegon, or the posthumous child of Prince Rhaegar." Upon hearing this, John Clinton's expression transformed, and with a furious indignation, he demanded, "What exactly do you intend to do, Griffith?" Griffith, grinning, elaborated, "I merely wish to ensnare all the supporters of the Targaryens behind you. That is all, John Clinton." John Clinton's eyes widened, momentarily rendering him speechless. Griffith gently painted his grand vision. "The death knell for young Aegon has already tolled. Next will be Viserys. Once Viserys falls, the last bloodline of House Targaryen, Daenerys, will be my target. I look forward to forging a marital contract with her. I, Griffith, shall claim the Iron Throne of House Targaryen, asserting my legal right over the Seven Kingdoms. I shall establish a new dynasty, and you, the supporters of the Targaryen family, will undoubtedly become the stumbling blocks on my path." After a moment of silence, John Clinton knelt, speaking heavily. "I have failed Rhaegar. Young Aegon is dead. The consequences of failure need no further elaboration, Griffith." His voice was low and sorrowful, and in that moment, John closed his eyes, deeply immersed in his anguish. "Griffith, Observing the kneeling John Clinton with a detached gaze, slowly drew Bloodfire, the sword gleaming in the moonlight like an ethereal spirit of the night. With a single stroke, John Clinton's head fell, akin to a ripe fruit dropping from a tree. Under the moonlight filtering into the tent, the severed head appeared particularly forlorn. Griffith exhaled deeply and exited the tent. Outside, his guard, Di, noticed Griffith's emergence and promptly approached with a respectful bow. Griffith nodded, instructing Di to ensure the proper burial of John Clinton's remains. The captured high-ranking members of the Golden Company and the mercenaries exhibited a range of emotions. Over 2,000 individuals were tightly encircled by Griffith's guards and the Tyroshi soldiers. Some pleaded for mercy, others glared with fury, while a few unleashed curses at Griffith. Griffith silently observed the prisoners, and suddenly, he gestured with his hand. The soldiers nearby, holding long spears, ruthlessly thrust them toward the captives. In the moonlight, the ground of the camp was stained crimson, blood flowing like a river, its scent saturating the air. Griffith's guards and the Tyroshi soldiers mercilessly slaughtered the captives, severing the heads from each corpse and impaling them on wooden stakes, preparing to display them before the captured Myronese and remaining members of the Golden Company's camp. Griffiths observed this scene and was abruptly engulfed by a profound sense of emptiness and solitude, rendering everything seemingly meaningless. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the tranquil night, prompting Griffiths to mount his steed and depart the encampment. The scent of blood clung to him, permeating the air, as he instructed his guards to remain at the camp and not to follow. Alone, he galloped toward the nearest Ivan lake. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, sparkling like the brightest star in the night sky. Upon reaching the lakeside, Griffiths removed his blood-stained armor and immersed his weary body in the water, cleansing himself of the remnants of blood and fatigue. The lake's cool touch offered a refreshing sensation, as if all his burdens were being washed away. Sitting naked upon the rocks by the lake, he gazed up at the starry sky, a profound tranquility welling up within him. The moonlight, the lake, and the serene night enveloped Griffiths in a sense of peace and relaxation. Drawing a deep breath, he savored the lake's freshness and the calm of the night. At that moment, a majestic white dragon descended gracefully from the heavens, landing beside him, its gentle gaze fixed upon Griffiths. He reached out to softly caress the dragon's forehead. "Thank you, hiss," Griffiths murmured. The white dragon, hiss, responded with a low, resonant roar. Chapter 42. The Prophecy on the Ancient and Enigmatic Dragonstone Island. The skies are perpetually shrouded in thick, gray mist. The waves crash against the shore, emitting a deep growl, as if recounting the island's hidden ancient legends. The Dragon Castle on Dragonstone Island, constructed from the long-lost Valyrian craftsmanship, is meticulously built from black stone, with towers intricately sculpted in the form of dragons. Their wings carved with exquisite detail, as if true dragons still soar above the island. The numerous gargoyle spouts on the walls serve a defensive purpose, combining both grandeur and practicality in their design. Most of the fortress's architecture is closely tied to dragons. Smaller dragon motifs adorn the doorframes, appearing to guard this ancient stronghold. Dragon claws extend from the walls, functioning as torch holders, while the massive stone wings encompass a blacksmith's forge and armory, with the dragon's tail forming arches, bridges, and outdoor staircases. These designs not only reflect the historical richness of Dragonstone Island, but also showcase the splendor of the former Targaryen dynasty. At the mouth of Blackwater Bay, hidden beneath Dragonstone Island, lies an inexhaustible wealth of rich dragon glass deposits. This mysterious island, beyond its towering castle, is home to a tranquil fishing village. The village is built by the sea, facing Dragonstone Island, with rolling mountains as its backdrop, offering a picturesque landscape. Tidehead Island, adjacent to Dragonstone, serves as the residence of the Valyrian family, who hail from Valyria as well. Dragonstone Island boasts a long and sturdy history, yet it has few masters. The vassals of Dragonstone Island are relatively scarce, and due to the sparse population on the island, lords often face difficulties when mustering troops. On Dragonstone Island, the majestic Dragonstone Castle stands proudly by the sea, its grand entrance adorned with a colossal harbor, spacious enough to accommodate large vessels with ease. Dragonstone Island commands the exit of Blackwater Bay, capable of sealing or safeguarding the seaport of King's Landing in times of war. This place also serves as a symbol and heritage of the former Targaryen dynasty. Within the stone walls of Dragonstone Castle, in the council chamber, Prince Stannis engages in a private conversation with his trusted confidant, Braavos. Stannis, brow furrowed, appears troubled by King Robert's abrupt summons for him to return to the Iron Throne. Seeking an explanation for Stannis' sudden departure, Stannis speaks in a low voice. How can I justify my return to the Iron Throne, standing before the Red Keep, surrounded by soldiers loyal to House Lannister, recounting the incestuous affair between Queen Cersei Lannister and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister? After a moment of contemplation, Ser Davos responds, My Lord Stannis, I believe you could pen a letter to King Robert, revealing the entire truth while also explaining your reasons for leaving. Stannis takes a deep breath, bitterness evident in his tone as he replies, My elder brother Robert, the letters I write to him are never read. Robert's true brothers are only Eddard Stark of Winterfell and Renly Baratheon. In a sense, my bond with Robert is merely one of blood. He has always maintained a distance from me, and I sense that he has never truly trusted me. With a sigh, Stannis continues, Perhaps my demeanor is off-putting to Robert. He favors Renly, a lad who resembles him in youth, full of vigor and enthusiasm. After the war, Storm's End was granted to Renly, while I, Stannis, received only Dragonstone Island and the title of prince. Though noble, this title carries no substantial power. The royal fleet I command is but a caretaker for the king. To make matters worse, the vassals surrounding Dragonstone muster no more than 2,000 men. Now, I can only languish on this desolate isle, hoping for a day when I might alter this fate. Davos, maintaining his composure, inquires, My Lord Stannis, may I ask why you do not share this matter with your brother Renly? Stannis hesitates for a moment before disdainfully whispering, Renly, my brother, harbors treachery. He has allied himself with the formidable Tyrells of Highgarden, engaging in fervent pursuits. Robert may be blinded by Renly's frivolity, but I, Stannis, comprehend Renly's true intentions. Should I divulge the truth to Renly, he would certainly withhold it from Robert, quietly preparing. For Robert's 3 children are born of incest and possess no claim to the throne. As for Robert's bastards, they are viewed by the lords of the 7 kingdoms as lacking noble blood or any legal right to inherit the king's position. I, Stannis, am the one closest to the line of succession. At this juncture, a glimmer of profound contemplation illuminates Stannis's gaze. Stannis foresaw that once King Robert passed away, Renly would undoubtedly be preparing to seize the moment. Davos remarked, My Lord Stannis, now that King Robert has journeyed north to summon Eddard Stark to serve as the hand of the king, you might consider revealing this truth to Eddard Stark. I believe he could resolve the matter. Stannis replied, Eddard Stark is among those I hold in esteem across the 7 kingdoms. I hope he can manage this situation well. Jon, the Hand, has already perished due to this affair, and his death was far from glorious. After speaking, Stannis felt a wave of fatigue and rose from the war room. Within the halls of Dragonstone's castle, Stannis observed the Red Priestess Melisandre gazing intently at the crackling flames of the hearth. What do you see? Stannis inquired of her. Melisandre's gaze was fixed upon the flickering fire, as if predicting some portent. With a grave expression, she replied, In the flames, I see a white dragon soaring amidst blood and fire. This white dragon is powerful and majestic, relentlessly devouring 3 black dragons that struggle in vain against the blood and flames. Stannis furrowed his brow, perplexed. What does this mean, Melisandre? A white dragon consuming 3 black dragons? A resolute gleam shone in Melisandre's eyes as she responded, This is a prophecy from the Lord of Light, Stannis. You shall endure a baptism of blood and fire, and that white dragon symbolizes you, Stannis, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, the Son of Light. The 3 black dragons represent the 3 foes you will encounter, who seek to usurp your Iron Throne, but you shall ultimately triumph over them. Stannis fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, I understand. What must I do? Melisandre's gaze, imbued with unwavering determination, met Stannis's. You are the Son of Light. Azor Ahai, you shall lead us to victory, Stannis. As long as you place your faith in the Lord of Light, the power of Lawler shall be with you. Chapter 43. Family. In the vast, desolate expanse of the north, endless wilderness sprawls across its territory, covering half of the 7 kingdoms. This land is not densely populated. Rather, it appears stark and barren, with sprawling stretches of wasteland, forests, and snow-capped peaks defining this frigid realm. The winters in the north are particularly harsh. The biting winds are relentless, and the cold is so severe that it seems the very air has solidified. Each snowstorm cuts like a blade, compelling the inhabitants to huddle within their homes to fend off the merciless chill. Yet, despite the inhospitable environment, the people of the north exhibit remarkable resilience, enduring tenaciously upon this desolate land while embodying a spirit of their ancestors. On the northern plains, Lord Eddard Stark, accompanied by his children and loyal bannermen, was preparing to conduct a solemn ceremony to execute a sworn brother of the Night's Watch who had betrayed his oath and fled from his duty. The Night's Watchman appeared pale, his eyes glimmering with fear and a desperate desire for survival. He spoke urgently. "My lord Duke, everything I have said is true. I witnessed the actions of those malevolent creatures firsthand. They descended upon us like strangers, slaying us all in an instant, and I am the sole survivor." Upon hearing this, Duke Eddard Stark's gaze flickered with a hint of doubt, yet it was overshadowed by his indignation towards the Night's Watchman for evading his duties and betraying his oath. To Eddard, this man was merely unable to endure the solitude and anguish that came with his responsibilities on the wall and had chosen to flee. His actions, undoubtedly, were an affront to the solemn vows of the Night's Watch. Determined to uphold the Night's Watch's oath, Eddard Stark's stern visage betrayed a resolute demeanor. Yet, at the moment of execution, the Night's Watchman suddenly cried out, "My lord Eddard, I was wrong. I truly saw the evil creatures. They do exist. Please believe me. Allow me to reveal their whereabouts. I am willing to guide you." Without hesitation, Eddard Stark wielded his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, and severed the traitorous Night's Watchman's head. At Eddard's side stood his foster son, Theon Greyjoy, the only male heir of Balon Greyjoy, who once ruled the Iron Islands. Following King Robert's rebellion, Balon Greyjoy knelt and kissed Robert's shoe in submission. To demonstrate his loyalty, Balon even relinquished his only male heir to Eddard Stark as a ward. Theon was brought to Eddard's side from a young age, filled with a yearning to become a man like Eddard. However, Theon was often plagued by feelings of inferiority due to his family's defeat and his compelled status as a ward. He frequently fantasized that one day, Eddard would betroth his eldest daughter, Sansa Stark, the Rose of the North, to him, allowing Theon to fully integrate into House Stark. He regarded Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark, as a brother, treating him with the same deference due to a future lord. Conversely, Theon harbored disdain for Jon Snow, Eddard's illegitimate son, which likely stemmed from his inner turmoil and insecurities regarding his own identity. Whenever he encountered those of inferior status compared to his own, Theon would mentally assert dominance over them, seeking solace in that superiority. During the journey back to Winterfell after executing the traitorous Night's Watchman, Eddard and his party unexpectedly stumbled upon a colossal corpse of a dire wolf, accompanied by 5 unweaned pups. Theon Greyjoy suggested that the helpless pups be put to death, believing they would not survive. However, Eddard Stark's youngest son, Bran Stark, vehemently opposed this notion, insisting that the dire wolf, as the sigil of House Stark, deserved to be nurtured. After the 5 direwolf pups were tenderly cared for, Jon Snow suddenly discovered a singular pup that stood apart from the others. Its coat was not the gray of the others, but a pure white hue, strikingly distinct. Jon Snow resolved to bring home the unique direwolf pup. Sion mockingly remarked, "This white whelp, so out of place among the pack, seems quite fitting for you, Jon." Winterfell, the formidable fortress standing in the heart of the North, is not merely the ancestral castle of House Stark, it is also the epicenter of northern power. This enigmatic and imposing castle captivates every citizen of the North with its distinctive allure. Surrounding Winterfell is an ancient and mystical godswood, its lush trees resembling the protective embrace of guardians, sheltering the castle. Each leaf of the godswood appears to whisper tales of time, exuding an aura of antiquity. Deep within this sacred grove lies a hidden spring, its waters warm and pure, continuously bestowing vitality and offering hope and tranquility to the denizens of Winterfell. This castle symbolizes not only the Stark lineage, but also the source of strength for the North. It has witnessed the rise and fall of countless Stark families, as well as the turbulent shifts in the North's fortunes. Each stone and each wall seems to murmur, narrating the ancient histories and legends. Within the main hall of Winterfell, Catelyn Tully was absorbed in a letter from her sister Lisa, who resided in the Vale. The ink on the parchment was clear, filled with Lisa's sorrow and dread. The letter conveyed the devastating news that Jon Arryn, Lisa's husband and the Hand of the King, had been poisoned in King's Landing. This revelation left Lisa feeling helpless and terrified. She fled the perilous city with young Robert Arryn, returning to the safety of the Vale. After reading the letter, Catelyn felt as though a massive stone had settled upon her heart. Shocked, she resolved to inform Eddard of this news upon his return. In the dead of night, Catelyn handed Lisa's letter to Eddard, who, upon reading it, was overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Catelyn offered him solace, reminding him of King Robert's imminent arrival and urging him to remain in the North for the sake of their children. Eddard sighed in resignation, expressing his inability to stand idly by while Robert was in danger. He must journey south to uncover the truth behind Jon Arryn's demise. He vowed that as long as the alliance between the stags, wolves, and eagles remained intact, there would be no force capable of opposing them. Eddard hoped that Catelyn would care for their children in his absence. After a moment's hesitation, he added, and Jon Snow. Catelyn gazed at Eddard, her eyes reflecting sorrow and disappointment. She recalled the sacrifices she had made for her family, and the presence of Jon, Eddard's illegitimate son brought back from the war, felt like an affront to her. The Tully family sigil is a leaping fish, with the family motto proclaiming, family, duty, honor. Had Catelyn ever faltered in her devotion to Eddard? Yet, he still expected her to tend to the very child that brought her shame. Catelyn had always been curious about the mother of that bastard. What charm could she possess to have drawn Eddard, a man who held honor in such high regard, to father an illegitimate child? However, Ed remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any details, which left Catelyn with a bitter heart. Ed opened his mouth as if to speak, but hesitated and ultimately fell silent. Chapter 44. Dawn at the docks of Tyrosh. Griffith, clad in white armor and draped in a black cloak, with a hood obscuring his face, descended from a grand vessel, leading his guards towards the black castle of Tyrosh to meet the sovereign. The arrival of this magnificent ship sparked curiosity and attention among the gathered crowd, who speculated about the intentions of the cloaked leader accompanied by his armored retinue. Pedestrians meandered through the narrow streets of the city, exchanging whispers and engaging in fervent discussions, with myriad topics rising and falling in a cacophony of conversation. Yet, the discourse surrounding the decisive battle between Tyrosh and the Meereenese undoubtedly became the focal point of public interest. It was said that after the death of Commander Tyrell, his spirit transformed into a white dragon, a mysterious creature that aided Tyrosh at a crucial moment to secure victory in the conflict. This rumor spread swiftly throughout the city, igniting jubilant celebrations as the populace reveled in their hard-won glory. As Griffith and his entourage advanced along the street, cheers erupted around them. The shadow of the black castle looming ahead, its majestic structure appearing even more imposing in the sunlight. Inside the black castle, the sovereign looked down upon Griffith and spoke slowly. Griffith, I am immensely gratified by the resounding success of your endeavors in this battle. Though our commander Tyrell has tragically departed, your valor on the battlefield has ensured that his spirit can now rest in peace. Griffith gazed up at the sovereign and, with a smile, articulated his perspective. Indeed, we were fortunate to emerge victorious. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of that enigmatic white dragon on the battlefield, we might have faced defeat. The sovereign regarded Griffith with a look of intrigue and mused. Dragons have vanished from our world for over a century. What could have prompted their sudden reemergence? There must be some underlying reason. Nonetheless, I wish to express my gratitude to you, Griffith. Your mercenary company has secured this victory for Tyrosh. As for the rewards from Tyrosh, along with my personal gratitude, we shall dispatch them to your company post-haste. I have heard that you have also absorbed the Golden Company. That is indeed astonishing news. Griffith smiled in response. Yes, my lord. The absorption of the Golden Company is merely a part of our mercenary group's ongoing expansion. At present, our ranks consist of 400 heavy cavalry, 700 light cavalry, and an impressive 2,000 elite archers and infantry. The sovereign smiled and remarked, that is indeed a formidable strength, Griffith. Your mercenary company has grown into a force of considerable scale. Do you have any thoughts regarding the name for your future mercenary company? Griffith pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, our mercenary company shall henceforth be known as the Order of the Dawn Knights. As for our banner, it will feature a radiant white sun ascending. The Lord contemplated briefly, his gaze shimmering with profound thought. He inquired, Griffith, might I ask if the Order of the Dawn Knights has any intentions of accepting commissions in the future? Griffith responded quietly, my lord, I am truly grateful. However, our mercenary company has already charted its next course and will not entertain any employment opportunities in the near term. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As Griffith approached the hall's exit, the Lord's gaze fixated intently on his departing figure, and he asked in a grave tone, Griffith, is that dragon yours? The question caused a slight tremor in Griffith's body, halting his steps. He turned back to meet the Lord's gaze and replied calmly, it is not mine, my lord. With that, Griffith turned and departed. The Lord, watching his retreating silhouette, fell into a contemplative silence. In the heat of the scorching sun, King's Landing was enveloped in a sweltering atmosphere. At this moment, Varys, the Master of Whispers, sat within his chamber, gravely perusing a letter that had arrived from the Eastern Continent. This correspondence originated from a high-ranking member of the Golden Company, who had narrowly escaped from the carnage of battle and managed to deliver the missive to Varys. The air in Varys's chamber was suffused with the faint aroma of ink, providing a stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside. He read the letter attentively, absorbing the panic and despair woven throughout its lines. The document detailed the dire circumstances on the Eastern Continent and the devastating losses suffered by the Golden Company. Most alarming of all, It seemed to herald the imminent disintegration of the Golden Company. The little birds, Varys's trusted informants, had transported this letter from the distant east into his hands. In this sweltering environment, beads of cold sweat began to form on Varys's forehead, his entire bald head trembling in response to the letter's contents. The Golden Company, once believed to be in a secure alliance with Jon Cunnington's mercenary faction against the militant army, appeared to have been dealt a catastrophic blow. At that critical juncture, an unexpected calamity unfolded. A mysterious white dragon suddenly materialized in the sky, descending with astonishing speed to the heart of the battlefield. As if it were a divine apparition from the heavens, the emergence of this dragon swiftly altered the tide of battle, and the commander of the Golden Company, Harry, was reduced to ashes amidst the inferno. Attempts to tame the dragon using Valyrian dragon riding songs ended tragically, with the would-be tamers being incinerated alive. As for Jon Cunnington, he vanished from the battlefield, his fate unknown. After finishing the letter, Varys's eyes flickered with a complex array of emotions as he murmured softly, "A white dragon? The one attempting to tame it must be young Aegon. It seems he has truly encountered misfortune, and Jon Cunnington remains unaccounted for." Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged in Varys's mind, Griffith, with silver hair and violet eyes, flowing with the blood of Valyria. Varys gasped, muttering to himself, "This must be intricately linked to that Griffith." Without delay, he seized a quill and began to inscribe an urgent letter, dispatching it to the little birds and informants of the eastern continent. They were to closely monitor Griffith's movements and report to Varys at the slightest hint of disturbance. Simultaneously, Varys penned another letter, preparing to send it to the governor of Illyrio and Pentos. Chapter 45. Contribution. Winterfell, Westeros. A majestic royal procession slowly materialized near Winterfell, heralding the imminent arrival of power. Lord Eddard Stark, the Guardian of the North, solemnly led his family in preparation for the welcome. However, amidst the gathering, they abruptly realized that Bran and Arya, the two little ones, had mysteriously vanished. Lord Eddard's expression tightened as he instructed Maester Luwin, "Quickly find those two mischief makers. The king's entourage is about to arrive, and I cannot allow them to cause trouble." Maester Luwin promptly set off. 10-year-old Bran Stark and 11-year-old Arya Stark stood atop the walls of Winterfell, gazing at the approaching royal procession. Arya gently patted Bran's head, smiling as she said, "Bran, look." The man at the front of the procession, riding a white horse in a white cloak with golden hair, he is the legendary Kingslayer. Bran strained on his tiptoes, attempting to discern the details below, but he could not make out the scene clearly. At that moment, Arya stepped forward, lifting Bran to enable him to observe the surroundings more clearly. Startled by Arya's action, Bran complained, "Arya, I can see just fine. Don't underestimate me. I'm not short." Arya looked at Bran, smiling as she replied, "Bran, I am better at archery than you, and you always lose in our sparring matches. To me, you are just a little runt." Upon hearing this, Bran's face flushed crimson. Suddenly, Maester Luwin hurried onto the scene. Spotting Arya holding Bran, he called out, "Arya, quickly put Bran down. Your father, Lord Eddard, is calling for you. He expects you both to come at once and prepare to welcome the king's entourage." As the royal procession gracefully entered Winterfell, Eddard's eldest daughter, Sansa Stark, the Rose of the North, smiled as she gazed at the handsome Prince Joffrey, who rode ahead on his golden-haired steed. Joffrey smiled back at Sansa, and in that moment, a wave of sweet anticipation surged within her. Sansa distinctly recalled her father's words. Eddard had spoken of a promise made between him and King Robert, that her future husband would be none other than Joffrey. In Sansa's heart, she fantasized about Joffrey as a figure of charm and tenderness, envisioning him as her future husband. At that moment, gazing upon Joffrey's smiling visage, Sansa was filled with dreams and expectations for the future. Suddenly, Arya excitedly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, there's a knight clad in a dog helmet. Robb Stark." The eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark quickly whispered to Arya, "Arya, quiet down. That is Ser Sandor Clegane, the Hound, a sworn protector of Prince Joffrey." King Robert rode majestically into Winterfell on his noble steed, dismounting with a solemn gaze fixed upon Eddard Stark, who knelt before him. He extended his hand, signaling Eddard and the others to rise. Robert then turned to the numerous Stark offspring, greeting them warmly and inquiring about their names, engaging in polite conversation. Subsequently, he requested Eddard to guide him to the Stark family burial grounds to pay his respects to their ancestors who lay in eternal rest. As they walked side by side through the graveyard, the quiet earth beneath them and the towering gravestones behind created a solemn atmosphere. Robert looked at Eddard with an expression of hope, desiring him to journey south and assume the role of Hand of the King. After a moment of contemplation, Eddard acquiesced to Robert's request. Arriving at the statue of Lyanna, Robert fell into deep reflection. Lyanna, the woman he had once loved dearly, now rested here eternally. Gazing at her likeness, profound sorrow and nostalgia filled Robert's eyes. Meanwhile, Jaime leisurely pushed open a door, and the sight before him elicited a chuckle. A diminutive figure was playfully flirting with a naked woman, none other than the dwarf Tyrion. Jaime smiled at Tyrion, his eyes reflecting understanding and acceptance. He gestured for Tyrion to continue reveling in this unique pleasure while he settled down, quietly observing the scene. "Don't mind me, brother," Tyrion said, lifting his head and grinning at Jaime. "I've finally found a bit of freedom and joy here. Please don't disturb me." Jaime gazed at his vibrant little brother, who appeared utterly at ease. "Tyrion," Jaime gently reminded, "the feast is about to commence. We must be ready to attend. We cannot disappoint the Stark family's generous hospitality." Tyrion sighed in response. "Then allow me to prepare a special appetizer for myself." With that, he lunged toward the woman beside him, embracing her tightly, and declared with a laugh, "Brother, you may merely observe the contest between the lions of House Lannister and the pups of House Stark." The woman teased, "My Lord Tyrion, though you are small, you possess the essence of a lion." At this remark, Jaime could only chuckle helplessly and shake his head as he exited the room, filled with absurd amusement. In the chamber of Daenerys in the eastern continent of Pentos, she sat alone, enveloped in sorrow, gazing out at the distant landscape, her heart swelling with ineffable melancholy. At that moment, the door swung open with the exuberant calls of Viserys. "Hey, Dany," he exclaimed, entering with unrestrained enthusiasm. In his hands, he cradled a magnificent gown, beaming as he presented it to Daenerys. "Dany, look. This is the wedding dress specially chosen for you by Illyrio." Daenerys, her eyes devoid of life, stared blankly at her brother, while Viserys, with a smile illuminating his face, urged her, "My sister, you must maintain a cheerful demeanor. Khal Drogo will be visiting you today. Have you prepared to welcome him? Buck up, do not sulk, and do not provoke my displeasure. You wouldn't want to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, would you?" With great effort, Daenerys managed to muster a faint smile and replied, "I do not." Viserys tenderly caressed her hair and said, "Dany, your beauty and uniqueness are utterly enchanting. Go and take a bath, don this gown, and you shall radiate an even more alluring charm. Khal Drogo will soon arrive and be captivated by your grace." As Viserys departed the room, he turned back, casting an encouraging gaze upon Daenerys. He remarked lightly, "My dear sister, when the histories of House Targaryen are penned, they may well declare that my reign, Viserys, commenced a new chapter today. Then, I shall reclaim the 7 kingdoms and ascend the Iron Throne, while your contributions to our family will forever reside in my heart." Listening to Viserys' promises, Daenerys' vacant eyes seemed to flicker with discomfort and confusion as she slowly made her way toward the expansive bathing pool. Chapter 46. The banquet. The bustling halls of Winterfell were alive with festivity as a grand banquet unfolded, celebrating the arrival of the king. The attendees included the king's retinue, soldiers, and the loyal subjects of Lord Eddard Stark, all gathered in joyous revelry, singing and dancing to honor this momentous occasion. Queen Cersei and Lady Catelyn, wife of Lord Eddard, occupied a high dais, surveying the jubilant scene below. Cersei, with a derisive expression, watched King Robert embrace a peasant girl, scoffing, "Look at Robert, he resembles a simpleton." Lady Catelyn, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Your Majesty, King Robert is merely indulging in frivolity. You ought to take it less to heart." Cersei forced a smile, saying, "I have grown accustomed to Robert's public humiliations." At that moment, Sansa Stark approached gracefully, adorned in exquisite beauty, like a blooming northern rose. Cersei gazed at Sansa, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and softly remarked, "What a lovely northern rose, so beautiful. She shall surely captivate many when she matures." Then, Cersei's gaze shifted to Sansa with a hint of concern, asking, "Has your moon's time arrived?" Sansa's cheeks flushed slightly as she respectfully replied, "Not yet, Your Majesty." Cersei turned to Sansa with a smile, her gaze revealing admiration. "Did you embroider these garments yourself?" Sansa nodded with delight, a blush gracing her cheeks. Cersei, still smiling at Sansa, expressed her appreciation and anticipation. "You are truly skilled. Do create something for me in the future." Sansa returned the smile to Queen Cersei, nodding politely before respectfully withdrawing. Cersei then turned to Lady Catelyn, her tone laden with contemplation. "Our family shall soon be united, through my eldest son Joffrey and your daughter Sansa." Lady Catelyn listened to Cersei's words, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the king's attendant burst in like a gust of wind, anxiety etched upon his face. "King Robert, who had been embracing a village maiden, paused momentarily, but quickly resumed his leisurely demeanor. A fleeting frown crossed Robert's face as he glanced at the attendant, seemingly irritated by the interruption of his romantic interlude. The attendant, head bowed and brow furrowed, cautiously presented a letter to King Robert, whispering, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent message from King's Landing for your perusal." With a dismissive glance at the letter, Robert jested, "If there's nothing of great importance, I might just take your head as a snack." The attendant managed a resigned smile, well aware of Robert's temperament. As Robert unfolded the letter and meticulously read its contents, his expression darkened, as if overshadowed by a sinister portent. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar that echoed like the growl of a beast, sending chills through the hall. The occupants were rendered panic-stricken by King Robert's outburst, all prostrating themselves as though confronted by an irresistible force. Among them was Duke Eddard, who gazed at King Robert with palpable concern. Tyrion and the Kingslayer Jaime knelt, Jaime's eyes betraying tension and unease. This pair of bastards, why do they not perish? After his furious tirade, Robert slammed the letter onto the floor before Duke Eddard, the parchment bouncing before settling quietly. Eddard cautiously picked up the letter, his eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. The hall fell into a heavy silence, all awaiting the next development with bated breath. Jaime, beside Tyrion, anxiously scrutinized Queen Cersei, who, in turn, looked at Jaime with worry, her heart brimming with dread and apprehension. Could it be that our affair with Jaime has been uncovered? Cersei pondered, her complexion paling, anxiety tightening her expression. She began to reflect upon any recent oversights or anomalies, fearing that someone might have discovered her secret. Her heart raced, palms beginning to perspire, her entire being on high alert. The Kingslayer Jaime gazed at his sister Cersei with concern, gripping the hilt of his sword, filled with helplessness and worry. After reading the letter, Duke Eddard's expression turned somber as he commanded the cancellation of the day's banquet. The retainers and soldiers of Winterfell departed the hall in haste, while King Robert sought to escort Queen Cersei away. However, at that moment, Queen Cersei defied convention, openly retorting to the irate King Robert in a public display of defiance, exclaiming, "I am your queen. Do you doubt me? Do you distrust me? What does this mean?" Her tone was unusually resolute, her eyes wide and brow furrowed, radiating an unwavering determination. King Robert was incensed by Cersei's actions, his emotions flaring. Yet, Duke Eddard quietly urged him, "Your Majesty, do not forget that the Lannister family was also involved in past events. Their awareness of these matters may prove beneficial to us." Upon hearing this, King Robert regained his composure and nodded in agreement. Eddard intended to instruct his wife to take the children away from the gathering, but King Robert interjected, "Let it be. Eddard, allow your family to remain. I trust you, Eddard." The cunning Tyrion, the dwarf, perceptively noticed the unusual tension exhibited by his brother Jaime and sister Cersei regarding the mysterious letter. With a hint of caution, as if probing a sensitive topic, Tyrion cautiously inquired of King Robert, "Your Majesty, may I have the privilege of glimpsing that enigmatic letter? Though I am but a dwarf," gesturing to his diminutive stature, he pleaded, "Perhaps my small head is filled with wisdom that may aid you in your troubles." As his words echoed through the hall, laughter erupted like a joyful spring brook, momentarily dispelling the tense atmosphere. King Robert tossed the troublesome letter toward the diminutive Tyrion, speaking in a heavy tone, "Little imp Tyrion, if you cannot solve the conundrum within this letter, I fear I shall make you even smaller." Tyrion cautiously accepted the letter, his countenance gradually becoming grave. He meticulously studied its contents and, upon finishing, inhaled deeply. Chapter 47. Strategies. The letter described that Viserys, under the alias of Griffith, was presumed to have perished 8 years prior. Yet, he has now resurfaced, mysteriously reappearing in a contentious region, leading a mercenary company. They assisted the Tyroshi in a conflict against the Myrinese, during which dragons were allegedly involved, and subsequently absorbed a portion of the Golden Company. It is conservatively estimated that this Viserys commands at least 3,000 elite infantry and knights. However, the most astonishing revelation is that Viserys is suspected to possess dragons. The letter also mentions that within the governor's palace of Pentos, Viserys' sister Daenerys is engaged in marriage negotiations with one of the most formidable horse lords among the Dothraki, named Khal Drogo. The condition of this union is that Khal Drogo will dispatch a cavalry of approximately 10,000 men to assist Viserys in his quest for restoration. After being ambushed 8 years ago, Viserys has remained in hiding, but he is now re-emerging into the fray. It is speculated that Viserys will once again reach out to Volantis and the Iron Bank, two significant powers that may offer him military and economic support in his endeavor to reclaim his throne. with the strength of dragons and various forms of assistance. Viserys' forces are estimated to swell to at least 30,000. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the imp Tyrion Lannister gazed thoughtfully at the ominous letter. Tyrion looked up at King Robert and softly stated, "Our primary target must be Viserys. He must be eliminated from this world. However, I believe we should not rush into assassination. We need to be thoroughly prepared to ensure success. A hasty action could alert him and jeopardize our plans." Tyrion added, "I wish to emphasize the necessity of formulating an effective strategy against the alleged dragon in Viserys' possession. We could draw inspiration from Dorne's tactics against dragons, implementing a large-scale crossbow assault. Naturally, while crafting these crossbows, we should consider augmenting their size and power to pose a greater threat to the dragons. Only then can we hope to counter Viserys' draconic forces effectively." Tyrion's gaze grew more resolute. "We must ensure our strike occurs without Viserys' awareness. Once we succeed, there are far more significant matters that require our attention. Your Majesty, I trust you are prepared for war. From this moment forth, you must summon the forces of the realm for training, and the guardians across the lands should begin rallying their vassals for military exercises. It is essential to note, however, that this excludes the Dorne region." Tyrion continued to elucidate, "Your Majesty, I have heard another name for this man, Viserys, Griffith, at the docks of Lannisport. I happened upon Braavosi discussing him during the climactic moment of the Battle of the Riverlands, when Rhys and the Braavosis' combined forces numbered 50,000. It was this Griffin who led a cavalry charge from the rear, delivering a fatal blow to the Braavosi commander, which turned the tide of the battle, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of the Braavosi army. They refer to Griffin as the executioner of the Riverlands." Upon hearing the imp's counsel, King Robert furrowed his brow and contemplated deeply. He then said, "Tyrion, your advice is commendable. If we allow the Targaryen spawn to persist, the Seven Kingdoms will know no peace. As for the timing of your recommendations, we shall implement them when Eddard arrives to assume the role of Hand of the King and convenes the council. Your remarkable intellect fills me with profound admiration. Henceforth, I bestow upon you the esteemed title of Royal Advisor. You shall possess the privilege to attend the Royal Council, where you may proffer invaluable counsel regarding matters pertaining to the King and the Prime Minister." Tyrion, upon receiving King Robert's commendation, was enveloped in astonishment. For a prolonged period, he had struggled in the shadow of his father, Tywin Lannister, whose unyielding pragmatism subjected Tyrion to unspeakable humiliation. With his brother Jaime unwaveringly committed to the Kingsguard, clad in white and forsaking the prospect of marriage and progeny, Tyrion, as Tywin Lannister's sole biological heir, found himself overlooked and relegated to the demeaning role of master of the sewers beneath Casterly Rock. All this suffering and disgrace stemmed from Tyrion Lannister's very existence. Joanna Lannister, Tywin's beloved wife and cousin, perished during childbirth, a tragedy attributed to Tyrion's arrival. What compounded Tywin's anguish was the fact that Tyrion was a dwarf. The mere utterance of dwarf Tyrion inflicted upon Tywin a burden of shame and torment that he could scarcely bear. For the loss of his cherished wife Joanna resulted in a child who became a source of mockery for the Lannister lineage. Throughout his life, Tyrion faced disdain and ridicule from his sister Cersei, who held him responsible for their mother's demise, and his diminutive stature provided her countless reasons to deride him. Yet, amidst this unrelenting bitterness, the sole unwavering support came from his brother Jaime, who consistently approached Tyrion with understanding and compassion, cherishing his only sibling. Nevertheless, Jaime had once committed an act that wounded Tyrion deeply, a memory that lingered painfully in Tyrion's mind. Despite this, Tyrion bore no resentment towards Jaime. With King Robert's endorsement now in hand, Tyrion finally glimpsed the opportunity to rise above. He resolved to demonstrate to his father Tywin that he was not merely a dwarf, but a man of intellect, capable of wielding his talents effectively, proving himself a worthy heir to the Lannister legacy. Present were Cersei and Jaime, engrossed in the perusal of a mysterious letter. The letter's contents bore no mention of them, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. However, when Jaime discerned the suggestion of a dragon within the missive, his expression shifted to one of grave concern. He recognized the necessity of conveying this information to his father Tywin, ensuring that Tywin comprehended the formidable power held by the remnants of House Targaryen. Ultimately, Duke Eddard solemnly entrusted the letter to his wife, Catelyn. Upon accepting the letter, Catelyn inhaled deeply and meticulously scrutinized its contents. A resolute glimmer sparkled in her eyes as she responded, "King Robert, I am grateful for your trust. I shall promptly relay the contents of this letter to my father, Lord Hoster, the guardian and governor of the Riverlands." Catelyn firmly believed that her father, Horst, would promptly prepare the armies of the Riverlands to face any impending challenges. The gaze of King Robert conveyed profound significance. He slightly nodded, indicating to those present. Robert's words were succinct yet powerful. The feast is over, my friends. I hope you all rest well. Chapter 48. Dream of Dragons. Daenerys awoke in the bath, having dreamt of a sky drenched in blood and fire. As if it were the end of the world. A colossal white dragon intertwined with 3 black dragons in the heavens, tearing and biting, creating a heart-stopping tableau. The black dragons appeared gravely injured, one completely devoured by the white dragon, as the sky became stained with blood and flames, heralding an impending apocalypse. The second black dragon roared furiously towards the white dragon, only to be methodically crushed in its jaws, while the white dragon bellowed towards the sky, proclaiming its absolute dominion. The third black dragon, grievously wounded, crawled on the ground, struggling to escape this catastrophe. A powerful horse emerged from the earth, its eyes gleaming with wild desire, as if seeking to claim the remaining black dragon. It galloped forth, channeling all its strength and courage towards the injured black dragon. In the afternoon, within the courtyard of Governor Illyrio of Pentos, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the verdant lawn, as shimmering flowers swayed gently in the breeze. At that moment, on the steps at the entrance, Governor Illyrio stood with Viserys and Daenerys, welcoming the arrival of the Dothraki alongside the officials of Pentos. Illyrio noticed Viserys seemed somewhat impatient, and softly remarked, "Your Majesty, please understand that the Dothraki do not adhere to a fixed sense of time. However, this is precisely the first step towards your grand revival. I implore you to endure a little longer, Your Majesty." Hearing Illyrio's words, Viserys smiled, confidently asserting, "I have endured for 14 years. What is a little more time in comparison?" Daenerys felt a wave of anxiety, her heart filled with fear and confusion. She gazed ahead, acutely aware that her brother Viserys intended to wed her to a barbarian, which caused her profound anguish. Suddenly, the sound of hooves shattered the silence. Khal Drogo approached, accompanied by several similarly adorned guards. Drogo was a towering figure, muscular and imposing, with long braids cascading down his back, his skin a deep bronze. He was bare, exuding an untamed allure. In a daze, Daenerys moved forward, only to be firmly grasped by her brother Viserys. He whispered to her, "Do you see that Khal Drogo? It is said that he has never known defeat. His braids are so long because the Dothraki believe that losing means cutting off one's hair, a mark of shame." With that, Viserys took Daenerys' hand and led her towards the horse lord, Khal Drogo. Daenerys gazed upon the wild and untamed visage of Khal Drogo. A wave of trepidation surged within her, as if a chill were rising from the depths of her heart, and tears threatened to well up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Khal Drogo, mounted upon his steed, fixed his intense gaze upon Daenerys, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if proclaiming something profound. With a gentle flick of his whip, he urged his horse onward, and his retinue followed suit. Viserys observed this scene with a tightening in his chest, and hastily inquired of the nearby Governor Illyrio, "What is happening? Has Khal Drogo acquiesced?" Illyrio smiled and replied, "Khal Drogo has indeed consented, Your Grace. There is no need for alarm. However, Your Majesty, there is another matter that requires your contemplation. As your humble governor, I feel it is imperative to inform you." Upon hearing this, the weight that had burdened Viserys' heart finally lifted, and he laughed heartily, saying, "Speak, Illyrio. What else is there?" After a moment's contemplation, Illyrio gestured, "Please accompany me to my study. I have significant matters to discuss with you." Viserys nodded with a smile. At that moment, Daenerys stood alone, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that she was about to embark on a journey, destined to share her life with the fierce Khal Drogo. Inside Illyrio's study, the atmosphere was grave and solemn. Illyrio, with a serious demeanor, addressed the visiting Viserys, "Your Grace. It appears we have caught wind of the fabled dragon's whereabouts." At the mention of the dragon, Viserys' excitement surged, and he eagerly responded, "Illyrio, you have done exceptionally well. Pray, tell me of the dragon's tidings." The study was engulfed in silence, save for the sound of their breaths, fraught with tension and anticipation. Illyrio, lost in thought, replied with a subtle tone, "To my knowledge, this dragon seems to have found a master, a man named Griffith. He is the leader of a mercenary band, possessing Valyrian blood. In previous battles, Griffith purportedly relied on this dragon to aid the Tyroshi in vanquishing the Myrinese and the Golden Company, even successfully assimilating some members of the latter. Now, Griffith wields considerable power and should not be underestimated. He has gained notable fame within the mercenary realm." Viserys, upon receiving this news, found himself enveloped in confusion, unable to fathom the reality before him. He exclaimed incredulously, "Impossible. This is utterly absurd. How could such a base-born wretch possess a dragon? Without the Targaryen bloodline, how could he possibly command one? This is simply unfathomable." After uttering these words, Viserys fixed a penetrating stare upon Illyrio, his heavy hands pressing down on the governoress' shoulders. He anxiously inquired, "Illyrio, are you deceiving me? Are you?" Illyrio, maintaining a serious expression, candidly assured Viserys of his honesty. In that moment, a spark of realization ignited within Viserys, and he proclaimed, "Griffith may be a bastard of our Targaryen lineage. This may indeed be the sole explanation. The humble Valyrian bloodline lacks the lineage of dragonlords, thus rendering Griffith's ability to tame the great dragon a possibility." Varys's words were laden with doubt and resentment, as he evidently struggled to accept this reality. Illyrio paused for a moment, gazing deeply at Varys before speaking. "Your Majesty, regardless of whether Griffith's bloodline belongs to House Targaryen, might there be a chance? If Griffith were to perish, the dragon may lose its master, and thus, Your Majesty, you need not despair." Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement and anticipation ignited in Varys's eyes. He looked at Illyrio, his gaze resolute. Yes, I comprehend. Illyrio, should that Griffith meet his demise, I shall surely tame that great dragon. Listen closely. I, Varys, command you to seek out an assassin at once to eliminate Griffith." Chapter 49. The design. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city of Pentos was bathed in a golden twilight. At this moment, within the opulent study of Governor Illyrio, two figures were shrouded in secrecy, seemingly conspiring. In the room, Governor Illyrio responded with trepidation, "Your Majesty, we must not act impulsively. Griffith is not only surrounded by loyal guards, but also by a formidable force. A hasty assassination could easily alert him. Moreover, we remain unaware of the whereabouts of Griffith's legendary dragon. Even if Griffith were to meet an unfortunate fate, how can we ensure that you could tame the dragon if its location remains unknown?" Illyrio paused, adding, "Your Majesty, we must proceed with caution and not allow a moment of impulse to lead us into grave error." Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted the tranquility of the room, shattering the conversation. This abrupt disturbance cast a heavy atmosphere of suppressed fury throughout the chamber, as if it threatened to engulf all within. Prince Varys emerged from the room, his countenance dark, gripping his sword tightly, its tip aimed directly at the Pentos official before him, his eyes aflame with wrath. Varys bellowed, "If there is no pressing matter, I shall cleave you in twain." The official, taken aback by Varys's furious demeanor, felt a tightening in his chest. He replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, there is a matter requiring your immediate attention. A Dothraki envoy has just arrived, urging us to expedite the transfer of Princess Daenerys from the city to the Dothraki encampment." Upon receiving this news, Prince Varys fell into a moment of silence, a flicker of resolve crossing his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Then let us send Daenerys to them at once." Governor Illyrio gracefully stepped out of the room, smiling as he interjected, "Hold on, Your Majesty. Let us take our time with this matter." Illyrio instructed the officials of Pentos to convey a crucial message to the Dothraki envoy. The officials would, in accordance with a specific ceremony, select an opportune moment to ceremoniously escort Princess Daenerys safely out of the city. Meanwhile, Illyrio demanded that the guards at the city gates be informed to seal the gates tightly, and that the soldiers on the walls remain ever vigilant against a potential Dothraki incursion. Illyrio further insisted that the soldiers in the barracks be ordered to immediately cancel their leave and prepare for any impending crisis. The official, bowing respectfully, departed to fulfill his orders. As the Pentoshi official exited, Illyrio and Viserys returned to their chamber. Viserys, still seething with anger, questioned Illyrio with a furrowed brow. "Illyrio, why do you not hasten to send Daenerys away? If Khal Drogo grows displeased, what becomes of my 1,000 men?" Illyrio, with a smile radiating confidence and anticipation, replied, "Your Grace, I have devised a superior plan." Viserys regarded Illyrio with a blend of irritation and intrigue, inquiring, "Illyrio, this plan of yours had better appease your Grace." Illyrio, with a glimmer of mirth in his eyes, suggested, "Your Grace, we could extend an invitation to the mercenary company led by Griffith. Currently, his band is unoccupied and in a state of repose. It is the perfect moment to invite them. We can feign a need for protection against the Dothraki and request Griffith to lead his mercenaries to Pentos. As for Princess Daenerys, I believe we need not rush her departure. Instead, we could craft a more captivating wager." Viserys, intrigued, urged, "Illyrio, please elaborate. What shall we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Illyrio began to unfold his scheme. "We could feign an engagement of Princess Daenerys to Griffith, igniting a fierce rivalry between Khal Drogo and Griffith. The two would undoubtedly engage in a brutal contest for her affections. During this tumultuous period, Princess Daenerys could gradually earn Griffith's trust. When Griffith's dragon makes its appearance, we could orchestrate a poisoning by Daenerys. Subsequently, we would invite Griffith to the governor's mansion to discuss the union with Daenerys, and there, we could eliminate him in one fell swoop. At this juncture, a cunning glint sparkled in Illyrio's eyes. Then, Your Grace, you could tame Griffith's dragon. Viserys, exhilarated, rubbed his hands together in anticipation, declaring, "This is a splendid plan, Illyrio. I am confident that our scheme shall succeed." In the eyes of Viserys shone a spark of excitement and fervor as he slowly began to speak. "Once I, Viserys, have tamed that great dragon and commanded the fallen elite mercenary group of Griffith, I shall bestow my sister Daenerys back to Khal Drogo, thereby securing his 10,000 warriors to serve me, Viserys. Coupled with my union with Dorne, the usurper Robert shall no longer stand a chance against me." However, a sudden furrow appeared on Viserys' brow, revealing a hint of trepidation. "Illyrio, what if Griffith becomes aware of our plans? With dragons and mercenaries at his disposal within the city, our lives would be at stake." Illyrio blinked, his gaze cunning. With a smile, he reassured Viserys, "Your Grace, we operate from the shadows while Griffith remains exposed. He is undoubtedly ensnared by the allure of Princess Daenerys and would be loath to hand her over to Drogo." Upon hearing Illyrio's scheme, Viserys' countenance brightened with excitement, nodding in agreement. His eyes sparkled with hope and confidence for the future. Illyrio, observing Viserys' elation, contemplated silently. "Taming the great dragon is not solely within your capabilities, Viserys. With young Aegon gone, if I can seize Princess Daenerys and ensure she controls the dragon, you, Viserys, may unwittingly lose your life amid this turmoil. Upon your demise, I shall marry Daenerys. Considering her timid nature, my family could very well ascend as the new house of the dragon." Chapter 50. Love outside the city of Pentos, shrouded in night. Within the great encampment of the Dothraki, Khal Drogo sat at the center, attentively listening to the messenger report. The envoy conveyed that the governor of Pentos had delayed the marriage of Princess Daenerys to Khal Drogo, and the officials of Pentos spoke with disdain and indifference towards the Dothraki envoy. The blood riders within the tent were incensed, believing that Pentos had forsaken their prior agreement and lost their credibility, and they roared in outrage, vowing to raze the entire city of Pentos to the ground. Yet, Drogo merely smiled calmly, dismissively addressing the Dothraki envoy. "You shall enter the city and inform the governor of Pentos that if by tomorrow I have not laid eyes upon my Khaleesi, Daenerys, I will come myself to claim her." The governor's mansion of Pentos within the tranquil confines of the governor's mansion in Pentos, the night enveloped the surroundings, with only the moonlight casting a deep glow upon the courtyard. On the balcony of her chamber, Daenerys sat quietly, bathed in the ethereal light of the moon, which cloaked her in a delicate radiance. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, seemingly narrating the sorrow that dwelled within her heart. At that moment, the door swung open, and Viserys stepped inside. With a gentle smile, he approached Daenerys and softly uttered, "Dany, I have changed my mind. You need not marry that savage Drogo. You are my sister, and I cannot bear to see you suffer." Upon hearing Viserys' words, Daenerys' heart brimmed with joy, tears welling in her eyes. Overcome with emotion, she replied, "Brother, you will not abandon me after all. I shall heed your words and refrain from angering you." Viserys gazed at Daenerys with a smile, then slowly laid forth a new demand. "A mercenary leader named Griffith, a Valyrian, is soon to arrive in Pentos. You must draw close to him and win his trust. Whatever you must do, I shall support you." A look of discomfort and helplessness flickered in Daenerys' eyes. She seemed to realize that she had always been regarded by her brother Viserys as a mere object of trade. After a moment of silence, she softly expressed her disappointment. "I will listen to you, brother." Viserys, observing Daenerys' reaction, felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over him. His expression darkened as he threatened, "I shall ask you once more. Dany, will you obey your brother or continue to defy my wishes?" Once again hearing Viserys' threat, Daenerys felt as though she had been frozen in place. Her heart was heavy with resignation and sorrow as a faint smile crept onto her face. "I will heed you, brother." Seeing Daenerys' demeanor and response, the shadows upon Viserys' face finally lifted, revealing a satisfied smile before he departed. At that moment, moonlight cascaded upon Daenerys like a poetic tapestry, haunting yet captivating. As night deepened, the air was thick with melancholy and silence, yet Daenerys remained shackled by Viserys' chains, unable to escape the looming shadow. In the early morning of Winterfell, King Robert, accompanied by Lord Eddard Stark and his entourage, set forth on a hunting expedition beyond the castle gates. Bran Stark emerged from the castle's chambers. Inhaling the crisp morning air, his heart buoyed by the joyous thought that his father, Eddard, had finally acquiesced to his request the previous night. They would journey together to the southern capital, King's Landing. Bran's father, Eddard, was to become the king's hand, while he and his two sisters would reside in the Red Keep's Hand's Tower, constructed by the Dragon King. Bran had always dreamed of becoming a true knight, to join the King's Guard, draped in pure white, safeguarding the king. Since childhood, he had listened to many tales of the King's Guard, particularly the fearless Ser Barristan and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, whose images had left a profound impression on Bran's mind. He had always found the Kingslayer to be remarkably impressive, embodying the essence of a genuine knight. Unlike the two King's Guard accompanying the king on this outing, Ser Boros and Ser Meryn. Ser Boros was bald with a double chin, appearing somewhat comical, while Ser Meryn was elderly and frail, his eyes devoid of vigor. Despite his father Eddard's admonitions against emulating the character of the usurper Jaime, Bran harbored a sense of envy and yearning within. As he prepared to depart from Winterfell the following day, journeying south to King's Landing alongside his father, a profound sense of reluctance enveloped Bran. Winterfell was the only home he had ever known, and he was acutely aware of the significance of its people and surroundings in his life. Early that morning, Eddard urged Bran to bid farewell to those around him properly. Thus, accompanied by his direwolf, Bran set out to say his goodbyes to the old nanny, the cook, and his half-brother Jon Snow. Jon had chosen to join the Night's Watch at the Wall, a decision that would likely limit their future encounters. Though tinged with sadness, Bran felt a deep respect for Jon's choice. Bran also took a moment to bid farewell to his loyal servant, Hodder, a simple yet endearing stable hand who always wore a broad smile and could only utter his own name. After their farewell, Hodder inexplicably trailed behind Bran, unwilling to part ways. With a sigh, Bran led his direwolf and Hodder to an abandoned watchtower nearby Winterfell. He intended to scale the tower one last time, relishing the thrill of climbing. As he ascended, the warmth and familiarity of Winterfell enveloped him, and an unexpected reluctance to leave began to take root. Upon reaching the top of the watchtower, Bran was startled to hear faint moans emanating from within. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached. To his astonishment, he witnessed Queen Cersei and her brother, the Kingslayer Jaime, seemingly engaged in an intimate act, leaving Bran momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Cersei's gaze was drawn to Bran, who precariously lingered at the edge of the tower's window. Swiftly, she urged Jaime, "Stop, stop." Jaime, now alert, turned his attention to Bran, who instinctively sought to flee but was swiftly captured by Jaime's grasp. Cersei, her anxiety palpable, exclaimed, "He has seen us." Jaime attempted to soothe Bran, saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Yet Cersei reiterated her alarm, "He has seen us." Jaime, casting a resigned glance at Cersei, reflected on his past transgressions, having forsaken his oath to the Kingsguard and personally slain the Mad King. He was indifferent to others' opinions of him, having long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Deep down, Jaime recognized that he was about to betray his own chivalric ideals once more, potentially harming an innocent child. He rationalized that, given his already tarnished reputation, he might no longer need the tenets of knighthood, as long as he remained united with his sister Cersei. In a moment of grim determination, Jaime made a fateful decision and forcefully pushed Bran from the tower. Watching as Bran plummeted from the considerable height, unconscious upon impact, Jaime turned to Cersei, his gaze resolute. "See what I have done for love?" Meanwhile, Hodder and the direwolf looked on in horror, as Hodder frantically called out, "Hodder! Hodder! Hodder!" in an attempt to summon help from those nearby. Chapter 51 Revelation Controversial Land of Whaleport. As dusk descends, an impenetrable darkness envelopes the ancient and enigmatic Whaleport. The lighthouse sways in the night breeze, casting its light upon the distant, shadowy expanse of the sea. Amidst the profound night, the contours of the harbor emerge only faintly. Within the Griffiths military camp, the once vibrant atmosphere has turned desolate following the victory in the Talosai War. The Talosai forces have gradually returned to Talosai for reorganization, while the Grand Duke of Talosai has permitted Griffith's mercenary brigade to remain stationed at the camp in Whaleport. Griffiths sits within his tent when a red-robed woman, her hood drawn, is brought in by his personal guards. She claims to have urgent matters to discuss with Griffiths, and after a thorough examination by the guards and receiving Griffith's consent, she is ushered into the tent. This mysterious woman in red stands out strikingly within the military encampment. Inside the grand tent, she elegantly lifts her hood, revealing emerald green eyes, a striking visage, and flowing black hair, all accentuated by a beguiling smile. Griffiths instructs all his guards to leave the tent. Addressing Griffiths, she states, "My lord Griffiths, I am Vala, the high priestess from the Temple of the King of Light in Volantis." Griffiths, with his calm and profound violet eyes, silently regards the woman who claims to be a priestess of the King of Light. Vala continues with a smile, "My lord Griffiths, do you believe you are the son of light, the reincarnation of Azor?" Faced with this inquiry, Griffiths opts for silence, refraining from an immediate response. Unfazed by his reticence, Vala proceeds, "Not long ago, I beheld a revelation from the King of Light in the Temple's flames. I witnessed the meteor streaking across the skies of Braavos 8 years ago, a symbol of your awakening. I also saw, my lord Griffiths, your rebirth in the land of smoke and salt. Moreover, I beheld you soaring through the skies with your white dragon upon the lake. What astounded me further was that within the flames, I saw your white dragon transform into a messenger of light. He who possesses the messenger of light will pay the price of his own flesh and blood to gain the world." Vala's words brim with piety and reverence. A shadow of cold resolve flits across Griffith's pupils, and the struggle is unmistakable upon his handsome face. Suddenly, Griffiths tightly grips the delicate throat of the woman named Vala, causing her complexion to flush as she gasps for breath. His voice, laced with barely contained fury, quietly intones, "You seem to know quite a lot. Yet, alas, your theatrics before me are futile. State your purpose, or I shall send you to meet your King of Light." Vala found herself ensnared by Griffith's hand around her throat, struggling to breathe as she replied, "My lord Griffith, I have been sent by the Lightbringer to assist you." Her voice trembled with a hint of anticipation sparkling in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Griffith slowly released his grip. With a cold demeanor, he stated, "I do not believe in the Lightbringer, nor in any deity. Since you claim to come to my aid, refrain from propagating the teachings of the Lightbringer in my presence. I place my faith solely in myself." Vala lay on the ground, gasping for air, her gaze fixated on Griffith. In a faint yet resolute tone, she declared, "You are the chosen of the Lightbringer, Lord Griffith. How could I, in my humility, doubt your words?" Suddenly, a sound arose from outside the tent, and the figure of the guard, Mills, appeared at the entrance. Mills stood there respectfully, as if awaiting a command. Griffith turned his attention to the entrance, his expression darkening upon realizing someone had defied his orders. With a hint of impatience, he inquired, "Mills, what is it?" Mills responded, "My lord Griffith, I bear urgent correspondence from Pantos for you, specifically delivered." With that, he departed hastily, aware that he had provoked Griffith's ire. As Griffith perused the letter in his hand, a smile graced his features. He murmured to himself, "I was contemplating what reason I should provide for my visit. It seems they have grown impatient." Turning his gaze back to Vala, he noticed the red-robed priestess was entranced by the flames flickering outside the tent. Griffith's deep purple eyes, as profound as the night sky, now shimmered with a trace of elusive amusement. Within him, the impending journey to Pantos brewed like an aged wine, exuding an enticing aroma. On the King's Road of Winterfell, Eddard Stark gazed sorrowfully at his illegitimate son, Jon Snow, and his nephew, Benjen Stark, as they prepared to part ways. Eddard whispered, "My child, have you truly resolved to join the Night's Watch?" Jon Snow, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "Father, I am grateful for your nurturing over the years. It may be long before we meet again. Yet, I have one request." Eddard sighed gently, responding, "Speak freely, my child." Jon Snow finally articulated the question that had long lingered in his heart. "Father, who is my mother?" Eddard paused, seemingly lost in recollection. After a moment, he replied with a heavy tone, "Perhaps another time, when I return from the south, I will take you to the wall and reveal to you the identity of your mother." The illegitimate Jon Snow gazed at his father with sorrowful eyes before resolutely following his uncle, Benjen Stark, as they embarked upon the path to become members of the Night's Watch. Just then, the imp Tyrion Lannister suddenly appeared from the southern end of the King's Road. Joining Jon Snow's company, Eddard gazed at Tyrion, perplexed, and inquired, "Tyrion, have you truly relinquished the opportunity to serve as the King's advisor in King's Landing to become a noble Night's Watchman at the Wall?" Tyrion replied with a smile, "Esteemed Lord Eddard, I have taken leave from King Robert to journey to the Wall. I shall return to King's Landing immediately after my visit." Eddard turned to Bran Stark, saying, "Please take good care of the two of them on your journey, my brother." Bran Stark nodded with a smile. Finally, Eddard observed the three figures receding into the northern distance along the King's Road. He led his loyal guards southward, hastening to join the king's retinue. As night fell, under a tapestry of twinkling stars, Duke Eddard, bearing the king's command, rode swiftly with his entourage, pursuing the king's procession. At this moment, Eddard was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, akin to the surging tides of the sea. His gaze abruptly shifted northward, toward his homeland, a place entwined with his responsibilities and affections. Eddard's heart ached for the children left in Winterfell, for his wife Catelyn, and for his youngest son Bran, who lingered in a state of unconsciousness. He yearned for Bran to awaken from his slumber, to grow up free of worries, unimpeded in his pursuit of dreams. Chapter 52. Resolve the north. As night descended, the king's procession paused at a quaint town near the King's Road. Upon the arrival of the royal entourage, the local nobility graciously vacated their homes, respectfully inviting the king to stay. In the evening, townsfolk gathered in the square, celebrating King Robert's presence, singing ancient hymns and seeking the protection of their ancestors. In a house bustling with revelry, a grand feast was in full swing. Robert's gaze fell upon Eddard, who, despite being surrounded by merriment, appeared unusually silent and burdened by unspoken concerns. Robert sensed Eddard's unease, aware that it stemmed from the plight of his youngest son Bran, who lay in a coma, paralyzed. The joyous atmosphere of the feast did little to disturb the somber spirit of Eddard, who bore his sorrow alone. Thus, Robert approached to offer consolation, saying, "Eddard, you should retire early tonight. There is no need for you to continue drinking with me." Eddard's eyes glimmered with appreciation as he replied, "Thank you, Robert." With that, he quietly exited the festive gathering. In the banquet hall, King Robert sat alone. Queen Cersei was absent. Though his attendants kept him company, they could not share in the wine that filled his cup. Robert's gaze inadvertently lingered on his son Joffrey, who observed him with a look brimming with expectation and admiration. In this moment, Robert's thoughts surged like a tide, drifting to distant reflections. He recalled the years of neglect toward young Joffrey's upbringing, realizing he had scarcely paid heed to his son's growth throughout the years. Now, Joffrey has matured into a young man, and it is only now that Robert realizes the neglect he has shown over the years. He commands Prince Tommen, Princess Myrcella, and the other attendants and nobles at the banquet to leave, leaving only himself and Joffrey. In this moment, Robert yearns to converse meaningfully with his long-ignored eldest son. The revelry of the feast gradually wanes, leaving only King Robert and Prince Joffrey. The king's gaze reflects profound sorrow as he looks at Joffrey, as if there are 1,000 words to say, yet he does not know how to begin. Robert slowly speaks, his voice tinged with remorse. "In the past, I should have taken you away from your mother Cersei. Perhaps then, you would not." A resolute light flickers in Joffrey's eyes. He grasps King Robert's hand and gently declares, "Father, I have grown up with your stories. You have taught me what it means to be a ruler. And I shall prove that I, Joffrey, the son of a heroic king, will never let you down." King Robert sighs and gazes at Joffrey, the guilt within him surging like a tide. He admits, "Little Joff, I should not have scolded you in front of so many. All of this is my fault. These years, I have failed to care for you properly, neglecting my duties as a father." Upon hearing this, Joffrey's eyes brim with tears. He passionately responds, "Father, I have always admired you. I have aspired to be a hero like you. In my youth, I faltered, lacking the courage to confront my actions. But now I understand that a true king must be fearless and ready to face the consequences of his past deeds." Observing Joffrey's earnestness, King Robert feels a weight lift from his heart. He caresses Joffrey's golden hair and smiles, saying, "Little Joff, I promise you that upon our return to King's Landing, I shall personally mentor you to ensure your future as an exceptional king." Within the chamber, having consumed a fair amount of wine, Robert gazes at Joffrey, his heart heavy with a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he recalls the incident of Lord Eddard's youngest son Bran falling from the tower. Inebriated, Robert murmurs, "What a pity for that clever boy. Bran will be confined to his bed for life. Perhaps for him, death would be the kindest release." Yet Eddard and his family are too tender-hearted to accept such a fate. Joffrey contemplates his father's words, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. Observing King Robert's inebriated state, he silently vows, "Indeed, father, I will prove to you that I am not weak." Perhaps that boy's death is a form of merciful release. Subsequently, Joffrey retrieves the Valyrian dagger won by his father in a wager with Lord Peter Baelish at last year's tournament and hands it to an attendant, instructing him to grant that child a release. Joffrey is filled with anticipation and resolve. He will prove to his father, Robert, that he is the true heir to the throne of Robert. In a separate, secluded chamber, Cersei anxiously converses with her brother Jaime in hushed tones. Cersei expresses her concerns, saying, "If that little brat Bran from Eddard survives, our secrets will be laid bare." Jaime takes a deep breath, as if summoning his own resolve while attempting to assuage Cersei's anxiety. With a reassuring smile, he comforts her, saying, "Do not worry, for I am here. I will handle it, I promise." As Jaime exits the room, he is filled with internal conflict, contemplating whether to once again harden his heart against the innocent child. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately sighs in resignation. In the contentious harbor of White Harbor, as dawn breaks, the Commander Griffith stands upon the platform. Clad in resplendent white armor and a flowing cape, his hands resting upon a Valyrian steel sword. Griffith's silver-gold hair glimmers in the morning light, and his deep, luminous violet eyes shine like a blazing sun. Before thousands of armored mercenaries, Griffith calmly outlines a new mission. The governor of Pentos has invited them to assist in the defense of the city against the impending Dothraki onslaught. Among the crowd of former members of the Golden Company, some regard Griffith with defiance, while others choose silence. Griffith's gaze sweeps over them, as if he can penetrate their innermost thoughts. He speaks with a steady and composed demeanor. Some of you may refer to me as the butcher behind my back. However, in my eyes, you are merely impotent victors, having won countless battles, yet failing to attain what you truly desire within. His words, as frigid as a blizzard, engulf the hearts of those former mercenaries. In Griffith's profound and tranquil voice, he recounts that some of their ancestors were once nobles of Westeros, leaving indelible marks upon the annals of history. They followed the footsteps of Blackfire, igniting the flames of rebellion, only to be ultimately vanquished, reduced to nameless failures. Their former glory now but a fleeting memory. Others among them may have been steadfast loyalists to the rightful king, participating in the war of the usurper. Their loyalty as unyielding as steel, yet turned to ashes in the inferno of that conflict. There are also those who are second sons without inheritance or bastards, their life paths mercilessly mocked by fate. Under the blazing sun, Griffith continues with a calm and steady tone. I can sense the yearning deep within you. Born of noble blood, a fervent desire to rise above your anonymity, that intense longing burns like a fierce flame in your hearts. This fire will incinerate all enemies that stand in your way. Now, an opportunity awaits you, one that could allow you to reclaim all that you have lost. Griffith articulates this with a deliberate and composed cadence. I make a solemn vow. You may choose to depart, to remain ensconced in your comfort zone, accepting a life of insignificance, or you may choose to follow me, to reclaim all that was once yours. With these words, Griffith gazed intently at the mercenaries. At the conclusion of his speech, their eyes turned towards the stage, as if ignited by a burning flame. His words stirred the long silent air of the playground. An exhilarating emotion surged within the mercenaries, akin to the tumultuous sea, impossible to calm. In that moment, as if a meteor streaked across the night sky, Griffith's name reverberated through the air. The mercenaries felt an invisible force drawing them in, their blood boiling as they struck their swords against their shields. Expressing their fervent support and respect, they brandished their shields, producing a resounding clamor. Griffith! Griffith! The echoes of their voices resonated across the playground like the fervent beat of war drums, stirring the very soul. Chapter 53. The Crow in His Dreams. Bran seemed to plummet through an endless void, the surrounding air warped and distorted. A mysterious voice whispered in his ear, "Fly, my child." Yet, in his confusion about how to soar, Bran could only surrender to his incessant descent. The panic within him swayed like leaves in a tempest, yet he did not surrender. He endeavored to uncover the slightest possibility of flight. As he fell endlessly, trembling in the wind, fear clung to him like a shadow. Helpless tears cascaded down, falling into the unknown sky, unnoticed by Bran. Amidst the air, a faint voice seemed to murmur, imbued with compassion and guidance. Do not weep, child. You are not alone. Lift your head and spread your wings. But I truly cannot fly, Bran lamented, shaking his head helplessly, whispering, Indeed, I cannot. As he scanned the surroundings, Bran suddenly discerned the source of the voice. His gaze swept through the air and beheld a crow circling above, descending directly towards him. Witnessing this, Bran cried out, Save me, save me. The crow hovered silently in the air, gazing at Bran with profound intent. Child, the only one who can save you is yourself. Do not surrender your fate to others. What you perceive now is merely the tip of the iceberg of your inability to shape your destiny. But how can I save myself? Bran implored. You possess wings, yet I do not. The crow, with its penetrating gaze, replied, Child, perhaps you do, though you may not yet realize it. Upon hearing the crow's words, Bran began to explore his shoulders, hoping to uncover his wings. Suddenly, he felt his body accelerating downward, and in fury, he cried out, tears welling in his eyes, What have you done to me? The crow regarded Bran calmly, responding, I am teaching you to fly, child. But I cannot fly. Bran insisted. You are soaring now, child, the crow remarked. I am falling, Bran shouted. Flight often begins with a series of descents. Look down, child, the crow urged. Bran hesitated momentarily, but ultimately gazed downward. His heart quivered. He beheld 2 continents, as if viewing the entirety of Westeros. Bran saw the great weirwood in the God's Wood of Winterfell, its reflection shimmering in the black waters, seemingly mirroring his own visage. The weirwood stared at Bran, as if acknowledging his fear. He glimpsed the valleys and riverlands of Westeros, his attention drawn to a young hawk circling above, hesitant to descend, as if caught in indecision. Meanwhile, a fish floated at the water's surface, gasping for breath, seemingly on the brink of demise. Once more, Bran's heart was profoundly stirred, and his gaze shifted toward the distant King's Landing. There, a stag lay lifeless, its demise evidently the result of a lion's assault. An old wolf stood vigil over the stag's carcass, unwavering in its defense despite the surrounding pride, its body marred with scars, yet its eyes radiating determination. Among the lions, a young wolf fixated on the old wolf, emitting a mournful howl, while another young wolf lingered at a distance, seemingly overwhelmed by the scene. Bran's gaze drifted further south, where a fierce duel among creatures unfolded before him. A stag adorned with blossoms engaged in a desperate battle against a stag engulfed in flames. The fiery stag, flames dancing upon its form, epitomized valor and resolve. Nearby, a venomous serpent observed silently, biding its time for the opportune moment to strike. The stags clashed, sparks flying as they collided, each impact a declaration of resilience and fortitude. The burning stag, flames raging through its fur, remained undeterred, its gaze resolute. Bran lifted his eyes to the east, beyond the narrow sea, where a mysterious continent awaited. There, a colossal white dragon unleashed a thunderous roar at a dying black dragon. As if proclaiming something momentous, the white dragon loomed like a mountain, its scales glistening in the sunlight, as pure as the snow-capped peaks. Its eyes sparkled like stars, filled with fire and strength, while crimson flames surged around it. Surrounding the white dragon, fiery steeds seemed eager, prancing and whinnying, preparing for the impending battle. The black dragon writhed in agony, its form contorted in suffering. Yet the white dragon stood there, cold and unwavering. At last, Bran's gaze shifted towards the northern expanse of the north, where the imposing wall stood sentinel, and there lay a white wolf, cold and lifeless upon a pool of blood. As Bran's eyes traversed beyond the wall, to the edge of the world, he beheld an incredibly frigid blue veil, seemingly advancing slowly towards the south. In that moment, the crow, imbued with profound significance, fixed its stare upon Bran and uttered, "Child, it appears you have finally learned to soar." Just as Bran was about to respond, he was astonished to find himself suspended in the air, gently descending. He looked below, and there, upon the familiar bed, lay his own form. Bran's mother, Catelyn, and his elder brother, Robb, stood anxiously at the bedside, their eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 54. The price pintos above a crystalline expanse of azure sea and sky. Seagulls soared freely above the water, painting a picturesque scene. Griffith gazed upon the enchanting city of Pentos, which sprawled along the coast like a pearl set upon the blue ocean. Initially established as a frontier outpost by the Valyrian colonizers, Pentos rapidly expanded, engulfing the surrounding hinterlands. From the velvety hills and the diminutive river Lorne to the vastness of the sea, encompassing nearly the entirety of the ancient kingdom of Andalos. In the aftermath of Valyria's cataclysm, the original inhabitants of Pentos were a diverse tapestry of identities, traders, merchants, and sailors, predominantly comprising ordinary Valyrians. Yet, they paid little heed to their origins, preferring instead to intermarry with the indigenous populace and immerse themselves in local customs. The result was a blend of Valyrian and Undul blood coursing through the veins of the Pentoshi, who also stood as the closest kin to the predominant ethnic group of Westeros, the Unduls. Militarily, the tensions between Pentos and Braavos arose from territorial disputes and maritime claims, rendering warfare an unavoidable topic of discourse between them. Over the past decade, the formidable might of the Braavosi has led to a series of defeats for Pentos, and the signing of peace treaties has seemingly become an inevitable compromise for the Pentoshi. The price of peace has been the subjugation of Pentos to the constraints imposed by Braavos. Braavosi decrees specified that Pentos could not possess more than 20 warships, and, in the absence of provocation, could neither hire mercenaries nor enter into contracts with free companies, nor maintain any military force exceeding that of the city guard. These restrictions rendered Pentos militarily feeble. Despite its grand and towering walls, the city is now acknowledged as the most vulnerable entity among the free trade city-states. This city, akin to a gem embedded in the ocean, radiated an aura of mystery and splendor. The walls of Pentos stood tall and robust. Yet beneath this impregnable facade lay the helplessness and unease of its people. The docks bustled with a constant flow of humanity, shoulder to shoulder. An array of goods piled high, while merchants of every ilk called out, trading their wares. Under the sun's embrace, Griffith's mercenary fleet disembarked smoothly at the docks of Pentos. As Griffith was greeted by the ever-smiling Illyrio, the governor's gaze lingered on the silver blonde-haired figure, as though he were admiring a splendid work of art. "Captain Griffith, your mercenary company is stationed in Pentos, thus we need not concern ourselves with the Dothraki horse lords under Khal Drogo any longer," Illyrio remarked, a smile gracing his lips. However, at that moment, a cold voice abruptly interjected, "Illyrio, please hold for a moment. We have matters to discuss with Captain Griffith." The speaker, a man clad in a dark robe standing at the docks, possessed a gaze that was both stern and piercing. Upon hearing this, Illyrio recognized the individual and maintained his familiar smile. Of course. Lord Laffa, please converse with Captain Griffith first." With that, Illyrio stepped aside, retreating with his guards to the periphery of the docks. Laffa smiled at Griffith, saying, "Greetings, Captain Griffith. It is a great honor to meet you today." Griffith nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a smile to the handsome middle-aged man. Laffa began his introduction. "Captain Griffith, I am the representative of Braavos stationed in Pentos, here to oversee the peace of Pentos on behalf of Braavos. I have heard much about you. Your name is widely known in Braavos. You are referred to as the Butcher of the River Lorne. During the Battle of the River Lorne, you beheaded our esteemed commander, Kevan Lannister. I am also aware of your assistance to Tyrosh in securing victory against the Myrinese and the Golden Company in that miraculous battle." Griffith regarded Laffa with a smile. "My Lord Laffa, I appreciate your kind words. As for the Battle of the River Lorne, I can only say that I deprived Commander Lannister of glory on the battlefield. And for that, I deeply apologize." Laffa responded with a smile. "Our Sea Lord and the Iron Bank of Braavos have never regarded you as an enemy, Griffith. You are a clever man. The Iron Bank is willing to collaborate with intelligent individuals." Laffa's words were imbued with admiration and anticipation for Griffith. Griffith smiled in return, his violet eyes shimmering like stars, radiating ripples of light. "Then, my Lord Laffa, what would you have me do?" Laffa, the envoy of the Iron Bank, suddenly adopted a calm and profound demeanor, fixating his gaze on Griffith. "We, the Iron Bank of Braavos, wish for you, Captain Griffith, to depart from Pentos once you have fulfilled your commissioned task. Alternatively, you may enter into a contract with us. Our promise is that your mercenary company will receive an annual salary equivalent to that of a regular Braavosi military unit. In times of war, we will provide additional compensation for your services. What say you, Captain Griffith?" Griffith smiled serenely and replied, "My dear Lord Rafa, rest assured. Once our mercenary group's mission is complete, we shall depart. As for the matter of the contract, I hope we can discuss it in due course." Rafa gazed at Griffith, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. "Lord Griffith," Rafa said with a smile, "you are indeed a clever man. Your prior assistance to Lys in vanquishing our Braavos and the slaying of our commander Kvenlek was undoubtedly a significant setback for us. However, we Braavos can endure losses. You, being an astute individual, must understand the consequences of entangling with the Pentosi." Griffith replied calmly, "Your analysis is quite astute, Lord Rafa. I wholeheartedly agree." Rafa, satisfied, looked at Griffith and said with a smile, "I hope your mission in Pentos proceeds smoothly, and I wish you a successful completion." With that, Rafa elegantly turned with his accompanying Braavos soldiers and departed. At the edge of the dock, Governor Illyrio smiled as he watched Rafa's silhouette recede into the distance. Illyrio then walked back to Griffith, softly inquiring, "Lord Griffith, it seems Lord Rafa is quite pleased with you." Griffith did not directly respond to Illyrio's question, instead smiling and asking, "Governor, what news do we have regarding the Dothraki lately?" The governor, surveying Griffith and the bustling dock, replied with a smile, "Let us return to the governor's mansion to discuss in detail. There, I have prepared a banquet for you." Griffith smiled in agreement and departed the dock alongside the esteemed governor. Chapter 55. Reunion in the banquet hall of the Pentosi governor's mansion. Griffith entered alongside Illyrio. As they stepped into the opulent hall, a young man with silver hair and violet eyes, Viserys Targaryen, sat on the left side. His gloomy visage transformed by a smile as he seemed to gaze intently at Griffith's silver-gold hair and violet eyes. Illyrio turned to Griffith and introduced, "That is Viserys Targaryen of the Targaryen family." Griffith smiled and greeted Viserys, "Good day, Lord Viserys." Taken aback by Griffith's address, Viserys soon recovered and asked, "Griffith, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Is it true that during your battle with the Golden Company, a wild dragon appeared to assist you in securing victory? Griffith met Viserys' gaze and solemnly replied, Indeed, a dragon emerged just as we were on the brink of defeat. It descended amidst the forces of Lys and the Golden Company, wreaking havoc and allowing us to turn the tide of battle. However, once it had wrought its destruction, it simply flew away. Upon hearing Griffith's acknowledgement of the dragon's existence, Viserys, filled with excitement, continued to inquire, Lord Griffith, do you have any information regarding the whereabouts of this dragon? Griffith shook his head with a smile. I do not have any information regarding the whereabouts of the dragon. Your Grace, are you particularly interested in this creature? Viserys gazed back at Griffith's smiling reply, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, our Targaryen family has suffered greatly since the extinction of dragons a century ago, which led to the loss of our family's power. The usurper Robert seized our family's iron throne, and I sincerely hope to locate this dragon. Should the dragon have an owner, we, the Targaryens, would be willing to forge a union with the dragon's master, imparting all knowledge regarding dragon riding. Provided he aids us in reclaiming the Iron Throne, we would bestow upon him our family name and the title of prince, treating him with the same regard that Aegon the Conqueror bestowed upon his bastard brother, granting him the Stormlands as his domain. Might I inquire, Lord Griffith, do you have any leads on the dragon's whereabouts? As Viserys concluded his words, Griffith fell silent, his gaze as profound as the sea, fixated on Viserys as he replied solemnly, No, Your Grace. Upon hearing Griffith's response, Viserys suppressed his fury, regarding Griffith with a feigned smile. At that moment, Governor Illyrio, sensing the tension, swiftly shifted the topic, Griffith, concerning the Dothraki called Drogo. He is currently leading his men in raids around Pentos, seemingly preparing to amass supplies for an impending siege. After a moment of contemplation, Griffith responded, Governor, with the current strength of my Dawn Brigade, engaging in open battle with the Dothraki would be tantamount to seeking death. However, defending Pentos should not pose much difficulty. Illyrio, pleased with Griffith's response, nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Lord Griffith, I have already reached an agreement with the Second Sons and the Iron Shields. Griffith gazed quietly at Illyrio, then calmly remarked, Governor Illyrio, consider this. If the Braavosi were to learn of your actions, how might they perceive you? Governor Illyrio chuckled lightly. You see, Griffith, the reason that Braavos is yet to completely conquer Pentos by force is their concern over the coalition of other free cities. Therefore, as long as we operate within the bounds of our treaty, I believe the Braavosi will find themselves powerless, even if they become aware. Very well, Captain Griffith. Illyrio said gently, the banquet is about to commence. Beneath the radiant lights of Pentos, you should take the opportunity to enjoy this feast and immerse yourself in the splendor and warmth of this place. At the banquet, Griffith noticed Viserys seated behind him, his eyes fixated on Griffith like a predator stalking its prey. Griffith's expression brightened as he recognized a familiar face, and, with a smile, he walked briskly towards the hall's entrance. Under the moonlight, the familiar figure, upon seeing Griffith, also displayed a hint of surprise. He looked at Griffith and smiled. Lord Griffith, it has been a while. Griffith gazed at him, his smile unwavering, and said, Sir Jorah Mormont, why do you not come forth to greet me? Given your demeanor, I presume you are currently serving as a personal guard to the governor of Illyrio? Jorah chuckled awkwardly and replied, My Lord Griffith, I sincerely apologize. At present, I am in service to His Highness Viserys. I noticed you and the gentleman engaged in conversation, so I merely stood aside to avoid disturbing you. Griffith's expression shifted from mirth to scrutiny, as he regarded Jorah Mormont with a tone imbued with profound admonition. The folly and ignorance of Viserys have unveiled his true nature. He will inevitably plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from Viserys, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Jorah listened in silence, a flicker of resolve flashing across his eyes, as if concealing an undisclosed secret. Within him surged a tumult of emotions, hinting at a steadfast conviction. However, after a deep breath, Mormont raised his gaze, resolute once more. My Lord Griffith, he stated, until the very end, who can truly ascertain the outcome? Perhaps we all have the potential to become the architects of fate. Jorah's words plunged Griffith into contemplation. He scrutinized the once exiled knight before him. A complex array of emotions reflected in his gaze. After a moment of silence, Griffith finally spoke. Let us await the unfolding of events. The atmosphere grew silent and somewhat awkward as the two exchanged glances. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and a delicate hand, as light as a butterfly, entwined itself in the folds of Griffith's grand cloak. Slowly, he turned to behold a petite and enchanting figure. Bathed in the moonlight, Daenerys donned a soft lavender gown. Her silver hair elegantly styled, revealing a graceful neck that shimmered softly in the luminous glow. Her violet eyes sparkled like stars, her features exquisitely painted, with cheeks tinged with a bashful hue, reminiscent of a violet poised to bloom. At that moment, Daenerys lowered her gaze shyly upon Griffith, this noble and elegant knight. His silvery golden hair glistened brilliantly in the moonlight, harmonizing beautifully with Daenerys' tresses, making them appear as radiant as celestial bodies. A flicker of surprise crossed Griffith's eyes, soon replaced by a complex emotion as he recognized the captivating young woman before him, Daenerys Targaryen. With a timid demeanor, Daenerys spoke softly, her voice as gentle as whispers carried by the breeze. "Greetings, I am Daenerys Targaryen. I have heard many legendary tales of you, and to witness the grace of Lord Griffith today is truly awe-inspiring." She slightly bowed her head, her eyes sparkling with a bashful smile. Her voice flowed like the softest silk, enveloping one in warmth and comfort. Griffith responded with a smile. "Thank you for coming to see me, Princess Daenerys. It is a pleasure to encounter you here." Chapter 56. Destiny in the moonlit garden of the Pantos governor's residence. Griffith and Princess Daenerys strolled amidst the ethereal beauty. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, Daenerys's silver hair was elegantly styled, revealing her graceful neck. With a hint of timidity, Daenerys gazed at Griffith and murmured, "My Lord Griffith, do you know that I have always lived under the protection of my brother, Viserys?" Her voice carried a touch of sorrow as she continued, "I once believed my life would remain thus, safeguarded by Viserys, passing each day until I would eventually marry him. Yet Daenerys's voice faltered, and she pressed on. "When Viserys was forced to barter away our mother's crown, he became the subject of scorn, labeled the beggar king. At that moment, Viserys underwent a profound transformation. He became irritable and elusive, his spirit began to warp. As the last male heir of House Targaryen, the burdens of that lineage weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to make such dire choices. The years of exile undoubtedly inflicted immense strain upon his psyche, rendering him increasingly sensitive and tempestuous." Her words were laced with melancholy and resignation, casting a somber atmosphere around them. With a quiver in her voice, Daenerys implored, "Griffith, can you assist my brother Viserys? I would offer anything you desire." After speaking, she cast a shy glance at Griffith, her eyes brimming with anticipation and hope. Griffith took a step closer, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Daenerys's violet eyes. He reached out, gently stroking her silvery locks, as if to soothe the turmoil within her heart. With a voice both gentle and resolute, he declared, "Princess Daenerys, I am willing to lead my mercenary band to fight for you, to ensure your safety. Simultaneously, I shall do all in my power to aid your brother Viserys." Upon hearing his words, a blush crept across Daenerys's cheeks, and she shyly lowered her head. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude and joy as she softly replied, "Griffith, you are truly kind." Beneath the soft glow of the moonlight, Griffith suddenly knelt before Daenerys, his expression imbued with reverence. He gently kissed her hand and whispered, "Princess Daenerys, I pledge my personal loyalty to you. In life or death, I shall remain by your side." Tears shimmered in Daenerys's eyes as she listened to his vow. She gazed at the handsome man before her, his silver golden hair shimmering in the moonlight, his violet eyes resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. With a gentle voice, she responded, "Griffith, I accept your fealty. Your loyalty and protection resonate deeply within me. Please do not abandon me. You are the kindest person to me aside from my brother." In the moonlit garden, the emotions between the two individuals gradually intensified. They gazed into each other's eyes, as if time itself had ceased to flow in that moment. In the city of Pentos, under the cloak of night, within the residence of the Braavos officials, Rafafa's gaze fell upon the man who had just entered. In a low voice, he inquired, "Did Governor Illyrio truly say that?" "Indeed, I am certain, my lord Rafafa," responded a servant from the governor's banquet, his voice laced with surprise and reverence. The servant vividly recalled Governor Illyrio's words, each syllable echoing in his ears. Rafafa fell into a moment of silence, lost in deep thought. After a brief pause, he raised his head and instructed the servant, "You may leave now. As for the debt you owe, I, representing the Iron Bank, have decided to absolve it. Additionally, I shall grant you a further reward." Gratefully, the servant looked at Lord Rafafa and exited the room. Only Rafafa and a middle-aged man named Wade remained. Rafafa smiled at Wade and remarked, "Wade, this may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Wade looked at Rafafa in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" With a smile, Rafafa replied, "It is quite simple. You will represent the Iron Bank of Braavos and negotiate with the Dothraki leader, Khal Drogo. As for the two mercenary companies summoned by Governor Illyrio, We at the Iron Bank of Braavos will offer them double the price to secure their allegiance on the way here. You need only instruct one mercenary group to open the city gates for the Dothraki, while the other sets fire to the port of Pentos, leaving the elite of Pentos with no escape. Remember that during negotiations with Khal Drogo, the Dothraki should be permitted to pillage, but not to massacre the city. Rafafa continued. Once Drogo departs with his Khaleesi, Daenerys, the Braavos navy will appear on the waters of Pentos to take control. Once the ruling elite of Pentos is eradicated, we at the Iron Bank can easily support any individual as a puppet leader. This will result in many deaths, Wade stated, gazing intensely at Rafafa. Rafafa chuckled softly, replying, "The people of Pentos have chosen such a fate for themselves. Otherwise, we would not have found this opportunity." Suddenly, Wade's expression hardened. "He killed my brother. I wish for his death." Rafafa regarded Wade with a smile. "As you desire, for justice will ultimately be served." In the governor's office, Jorah Mormont carefully reopened the letter that had arrived days earlier from across the narrow sea. A complex glimmer shone in Jorah's eyes as he scanned the letter, meticulously reading each line. The letter stated, "Cooperate with Governor Illyrio to assassinate Griffith. Upon success, return to Westeros with Griffith's head." Accompanying the letter was a pardon from King Robert, promising the restoration of Jorah Mormont's former title. This was undoubtedly a significant temptation, and Jorah's heart was tumultuous with unrest. Jorah recalled his father, who relinquished his title to become a night's watchman at the wall, while he himself had fallen to such a fate because of a woman. Jorah murmured to himself, "This time, I shall alter my destiny." Chapter 57. The table is upset deep within Winterfell's castle. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded Bran's chambers. Lady Catelyn's hands were stained with blood, as if she had just emerged from a fierce struggle. Her fingers trembled, droplets of blood slowly falling onto the pale floorboards. While Bran, the child cruelly tossed by fate, remained in a deep unconsciousness. In one corner of the room lay the lifeless body of an unnamed man upon the cold stone tiles. His flame of life had extinguished, and his secrets seemed to have vanished with him. Beside him, two direwolves mourned in their own manner, their sharp fangs and claws glinting menacingly in the cold moonlight as they gnawed at the corpse. Catelyn's heart brimmed with confusion and dread. She could not fathom why anyone would seek to harm her youngest son, Bran. At that moment, she was convinced that this was no mere accident, for a conspiracy lurked behind Bran's fall. The body sprawled upon the frigid stone was that of a small man, his golden hair dull under the faint light. The dagger he clutched caught Catelyn's eye. She gazed at the blade, forged from precious Valyrian steel, which gleamed with a subtle luster. The commotion roused Robb, who swiftly arrived with Ser Roderick and his loyal soldiers. The sight before them weighed heavily on each heart, the injured Catelyn and the lifeless assassin. Robb immediately commanded for Maester Luwin to come forth for aid. The Maester deftly bandaged Catelyn's wounds, his touch gentle and skilled, before handing her a cup of poppy milk. Under the soothing effects of the medicine, Catelyn felt her pain gradually subside, her eyelids growing heavier as she drifted into a profound slumber. 2 days later, Catelyn slowly opened her eyes to find her eldest son Robb and his companion, her brother Theon Greyjoy, Ser Roderick, and Maester Luwin at her bedside. Catelyn's first inquiry was about Bran's condition. Robb responded that Bran remained in a comatose state, but yesterday Maester Luwin had observed Bran's fingers moving, suggesting he would soon awaken. Next, Catelyn inquired about the identity of the deceased man. After a moment of contemplation, Robb replied that when the king's retinue had passed, someone had claimed the man appeared to have come with the king's entourage, likely a servant. Catelyn began to ponder, musing, a retainer of the king's party? Golden hair? The name Lannister sprang to her mind, recalling the letter from her sister that spoke of her sister's husband, Jon Arryn, being murdered. Suddenly, Catelyn was jolted awake and said to Robb, "Robb, you must investigate. On the day Bran was attacked, King Robert was out hunting with Lord Eddard. Did the members of House Lannister leave Winterfell together? This must be clarified." Following his mother Catelyn's instructions, Robb embarked on an investigation and soon returned with news for her. The Lannister family members who did not depart that day included Queen Cersei, the Kingslayer Jaime, and the imp Tyrion. Catelyn gazed sternly at Robb and the others, articulating each word with gravity. "What I am about to disclose to you are my deeply held suspicions, and I implore you to keep this knowledge to yourselves. Should even the slightest evidence be corroborated, Ned, my daughters, and I will find ourselves in peril. Thus, I require your solemn oaths to safeguard this secret." Without hesitation, Theon replied, "Lord Eddard regards me as his own son. I vow to keep the secret I have learned today. I too swear to remain silent about this matter," mused Maester Luwin. "Rest assured, my lady, I am likewise committed, Sir Roderick firmly asserted. Catelyn observed the group as they completed their oaths, nodding before continuing. I shall personally journey to King's Landing to report to the court. My youngest son Bran may have been harmed due to his knowledge of certain Lannister secrets, and now he lies in a coma, having suffered an inexplicable attack. Moreover, I suspect that the death of Lord Jon may be linked to the Lannisters. I will beseech King Robert and my husband Ned to conduct a thorough investigation into these matters. Then Catelyn turned to Robb, who felt a surge of fervor. As if the blood of wolves coursed through his veins, a tumult of anger and sorrow etched upon his face. With a swift motion, Robb drew his sword, brandishing it as he proclaimed, "If this is the work of House Lannister, if they have harmed my brother Bran, they shall pay dearly for their transgressions." Nearby, Theon Greyjoy, witnessing Robb's display, unsheathed his sword in solidarity, declaring, "I, Robb, my brother, should this ignite a war, I shall fight alongside you." The atmosphere in the hall grew palpably tense. Sir Roderick, observing the impassioned display, admonished, "Put away your swords, you two foolish boys. Robb, do not brandish your weapon before your mother. As Lord Eddard's heir, you must learn to temper your emotions with reason, until the truth is unveiled. Harbor your anger and embody the virtues of nobility." In that moment, Robb and Theon lowered their heads, their youthful faces reflecting their inner discontent. Catelyn gazed at Robb and spoke softly, "I shall depart today, taking a ship from White Harbor directly to King's Landing. Robb, prepare a carriage for my use, accompanied by Sir Roderick and a few guards. Henceforth, you shall oversee the affairs of Winterfell, with Maester Luwin to assist you. Be prepared for any unforeseen events." In the twilight glow of the setting sun, at the training grounds of the Griffiths' camp, Griffith cradled Daenerys upon his steed, meticulously instructing her in the art of horseback riding. His movements were gentle and focused, as though the world revolved solely around their intimate exchange. At a distance, his loyal confidants, Mills and Day, stood vigil. The Red Priest Vala observed quietly, his gaze penetrating the flickering flames within the camp, as if glimpsing shadows of the future amidst the inferno. Vala whispered, "The vermin shall guide the fiery steed, its thunderous hooves echoing, trailed by countless noble horses." Meanwhile, a tempest brews silently above the sea. Mills and Day, the devoted guards of Griffith, felt a wave of unease wash over them as they absorbed Vala's words. Beneath the profound shroud of night, the Griffiths' camp exuded a tranquil gravity. In this silence, Griffith sat alone within his tent, the ethereal and enigmatic prophecy of Vala resonating in his ears. A faint, sardonic smile graced Griffith's lips as he contemplated. If the world were to be shaped solely by the guidance of prophecies, would it not appear absurd and laughable? The future, he mused, must be forged by my own hands. That which I steadfastly uphold shall inevitably materialize and dictate all. After a moment of reflection, Griffith shook his head gently, seemingly dismissive of the intangible prophecy. Suddenly, a quiet chuckle escaped him, as he murmured to himself, "Prophecy? Why should I concern myself with such nonsensical foretelling? All troubles and obstacles in this world stem from one's own inadequacies." The steed seemed restless, eager to charge forth. Then why should I, Griffith, delay? Why entangle myself in this void of prophecy and uncertainty? Is this not a waste of time, a form of self-deception? Rather, let us overturn this table, revealing all hidden cards. Chapter 58. Littlefinger within the Red Keep of King's Landing, amidst the intricate discussions of the council. The contentious plot for assassination ignited a fervent debate among King Robert and his lords. Faced with such a dark and sanguinary scheme, Prime Minister Eddard felt a profound sense of dismay. His sense of honor could not abide such plans, prompting him to withdraw. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's tower, he was soon approached by a hastily arriving soldier bearing a letter from Prince Stannis. Puzzled, Eddard opened the envelope, and as he read its contents, color drained from his face, as if chilled by an icy wind. In shock, he sank into deep contemplation. Moments later, he silently burned the letter and retreated to his chambers. At the harbor of King's Landing, "My lady, you have arrived in King's Landing," Captain Morio respectfully announced to Catelyn within her quarters, his voice tinged with excitement. Clad in a black cloak, Catelyn emerged from her cabin, a subtle smile illuminating her features. Catelyn gently nodded in response. "Captain, you and your crew have performed exceptionally well. I shall reward each of you with a golden dragon as a token of my gratitude." Captain Morio bowed deeply and replied, "Lady Stark, your generosity knows no bounds. It is indeed the greatest honor to serve one such as you." Lady Catelyn disembarked from the ship that had ferried her across the sea, accompanied by the loyal Sir Roderick and his elite guards. Before her lay the grand spectacle of King's Landing, bustling with throngs of people, akin to a vivid tapestry of worldly life. The endless sea was dotted with vessels, resembling countless stars, carrying exotic treasures from distant Braavos, Pintos, Lys, and Tyrosh, continuously flowing into the majestic city of King's Landing. Upon the towering walls, the sigil of House Baratheon, a crown adorned with jewels, fluttered in the wind, a solemn declaration of the family's glory and sovereignty. Just as Catelyn was beginning to acclimate to the vibrant atmosphere of this magnificent city, she was confronted by a cohort of illustrious gold-cloaked figures. They encircled Catelyn and her retinue, while Sir Roderick and his guards lightly touched the hilts of their swords, their eyes keenly scanning for any potential threat. The leader of the gold cloaks approached Catelyn, bowing respectfully. "My lady, a distinguished lord is eager to make your acquaintance." He then produced a badge from his breast pocket, presenting it to her, a vivid representation of a songbird, gleaming brilliantly. Catelyn's gaze fell upon the emblem, and she understood immediately. Is it Peter? His actions are remarkably swift. Catching one off guard. It seems Captain Morio is also one of Peter's men, is he not? The gold-cloaked guard responded with a subtle smile. Lord Peter himself has commanded us to escort you, my lady. He assures that you shall receive the utmost respect, and has instructed us to ensure you are not wronged in any way. In a chamber imbued with noble elegance, Peter caught sight of Catelyn's entrance, and his eyes sparkled with a long-forgotten delight. He smiled, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept over a tranquil lake. It has been many years, Catelyn, yet your beauty remains undiminished. However, Catelyn did not respond to Peter's flattery. Her words were as frigid as ice. Peter, the past is but a wisp of smoke. I am now a mother. What do you wish to discuss? Pray, speak plainly. At her words, a flicker of confusion crossed Peter's brow. Then, Lady Catelyn, what brings you to King's Landing? Catelyn's gaze was as piercing as the depths of a frigid pool. Fixed firmly upon Peter, as a wife, I yearn for my distant husband. As a mother, I worry for my scattered daughter. What is amiss with my presence in this bustling metropolis? Peter's gaze fell upon the bandages wrapped around her wrist, his tone steady. Let me be frank. You have come concerning Bran's assassination attempt, have you not? Catelyn's astonishment was akin to a fleeting glance cast toward Peter. How could you possibly know of this? A profound meaning lingered within Peter's smile. At the moment your son Bran was attacked, one of our informants was among the guards who accompanied your son Robb into your chamber. Catelyn's brow furrowed. I share a secret alliance with the Master of Whispers. Varys, Peter elucidated, who has generously kept me informed of your movements. Therefore, from the moment you set forth, all your actions have fallen under our scrutiny. Please believe me. Catelyn, I harbor no ill intentions. Whatever your needs, you may confide in me. Catelyn's gaze lingered upon Peter. Her words brimmed with doubt and maternal pleading. Peter, what secrets lie hidden in your heart towards me? Resentment or other emotions? I cannot discern. But as a mother, I implore you, assist me. With that, Catelyn solemnly placed the blood-stained Valyrian steel dagger into Peter's hands. Peter accepted the dagger with a sly gleam in his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Catelyn, this dagger belongs to me. Can you believe it? The sound of Littlefinger's voice wove a tapestry of intrigue in the air. Catelyn's eyes widened in confusion. How can this be? You have never set foot on Winterfell's lands. Peter's gaze locked onto Catelyn's, his words resonating with conviction. This dagger indeed was once mine, wagered during last year's celebration of Joffrey's name day. I staked it on Ser Jaime winning in the joust, only for Ser Jaime to lose to Ser Loras Tyrell. Catelyn pressed further. Then, who was the victor of the wager? Peter's eyes shifted toward the window, as though recalling the scene. Tyrion Lannister, the dwarf known to the world as the Imp. Catelyn fell into contemplation, and after a moment, resolutely stated, Tyrion is now the king's hand. I must report this to Eddard and the king immediately. When Tyrion arrives in King's Landing, we must interrogate him. Peter's smile deepened, yet held a hint of warning. Catelyn, let me inform you that the Red Keep is now firmly under the control of House Lannister. You should act swiftly to locate Tyrion Lannister. Catelyn's brow furrowed, anxiety rising. This is unwise. Tyrion is the king's hand. Without the king's consent, my unilateral arrest would trouble Eddard. Peter's laughter echoed through the air. Catelyn, trust me as you once did. I will personally report all of this to the king and Lord Eddard. They will comprehend and support your actions. Now, Catelyn, you shall proceed with your guards to apprehend Tyrion and secretly escort him back to King's Landing. Catelyn's gaze lingered on Peter, her words laden with hesitation. Peter, I choose to trust you, hoping you will not disappoint me. Peter's smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and he gently replied, Catelyn, do you know why I have remained unmarried for so many years? However, Catelyn opted for silence, turning to exit the room. leaving behind an atmosphere thick with quietude and concealed secrets. As Catelyn's figure vanished, Peter Baelish parted his lips to whisper, in all things, at their core, it is power that dances. Only with power in hand can one grasp the myriad of the world. Chapter 59. The trump card in the Dothraki encampment near the city of Pentos. The wails of women echoed like an unrelenting dirge, resonating through the air. While the severed heads of men stood like banners of victory at the camp's edge, reflecting the Dothraki's ruthlessness and majesty. At the heart of the encampment, the abducted women laughed with a mixture of fear and desire in the strong arms of Dothraki warriors, their joyous cacophony reverberating through every corner of the camp. Supplies piled high like bountiful hills, showcasing the abundance of their plunder. The envoy from Braavos, Vaydrak, engaged in fervent negotiations with Khal Drogo in fluent Dothraki. His gaze was resolute, and his words hinted at a firm resolve. Khal Drogo, for the sake of Pentos, we from Braavos are willing to make our final concession. Would half of Pentos' wealth suffice to appease you? After the war, this city shall fall under Braavos' dominion. Khal Drogo's eyes were akin to those of a wolf pack leader, cold and piercing, as he curled his lips into a mocking smile. What I seek is not merely gold and silver. 1/3 of Pentos' populace shall become Dothraki slaves, and my horsemen will ravage the city for 3 days. I shall present them with a choice: submit and survive, or oppose and perish. Vaydrak, unwavering, retorted, do you comprehend the storm that will ensue from conquering a free city-state? All free cities may unite against you, without Braavos to quell the discord. Are you certain you can bear the consequences? Khal Drogo responded with laughter, his eyes blazing with fury. Since I, Drogo, set foot in this world, I have never tasted the bitterness of defeat. Let the wrath of your free cities pour forth. I revel in the taste of battle. My 40,000 horsemen fear no challenge. In the face of such a response, Vaydrak took a deep breath, nodded, and then replied, very well, the deal is struck. In the depths of the night sky, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted, akin to the voice of the heavens, shaking the very soul. People looked up to witness a majestic white dragon soaring through the night sky. The Dothraki warriors on the ground stared wide-eyed, their expressions a tapestry of fear and panic. The white dragon, with its lithe form, soared through the night sky, diving down with a speed that defied the senses, unleashing a torrent of raging flames upon the Dothraki encampment, indiscriminately engulfing all in its path. In an instant, the Dothraki camp was shrouded in firelight, the roaring flames ascending to the heavens, releasing searing heat. The white dragon danced gracefully in the air, flames gushing from its maw like serpents of fire in a tempest, relentlessly ravaging the Dothraki camp. The dry fodder, supplies, and clusters of tents were not spared from this infernal storm, all reduced to ashes, plunging the entire encampment into a cataclysm of flames. The camp was suddenly enveloped in a blinding blaze, the fierce fire resembling an active volcano, spewing crimson flames toward the sky as if threatening to pierce the heavens. Within the camp, wails and cries of anguish intertwined into a tragic symphony, as the Dothraki scattered in chaos. At that moment, the camp had transformed into a sea of fire, where flames reveled in their fury, consuming all. Drogo, his gaze akin to molten lava, fixed his eyes upon the soaring dragon, a mixture of shock and fury etched upon his resolute visage. Meanwhile, Vala, with her lips moving slightly, whispered, the rumors were not unfounded, that Griffith truly possesses the power to command dragons. The white dragon circled the sky several times before flapping its wings and vanishing from the Dothraki camp's view, heading towards the city of Pentos, leaving behind a blazing trail imprinted in the hearts of all present. In the encampment of Griffith and Pentos, the entire city was roused from the depths of night by the thunderous roar of the soaring dragon. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens like a celestial melody, reverberating above Griffith's camp. Inside the tents, the flickering lights resembled scattered stars, illuminating Griffith's face, where a subtle yet confident smile played upon his lips, as the dancing flames silently caressed the ambitions within his heart. Beside him stood Vala, draped in crimson priestly robes, her profound eyes reflecting the warm glow of the campfire. Listening intently to Griffith's words, Griffith spoke softly, I need not engage in conflict with that Dothraki. As long as Drogo's tribe remains, my dragon shall descend each night, and their anguish will be endless as they hear its roars and flames. I shall see whether Drogo can withstand this relentless provocation, or if he will, in his fury, make a reckless decision to charge blindly against the walls of Pentos. Vala's gaze, like a gentle breeze over a lake, curled into a playful smile as she softly replied, Noble Lord Griffith, yet in doing so, your trump card has become all too apparent. The might of the dragon is undeniably formidable. Yet the valiant souls who attempt to harness its power may not emerge unscathed from this perilous gamble. Griffith gazed intently at Vala, his eyes icy and resolute. I yearn for the provocations they thrust upon me. I am utterly weary of this puppet-like charade. With but a sliver of opportunity, I shall command all of Pantos, compelling them to submit to my will. Vala met his gaze, a smile concealing profound implications. My lord Griffith, your current fervor burns like an inferno, consuming your own reason. In the Pantos governor's office, Prince Viserys, abruptly awakened yet filled with anticipation, hastily sought out Illyrio. Did you hear that? It is the roar of the dragon. Governor Illyrio, astonished, responded, Indeed, your majesty, that is unmistakably the voice of a dragon. Viserys, his face flushed and unable to conceal his excitement, proclaimed, I have heard it, and I understand. This is the signal I have long awaited, the opportunity one have been seeking. Governor Illyrio, with utmost reverence, addressed Viserys, Your Excellency. Now is the perfect moment for Princess Daenerys to extend a letter to Lord Griffith. In our correspondence, we shall propose an invitation for him to discuss the union between Princess Daenerys and himself at the governor's office, thus setting a splendid stage for dialogue. However, once Griffith steps into this meticulously woven trap, he may be discreetly eliminated. Subsequently, the dragon, emblematic of supreme power, will become an unrivaled scepter in your hands. Viserys nodded slightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. He turned to Illyrio and spoke with conviction. I shall ensure the princess is prepared for all of this. Chapter 60. Negotiation within Griffith's encampment. Amidst the confines of the chessboard, Rafafamin and Griffith exchanged light-hearted banter as the pieces danced at their fingertips. Rafafamin's gaze fell upon Griffith, his eyes sparkling like the stars, brimming with genuine fervor. My lord Griffith, the shock within my heart is ineffable. I never anticipated that your fate would intertwine so profoundly with that of our Iron Bank. I foresee our future collaboration resembling this chessboard, where every move is intricately linked and every step harmoniously attuned. What say you, my lord Griffith? Griffith responded with his characteristic smile, radiant and warm as the dawn's first light. He elegantly rose, gently clapping his hands. As words of commendation resonated in the air, the inside of the Iron Bank is indeed commendable. As time flows, you still manage to unearth these long-buried secrets. Rafafamin's gaze was as profound as the night sky as he rose to meet Griffith's eyes. To the strong, the Iron Bank has always offered the utmost respect. Yet, we also hope that the convergence of the powerful will mirror the respect and understanding found in this chessboard's contest. Do we not, my lord Griffith? Rafafamin's eyes were sharp and penetrating, fixed upon Griffith, and his words were imbued with an irresistible charm. He continued, I firmly believe our collaboration will yield bountiful fruits. Just as money reigns supreme in the material realm, power exerts absolute dominion over the human spirit. Yet, the essence of power, at its core, is fundamentally aimed at safeguarding and enhancing one's own interests. Griffith's gaze pierced through the air towards Rafa like a sharp arrow, his smile tinged with a hint of mockery. Are you aware of the subtle distinction between the desires of the Iron Bank and the yearnings of my heart? These two may be as disparate as the heavens and the earth, utterly unattainable. Rafa, maintaining an air of ease, returned Griffith's gaze, his expression radiant with mirth. Imagine, if we were to shift our perspective. You, Griffith, have long harbored affections for Daenerys and possess the power to seize the Iron Throne of Westeros, while our Iron Bank merely seeks to grasp Pintos in our palm. Behold, our ambitions do not intersect. It is merely your avarice that obscures your vision. Griffith, fixing his sharp gaze upon Rafa, inquired, What bargaining chips can your Iron Bank provide, and what shall I gain in return? Rafa's smile was as gentle as a summer breeze, yet concealed a latent sharpness. He replied, All you need do is acknowledge the legitimacy of the current debts on the Iron Throne, and we, the Iron Bank, will bestow upon you interest-free financial aid to recruit forces and construct a fleet capable of crossing the seas. In return, you, Griffith, shall occupy the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, no longer meddling in the eastern continent, leaving Pintos as our sanctuary in Braavos. Griffith's gaze was as keen as a blade, his voice firm and unyielding. That is far from sufficient. Rafa remained unperturbed, fully aware of the weight of value. Half of Pintos' wealth, along with my previously mentioned terms, constitutes our utmost concession. Imagine, the wealth accumulated by a free city-state over centuries shall be yours. A glimmer of cunning danced in Griffith's smile as he remarked, The debts of the current Iron Throne can only be settled after I ascend to the Iron Throne in King's Landing. Until then, I demand an interest-free loan of no less than 1,000,000 gold dragons annually, along with ships for crossing the seas. Rafa paused for a moment, his words sharp as a double-edged sword. An interest-free loan of 1 million gold dragons is beyond our capacity. But we can offer you an interest-free loan of 400,000 gold dragons each year. Griffith, we do not wish to be adversaries. Our objectives differ. Braavos does not fear your dragons. We possess dragon-hunting crossbows, and since the inception of Braavos, dragons have posed a threat to us. However, our strength is now sufficient to contend with them, albeit at the cost of some lives. I can assure you that even if you occupy Pentos, we guarantee that not a single merchant vessel shall enter. You may also attempt to challenge our world-class naval power. Griffith blinked, a deeper smile gracing his features, agreed. Seeing this, Rafa smiled in satisfaction. I am confident you will become our Iron Bank's most esteemed client. The treaty will be delivered to your camp shortly. With that, Rafa turned to depart, leaving behind a remark laden with meaning. The essence of a gift is ambition and privilege, while acceptance signifies the beginning of submission. The Riverlands, located at the heart of Westeros, serves as a pivotal junction at the town of Harroway, nestled at the confluence of King's Landing, the Riverlands, and the Vale, where three magnificent rivers converge. At the town's entrance, Ser Roderick, with his unwavering gaze and composed tone, assured Lady Catelyn, "My lady, we have awaited your arrival for many days. We shall undoubtedly capture that little imp, Tyrion, the cunning dwarf." Lady Catelyn, her eyes serene yet profound, instructed Ser Roderick and her loyal guards. "Our sole objective is to apprehend Tyrion, and we must avoid causing a disturbance in public. We shall discreetly escort him back to King's Landing, and remember, no violence must be inflicted upon him. Though a dwarf, Tyrion holds a high position as the king's advisor. Any harm done to him would be perceived as a slight against the crown, an unforgivable offense." Ser Roderick vowed on his knightly honor, responding to Lady Catelyn, "My lady, your concerns shall remain etched in my mind. My sword shall adhere to the principles of justice and prudence." Meanwhile, concealed behind the windows of a nearby inn, dozens of knights with hawk-like eyes were fixated on Lady Catelyn. "My lord Tyrion, we are nearing Harroway. The beauty of this place is beyond mere words," remarked one of the mercenary knights beside Tyrion, his words laced with admiration for the women of the town, embodying the splendor of King's Landing, the gentleness of the Vale, and the vitality of the Riverlands. Tyrion responded with a smile, his gaze shifting among the four mercenaries, his laughter brimming with confidence and pride. "What you speak of scarcely compares to what I have witnessed. In my opinion, the finest women are those from Dorne. They are as spirited as wild horses, their bodies supple as cats, possessing a resilience and independence that surpasses those cultivated in the free cities of the East. They are the most unique women of Westeros." Upon mentioning King's Landing, a spark of anticipation flickered in Tyrion's eyes. He exclaimed, "Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I shall arrange a grand feast for you, allowing you to behold the allure of Dornish women and revel in the pleasures they offer. I am the most generous of patrons, and your company will ensure a journey of utmost glory." The four mercenaries, upon hearing this, praised him. "My lord Tyrion, not only are you exceptionally intelligent, but you are also the most generous patron we have ever encountered. Rest assured, we four shall pledge our lives to safeguard your safety." As Tyrion and his entourage approached the town's entrance, Catelyn emerged alongside Ser Roderick and her 5 loyal guards. Clad in a simple gown, Catelyn regarded Tyrion with a cold gaze. When Tyrion Lannister turned to see Eddard's lady, he bowed respectfully and softly uttered, "Esteemed Lady Catelyn, it is a privilege to encounter you here." Catelyn cast a glance at Tyrion and coldly declared, "My lord Tyrion, I must bring forth an accusation against you. I suspect that you entered my home as a guest with the intent to harm my young son Bran. I implore you to accompany me to King's Landing to submit to the investigation of the King and the Hand, so that the truth may be revealed." Tyrion's face turned pale as he gazed at Catelyn in disbelief. "Lady Catelyn, I am utterly unaware of this matter and do not comprehend your motives. However, you must be aware of the potential consequences of your actions." Catelyn replied coolly, "I am fully cognizant of the consequences, which is why I shall secretly escort you back to King's Landing, allowing you to confess the truth before the King and the Hand. Before this transpires, I swear by the Seven, that until the outcome is determined, I, Catelyn, shall not bring any harm upon you, Tyrion, nor allow you to suffer indignities. Nor shall I tarnish your noble dignity." Tyrion cast a cursory glance at the several hired knights beside him, clad in tattered leather armor, appearing somewhat shabby. In contrast, Catelyn was flanked by 6 guards in shining armor. Tyrion turned to the 4 hired knights and said, "Your task is complete. You may depart." The 4 knights bowed in gratitude to Tyrion and quietly left. Catelyn, along with her guards, maintained a low profile as they stealthily made their way to King's Landing. On the town streets, their passage was momentarily disrupted by a dozen Vale Knights. The knights bore the sigil that represented the sworn protectors of House Arryn, the noble family of the Eyrie. The leader of the knights, Sir Vardys Egan, called out to Catelyn, "Esteemed Lady Catelyn, Lady Lysa has specifically invited you to the Eyrie." Upon hearing this, curious glances were cast from the surrounding crowd. Catelyn, slightly perplexed, responded, "My sister Lysa has invited me? I currently have urgent matters to attend to. Once they are resolved, I shall make my way to the Eyrie to meet with Lysa." Sir Vardys continued to address Lady Catelyn. "If you are unwilling to accompany us to the Eyrie, you need only surrender Tyrion to us. Our lady suspects his involvement in the death of Lord Jon." Upon hearing this, Tyrion immediately protested, "I am but a dwarf. How could I possess such power to both slay the hand and conspire against the Duke's young heir? Do you truly believe that I am capable of such feats, akin to my brother Jaime?" Catelyn regarded the Vale guards with resignation and said, "Very well. I shall go to the Eyrie. Lead the way." Chapter 61. Loans in the Governor's Residence. Daenerys' chamber. Since the arrival of Griffith, Daenerys' heart has been filled with joy. Viserys' relinquishment of control, along with the Governor's easing of restrictions, allowed Daenerys to revel in her newfound freedom. Though her time spent with Griffith was still brief, Daenerys sensed an almost imperceptible barrier lingering between them. However, Daenerys was not bound by this subtle distance. Instead, she envisioned the possibilities of the future. What kind of life would it be to live alongside Griffith? Marrying this Griffith seemed to offer Daenerys the best sanctuary she could hope for. Last night in the skies above Pentos, the earth-shattering roar of a dragon resonated. This mysterious omen filled Daenerys with anticipation and excitement, as she firmly believed it heralded a new beginning for House Targaryen. With clarity of mind, Daenerys understood that her brother, Viserys, who had once shattered her heart yet ignited her hopes, yearned for the dragon. Viserys' desire burned like a fierce and wild flame. He entered the room with a beaming smile, his presence illuminated by the sunlight, as if he transported Daenerys back to the carefree days of her childhood when her brother always cared for her with utmost tenderness. Gently, Viserys combed Daenerys' hair, a smile gracing his lips as he softly said, "Dear sister, I have a delightful surprise to share with you. I believe you will cherish it." In Daenerys' eyes, her brother Viserys brought forth joyous tidings. He had conferred with Governor Illyrio, preparing to arrange Daenerys' marriage to Griffith. A ripple of emotion stirred within Daenerys. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and with a bashful smile, she replied, "Brother, isn't this all happening rather swiftly?" Viserys explained, "I wish for you to find happiness. I was once blinded by the desire to restore our family, leading me to propose your betrothal to that barbarian. In hindsight, I feel profound guilt for the pain I caused you." Thus, Viserys gently patted Daenerys' hand, urging her to pen a letter inviting Griffith to the governor's residence to discuss the matter. With a smile, Daenerys accepted Viserys' suggestion, turning gracefully to enter the study. Within the Red Keep, in the Queen's chamber, Queen Cersei was meticulously tending to Prince Joffrey's wound from the previous wolf bite. Joffrey's hand bore the mark of Arya's direwolf's fierce bite, and pain coursed through him. Yet, Queen Cersei merely gazed intently at Joffrey, gently stroking the back of his hand as she whispered, "It is but a fleeting pain, my dear Joffrey. You shall become a great king." Joffrey lifted his gaze, discontent flickering in his eyes. "Mother, I do not wish to marry Sansa Stark. She is too weak. While I was bitten by her sister Arya's wolf, she merely screamed in terror. She resembles a delicate porcelain figure." Cersei regarded her son with tender eyes, softly responding, "Though you may not favor Sansa, you must still wed her. This union is solely to fortify your future claim to the throne. You regard her as a little wolf cub, wagging her tail in supplication, to be showcased at critical moments. In the future, you may find this tiresome, yet you are free to seek your own lover, my dear Joffrey. Remember, you are the master of Westeros, and the entirety of Westeros shall revolve around you." Joffrey gazed at his mother, his eyes shimmering with confusion and bewilderment. "So, mother, what is your perspective on the Stark family? Those Northerners, father has been excessively lenient towards them." Cersei smiled at Joffrey and replied slowly, "My dear Joffrey, a king must learn to gather strength before striking his adversaries." Joffrey's gaze towards his mother, Cersei, was filled with uncertainty. "So, mother, do you also concur that those Northerners are our enemies?" Cersei fixed her gaze upon Joffrey and enunciated each word deliberately, "My dear Joffrey, those who are not of our kin harbor different intentions. They are not our kind." Suddenly, a knock reverberated through the room, followed by a voice from outside, "Your Majesty, I have matters to report." Cersei turned her head towards the door and calmly instructed, "Enter." Sir Bollistan, clad in armor and a white cloak, stepped into the room, bowed slightly, and stated, "Your Majesty, Prince Joffrey is required to accompany me. His Grace, King Robert, has summoned him." Upon hearing his father's name, Joffrey's eyes brightened. Cersei furrowed her brow. "Robert? What does he intend to do?" Valystan hesitated for a moment before continuing. "It concerns the king's call to muster the armies. His Majesty will be taking Prince Joffrey to Harrenhal to review the troops summoned by the Crownlands. In the Red Keep, a council convened as King Robert had temporarily departed the capital with Prince Joffrey to inspect the armies of the Crownlands. To prevent any delay in state affairs, Lord Eddard Stark decided to convene a meeting in his stead. The atmosphere in the meeting room was solemn and grave, with Eddard standing before a grand fireplace shaped like a gilded crown, behind which loomed ancient oak chairs adorned with deep crimson velvet cushions. Eddard was engaged in discussions with various lords regarding the pressing issues facing the kingdom. The Master of Coin, Peter, smiled as he presented a meticulously prepared report detailing the expenses for a grand tournament that His Majesty had decided to host. Eddard scrutinized the report, a sense of perplexity flooding his mind. The kingdom's finances were already in disarray, yet such a substantial sum was to be allocated for a tournament? Observing Eddard's serious demeanor, Peter elaborated, "This tournament was commanded by His Majesty himself, Lord Eddard. I attempted to persuade His Grace to reconsider the financial situation, but King Robert remains resolute in his desire to host this event." Eddard furrowed his brow slightly, carefully examining the tournament proposal. After weighing various factors, he ultimately affixed his signature to the document. Peter Baelish pondered momentarily before continuing, a hint of tension evident in his voice. "Another pressing matter is that a representative from the Iron Bank has arrived to engage in a thorough discussion regarding the financial dilemmas currently confronting our kingdom. In light of the kingdom's fiscal distress, the representative proposed a solution. The Iron Bank is willing to extend a low-interest loan to our Iron Throne, amounting to as much as 1.2 million golden dragons." Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted into a flurry of discourse, for such a sum is indeed substantial. However, at that moment, Prime Minister Edmure cast a scrutinizing glance at Peter, his expression tinged with inquiry. Peter smiled and responded, "This matter should first be reported to His Majesty, as I am confident he will acquiesce with eagerness." Edmure turned to survey those seated beside him, clearly in agreement with Peter's perspective. Subsequently, Edmure directed his attention back to Baelish and posed a crucial question. "How shall we address the debts owed to the Iron Bank?" Peter contemplated briefly before offering his reply. "Provided the kingdom remains at peace and we exercise frugality for 5 or 6 years, we should be able to repay this debt. After all, our efforts in crafting weapons to combat dragons necessitate financial backing. Moreover, the Lord Commander is currently mobilizing troops, and all of this requires ample funding." Edmure, upon hearing this, could only muster a resigned smile and nodded in agreement, acknowledging the enormity of the sum. "Peter, do remember to obtain the king's signature." After the meeting concluded, Prime Minister Edmure sought out Maester Pycelle. He regarded Pycelle with a measured gaze and spoke in a calm tone. "I have been informed that Prime Minister John sought a book from me in his final days. I wish to personally ascertain whether I can locate that tome." Pycelle hesitated slightly before responding with deference. "Of course, Prime Minister Edmure. I shall procure the book that Prime Minister John once sought for your examination." As Pycelle observed Edmure depart with the book in hand, he inwardly mused, "John has passed. Yet this Prime Minister Edmure persists in pursuing this matter. This likely necessitates a report to Her Majesty Cersei." Chapter 62. The Madman Pentos. Griffin's Camp. Griffin held Daenerys' letter, his gaze shifting subtly. He addressed the servants of the governor's office with an air of indifference. "Summon Princess Daenerys to meet with me. I require a personal inquiry regarding this marriage. If there are no further matters, you may leave." Vala watched the servant exit, a sly smile gracing her features. Turning to Griffin, she remarked, "My lord, you appear quite concerned. Is it the safety of Princess Daenerys that troubles you?" Griffin slightly turned his head, his expression betraying a touch of surprise. "I simply dislike unforeseen variables arising when situations are beyond my control. Should anything go awry, it would mean ruin for us all. I must ensure my schemes remain undisturbed. As for Viserys, he is indeed a fool, yet it must be acknowledged that he is also quite mad. When madness intertwines with folly, the resulting actions become exceedingly unpredictable. I harbor a deep aversion for lunatics." With a concerned smile, Varys inquired, "Will Princess Daenerys comprehend your decision?" In the vicinity of Eagle's Nest in the Vale of Westeros, a company of over 20 individuals gathered. "You are aware of the Lannister family's creed. Debts must be repaid. As it stands, I find myself unjustly detained. The charges against me as insubstantial as mist, intangible and elusive. Lady Catelyn, we had an agreement. The honor of the nobility must remain unsullied. With your numerous companions, how could I, Tyrion, possibly escape? The diminutive Tyrion expressed his exasperation with a sense of helplessness. Ser Vardis, in accordance with my pact with Tyrion, please release him from his bindings. Tyrion serves as a royal advisor, and without evidence. Such treatment is indeed a blow to noble dignity, Catelyn explained, directing her gaze towards Ser Vardis, the captain of the Vale's guards. Upon hearing her words, Ser Vardis nodded in understanding and promptly unfastened Tyrion's restraints. Freed from his bonds, Tyrion lifted his gaze to meet Lady Catelyn's eyes, filled with skepticism and bewilderment. He then spoke in a tone imbued with elegance. Lady Catelyn, I beseech you to enlighten me as to why you are resolutely convinced that I, Tyrion, the scion of House Lannister before you, orchestrated the vile attack on your innocent son Bran? After a moment of deep contemplation, Catelyn regarded Tyrion intently, as if weighing an ineffable emotion. Ultimately, she resolved to disclose the entire matter to him candidly. Tyrion, with a sense of resignation, explained, Peter claims that I won the wager on this tournament, a premise that eludes comprehension. At this juncture, I wish to convey my true sentiments to you. My lady, in any wager, my stake has always been my brother Jaime's victory. As for Peter, his intentions are inscrutable. I wish to express, with utmost sincerity, that you may have been artfully manipulated by him. Referring to the Valyrian dagger, its unique craftsmanship and value require no elaboration. How could I possibly entrust it to a stranger to assassinate your son? Catelyn regarded Tyrion with a penetrating gaze. Catelyn's voice carried a hint of confusion and uncertainty as she pondered, why would Peter seek to exploit me? What could I, Catelyn, offer him? If Peter deliberately misled me, instigating a conflict between two noble houses, his reckoning would be dire. I firmly believe Peter is not a man of such recklessness. A glimmer of wisdom flickered in Catelyn's eyes as she continued. Moreover, my sister Lisa has accused you of murder, Lord John. In my estimation, I find myself more inclined to trust Peter and my sister Lisa than you, Tyrion. Tyrion found himself at a loss for words, silently observing Catelyn, feeling a sense of helplessness. In the vicinity of Harrenhal, nestled between the rivers of Westeros, King Robert, accompanied by his son, Prince Joffrey, engaged in a spirited hunt around the estate. As Robert gazed at his enthusiastic son, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment at Joffrey's archery skills. Despite the king's beaming smile, Robert turned to Joffrey, gently remarking, My dear boy, your archery skills leave much to be desired. You cannot persist in this manner. You must acquire some technique and experience. I promise to gift you a crossbow on another day to ease your hunting endeavors. Joffrey looked up at his father, his eyes sparkling with joy and dependence. Father, I care not for the gifts you bestow upon me. As long as you care for me, I am content. Hearing this, Robert's eyes misted with emotion. He softly patted Joffrey's shoulder, saying, As long as you are willing to change, I shall be pleased, my child. You know, change is always for the better. Suddenly, Robert's expression turned grave. He looked at Joffrey and said, Should I ever be gone? I hope you will show respect to Lord Eddard. You must regard him as you do me. Can you promise me this, little Joffrey? Joffrey fell silent for a moment, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. Father, how could you ever leave us? You are the pillar of our family, the conqueror of the Targaryen dynasty, a hero of great stature. The lessons you impart today will not be forgotten. As long as Lord Eddard does not betray me, I will respect and trust him. Robert gazed at the azure sky, a sense of desolation and determination reflected in his eyes. He murmured, I have a premonition that the bastard from the east will not perish easily. I will pave the way for you, little Joffrey. You are my hope and my future. Upon hearing his father's words, Joffrey's eyes glistened with emotion. In the governor's mansion of Pentos, Governor Illyrio stared intently at the little bird that Varys had dispatched to monitor Griffith. The meticulous observer's information astonished Illyrio. Ever since the dragon appeared over Pentos, the Braavosi, known as Leifer, had secretly entered Griffith's camp that very day. Subsequently, another individual carried what appeared to be a piece of parchment to the camp. Upon leaving, this person opted to sail to Braavos, their ultimate destination being the Iron Bank. Illyrio fell into deep contemplation, meticulously considering the connections between these events. His mind was tumultuous, akin to a tempestuous sea, with various thoughts and doubts intertwining. Illyrio silently recited, Griffith, Leifer, Parchment, Pentos, Braavos, Iron Bank, Dragon. Suddenly, his complexion turned pale, as if sensing an ominous portent. In an instant, Illyrio erupted into frenzied laughter. Certainly, you possess remarkable skills, since you have chosen to act in this manner. Do not blame me. I shall overturn this table, ensuring that no one escapes unscathed. Chapter 63. Poisoning in the city of King's Landing, within a certain blacksmith shop. Prime Minister Eddard Stark, accompanied by his guards, sought out the illegitimate offspring of Robert Baratheon. They examined each individual, all of whom bore strikingly bright black hair, marking the sixth of Robert's bastards that Eddard had encountered. Upon leaving the blacksmith's shop, Eddard reflected inwardly on the resilience of such traits, which were indeed as Stannis had described in his letters and writings. At that moment, Eddard found himself utterly convinced of the contents of Stannis's correspondence. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the street. A servant approached, whispering urgently, "Prime Minister Eddard, Lord Peter has urgent matters to discuss with you." Eddard regarded the servant with perplexity, then nodded in acquiescence, saying, "Lead the way." Within an elegant noble residence in King's Landing, the atmosphere was palpably tense. "Peter, what urgent matter compels you to seek me?" Eddard's gaze fell upon Peter, who awaited in the shadows of the room. "Prime Minister Eddard, it is truly admirable to hear that you have been diligently studying a particular tome," Peter observed from the dimness. Eddard regarded him with suspicion. "Are you watching me, Peter?" he inquired. "Not at all, my lord," Peter replied swiftly. "I merely advise against pursuing this matter further, as the consequences could very well shake the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms." Eddard's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Peter. "What is your true intent in hindering my investigation into Lord Jon's death? Is it in any way connected to you?" Peter met Eddard's gaze with calm assurance. "My lord, upon receiving news of Lord Jon's demise, I initiated an inquiry. I simply wish to spare you from following in Lord Jon's tragic footsteps." Eddard inhaled deeply, realizing that Stannis had not misled him. "Why do you choose to assist me, Peter?" Eddard questioned. Peter smiled gently, a hint of sorrow in his tone. "I merely wish to prevent Lady Catelyn from suffering, my lord. I advise you to consider your family. The current climate in King's Landing resembles an impending storm that threatens to engulf all. Both the Warden of the North and the king himself may find themselves in peril. The prudent course of action would be to observe from the sidelines, awaiting the victor." Eddard remained silent for a moment, studying Peter before quietly asserting, "I have my own honor. As Robert's brother, I cannot bear to see him in danger, nor will I betray him." Peter sighed in resignation, leaving with a significant warning. "Lastly, I implore you, my lord, to exercise utmost caution during your time in King's Landing. In this realm, trust is a rare commodity, for the human heart is inscrutable." After receiving a message from his servant, Viserys made his way to Daenerys' quarters. Ever since the dragon first soared across the skies of Pentos, Viserys harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate Griffith. However, Griffith remained ensconced within the confines of his camp, denying Viserys and his governor, Illyrio, any opportunity to act against him. Viserys hurriedly entered Daenerys' chamber, finding her seated at her vanity, the moonlight illuminating her exquisite features as she meticulously adorned herself. Upon sensing her brother's arrival, Daenerys' eyes sparkled with expectation as she softly inquired, "Brother, has Lord Griffith arrived at the governor's residence?" Viserys' voice betrayed a hint of barely perceptible tension as he replied, "No, dear Daenerys, Griffith wishes to meet with you personally. He hopes to see you in his camp." As he spoke, he produced a delicate vial from his pocket and cautiously handed it to his sister. "Place this in his food or drink when he is unawares." Daenerys took the vial, her gaze flickering with confusion and fear. "Brother, what is this? What are you plotting? Are you still deceiving me?" Her voice trembled, as if she sensed the impending storm. Viserys' expression darkened ominously. He gazed intently at Daenerys, his tone grave yet resolute. "Listen to me, Daenerys, simply lay it down quietly. And it would be best if you could witness Griffith consuming it. Even if it fails, luring Griffith to the governor's residence will suffice. At that moment, your mission will be complete. Remember, you once promised me." Tears streamed down Daenerys' cheeks as she covered her mouth, looking directly at Viserys. "Viserys, you have been deceiving me all along. Even the notion of marrying him was a lie. Your true intention is his demise. Why must you resort to such measures?" A flicker of morbid elation crossed Viserys' face as he replied, "My sister, the dragon soaring over Pentos is Griffith's scepter. Do you not understand? Once he is dead, that dragon will belong to me. With the dragon, our family shall rise anew. Thus, this task is imperative." Daenerys, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Viserys, her heart heavy with sorrow. "I once believed you had repented, but I was mistaken. I remain but a pawn in your game. You have been exploiting me, Viserys." She continued, her voice laced with disappointment and indignation. "I am your sister. Do you not feel any pain? Why did you not reveal your intentions from the outset? You wished to kill him. Instead, you deceived me into loving him, only to send me to murder him." Viserys, how cruel you are. Perhaps in your heart, you have never taken my feelings into account. Viserys' gaze pierced through Daenerys like icy shards. Daenerys, you need only obey and do not provoke my wrath. Daenerys sighed as she looked at her once brother, tightly clutching the small vial he had given her, and heavily stepped out of the room, murmuring, I will do as you wish, brother. I shall fulfill your desires. Chapter 64. Dragon Hunt in the lands between the rivers of Westeros. At Harrenhal, an army summoned from the entirety of the realm stood in disciplined formation, engaged in rigorous military training. King Robert and Prince Joffrey sat high upon the observation platform, reviewing this grand assembly. The royal army now boasted a strength of over 20,000, a testament to the kingdom's military might. King Robert gestured subtly to the noble lords beside him, who, understanding the cue, approached to pledge their loyalty to Prince Joffrey, the king's heir. The prince, filled with fervor, gazed upon the magnificent sight before him, his heart swelling with ambition. Under the watchful eyes of the noble lords, Ser Balistan, the captain of the king's guard, knelt before Prince Joffrey, adorned in resplendent armor. Balistan pledged his loyalty with the fervor of a knight, unwavering as a steadfast stone. His words flowed like a clear spring, resonating in the hearts of those present. By the honor of my knighthood and that of the king's guard I lead, I express my deep admiration for you, Prince Joffrey. Your position as the heir to King Robert is beyond dispute. Balistan's voice was deep and powerful, akin to a hymn. On the platform, King Robert's expectant gaze turned toward his son. As if imbued with hope for the future, he declared without hesitation, Little Joff, this is the power that awaits you. Remember, as long as the kingdom belongs to us Baratheons, Starks, Aarons, and Tullis, they shall be our steadfast shield. Under this banner, none dare question your authority. Moreover, you have your mother Cersei and the Lannisters backing you. This is your strength. That bastard from the east, attempting to overturn all of Westeros with but a single dragon, is nothing short of folly and delusion. Little Joff, you need only to proceed steadily along the established path and manage the domestic strife. Cultivate the power of the Riverlands and ensure stability in Dorne, and all of Westeros shall be as solid as an iron barrel. On the platform, Joffrey, filled with fervor, looked toward his father Robert, his gaze sweeping over the noble lords of the realm who had sworn fealty to him. The lords bowed in submission, acknowledging Joffrey as the legitimate heir of King Robert. 20,000 soldiers stood in orderly formation, obeying Robert's command, kneeling on one knee like a vast sea of steel, pledging their unwavering loyalty to the future monarch. Prince Joffrey, filled with excitement, addressed his father, Robert. Father, rest assured, I swear by the blood of House Baratheon and my status as your heir. I vow to protect our House Baratheon. Our lineage shall forever occupy the Iron Throne. Those who dare to oppose us, whether from the Seven Kingdoms or the Eastern Continent, will face retribution in our wrath. Listening to his son's oath, Robert felt a surge of pride within him. Suddenly, Ser Balistan, kneeling before the king and the prince, spoke up, his blueprints and samples in hand seemingly whispering of newfound hope. Your Majesty, Your Highness, we have received a precious gift from a representative of the Iron Bank of Braavos, a design for a dragon-slaying crossbow specifically crafted to combat dragons. This formidable crossbow was to be mounted on a large carriage, drawn by 4 horses, requiring 6 men to operate. King Robert furrowed his brow at the unexpected designs from the Iron Bank, his heart filled with confusion. Isn't the Iron Bank an ally of the Targaryens? Why would they offer us such meticulous designs and substantial loans? What are their true intentions? Robert turned to Ser Balistan, the captain of the King's Guard, inquiring about the feasibility of mass-producing such dragon-slaying crossbows. After a moment's contemplation, Ser Balistan replied, given the current financial state of the kingdom, if we allocate resources to the royal army, we could potentially manufacture over 100 of these crossbows. Such an instrument, whether for hunting dragons or on the battlefield, would reveal its bloody allure. A spark ignited in Robert's eyes as he mused. As long as we have a sufficient number of these crossbows on the battlefield, those bastard dragons will think twice. After all, the outcome of war ultimately relies on the strength of the army. Ser Balistan, ensure that a batch of these crossbows is also equipped for the walls of King's Landing. The tournament of King's Landing had been underway for several days, with crowds of spectators and an atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Knights, nobles, and lords from across the 7 kingdoms gathered to partake in this visual and auditory spectacle. On the viewing platform, Peter was enthusiastically introducing the various participating knights to Eddard's daughters, Sansa and Arya. With fervor, Peter described the favorite contender, the Knight of Flowers, a strikingly handsome knight from House Tyrell. He had previously claimed victory at the last tournament, earning the admiration of all. Furthermore, Peter mentioned the Hound, Sandor Clegane, who stood by Prince Joffrey's side. The scars on his face left a lasting impression, yet his prowess was not to be underestimated. Sansa and Arya listened with rapt attention, their curiosity piqued by the backgrounds and traits of each knight. The spectators in King's Landing paused to observe, engaging in lively discussions. They marveled at the valor displayed by the knights and admired the resplendent attire of the nobility, as if they were immersed in a fantastical feast. Each movement, each strike, elicited gasps of astonishment and applause from the audience. At that moment, Prime Minister Eddard had just arrived at the tournament grounds. His gaze fixated on the vacant throne of the king. Eddard approached his daughter Sansa with a smile, inquiring of Duke Peter Baelish, the treasurer, about King Robert's whereabouts. Is His Majesty still at your estate in Harrenhal, inspecting the forces of the realm? Has he returned? A hint of anticipation and anxiety colored Eddard's voice. In Peter's smiling turn, he replied, Indeed, His Majesty and Prince Joffrey remain at Harrenhal, reviewing the royal army. They are expected to return before the tournament concludes. Queen Cersei settled herself near the unoccupied throne, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Prime Minister Eddard. Deep within, Cersei was engulfed in shock. Through the insights of Maester Pycelle, she discerned that Eddard Stark appeared to be privy to certain knowledge, a revelation she found unbearable. Cersei resolved to seek out her brother Jaime to deliberate on their next course of action. Chapter 65. The Contest. The Tournament of King's Landing. Among the vassals of House Lannister, a knight named Gregor Clegane showcased his remarkable prowess at the tournament. Known by the moniker the Mountain, Sir Gregor's name echoed through the crowd, instilling fear among the onlookers. The Mountain, a fierce knight of House Lannister, had once ruthlessly slaughtered the members of House Targaryen following the successful deceit that opened the gates of King's Landing during the War of Usurpation. The unfortunate Princess Elia of Dorne, the wife of Prince Rhaegar, along with her children, met their demise at the hands of the Mountain, who had transformed into a merciless engine of slaughter. In this tournament, Gregor Clegane demonstrated his brutal nature once more. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating assault on a brave knight from the Vale, showing no regard for the possibility of surrender, swiftly dispatching him to the ground. In this confrontation, the Mountain's presence was akin to that of a demon, evoking dread in all who beheld him. His sword danced through the air like a tempest, each swing infused with boundless fury and murderous intent. Standing proudly on the field, the Mountain embodied the essence of a war god, basking in the adoration and awe of the surrounding audience. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Eddard furrowed his brow, fixated on the disquieting figure of Gregor Clegane. Beside him, Lord Peter leaned in quietly, his tone grave and urgent as he revealed a startling piece of news to Eddard. Esteemed Prime Minister Eddard, I have a matter of utmost importance to discuss with you. I have just received a confidential report indicating that your wife, Catelyn, has apprehended the Lannister imp, Tyrion, and has secretly transported him to the distant Eyrie. At this moment, the Lannister family in King's Landing is likely to be plotting against you. The situation is delicate, and you must proceed with caution. Eddard's expression flickered with shock at the revelation, but he quickly became aware of his daughters, Sansa and Arya, beside him. He immediately adjusted his tone and asked in hushed tones, Why would my wife, Catelyn, take such action? Why would she abduct the imp? Peter responded in a low, mysterious murmur. It appears that your beloved wife, Catelyn, harbors suspicions regarding Tyrion's involvement in Bran's unfortunate fate. Moreover, your sister-in-law, Lisa Tully, has similarly accused this Lannister imp, alleging that he masterminded a conspiracy against the former Prime Minister, Jon. Today, at the tournament, the knight known as the Mountain, Ser Gregor, the Lannister beast, showed no mercy to the knights from the Riverlands, Vale, and the North, delivering fatal blows at every opportunity. Several knights from these regions have already fallen victim to his brutal methods. Overwhelmed by an urge he could not suppress, Eddard exclaimed in fury, Preposterous. Nonsense. Why did Catelyn not consult with me before taking such drastic measures? At that moment, Sansa and Arya gazed at their father with confusion and bewilderment. Eddard turned to Peter and spoke softly, his eyes filled with deep concern for his daughters. Peter, ensure the safety of my precious girls. I shall make my way to the Prime Minister's tower immediately and pen an urgent letter to Catelyn. As Eddard rode swiftly through the broad stone streets of King's Landing, accompanied by 4 loyal guards on horseback, the spires of the Red Keep loomed in the distance. Suddenly, around a corner, Ser Jaime Lannister, captain of the King's Guard, appeared, leading over 20 soldiers clad in the Lannister lion sigil, swiftly surrounding Eddard and his entourage. The Lannister soldiers' armor glinted in the sunlight, the sound of hooves reverberating through the streets like thunder, filling the air with a tense and ominous atmosphere. This unexpected confrontation seemed to herald the calm before a storm. The Kingsguard, Jaime, regarded Eddard with a cold stare, his eyes glinting with a steely light. "Prime Minister, you must provide us Lannisters with an explanation. Why has your wife Catelyn abducted our family member, Tyrion? You must understand that Tyrion is my own brother." Eddard met Jaime Lannister's gaze with an icy stare, his voice imbued with resolve and authority. "The usurper Jaime, I shall provide an explanation to your Lannister family, but before that, I implore you to step aside and do not impede my path." Jaime Lannister's gaze radiated a chilling brilliance as he sharply scrutinized Eddard. "Esteemed Prime Minister," Jaime said with a tone laced with disdain, "the Lannister family must impart upon you a lesson in power and dignity." At his command, the surrounding Lannister soldiers sprang into action, their weapons glistening ominously. Jaime's order resonated through the air, cold and unequivocal. "Do not inflict the slightest harm upon the Prime Minister himself." However, Jaime's voice lowered, as if heralding an impending tempest. "Eliminate all of the Prime Minister's guards without leaving a single survivor." In an instant, the soldiers of House Lannister complied, launching an assault upon Eddard's personal guards. Eddard, however, did not stand idly by. He unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, Ice, and fought alongside his loyal protectors. Observing Eddard's actions, Jaime dismounted and brandished his longsword, addressing Eddard. "Prime Minister, the Seven Kingdoms proclaim you the foremost knight of the North. Today, I wish to test your mettle." A fierce confrontation unfolded amidst the bustling streets of King's Landing, with Jaime and Eddard locked in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a cunning Lannister soldier seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear viciously into Eddard's thigh. The excruciating pain rendered Eddard pale and powerless as he crumpled to the ground, his labored breaths echoing in the air. Jaime's gaze ignited with fury directed at the soldier who dared to provoke him. Without hesitation, Jaime struck the soldier's forehead with the hilt of his sword, blood spilling forth. "You foolish, self-righteous wretch," Jaime admonished angrily. Surveying the carnage, he noted Eddard's guards lay in disarray, a dozen lifeless bodies sprawled upon the ground. Jaime commanded the remaining Lannister soldiers to respectfully escort Prime Minister Eddard back to the solemn Red Keep. Then, Jaime mounted his steed, the horse's neigh shattering the stillness. As he departed, he cast a profound glance at Eddard, his voice low and foreboding. "Prime Minister, my brother Tyrion, the Lannisters expect your release of him. Otherwise, you must understand the dire consequences that shall ensue." Chapter 66. Nightfall at Griffith's camp. As twilight descended, Griffith encountered Daenerys within the camp, the moonlight gently cascading upon them. Daenerys stood quietly, her eyes reflecting a touch of sorrow and swelling, as if burdened by unspoken weight. Griffith tenderly caressed Daenerys's hair, a warm smile gracing his face as he softly spoke. "Do not let worry plague you, Princess. If there are any troubles or concerns weighing upon your heart, please confide in me." Daenerys's eyes, swollen and red, fixed upon Griffith with an intensity that suddenly softened into a faint smile. "Griffith," she murmured, her voice laced with undeniable yearning. "Let us depart from Pentos, just the two of us. I can no longer bear to linger in this place. Will you join me in a flight to freedom?" Griffith gazed at Daenerys, his expression deep and complex, as if a torrent of thoughts surged within him. Yet words eluded him. Slowly, he spoke, his tone cold and measured. "Princess, I shall not betray my own dreams, that is all." After a moment of silence, Griffith looked at Daenerys and stated firmly, "Tonight, you will remain in the camp. No matter what transpires outside, you shall stay here." Tears brimmed in Daenerys's eyes as she stared at Griffith, her pallor betraying her confusion. With a tremor in her voice, she questioned, "What is it that you truly desire?" Suddenly, her emotions flared. She drew her dagger and held it tightly against her throat. With a bitter smile, she declared, "From the very beginning, your approach was but a deception, a manipulation of my trust, was it not? Those sweet words you spoke were mere lies." Griffith regarded Daenerys, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his face, and he sighed softly. "Indeed, my motives for approaching you were not pure, yet my feelings for you are genuine. Daenerys, do you remember? I promised to support you and to sincerely assist your brother, Viserys. Every word I spoke was the truth. However, now he seeks my life. If I must slay him, what is the harm?" Griffith's gaze turned icy as he looked at Daenerys, enunciating each word deliberately. "Dany, will you choose me, or your brother? I speak plainly now. Tonight, one of us shall perish." Under the moonlight, Daenerys wept, her voice trembling and fragile. "Griffith, please do not be this way. You frighten me." Her eyes were fixed on Griffith, reflecting an intertwining of profound sorrow and fervent hope. With a tone filled with resoluteness and a hint of regret, Griffith replied, "Princess, I can no longer partake in this dream with you. This night, I have no path left to retreat. I shall stand behind you. Even in the depths of night and the scorching light of day, I vow to follow you, Daenerys. When this night concludes, you shall become the queen to whom I pledge my loyalty. By my honor, the Targaryen dynasty shall return to Westeros." For a moment, they stood in silence. The night sky enveloped them, with only the moonlight cascading upon their forms. On that moonlit night, Griffith stood atop a high platform, surveying the armored mercenaries gathered before him. His voice, as sharp and cold as a blade, sliced through the stillness of the night sky. "This night, we shall launch an assault on the governor's palace of Pantos. Any who dares to obstruct my path shall be consumed by flames, reduced to ash. As for those within the palace, none shall be spared." In the midst of the silent mercenaries below, a towering warrior finally broke the quietude, addressing Lord Griffiths upon the high platform. "My Lord Griffiths, within the city of Pantos, there remains an army. Even if we seize the governor's palace, we may find ourselves unable to withstand the inevitable counterattack." Suddenly, the night sky erupted with a thunderous roar of a dragon. A pristine white dragon swooped down upon the encampment of Pantos, unleashing a torrent of fire. In an instant, the entire military camp of Pantos was engulfed in flames, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The mercenaries gazed in disbelief at Griffiths upon the platform. He looked down and spoke softly. "I shall use the dragon to extinguish any who dare to impede my advance, like a candle snuffed out in a tempest." Reduced to ashes, Governor Illyrio of the palace gazed upon the burning encampment, which cast a daylight glow over the night of Pantos. He uttered quietly, "Griffiths, then let us perish together." Beneath the moonlight, enveloped in its glow, Griffiths rode his steed, leading his forces toward the governor's palace. A dragon trailed behind him through the night sky, emitting a resonant roar. Suddenly, his guard, Mills, trembled as he pointed toward the blazing light in the sky. "My Lord Griffiths, look!" Mills' voice quaked with fear. Griffiths looked up, and the sight of the burning harbor of Pantos shattered their original plans. In the distance, the sound of galloping hooves and voices approached from the direction of the city gates. The Dothraki cavalry had entered the city. Griffiths immediately commanded, "Mills, lead the infantry and 800 light cavalry to form a line and halt the enemy. Do not allow them to approach the governor's palace. My dragon shall assist you. The remaining 300 guards will accompany me directly to the palace." Daenerys observed the unfolding events, her anxious eyes filled with helplessness. She rode silently behind Griffiths, praying for their safety. Within the governor's palace, Illyrio's guards respectfully informed, "As you wished, my lord, the Dothraki have been allowed entry into the city, and the harbor is ablaze." Governor Illyrio cast a gaze at Viserys, surrounded by a loyal retinue of guards. Encouragingly, he proclaimed, "We must endure until the Dothraki arrive. Their forces number 30,000. Even if he possesses a dragon, he is at a severe disadvantage in terms of manpower." At the residence of Pantos Braavos officials, Wedelac observed Rafa with a contemplative expression in his eyes. "Rafa, at this moment, the docks have been engulfed by fierce flames, and the iron hooves of the Dothraki have already trampled into the city. How shall we respond?" Rafa inhaled deeply, a bitter smile crossing his lips as he shook his head in resignation. His method of mutual destruction was truly astonishing. "Tonight, our only objective is self-preservation. The Braavosi navy will take action after this night. Whoever emerges victorious, we shall support." Wedelac, with a steady gaze fixed on the two blazing infernos within the city, furrowed his brow, his calm tone betraying a hint of concern. "Many lives will be extinguished in the flames tonight. Even if Braavos can acquire ample resources from Pantos, this city will suffer grievously." Rafa observed Wade with composure. "The current situation seems to have surpassed our control. However, perhaps this is what we anticipated. After all, the more lives lost, the easier it will be for Braavos to dominate here, alleviating our troubles and burdens." Chapter 67. The Massacre Under the Moonlight. A bloody massacre unfolded within the governor's mansion. Before the personal guards of Commander Griffith, the governor's soldiers, though numerous, proved futile. The air inside the governor's mansion was thick with the stench of blood, interspersed with cries for mercy and terrified screams. Crimson blood stained Griffith's armor and cloak. He and his guards advanced steadily through the corridor towards the hall of the governor's mansion. Ahead, a throng of the governor's soldiers surged forth, clearly indicating that Governor Illyrio was well prepared. Jorah Mormont approached with his own guards, his gaze landing on Griffith. Drawing his sword, Jorah resolutely proclaimed, "Griffith, I am grateful for your assistance during my time of peril. However, I must now fight for my own fate." In that blood-soaked corridor, Griffith smiled cruelly, his voice coldly declaring, "Jorah, For the sake of our past friendship, I understand your position. I now offer you one final opportunity to pledge your loyalty to Princess Daenerys, or you shall die here in disgrace." Jorah's deep-set eyes locked onto Griffith, revealing a tumult of emotions. Griffith chose not to elaborate further, swiftly leading his guards into a charge. The battle within the corridors of the governor's mansion erupted fiercely. Griffith wielded his sword with calm precision, mercilessly attacking Jorah. Jorah's body was pierced multiple times by the tip of Griffith's sword, blood pouring from his wounds, yet he remained unyielding, fiercely resisting. Despite the pain crashing over him like relentless waves, fatigue consuming him, the fire of defiance burned brightly in Jorah's gaze. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to engage Griffith. As Griffith swung his sword towards Jorah's head, Jorah deftly evaded, propelling himself towards Griffith. With his double-handed sword whirling like a tempest, he aimed resolutely at Griffith's chest. Observing the situation, Griffith shifted to wielding his sword with both hands, determined to block Jorah's lethal strike with all his might. In that fleeting moment, Jorah's sword was shattered by Griffith's Valyrian steel blade. Seizing the opportunity, Griffith thrust his sword toward Jorah's chest. Jorah, weakened, collapsed to the ground, his body and spirit pushed to their limits. As he looked up at Griffith, his eyes were filled with pain and a sense of liberation. A faint whisper escaped his lips, "Griffith, do it." In that instant, he seemed to have embraced his fate, longing for the final moment to arrive swiftly. In the corridor, Griffith slowly raised his sword, poised to strike down upon the kneeling Jorah, who accepted his destiny. A voice emerged from behind, soft yet resolute. "Griffith, please, do not kill Sir Jorah." It was Daenerys, her pale and weary face radiating a plea. Griffith hesitated, the words from behind stirring conflict within him. He turned and replied solemnly, "Very well." Daenerys gently approached Griffith, her slender fingers gliding across her lover's face, attempting to wipe away the bloodstains. It was as if she sought to quell the surging tide of his murderous intent with this unspoken solace. Outside the governor's hall, Griffith stood alongside his bloodied guards, facing the figures of Illyrio and Viserys within the hall, accompanied by their armored retainers. Illyrio's gaze settled on Griffith, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He spoke, "Griffith, do you believe that possessing a dragon grants you dominion over all? I would sooner see the city of Pentos in ruins than allow you to obtain it with ease." Viserys, eyeing the numerous retainers by his side, was ablaze with madness and resentment. Through gritted teeth, he threatened, "You lowly beings, the moment the Dothraki arrive, you shall all perish. As for that traitorous whore Daenerys, I will deliver her to the Dothraki myself." Yet, behind Griffith, Daenerys remained silent, listening to her brother's ravings without a word. Suddenly, a dragon materialized above Griffith, hovering ominously overhead. Viserys, once filled with anticipation, now trembled in terror as he gazed at Griffith, muttering, "This cannot be, this cannot be." Griffith regarded Viserys with a cold smile. "I am well aware of your Targaryen dreams of dragons. I possess the blood that resonates with dragons. They understand me. Listen to my will, and obey my commands without the need for me to ride them." With that, the dragon in the sky unleashed fire, flames erupting within the hall. The retainers beside Illyrio watched in horror as the flames surged toward them, ultimately opting to flee. Meanwhile, the formation of Griffith's guards at the entrance of the hall descended into carnage, ready to confront the fleeing retainers of the governor. The flames ravaged the hall as Griffith chose to enter alone. Behind him, the robed priestess Vala gazed obsessively at the fire, and suddenly she followed him. "What do you intend to do?" Griffith inquired, his eyes filled with confusion as he glanced back at Vala. She merely smiled at him and softly replied, "Let us proceed. The King of Light beckons us." At that moment, the governor's mansion seemed engulfed by raging flames, yet the two appeared untouched by the chaos surrounding them. They stepped into the inferno. In the midst of the flames struggled Governor Illyrio, the burns on his skin starkly evident. Griffith, accompanied by Vala, approached him quietly. Illyrio, gazing at the flickering firelight, looked at Griffith with bewilderment, his eyes reflecting a profound lack of understanding. "Why is it that you always seem to know everything? No matter how I orchestrate my plans, you manage to see through them." Griffith offered no response, merely observing him in silence. Illyrio sighed in anguish, continuing, "Alas, I could not avenge my son, young Aegon. My poor child, Aegon. I curse you, Griffith. You shall descend to the deepest pits of hell after your demise." Suddenly, Griffith interjected, "In truth, Aegon, Rhaegar's son, has already perished, has he not? You were the one who secretly orchestrated his demise." "Indeed, your deduction is accurate." Illyrio replied with a smile. "When Sir John Clinton entrusted Prince Aegon to me by Varys's command, I had another son of the same age. At that moment, I pondered why my child could not ascend to the throne. My child possesses the blood of a king, the blood of black fire. Illyrio's gaze hardened. For this child, I would sacrifice everything. It is because of you, Illyrio glared at Griffith in fury, that everything has been thrown into disarray. Griffith remained silent, merely observing the fallen Illyrio. He plunged the bloodfire into Illyrio's heart with measured intent. The blade of bloodfire mirrored Illyrio's expression of torment. After attending to Illyrio's affairs, Griffith strode purposefully towards the nearly extinguished Viserys. Viserys, barely clinging to life, looked up at Griffith, murmuring with desperation in his eyes, "Griffith, please spare me. For the sake of my sister Daenerys, I implore you." Griffith regarded Viserys with a gaze devoid of warmth. "In the Targaryen family, there can only be one heir. That would be your sister Daenerys. She shall be the queen to whom I pledge my loyalty. As for you, your existence will only serve as an obstacle in her path. For her sake, I must eliminate you." Viserys, on the brink of death, gazed at Griffith with a mixture of despair and defiance, his voice hollow and desolate, yet laden with profound sorrow and lamentation. "Griffith, do you believe that by possessing that dragon and marrying my sister, you can tread upon the blood of House Targaryen and usurp our family's claim to the Seven Kingdoms? My sister will inevitably see through your hypocrisy and cunning, recognizing the desires and ambitions that fill your heart. I harbor a deep resentment. Why do you possess a dragon? How have I fallen so low?" The words of Viserys were laden with endless sorrow and indignation. Yet, Griffith had no desire to continue listening to the ramblings of this wretched creature. He drew bloodfire, its blade glinting with a chilling light, prepared to extinguish the last vestige of Targaryen blood. Beside him, Vala's eyes flickered with a faint crimson glow. In a hushed tone, she said, "My Lord Griffith, the Lord of Light requires him as a sacrifice." Griffith looked at her in confusion. Vala whispered into his ear. After a moment of contemplation, Griffith nodded. He grasped the barely conscious Viserys, who still fought against his fate, and led him to the throne. Griffith seated Viserys upon the chair and stood quietly at his side. Observing Vala's actions, Vala produced a dagger and sliced through Viserys' wrists and ankles. As the blood began to flow, she commenced the prayer to the Lord of Light. "The long night is perilous and fraught with danger. An endless night, woven in darkness." As her words echoed, Viserys writhed in agony upon the throne, his body igniting in flames. Having completed this grim task, Griffith emerged from the inferno. He gazed outside at the trembling and silent Daenerys. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and pain, yet there lingered an unspoken resilience. Griffith approached her, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his hands resting upon her forehead, his voice imbued with complexity. "Daenerys, I once promised to be with you, from princess to queen. Our fates are entwined to burn together." Daenerys trembled slightly, as if touched by his emotion. She lifted her gaze to meet his, tears shimmering in her eyes. "I will. Griffith," she whispered, "we will burn together." In the streets of Pentos, Mills led a battalion of infantry. They formed a tight phalanx, resolutely resisting the fierce onslaught of the Dothraki cavalry. Though the Dothraki donned no armor, their martial prowess was astonishingly formidable. However, they faced elite mercenaries clad in heavy armor, their formation impeccably disciplined. This rendered the Dothraki cavalry crowded and unable to unleash their full combat potential on the streets. The Dothraki charged repeatedly, yet each assault was thwarted by the mercenaries' steadfast formation. The ferocity of the Dothraki was akin to a tempest, yet they could not breach that invisible bastion. The mercenaries steadfastly maintained their formation, wielding their spears and shields to withstand the onslaught of the cavalry. Dust swirled through the streets, mingling with the battle cries, the clash of weapons, and the thunderous sound of hooves. As time passed, the Dothraki cavalry began to feel the weight of exhaustion. In contrast, the mercenaries' morale surged. Their lines tightened, and their defenses became increasingly resolute. From the vantage point of the Dragon's Eye, Griffith beheld the entirety of Pentos. The relentless tide of Dothraki surged forth like an unending swarm of ants, wreaking havoc in every corner of the city. A gruesome tableau unfolded before him, painted in blood and brutality. The wails of the Pentoshi echoed through the air, akin to an overwhelming tide. In his heart, Griffith had resolved his course of action. Above the skies of Pentos, a colossal dragon circled, each of its dives accompanied by a torrent of flames, scorching the city towards oblivion. The ordinary citizens and the Dothraki invaders alike struggled helplessly amidst this calamity. Flames raged and smoke billowed, plunging the scene into chaos and terror. Countless lives were extinguished, reduced to ashes. The Dothraki screamed in anguish, their eyes wide with terror and despair. They had believed their strength could conquer all, yet they were unprepared for the merciless destruction wrought by this rampaging dragon. The dragon's silhouette twisted against the night sky, its white scales glimmering with an eerie luminescence beneath the moonlight. With each dive, it unleashed torrents of fire, engulfing the city in an inferno, where innocent lives were consumed by the catastrophe. In the gaze of Rafa, the dragon writhed amidst the flames. His voice, deep and resonant, addressed Wade beside him. Griffith seems to have descended into madness. He seeks to turn the entire city into a sea of fire, with over 200,000 Pentoshi struggling and wailing in its embrace. Even the Dothraki, faced with such insanity, can only retreat in resignation. Truly, he is ruthless, Rafa muttered, his tone heavy with fatigue and helplessness. Zarko looked up at the skies over Pentos, where the dragon spewed forth searing flames. Under its indiscriminate wrath, the cries of the Dothraki surged like a tumultuous tide. Zarko's countenance darkened, resembling a storm cloud, grave and foreboding. Beneath the dragon's fiery breath, the Dothraki were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, struggling in vain. Zarki, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt his heart wrench. In that moment, he made a decisive choice. He swung his blade with fervor, severing his long braid. That braid, a symbol of power and honor, transformed into an indelible mark of shame within Zarko's heart. His voice rang out like celestial music in the ears of the Dothraki. Retreat. Evacuate this city. His words resonated like the beat of war drums, urging the Dothraki to spring into swift action. Griffith beheld the Dothraki retreating like a receding tide after their exodus from the city. His frenzied actions ceased, and the dragon faded silently from the skies of Pentos, no longer wreaking havoc. Chapter 69. Forward, the governor's palace of Pentos beneath the profound night sky. Fierce flames ravaged a significant portion of Pentos, the moonlight shrouded in smoke, appearing as a shattered silver canvas. Within the city, the anguished cries and weeping of its inhabitants echoed, surging like a relentless tide, fear and despair permeating every corner. The surviving citizens of Pentos silently gazed upon the land they once knew, their hearts heavy with helplessness and sorrow. The Dothraki army receded like the tide, leaving behind only ashes and scorched earth. They had descended with thunderous might, laden with greed and ambition, intent on conquering this bountiful city. Yet, through the purging flames, their plans lay utterly shattered, dissipating into wisps of smoke carried by the wind. In the silvery moonlight, the flames at the entrance of the governor's palace illuminated the surroundings. At this moment, Griffith knelt before Daenerys, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. Behind him, a legion of soldiers mirrored his actions, kneeling in unison, their black armor reflecting the flames, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. Griffith, kneeling before Daenerys, exuded fervor akin to falling stars, igniting ripples within her heart. He turned, his gaze piercing through the silent mercenaries, as if tearing apart their silence, his voice reverberating through the air like the crack of ice. Daenerys, did you all hear? His voice echoed, akin to the tempest before a storm, the clanking of iron behind him resembling a cascading waterfall, as if an iron tide surged forth. We pledge our loyalty. The mercenaries replied, their voices stirring like a storm, resonating in the night sky. Griffith's eyes shone with fervent light as he declared solemnly and resolutely, now, we have a worthy sovereign to whom we can pledge our allegiance. That is Daenerys, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, Queen of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm. I shall lead you to reclaim all that you have lost. Any who dare obstruct our path shall find their fears transformed into our strength, and all they possess shall be reduced to ashes. Soon after, the mercenaries behind Griffith began to loudly pledge their loyalty to Daenerys. In this moment, Daenerys gazed in astonishment at the man kneeling before her, the fervor in his eyes and the dark sea of steel before her left her awestruck. A surge of inexplicable emotion welled within her, as if she had been touched by a formidable force. Nerissa silently gazed upon Griffith, her eyes shimmering with a blend of unwavering resolve and intricate emotions. Suddenly, she spoke, Griffith, my beloved, by the name of the Queen, I grant you the title of Regent Prince of the Seven Kingdoms. Griffith looked at Daenerys, his gaze filled with love and gratitude, replying, tonight, all has concluded. Yet, the curtain for war has only just risen, my Queen. In the depths of Eagle's Nest, where the eagles soar, a refined chamber housed Catelyn, whose eyes were fixed intently upon Ser Varys. Her voice betrayed her mounting anxiety and perplexity. Time flows like a river, my dear sister Lisa. Why do you still not show yourself to meet with me? Ser Varys bowed deeply, responding with the utmost courtesy. Esteemed Lady Catelyn, our liege lord, Robert Arryn, has unfortunately fallen ill. Lady Lisa, Out of concern for our lord, now praise to the Seven for his recovery before arranging your meeting. Catelyn's gaze, icy as a glacier, remained fixed upon Varys, her words laced with determination. Are you aware of Tyrion's predicament? He must be escorted back to King's Landing at once, to clear his name in a just court. After all, he is the king's advisor, not a prisoner of Eagle's Nest. Such treatment is unbecoming of nobility. Varys lowered his head, responding with a steady tone. Esteemed Lady Catelyn, I remain loyal to my liege lord, Robert Arryn. His command has yet to indicate the release of Tyrion. I cannot decide unilaterally. Please, remain patient, my lady. Catelyn's countenance bore the turmoil of helplessness and confusion, akin to autumn leaves swirling in the wind. The doubts regarding Tyrion seemed to quietly validate within her heart. Her sister Lisa appeared to be entwined in an elusive game with Peter. In the shadowy corridors of the Red Keep, King Robert sat beside the bed, his worried gaze fixed upon the pallid figure of his brother, Lord Eddard, who lay ill. Robert's voice was low yet powerful, echoing in the stillness of the chamber. Summon your lady, commanding her to release Tyrion forthwith. Is such hasty imprisonment your custom in the north, before solid evidence emerges? Eddard looked at Robert, a bitter smile gracing his lips, as if wishing to express a multitude of sentiments, yet found himself at a loss for words. Robert then fixed Eddard with an undeniable authority, proclaiming emphatically, regarding that audacious usurper, Jaime Lannister, who dared to encircle you with his forces, I have dispatched Boros and Meryn to Kingsguard, to Casterly Rock to demand him from Lord Tywin. This rebellious wretch, as a Kingsguard, had the audacity to harm you, our esteemed hand, and then fled like a scoundrel back to his home, truly tarnishing that pristine cloak. Upon his return, I shall ensure he faces the consequences of his actions. Ed appeared to hesitate, his eyes filled with inner turmoil. Robert, perceiving his silence, nodded slightly before turning and departing, leaving a profound stillness in the room. Inside the Pantos Griffith's military camp, Raphael silently observed Griffiths after entering the main tent. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed and remarked, I am uncertain whether our collaboration is beneficial or detrimental. The persona you project before us has instilled a deep-seated skepticism. Griffiths gazed at him, responding nonchalantly. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome, is it not, Mr. Raphael? It appears we are poised for a mutually advantageous arrangement. Raphael furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before stating, very well. The initial funds from the Iron Bank will be provided to you in a few days. As for the ships required for your voyage, we have already commenced their construction. However, prior to that, I expect you to furnish us with a clear commitment regarding your genuine intentions and plans. Griffiths regarded Raphael, his voice clear and resolute. Those who obstruct my path shall inevitably fall. As for the conflicts on this eastern continent, I have never been invested in nor wish to engage. As you witnessed last night, I harbored not a shred of hesitation. The act of incinerating the city underscores my determination. Raphael stared intently at Griffiths, a glimmer of elusive light flickering in his eyes. He suddenly laughed, saying, Griffiths, your methods are remarkably unpredictable. It is important to note that the conflagration last night resulted in the demise of approximately 50,000 souls in Pantos. A river of blood was shed, all stemming from the storm you unleashed. Nevertheless, your actions have left us at the Iron Bank exceedingly pleased, for your ambitions are firmly rooted in Westeros. Now, I have no desire to linger on this matter. Our discussions have reached their conclusion, and we must part ways. Chapter 70. The Dragon Egg within the confines of the estate. Queen Daenerys sat regally upon her throne, draped in a resplendent robe, akin to a blooming rose. She quietly received the loyalty and reverence of those from Westeros towards the Targaryen lineage. Among them were loyalists who had once served the Targaryens, descendants of the Blackfire rebellion left behind on the eastern continent, as well as knights stripped of their lands and inheritance, second sons, and bastards. They approached Daenerys, pledging their fealty to the new monarch. Standing silently behind the queen was Griffiths, who observed the proceedings dressed in magnificent white armor, adorned with the image of a great dragon. The white dragon would soon become the emblem of the Griffiths family. This exquisite armor was a gift from the Iron Bank of Braavos. At that moment, Vala entered the estate, their garments caked in dust. Vala gazed at Griffiths, their voice a soft murmur like the whisper of the night wind. King of light, you behold all, and the son of light. You have been favored by the sacred gaze. Griffith, this is the reward bestowed upon you by the King of Light. Her words were imbued with solemnity and reverence. Under Vala's command, those behind her promptly retrieved 3 dragon eggs. Their shells began to emit a faint glow, heralding their imminent hatching. Griffith gazed upon these 3 dragon eggs, his heart tumultuous with emotion. He understood that these were the very dragon eggs gifted by Illyrio during the wedding scene. As he contemplated whether such lives and Viserys were worth these 3 dragons, Griffith felt as though he could glimpse the future when he decided to entrust the eggs to the woman beside him, Daenerys. Daenerys regarded the dragon eggs as if they sensed her gaze and began to tremble slightly. She gently caressed the eggs, her tender touch reminiscent of affection bestowed upon a lover. Turning to Griffith, she bestowed upon him a gentle smile and softly inquired, "Why do you not stay to raise them yourself?" Griffith met Daenerys' gaze, a myriad of complex emotions swirling in his eyes. He responded, "These 3 dragon eggs symbolize the inception of our united dynasty. They shall be a part of you, and all that I possess is yours." Daenerys furrowed her brow, pondering his words as she scrutinized him. Griffith elaborated, "Much like the ancient and formidable Valyrian Empire, which was forged by 40 dragon lord families in a coalition. Daenerys, our future heir will inherit my family's legacy, while another shall carry forth the bloodline of yours." In the Red Keep, within the opulent chambers of Queen Cersei, she reclined alone upon her fragrant bed, a radiant star beneath the glow of countless constellations. Her cheeks were as crimson as ripe cherries, radiating an alluring sheen. Cersei's heart brimmed with desire and anticipation, her eyes shimmering with a cunning amalgamation of longing and ambition. Her fingers glided over the lavish bedding, a tactile luxury that mirrored her dominion over power. Cersei's gaze fixated upon the king's attendant, her cousin Lancel Lannister, who had just stealthily exited her bed curtains. "If King Robert were to learn of your actions, Lancel, what fate do you suppose would await you?" Cersei's voice was soft yet oppressive, each word resonating in the air. "Your Majesty, it all happened rather abruptly," Lancel's voice quivered, as if acknowledging his impending doom while casting a helpless glance toward the emblem of power, his cousin, Queen Cersei. Yet, Cersei merely responded with a knowing smile. "My dear cousin, should you choose not to stand with me in times of trial, I shall not bear the tempest alone when it arrives." Lancel nodded eagerly, a firm promise escaping his lips. "I pledge my loyalty to you, Your Majesty, I swear." The graceful Cersei languidly reclined on the bed, beckoning to Lannister with a gentle curl of her finger, alluring and enigmatic. "Come closer. Let me guide you on how to navigate this treacherous game with elegance amidst the struggle." In the stillness of night, Prime Minister Eddard Stark lay alone on his soft bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. Tomorrow, he intended to confront Queen Cersei about a grave matter, persuading her to take their 3 children and leave the kingdom. Subsequently, he would seek out King Robert to reveal the shocking truth that the children were born of incest. Eddard understood all too well that he did not wish to harm the innocent children, yet duty and morality compelled him to act. Eddard was not one to make hasty decisions, but once he resolved upon a course, he would pursue it with unwavering determination. The loving father gazed at his daughters, Sansa and Arya, who stood guard by his bedside, whispering to himself, "In a few days, I shall arrange for a select group of loyal guards to escort you back to Winterfell." Sansa looked into her father's eyes, which flickered with a mixture of hope and anxiety for the future, and anxiously inquired, "Father, what of my betrothal to Prince Joffrey? What are your thoughts on this matter?" Eddard's expression was clouded with worry and helplessness, akin to a dense fog, as he gently shook his head, the world swirling in silent chaos around him. His voice, soft and deep like a leaf falling in the breeze, responded, "Prince Joffrey is not your suitable match. I shall do my utmost to find you a more fitting suitor." Upon hearing her father's words, Sansa felt her heart surge like a tempestuous sea, adrift like a forlorn vessel amidst the waves. Suddenly, with resolute determination, she declared, "I will marry only Joffrey." Tears welled in her eyes, glistening like pearls, as she bit her lip and quietly exited the room. Eddard sighed as he watched Sansa's silhouette fade away, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. Beside him, the lively Arya blinked her big eyes and, pouting in discontent, voiced her thoughts to her father. "Joffrey, that wretched boy, is nothing but a rotten apple. I truly do not understand why Sansa is so infatuated with him." Lying in bed, Eddard gazed at his daughter Arya, and memories of his late sister Lyanna surfaced in his mind. He spoke slowly, "My child, I hope you can choose your own path in life, and I shall never interfere." Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped lightly into the room, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. He smiled and nodded in greeting to Eddard and Arya. Eddard sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation and fatigue. "It is late. You should return to sleep, Arya." Chapter 71. Glory in the dimly lit room. Eddard lay quietly on his bed, his gaze fixed upon Peter standing before him. The room was suffused with a heavy and oppressive silence, as if the very air had taken on a weight of its own. Eddard spoke in a grave tone, "Tomorrow, I shall confront Queen Cersei with unwavering honesty and demand that she depart with her illegitimate child. Subsequently, I will report this matter to King Robert." Peter stood there, his expression somber, and he ventured, "My lord, have you considered the possibility that should things go awry, the entire kingdom may descend into chaos?" His words pierced Eddard's heart like a dagger, causing it to quiver slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and replied softly, "I had never contemplated such a possibility. Nevertheless, we must confront reality. For Robert's sake, I must make this decision." Silence enveloped the room, with only the moonlight streaming in through the window to illuminate the two men. Eddard silently prayed to the old gods, hoping for a resolution that would maintain peace within the kingdom. Suddenly, Peter smiled mysteriously, gazing intently at Eddard as he spoke in a deep, ornate tone. "It is indisputable that Queen Cersei's child is born of incest. Our King Robert has no heir, and this position of succession hangs in the balance, awaiting his brother Stannis. However, that is the current narrative. You need not interfere with this outcome. If the esteemed Prime Minister were to make a shrewd decision, I believe it prudent to advocate for Cersei's son Joffrey to ascend the throne." Eddard's gaze hardened, resembling a sharp sword aimed directly at Peter's heart. His voice resonated with profound inquiry. "Does your heart not harbor even a modicum of respect for duty and honor?" Peter responded coolly. "Duty and honor are akin to cold iron chains, perhaps binding us in our advance. In this game of power, every step must be taken with utmost caution, and every inch must be meticulously calculated. My every suggestion is born solely from a deep concern for your well-being, my lord." Peter continued, his tone imbued with apprehension for the future. "My lord Eddard, you must listen closely. Stannis is not a suitable candidate for the throne. Even the boisterous Robert and the suave Renly, two brothers by blood, could scarcely tolerate Stannis's iron-hearted demeanor. His character is as unyielding as wrought iron. Once he dons the crown, the tranquility of the realm may be irrevocably shattered. Imagine, unless Cersei and all her bastards meet their demise, Stannis's rule will be precarious at best. The lions of Casterly Rock will surely roar in defiance, challenging his iron throne. Stannis holds a poor reputation among the nobility and the common folk alike. In that moment, my lord, will you stand forth to champion him? Thus, should Stannis inadvertently be thrust upon the Iron Throne, I can assure you, it would herald a bloody summer, and the entire kingdom would tremble in a tempest of carnage." Peter's tone remained elegantly resolute as he continued to articulate his argument. "Let us delve into the other side of the coin. Imagine, if we were to elevate Joffrey, a mere 14-year-old lad, to the throne. You would reconcile with Cersei and ally with the Lannister family, possessing their secrets. They would be compelled to bow before you, while you would reign as the regent over the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa would wed Joffrey, and your youngest daughter Arya would be betrothed to Prince Tommen, while your heir would marry Princess Myrcella, thereby solidifying the alliance. You could deftly keep this secret close, and the Lannisters would inevitably yield to your will. Should Joffrey prove too unruly and disregard your guidance, there would be no cause for great concern. We could simply remove him or declare him unfit. Let his brother Tommen ascend the throne. We could even reveal this secret at an opportune moment to support Renly's claim to power. Such a game is replete with boundless possibilities." Eddard furrowed his brow in confusion, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "We?" Peter chuckled softly, his voice imbued with an insight that seemed to penetrate the very soul. "My lord Hand, you know that the weight of responsibility, no matter how burdensome, must be shared. After all, you cannot attend to every matter personally, can you? I assure you, my price is most reasonable." Suddenly, Eddard's tone turned frigid, his gaze piercing. "Peter, your proposal constitutes treason. Given your past assistance, I implore you to leave this place immediately." Within the chamber, Peter gazed at Eddard with a sense of resignation. Letting out a sigh, "It appears I have overlooked your honor. You are not capable of such deeds." Silently, Peter turned to depart, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. "Thus, my lord Eddard, you need not blame me. I have offered you counsel. In this grand feast of power, if you do not lower yourself to partake, you shall only become prey." In the depths of the Red Keep, Varys stared intently at a missive from across the narrow sea. The thin parchment bore words that cut through his schemes like a cold blade. The news within was suffocating. Governor Illyrio and Viserys had perished in the flames of Griffith's dragon. Varys's heart sank into an abyss. His plans lay in shambles, disrupted by this Griffith. This man not only sought to wed Daenerys, but also conspired with Braavos, acquiring the wealth of Pentos. He was rallying forces in the eastern continent, akin to a predator lying in wait. Should this individual lay claim to the Iron Throne, the Seven Kingdoms may well be transformed into a river of crimson, flowing with endless sorrow. Varys inhaled deeply, his mind resolute that all forthcoming plans would converge upon a singular aim: to eliminate this Griffith. He found himself untroubled by moral censure, save for the presence of Daenerys, the sole heir, who remained a point of concern. Chapter 72. Shame in the serene confines of the Red Keep's garden, Prime Minister Eddard Stark engaged in a clandestine meeting with Queen Cersei, draped in a resplendent golden gown. She resembled a queen amidst a star-studded night sky, exuding elegance and nobility. Her gaze fixed upon Eddard, her tone imbued with anticipation and confidence. Soon, the union between our families will be realized. During young Joffrey's minority, he shall be entrusted to you as regent. Eddard's voice was as cold and resolute as steel. As for Joffrey, he replied icily, you must be aware of the complexities surrounding his claim to the throne. Cersei's eyes bore into Eddard's as she responded slowly. Joffrey is the king's firstborn. His claim is indisputable. Prime Minister, there are matters you must comprehend. Do not act foolishly. We have paved the way for you, Eddard. Her words dripped with counsel and warning. Yet, Eddard's expression revealed an unwavering determination. Does your father, Tywin, know of this? He inquired solemnly. Cersei paused for a moment before answering. Yes, Lord Eddard, the Warden of the West, Tywin Lannister, is aware of the situation. I await your prudent decision. Within the Gilded Palace, Queen Cersei regarded Duke Eddard with her usual keen gaze. Her words struck like the edge of a cold blade, piercing to the core. Eddard, you know that King Robert's heart is as wild as a stallion. You cannot alter his nature. He will act as he pleases until the day he pays the price for it. Why must you tirelessly pursue the task of mending the chaos he creates? Duke Eddard stared silently at Cersei, his eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve. It is my duty. I can do no less, he replied softly. Cersei, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of derision in her eyes. Duke Eddard, you are truly a stubborn stone. Like a valiant knight, you adhere strictly to your duties. And that is not entirely your fault. Your brother was nurtured into a remarkable leader, while you have been shaped by your father into a knight of mere honor. After a moment of contemplation, Eddard finally spoke to Queen Cersei. Your Majesty, let me be candid. I wish for you to take those 3 bastards far from here. I will inform King Robert of this matter at the appropriate time. I am well aware that innocent children should not be embroiled in this turmoil. I desire for them to remain untouched by this strife. In the garden, Queen Cersei regarded Duke Eddard quietly, her tone gentle, yet laced with sharpness. My lord, you still have time to deliberate. In this game of power, the victor takes all. Of course, you may choose to safeguard this secret and return to your northern homeland. We sincerely hope you will make a wise choice. Her words were impossible to ignore. Upon finishing her words, Cersei gracefully rose and departed from the garden. Lord Eddard remained behind, silently reflecting on her statements as he gazed at her receding figure. Gradually, an expression of pallor spread across his face, and an indescribable dread surged within him. He came to realize the treacherous machinations and peril hidden behind her seemingly tranquil words. That madwoman Cersei might be plotting against Robert. In the western stronghold of Casterly Rock, within the Lannister encampment, Tywin wielded a sharp, stag-hunting knife, slicing through the tender flesh of a deer as he spoke to his son Jaime, who had just returned from King's Landing. In a tone both profound and ruthless, I can scarcely believe that after all these years, you remain as foolish as your arrogant sister Cersei, to brazenly assault the hand of the king in broad daylight. Do you comprehend the ramifications of such an act? Jaime's eyes sparkled with defiance and stubbornness as he turned to face his father, a resolute glimmer illuminating his gaze. Father, they have captured my brother. This was merely an action taken in the interest of our family. Tywin offered no response to his son's words, merely shaking his head lightly, as if in exasperation. He continued, both of you believe yourselves to be exceptionally clever, convinced that you can manipulate the world to your whim. Yet you are oblivious to the fact that there are matters beyond your control. Your foolish actions will only bring me more vexation and trouble. With an expectant and cautionary glint in his eyes, Tywin fixed his gaze on Jaime. Jaime, remember that the honor and interests of the family supersede all else. Every action you undertake will resonate throughout the future of our house. The Duke's voice remained calm and detached as he added, since you chose to assault Eddard yet spared his life, you have effectively established an adversary for our family. He is the hand of the king, second only to the monarch, and you should have acted with decisiveness. If you choose not to kill, then you must ensure total annihilation. The Lannister family demands repayment for debts incurred. The Duke's words were as sharp as blades, cutting through the air with precision. Jaime's eyes shone with resolute conviction as he replied earnestly, all my thoughts and actions stem from a profound concern for Tyrion. Should I employ excessive force against Eddard? Tyrion's life would be left precariously endangered. Under Tywin's austere gaze, Jaime uttered these words. Tywin turned, his piercing eyes like frost-covered swords, locking onto Jaime as he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. To you, Tyrion may be your brother, but to me, he is merely a son I can afford to sacrifice. Trading a hand of the king for a superfluous son seems to me an excellent bargain, one well worth making. Jaime gazed upon his typically stoic father, a tumultuous array of emotions surging within him. Your prejudice against Tyrion persists, even after all these years. Tywin, a man for whom family honor and duty outweighed existence itself, reflected upon Jaime's words. Throughout his life, whether in triumph or failure, his decisions had been inextricably bound to his lineage, a fact beyond dispute. Their family's esteemed reputation had become the subject of ridicule due to the inescapable disgrace of having a dwarf son. Suddenly, the Duke of Tywin spoke with a chilling candor. He is my son, undeniably. Yet, he is also a source of shame for our family. I tell you, your mother Joanna, the love of my life, perished because of him. Had it not been for her dying wish, I might have cast that dwarf from the towers of Casterly Rock long ago. The thought of your mother fills me with boundless sorrow. These years, I have endured in solitude. He is not merely a disgrace to our family. He is an eternal wound in my heart. However, this was but the first of his grievances. The Duke's voice was grave and resolute. Secondly, you know he is nearing 30. Over the years, I have sought alliances for Tyrion among the lesser nobles and vassals, but they have all politely declined. Tywin sighed deeply. He is a burden to our family, writhing like a festering sore upon our honor. Jaime remained silent, absorbing his father's words, his heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. Chapter 73. King's Landing. Lannister Camp. Tywin's words were as sharp as unyielding steel. This time, I have stationed 30,000 Lannister troops at King's Landing. Your task is to lead half of them in an assault on the Riverlands, to Catelyn Tully's ancestral home. It is both a lesson for them and an assertion for our family. I shall wield my sword to declare our resolve. Jaime vowed softly before turning to prepare. In Tywin's gaze, he perceived his son Jaime, clad in heavy lion armor, ready to embark on the journey. There was a tinge of helplessness and anger in Tywin's words, piercing Jaime's very soul. Do not think I am unaware of your foolish dealings with Cersei. Your foolish sister, in her self-importance, plots against King Robert, forgetting to conceal her schemes beneath my very nose. Fortunately, I am prepared. In the future, we shall either establish a dynasty, ruling supreme, or, like the Targaryens, be reduced to ashes. Tywin's words brimmed with expectation and determination. I hope you can break free from the shackles of glory and shoulder the family's mission. Jaime stared in shock at his father Tywin. In the depths of the mountains of moonlight, Tyrion walked alongside the mercenary Bronn. Tyrion gazed at the mercenary Bronn, who had just aided him in winning the trial by combat at the Eyrie, and mused, your chivalric honor is truly perplexing. Why did you choose to slay Servardes with a dagger? Bronn chuckled, his roguish charm illuminated by the moonlight. As a mercenary, he fought solely for coin, unlike Tyrion, who hailed from noble lineage. Before the Lords of the Valleys, he had secured victory for Tyrion, earning a fleeting silence from Lady Lysa. Tyrion, upon hearing this, expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, saying, she has no evidence yet accuses me of killing Jon. In the Eyrie, she even contemplated casting me through the moon door like an object. She is truly deranged. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of wildlings suddenly surrounded them. Tyrion observed their encroachment with a bitter smile. Bronn regarded Tyrion with a glimmer of calmness and stated, you may perish here, but I shall not, my lord. With that, Bronn prepared to retreat, yet Tyrion felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps a turn of fate awaited him. He spoke as he approached the leader of the wildlings. In the Kingswood, as dusk settled, a contingent of approximately 40 men quietly traversed the terrain. They were not ordinary soldiers. They sought the traces left by the king and his retinue. In the gathering twilight, the atmosphere was hushed, interrupted only by the occasional whinny of warhorses piercing the stillness. Among them rode King Robert, intoxicated, swaying on his steed. By his side were his loyal attendants and his brother Renly. The attendants transported a recently hunted wild boar in a cart, a massive beast, its tusks fearsome and daunting. Their party set forth on the return journey to King's Landing. The sky was thick with ominous clouds, heralding an impending storm. Robert murmured cheerful lyrics, his hunting whip occasionally cracking against the horse's back, provoking frequent whinnies from the beast. Though wearied, his face beamed with satisfaction. He raised a cup of wine offered by Renly, a reflective glimmer in his eyes. Today's struggle with that wild boar made me feel as if I had reclaimed the essence of my days on the battlefield, he softly remarked, his voice laden with nostalgia, evoking memories of a fervent era. Renly listened quietly, refraining from interruption, merely continuing to pass the wine, allowing Robert to relish this long-lost fervor. Robert continued, in those times, we fought side by side. That sensation is beyond description. Though arduous, those days were filled with joy and honor, he lamented, his tone steeped in reminiscence and longing. He drained his cup, as if bidding farewell to a bygone age. Suddenly, a myriad of glinting arrows flashed through the forest, accompanied by the sound of whistling as they shot forth, targeting King Robert and his loyal attendants. In an instant, cries of anguish filled the air as the attendants fell, bloodied beneath the relentless rain of arrows. Robert, filled with a mix of rage and confusion, witnessed the assault upon himself and his men, his heart aflame with both fury and bewilderment. As the impending battle loomed, Robert resolutely drew his sword, ready to charge at the enemy. However, at the very moment he turned, a glimmering blade pierced his heart from behind. Ser Lancel, the loyal Kingsguard, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation, slowly uttered, Your Majesty, I am deeply sorry. Robert's body gradually crumpled to the ground, his once fiery eyes now lifeless, as if they were trying to convey an unspoken message. The leader of the knights coldly surveyed the battlefield, his gaze landing on the defiant Duke of Renly, who still fought valiantly. He commanded his men, render that Renly unconscious. But do not kill him. In the forest, Robert lay silently amidst the chaos, surrounded by his lifeless attendants. At that moment, the knight slowly removed his visor. The terrified Lancel caught sight of him. It was his cousin, Tyrion Lannister. Shouldn't you be in Casterly Rock? He exclaimed. In the fading light of dusk, Tyrion Lannister gazed intently at Lancel and whispered, Moments from now, we shall present a batch of executed criminals, clad in the armor of storms and soldiers. You, Lancel, along with Ser Lancel, will receive a few strikes, ensuring you do not perish in this bloodbath. Afterwards, you will return to King's Landing, accusing Renly of instigating this rebellion. Meanwhile, I will escort Renly to the capital, claiming he returned merely to conspire against the crown and usurp the throne. We will successfully capture him in a timely manner, placing the blame for the king's death squarely upon Renly's shoulders. Throughout this process, we will expedite Prince Joffrey's ascension to the throne. Lancel furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his voice as he replied, Wouldn't that seem rather contrived? Is Lord Tywin aware of this? Tyrion chuckled softly, responding, Lord Tywin has given explicit orders. Since this wild boar failed to kill Robert, we must adhere to the established plan. Otherwise, do you believe your and Cersei's trivial schemes will succeed? When Robert returns to King's Landing, it will mark the beginning of our family's downfall. For now, as long as Prince Joffrey ascends swiftly and without question, we shall need only to win over Prime Minister Eddard, even appointing him as regent, provided he acknowledges Joffrey's claim. Once Joffrey secures his position on the Iron Throne, commanding an army of 20,000 from the Crownlands, combined with the two armies of Storm's End and Renly's forces, along with our own 30,000 Lannister troops, we will possess a decisive military strength. Even if other lords harbor doubts, they will be compelled to acquiesce. One would not dare to question Joffrey's claim to the throne. Subsequently, we shall invite Prince Stannis to King's Landing to pay his respects to the king's remains. Should he decline, it would imply a conspiracy with Renly to usurp the throne. If he consents, we could easily imprison him. Lancel listened, his eyes betraying a profound sense of worry and reverence. Chapter 74. Fury under the Shroud of Night. King's Landing exuded an eerie charm amidst its vibrancy, as if cloaked in a strange veil. In this chilling atmosphere, Prime Minister Eddard Stark quietly emerged from the Red Keep, approaching the commander of the Gold Cloaks. Ser Jorros Slint. Eddard's expression was one of acute anxiety. I require your assistance, Ser Jorros. In the name of the King's Hand, I suspect that King Robert and Duke Renly may have met with misfortune. I need your support. Ser Jorros Slint, the commander of the Gold Cloaks, appeared taken aback. Yet he replied with respectful assurance, My Lord Eddard, you need not worry. As the commander of the City Watch, we shall heed your orders in the king's absence. I command 6,000 gold cloaks, and I shall promptly deploy men to search for the king within the Red Keep. In a moment of hesitation, Eddard resolved to quietly disclose the truth to the commander clad in gold. He hoped that Ser Jorros would stand on the side of righteousness to confront the crisis that had already unfolded. Eddard's brow furrowed, his words laden with helplessness and gravity. Jorros, I must immediately draft a letter in the name of the King's Hand to inform Ser Barristan of the truth, commanding him to lead the forces of Harrenhal back at once. Upon hearing this, a complex gleam flickered in Ser Jorros's eyes. My Lord Eddard, I suggest we act without delay. We already have sufficient manpower within King's Landing, and we need not await the army commanded by Ser Barristan. Given the information you have provided, it is possible the king has already suffered misfortune. We must take action immediately. Eddard furrowed his brow in doubt. I am concerned that the Lannister forces may already be advancing towards King's Landing. The meager city watch we possess may struggle to withstand them. Ser Jorah replied, I understand your apprehension, Prime Minister. Our swiftest strategy may be to seize the Red Keep under the cover of darkness. There are but a few hundred Lannister soldiers within its walls, and we might catch them by surprise. Eddard appeared hesitant, his voice tinged with fatigue. No, we cannot ascertain whether King Robert has indeed been slain. If we rashly assault the Red Keep, we may find ourselves burdened with guilt. I must personally confirm the king's fate. Ser Jorah gazed at Eddard and sighed. I respect and understand your decision, my lord. Within the Red Keep, in the inner chambers, Cersei tenderly caressed Sansa Stark's hair, her voice imbued with softness. Sansa, you have performed admirably. I assure you, we shall not inflict any harm upon your father. He has merely been misled. Your father is simply momentarily confused, and we shall not permit him to jeopardize your future. Sansa gazed at Cersei, her eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. She spoke softly, having been preoccupied with her father's mental state in recent days. Fearful that he might act out in an uncharacteristic manner. I, too, do not wish to witness my father in such a state of confusion. He has been quite erratic. Even suggesting the annulment of my union with Joffrey, Sansa expressed. She lifted her gaze to meet Cersei's eyes, yearning for a promise. Cersei looked upon her with a warmth that radiated maternal affection. Rest assured, my dear, I promise you, she gently reassured. I have always regarded you as the future queen to my son Joffrey, and I shall not allow you or your father to come to any harm. At that moment, a Lannister servant approached the room. He entered and whispered to Cersei. He moved closer to the queen, his words imbued with an air of mystery. Cersei leaned in, her countenance flushing with a delicate excitement, akin to rose hues painted on the finest porcelain. She commanded with authority, bring Joffrey to me. Her voice resonated like celestial music, filled with both majesty and power. When she turned to Sansa, her tone softened considerably. Dear girl, you should retire early. I have matters to attend to. Sansa nodded gracefully in response to the queen's directive and elegantly turned to leave. The room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the burning logs on the hearth. Cersei remained seated upon her opulent throne, her eyes shimmering with resolve and expectation. Joffrey entered the chamber silently, escorted by a retinue of attendants. Cersei perched on the edge of the bed, her complexion as pale as parchment. Sorrow etched across her face as she regarded Joffrey, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Joffrey furrowed his brow, his mind awash with confusion. Mother, what has transpired? He inquired. Tears streamed down Cersei's cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Your father, King Robert, was slain this afternoon in the Kingswood by your uncle Renly. She lamented, her voice trembling like leaves caught in the wind, scattering through the air. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the echo of Joffrey's heartbeat reverberating within. He stood frozen, as if turned to stone. His uncle Renly had murdered his father? What was happening? His mind swirled with bewilderment and shock. The light in Joffrey's eyes flickered, reminiscent of gold beneath the dying rays of the sun, or the vibrant hues of shattered gemstones. Trembling, he turned his gaze towards Cersei. A light in his eyes that seemed almost distorted, as if consuming all his hopes and expectations. How could my father possibly be dead? He reigns over the realm in the guise of a hero. How could he possibly meet his demise? He is the master of the Iron Throne, the sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms. Cersei gently caressed his hair, as if trying to soothe the turmoil within him. Her gaze flickered with a myriad of emotions, yet predominantly resolute. She spoke slowly. Loras may have conspired with certain individuals who seek to overthrow your father's rule. In the Kingsguard, soldiers from Storm's End were dispatched, surrounding your father and ultimately ending his life. Upon hearing this, the light in Joffrey's eyes seemed to extinguish in an instant. He bowed his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly lifted it, glaring fiercely at Cersei. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed, I want Loras dead. I want him to have no place to be buried. I demand his life be rendered more insignificant than dust. His voice reverberated through the surroundings like a tempest. Cersei gently patted his shoulder, her tone now calm. My dear Joffrey, what matters most now is that you ascend to your father's throne, and then we shall deal with this traitor. Tomorrow morning, summon the hand of the king, the noble lords, and the court officials here to pledge their allegiance to you. Joffrey nodded silently, his eyes filled with sorrow and determination. He understood that this was his duty as king and an opportunity for vengeance for his father. He silently vowed to uncover those who conspired with Loras, intending to bring to justice all who betrayed his father. The hall was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Chapter 75. Eddard. Within the command center of the capital, Prime Minister Eddard stood by the window, listening mournfully to the tolling of the bells from the Great September of Baelor, his unease intensifying as he came to the grim realization that his brother, Robert, had met a tragic end. The commander of the Kingsguard, Ser Jorah Mormont, approached him with a heavy heart, presenting the dire predicament they faced. My lord, Queen Cersei has commanded me to lead the Kingsguard to the Red Keep to oversee Prince Joffrey's ascension. Ser Jorah's voice was laden with resignation as he continued. Those sent to seek King Robert have returned empty-handed. His body is likely already in the hands of House Lannister. My lord, what shall we do now? Eddard listened intently to Ser Jorah's words, closing his eyes as he immersed himself in contemplation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a fierce determination shining within. Today, I must seek justice for King Robert. Eddard spoke softly, his voice imbued with deep anger and helplessness. I will lead my retainers, while you take the Kingsguard to capture Queen Cersei and Joffrey. Then, I shall convene a grand council of the Seven Kingdoms, inviting the lords to King's Landing, where I will expose the Lannisters' treachery and the illegitimacy of their offspring, thereby justly seeking retribution against them. Ser Jorah gazed at Prime Minister Eddard, his eyes resolute. Prime Minister, I shall stand on the side of virtue. Our golden cloaks shall support you. The nobles entering the Iron Throne chamber came in waves, their whispers surging like a tide, all eyes curiously directed towards King Joffrey. At this moment, adorned with a crown, Joffrey sat imperiously upon the Iron Throne, his demeanor radiating a distinctive regal presence. He inquired of the figures below, Ser Lancel and the Kingsguard, Ser Meryn, his voice tinged with a hint of perplexity, as though seeking the truth surrounding the demise of his father, Robert. Lancel and Ser Meryn responded in hushed tones, yet their answers appeared to fall short of satisfying him. Anger swelled within Joffrey, and abruptly he rose, bellowing, You too, Lancel and Ser Meryn, shall be executed. His voice was laden with fury and disappointment. As the king's personal guards, it was inconceivable to him that they still drew breath after the death of the king. The two men, kneeling, instinctively cast their gazes towards Queen Cersei, who sat beside the Iron Throne, tenderly stroking her son's golden hair while softly reassuring him. Today marks your ascension. Let us set aside certain matters for now. These two are also key witnesses against Lancel. Joffrey begrudgingly suppressed his inner wrath, enduring this humiliation. Deep within, he harbored an unspoken chill and contemplation. Suddenly, he turned to his mother, Cersei, his tone laced with skepticism. Mother, I wish to interrogate Lancel before all present today. Why did he slay my father, Robert? What do you say? Cersei's eyes flickered with surprise, her expression betraying her thoughts as she replied, Today is your coronation. We may address Lancel's affair another day. In Joffrey's gaze lingered an unsettling awareness, as if he could see through Cersei's concealments, knowing she withheld truths from him. Meanwhile, Cersei weighed the myriad consequences, pondering how best to safeguard her son and the stability of the realm in this pivotal moment. Your Majesty, Commander Juros has arrived with the gold cloaks to pay their respects. A retainer cautiously approached, whispering to King Joffrey and Queen Cersei seated above. Cersei regarded Juros with elegance, who respectfully inclined his head in acknowledgement. In the resplendent throne room, the young monarch Joffrey surveyed the gathered ministers, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. Wherefore has Lord Eddard not yet arrived? Standing to the side, the venerable maester, Pycelle, chuckled softly and replied, Your Majesty, it is likely due to pressing affairs of state. Lord Eddard may be delayed. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Joffrey's eyes as he glanced at Pycelle, speaking with a hint of disdain, perhaps. But you seem unusually cheerful today, Lord Pycelle. Is it in celebration of my coronation? My father has passed away. Are you aware of this? Someone slap him. The Queen Regent Cersei observed the mercurial Joffrey in silence. At this moment, the hall was enveloped in stillness, with only Sandor Clegane, the Hound, standing beside Joffrey, his face a mask of menace. He stepped forward and struck the face of Grand Maester Pycelle with great force. Pycelle staggered, nearly falling. Joffrey watched this scene with an inexplicable thrill surging within him. Is this the taste of power? He pondered internally. The nobles in the throne room fell silent, none daring to utter a word. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the entrance. Your Grace, Lord Eddard Stark has arrived. Joffrey was momentarily taken aback. He turned to the doorway to see Lord Eddard, accompanied by 8 sworn swords, standing before him. Eddard approached with steady strides and resolute eyes, his guards following closely behind, swords in hand, exuding an aura of strength. The nobles in the hall gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Peter Baelish, the master of coin, stood nearby, a sly smile seemingly playing upon his lips. Varys, the master of whisperers, looked toward Eddard, his eyes filled with resignation. The king's guard and other guards surrounding Joffrey sprang into action, positioning themselves protectively around the Iron Throne, vigilantly watching Eddard and his entourage. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, the nobles holding their breath in anticipation of what was to come. Before Eddard could speak, Cersei interjected with an order. Eddard, today, my son Joffrey is officially crowned as king. You are all to pledge your allegiance. Eddard gazed at the striking pair of mother and son upon the Iron Throne. He surveyed the faces of the assembled nobles, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Cersei's gaze shifted to the increasingly sullen Joffrey, and she softly addressed Eddard. Eddard, your daughter Sansa visited me yesterday, mentioning that you have been weary from your long-standing duties and seem to be acting somewhat confused. Today, King Joffrey has ascended the throne. Eddard, you must swear loyalty to my son immediately. A profound sorrow welled within Eddard. He thought of his brother, King Robert's demise, and could no longer contain himself. Taking a deep breath, his voice resonated with resolve. The death of King Robert was not the doing of Renly. I suspect it is a plot by the Lannister family. Their transgressions do not end there. The 3 children of the king are all bastards born of Cersei and her brother, the Kingslayer Jaime. As the hand of the king, I cannot endorse Joffrey's claim to the throne. He is unworthy of sitting upon the Iron Throne. For the honor of the realm, I demand that you step down from the Iron Throne and submit to judgment. The nobles in the throne room were left speechless by Eddard's declaration. Joffrey, seated upon the Iron Throne, a symbol of power, turned a dark shade, his face contorted with rage. Joffrey's countenance turned as dark as a stormy sky, his roar echoing through the hall like a furious lion. You dare to insult the king. You claim I am a bastard? You assert that I am not the blood of my father, Robert? No claim to the throne? Guards, bring him to me. Execute him. Surrounding Joffrey were the king's guard and attendants, encircling Eddard and his loyal men with predatory intensity. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Eddard glanced at Jane, whose eyes reflected a steely resolve. He nodded, indicating his understanding. Jane, the commander of the golden-robed guards, bellowed to the sentinels flanking the hall. Prepare to attack. In an instant, the golden-robed guards surged forth like seasoned warriors, launching a ferocious assault on Eddard and his companions. Chaos erupted, swords flashing amidst the tumult. Eddard's 8 loyal men were ambushed by the golden-robed guards, brutally felled by their weapons. Their agonized groans reverberated through the hall. Eddard stood in shocked disbelief, the enormity of the situation overwhelming him. Jane regarded Eddard with a smirk, as if to convey, this is all of your own making. In that moment of chaos, Peter Baelish suddenly emerged from behind Eddard, a dagger pressed against his throat. His voice whispered ominously in Eddard's ear. I offered you a chance, Lord Eddard, yet you failed to seize it. Now, you must accept the consequences. Before long, Eddard found himself bound. Beside the Iron Throne, Cersei observed Eddard's bindings with cold indifference, slightly nodding to her attendants to prepare him for the dungeons. Perched upon the Iron Throne, Joffrey resembled a wrathful lion, restless and seething with uncontainable fury. Suddenly, he pointed at Eddard and bellowed, Sandor, do it. Kill him. Sandor looked to Cersei for her command. However, her gaze conveyed a clear refusal. Receiving this silent directive, Sandor feigned death. Joffrey, witnessing this defiance, felt his pent-up rage erupting like a volcano. In a fit of fury, he drew his sword, leaping from the Iron Throne. The blade aimed directly at Eddard's heart, plunging down with ferocity. In that instant, the entire hall seemed to freeze. The nobles aghast at the spectacle of the king executing the hand before their eyes. Cersei stared in disbelief at her son, unable to fathom the unfolding horror.